Facing the hellish beast, Sihan felt no fear. With a single slash, the once vicious serpent was cleaved in two, because he too was a being summoned from another world. The emperor of the Louis Ceylon Empire sacrificed 5 sons and 7 daughters, and 19 of his own kin to summon a god as foretold by prophecy, but instead, they summoned Sihan, a normal human with no power, which sent the emperor into a furious rage. Sihan was imprisoned within the castle. He struggled to escape, and it took him another 3 years to finally return for his revenge, not just for himself, but for the emperor's cruel tyranny. Before the emperor could speak, Sihan's blade struck true, ending the final battle. Sihan and the 6 other heroes were victorious. It seemed a life of peace and happiness awaited him. He dreamed of marrying Levener, of starting a family, but he never imagined his closest allies would betray him so completely. The woman he loved betrayed him. The friends he trusted stabbed him in the back. That blissful kiss with Levener became a final goodbye. A spatial gate opened, powered by the Emperor's own heart, and the one they desperately wanted to banish back to his world was Sihan. He was powerless to stop it. Betrayed by his comrades, Sihan's journey ended. This world had been saved by a hero, from another world, alongside 6 heroes. But that savior vanished without a trace, and no one remembered his face. In a quiet suburb, Alita was singing happily. The weather was beautiful today, absolutely perfect for a day of hard work in the fields. But as she sat, a massive explosion erupted behind her. A pig fell from the sky. Before she could even process it, she saw a naked man plummeting toward the ground. He landed face first, yet wasn't dead. Instead, he cheered, "I did it! How many years has it been? I'm back, you plastic pigs. Just you wait." That man was none other than Sihan, and then he immediately passed out. Alita could only stare, completely bewildered by what just happened. Sihan's eyes fluttered open. He found himself lying in a bed. Just then, Alita walked in, asking, "Oh, you're awake? I brought some hot porridge. Are you feeling all right? I was so shocked to see someone fall from the sky." Sihan replied, "Are you the one who saved me?" He tried to sit up to thank her, but a sharp pain shot through him. He could only grit his teeth and curse. "Damn it, the side effects are worse than I thought. Did I miscalculate?" Alita watched him silently, thinking to herself, "That's a different language. It's not the common tongue of Terrano. Since he's not speaking Austin, he might be from a primitive tribe. Although, he looks far too clean for a primitive." Seeing her expression, Sihan guessed what she was thinking. "Right, this isn't Earth, it's Terrano." He instantly switched to the common tongue. "Are you the one who saved me?" Alita set down a tray of onion porridge and answered, "Yes, that's right." Her mind was still racing. So he's not from a primitive tribe. Sitting up in bed, Sihan asked, "Where is this place?" She didn't hesitate to explain. "We're north of Mount Di Lan, about a half-day's journey from Goran village." Hearing 2 completely unfamiliar names, Sihan was still lost. Alita continued, "Let me explain the territories. We're currently in the kingdom of Luton. It was founded by Luton I after the revolution of the 7 heroes." Hearing this, a cold laugh escaped Sihan. It startled Alita, who instinctively took a step back. With a serious face, he repeated, "The kingdom of Luton? So that bastard Luton is a king now?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Realizing he was naked, he broke the awkwardness. "Before we continue, could I possibly borrow some clothes?" Returning to this world starving, after landing headfirst with his butt in the air, it was no surprise Sihan ate like a starved wolf to regain his strength. The food was bland, but he endured it. Spices were a luxury in this world. While devouring the meal, he remembered to thank her. "I'm finally starting to feel alive again. I don't mean to be ungrateful. Thank you for the food." Alita remained completely silent. She observed the man before her, her mind still analyzing. He has a powerful physique, almost no body fat, a face with sharp, defined features, and that crude behavior. It all led to one conclusion. Is he royalty? But if so, why would he? "I basically fell from the sky, completely naked." After eating, Sihan burped loudly. "It hit me that I never asked my savior's name. Who are you?" Alita answered in a low voice. "My name is Alita. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary village girl." Sihan was skeptical. "Oh, really? Are swordswomen called village girls now? You look like you've had some training." She smiled slightly. "How could you tell?" Sihan paused for a moment before answering. "Just a hunch, I guess. It's hard to explain." Alita proudly admitted, "That's right. I'm a warrior, but not a knight. I'm a free swordswoman. Not serving a king means I'm jobless without missions. When I have nothing else to do, I work the fields." Sihan seemed a little surprised. "Is that so? Just one more thing. What's your connection to King Luthernot?" Before he could finish his sentence, the table flew right at him. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge. Alita seized the chance, pulling a dagger and leaping over the table to strike. But he was already gone. Sihan suddenly appeared behind her. "Hey, I wasn't asking for a fight. You know." Hearing his voice, Alita spun around to attack again. But he simply tilted his head, completely neutralizing her strike. Alita stumbled backward, losing her balance. Fear was plain on her face. He dodged that? Is this guy a swordsman too? Another slash came at his face, but the outcome was the same. Sihan effortlessly dodged every one of Alita's attacks. He tried to explain, "Hey, I really don't want to fight you, alright? Can we just talk?" After a few more strikes, Alita realized her opponent was on another level. He's dodging everything without even moving much. Fine, I'll just have to get faster. Facing her swift, powerful strikes, Sihan just smiled calmly. He teased her, "You're not as composed as you appear, are you? But you do have a kind heart." Ignoring his words, Alita lunged forward, aiming for an opening. Sihan didn't just stand there and take it. He blocked Alita's dagger with a single spoon. "You aimed for my shoulder. That means you weren't trying to kill me, right?" Seeing her blade stopped by a wooden spoon, she was utterly shocked. In that same moment, Sihan knocked Alita off her feet. He said nothing, simply holding the spoon before her. Alita's eyes widened in disbelief. "I've lost. Who are you? Really?" Sihan didn't hide a thing. "My name is Sung Sihan. I came from Earth." Hearing that name, Alita's eyes shot wide open. A name long forgotten, yet she recalled it. "Are you Sung Sihan, the savior from another world?" Sihan was pleased that someone still remembered him. He continued, "I understand now why you attacked me. I asked about a tyrannical king, but it was just out of curiosity. You don't have to answer that." Alita grew silent. She spoke softly. "My full name is Elias Bella Lustana Lucasilan. I am the daughter of King Luthernat IV. After the king was eliminated, his entire dynasty was destroyed, but the battle wasn't truly over. A purge began. Anyone with King Luthernat's blood was hunted down and eliminated. Alita's mother lost her life, but she was entrusted to a loyal knight who took her away to safety. Keza was the one who raised Alita. He dedicated himself to raising her in this remote and desolate place. He taught her how to fight. Though Keza was acting as a freelance mercenary, her identity was accidentally exposed. He had to flee the kingdom with her. Alita recalled with a sad expression, "Since then, we've lived in hiding here, only going to town for missions when we run out of money." Sihan was a bit confused. "So, that's the reason you've been hiding out like this?" He seemed genuinely surprised. "I never thought you were that tyrant's daughter. Wait, does that make me your father's enemy?" Alita sighed in response. "I have no feelings whatsoever for that tyrant. The tyrant may be dead, but the people fear another one will just take his place. But those related to him can open a gate to another world. That's why they're being hunted down. I don't think you are one of them." Sihan looked annoyed at this. "You people actually think I would hunt down the tyrant's relatives? But you were all too lazy to convince me to drop it, so you just lied to me instead? The more I learn about what happened here, the more annoyed I get." Suddenly, his entire demeanor shifted 180 degrees. He continued with a cheerful grin. "I know things have been tough, but you've got to stay positive and look on the bright side. There are people who just drop into this world like me, and compared to them, we're definitely the good guys." Alita was speechless, looking at him with suspicion. "Hey, are you sure you're Sihan? The savior from another world? I heard after Sihan beat the tyrant, he returned to Earth. How did you get back to Terrano, and why did you return completely naked?" Sihan trembled with rage, the cup in his hand shattering. He slammed the table and shot to his feet. "The naked thing was an accident. Only living organisms can travel through the void. It's not because I have some weird hobby. The thought of it is terrifying." Sihan first arrived in this world naked, and when he was sent to Earth 15 years ago, he was also bare, right in an intersection. Sihan clutched his head over these humiliating moments. From his words, Alita realized he'd been on Earth for 15 years. "But you were summoned back to Terrano by someone? I can't imagine anyone who could summon a person from another world. Who could possibly perform such a summoning spell?" Sihan crossed his arms. "If I had to say who did it, maybe it was me? I brought myself back here." Alita couldn't believe her ears. She had to ask if she'd heard him wrong. "Huh? You summoned yourself? Is that even possible?" Sihan looked nonchalant. "Of course it wasn't easy. It took me 15 years. How should I explain this?" Instead of saying, "I summoned myself," as he was about to continue, Sihan suddenly realized something. He glanced toward the door. Seeing his expression change, she wondered, "What's wrong?" Sihan got up from his chair. "You said you were being chased, and the reason is your Lucyland royal bloodline. The family that can summon people from other worlds, right?" Alita admitted, Yes, that's correct. Sihan's face was a mix of joy and despair. He'd just made a huge mistake. He began to explain. To travel from Earth to Terrano safely, you need a magical spatial guide. So what I used to anchor myself were those with Lucian blood, the ones who possess summoning power, those of another world. Alita, you have the purest Lucian blood. Sihan's face showed his reluctance. In other words, I used you as the summoner to bring me to this world. Alita now understood why he'd asked about her connection to the tyrant. While she was lost in thought, Sihan kept talking beside her. This means, to other mages, it will look exactly like you summoned me with a summoning spell. Alita was stunned for a moment. Then a sudden realization hit her. She rushed to the window to look outside. Worry was etched on her face. Outside, countless soldiers had already found them. They had detected it. The traces of a summoning spell. The old mage Corlan was certain it came from the hut. The knight Dena immediately gave the order. All units, prepare for battle. Surround that hut and hold your positions. Inside, Alita sensed the danger and prepared for the fight. Sihan watched from behind, silently assessing her. She's used to dealing with danger. Has she always been training for situations like this? A wave of guilt washed over him. I feel bad for her, since I only came here for my own selfish reasons. Even though she's lived in hiding for so long, she still got caught. Alita hasn't said it, but she must be furious. Sihan called out hesitantly, Alita, if you have something to say to me, just say it. You don't have to hold back. Alita was a bit surprised. Then she walked closer, bowing her head. Thank you for warning me before they attack. Sihan froze for a few seconds. He expected to be yelled at, but that wasn't what happened at all. Outside the house, a soldier commanded, Come out, criminal, or we'll blow this hut to pieces. Seeing no movement, Zenon was forced to decide. Mage Corlan, begin the attack. Corlan summoned a fire spell, setting Alita's home ablaze. Zenon was shocked by the sheer power of the display. He warned him, Hey, that's a bit much. We were ordered to take her alive. The old man reassured him, It just looks scary. It won't kill her. At worst, she might get burned all over. Before he could finish, from inside the house, Alita burst out, sword in hand. The soldiers yelled, There she is! Get her! 10 gold coins for whoever takes her alive. Immediately, the soldiers swarmed Alita. But having trained since childhood, dealing with these grunts wasn't too difficult for her. The soldiers began to panic. My God, she's a swordsman? Meanwhile, Alita could easily defeat them, but there were too many soldiers. She couldn't find a way to escape. Suddenly, a powerful slash descended from above. She dodged just in time, or she'd be a crater in the dirt. Zenon judged, The cursed bloodline of Louis Silan. How dare a swordswoman kill a soldier? Have you no shame? He declared, his fighting spirit blazing. From now on, I, Knight Zenon Sliver, will judge you. Alita's face paled as she confronted Zenon. Just by looking, she saw his armor also held battle energy. He was superior, giving no room to counter. He swung his sword past Alita's neck, creating an opening in his stance. Seizing the chance, she thrust her sword at the weak point, but it was useless against Zenon's armor. He smirked victoriously. The battle energy from your sword is quite strong, but it can't break my defense. That little trick won't work on me. Instantly, his sword sent Alita flying, coughing up blood. Her body slammed hard onto the ground. She struggled to sit up. The terrifying force had broken her arm. Zenon advised kindly, If you are a swordsman, you know you have no chance of winning against me. Drop your weapon now. Expecting fierce resistance, he was surprised she dropped her sword and surrendered. Zenon was surprised but didn't care much. Good choice. You grasped the situation quickly. Now, come with me. Before he finished, Sihan was already there. He complained, You were raging just now. Calmed down out of pity for her? You changed so quickly. Zenon paled upon seeing Sihan. He thought in fear, Who is this guy? He got this close and I didn't even notice him? Though terrified, Zenon shouted, Who? Who are you? Sihan's voice was cold. Sorry, I have no personal grudge against you, but I must take responsibility. With that, he sent Zenon flying. He planted him headfirst into the ground, completely motionless. He showed no signs of getting up. The soldiers were horrified. He's buried in the ground. Alita sat behind, clutching her arm, watching Sihan with a questioning gaze. Why fight the soldiers? This is Sung Sihan. Doesn't that mean these are his old comrades' subordinates? Seeing the knight captain defeated, Kagan shouted, He's another remnant of the tyrant. Get him now! The soldiers, not daring to disobey, charged Sihan. Seeing this, he warned lightly, Not retreating even after your leader is down? He cracked his neck, ready to fight. I guess there's no other way. I didn't want this. With simple punches and kicks, He relentlessly beat down the soldiers. He apologized while fighting. This terrified the soldiers again. If you're going to crush us anyway, stop apologizing. After a while, Zenon pulled himself from the ground. But when he awoke, his face was stone white, because before him, all the soldiers had been beaten and buried under rubble. He thought to himself, my God, this can't be real. One unarmed man took out this many soldiers alone? Is that what happened to me? Luckily, I'm strong enough to survive. Suddenly, a memory struck Zenon. Wait, I've seen this before. An image of the man flashed in his mind. He fought just like that person. Even his laugh was identical. Seeing Zenon stunned, Sihan spoke. Oh, look who's awake. But sorry, you'll have to rest a bit longer. Zenon backed away in fear. He raised a hand to Sihan's fist. Wait. Hold on. Are you? But he couldn't finish his sentence. A massive blast occurred. Again, Knight Zenon was punched straight into the ground. Sihan looked at the buried soldiers and mumbled. I've said it many times. I have no grudge against you, okay? But if you attack me, I will send you on your way. The mage, Kagan, stood frozen. He scanned the area, not daring to breathe. The elite soldiers and mages were no match for him. Where did this monster come from? Done with the others, he finally turned to Alita. Looks like they've given up. You plan on sitting there much longer? She understood his meaning. Alita clutched her injured arm and stood up. She and Sihan left under the soldiers' astonished gazes. Kagan could only curse helplessly. The mission's a failure. We must retreat. Knight Zenon has been defeated. All survivors, handle the bodies of your comrades. A soldier reported back about the incident. No one died. They were all just buried in the ground, without a single broken bone. Hearing this, he couldn't believe his ears. What? That's impossible. We were beaten that badly with 0 casualties? What in the world is going on? That night, Sihan and Alita fled into the darkness. He was certain they had lost their pursuers. Sihan let out a quiet sigh. Good. That would have been a huge problem. As he walked, Sihan assessed his condition. The backlash from crossing worlds was worse than he'd thought. His combat power was down to 1/10, as was his mana. It was a fraction of what he had as the world's savior. He sighed. How long will it take to recover from this? Suddenly, Alita let out a soft groan of pain. Sihan turned, worried. Are you all right? I thought your arm was broken. Though she was trembling, Alita tried to look brave. Thank heavens. I was lucky. It could have been so much worse than a broken bone. Sihan looked at her, bewildered. She's thankful for this? What a strange girl. In just a few moments, he had finished treating Alita's arm. Hopefully, this helps. Alita bowed her head gratefully, making him feel a bit awkward. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Alita's expression suddenly brightened. Then I'll continue on my own. Sihan watched her, his confusion turning to annoyance. Where do you think you're going? Aren't we traveling together? Hold on. How do you plan to leave this forest with a broken arm? He demanded. Alita replied with surprising innocence. If I'm just more careful. Sihan cut her off before she could finish. Being careful isn't going to help. He scratched his head, embarrassed. I'll help you. I'm partly responsible for you being chased in the first place, and I can't just abandon someone who's hurt. Alita considered this for a moment, then smiled brightly. All right, then I'll be in your care, Sir Sihan. He scratched his head. Please, drop the sir. Just Sihan is fine. So, what's your plan now? You can't stay here. Not after your identity was exposed. Alita had already thought about it. The nearest village is Gorin, but a search party might be there. Sihan dismissed the risk. We'll cross the mountain and head to the merchant city. The city of Kagan isn't far. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Nistian Luton was reading when a subordinate appeared. Your Majesty, the search party has reached Mount Defalan. We have a report. Luton closed his book, giving his full attention. Go on. What is it? In a hidden chamber, ancient books were sealed in glass cases. Beside one of the shelves, a torchlit passage led downwards. A man was descending the stone steps, making ominous echoes. With a gesture, his magic flared. A door sealed with red light slowly creaked open. Soon, it swung wide open. His expression was cold, his gaze like chips of ice. Inside the room, blood stained the floors in utter chaos. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling Luton. Luton. As he drew closer, he saw the prisoner. You bastard. Lutua's arms were suspended by iron chains. He was trapped inside a magic circle. And you dare call yourself a hero after doing this? Luton sneered. You've held out well for the past half-month, descendant of Lucian. He loomed over him, asking, do you know why the magic circle, beneath your feet, has changed color? Luton explained softly. A blue circle means the mana conversion is complete. Suddenly, Lutua surged with hatred. I pity the people who worship you as a hero, Luton. Luton let out a mocking laugh. Who's the truly pitiable one here? His next words struck a nerve. Isn't it the one who's about to have his heart ripped out? In Lutua's eyes, a horrifying realization dawned. Ah! Luton lunged forward, ending it instantly. A moment later, blood sprayed through the air. In the chamber, Luton's face remained impassive as he watched the gruesome scene unfold. As Lutua's final screams faded, a flame ignited in his open palm. Still not enough. Luton rose, pondering. Siphoning and concentrating mana from my lesser relatives is no longer effective. This isn't enough to break through the dimensional walls. He closed his eyes, sensing. I truly need more pure-blooded Lucian stock. His eyes snapped open, blazing with fury. Luton reviewed the memory from his men. They had reported their failure. At the time, he had been stunned, thinking they were thrashed by some nameless nobody and lost the target. He apparently had black hair and black eyes, with an appearance similar to the Galen clan. Sihan, an elegant outfit, traces of an otherworld summoning, along with that black hair and black eyes. Could it be? Back in the present, Luton shook his head. What am I thinking? How could he possibly cross worlds again? Even if he did, I should have sensed it. It's impossible. Just then, a cloaked figure appeared. Still dazed by the scene before him, a voice suddenly echoed through the city. So, this is the city of Kagan? Sihan wondered, moving through the bustling crowd. Kagan. Wasn't this once called North Clanium? He hardly recognized the place after its name changed. This area used to be our main base. At his words, Alita's jaw dropped. Here? But this is a trade hub. It's easy to blend in when so many different races are present, Sihan explained with a slight smile, like the Galen people, who resemble Southeast Asians. But her face was pure confusion. What now? Alita asked nervously. The ones that look like you. Are they the race I've only heard of in whispers? The polymorph energy of the Queen of Thieves? Sihan simply chuckled and began to explain. Polymorph energy uses combat aura to shift the air around one's face, creating a whole new appearance. Even a tiny change can make you look like someone else. It's a unique form of combat aura, unique to the Master Thief Levener. It's a combat technique that I actually created. I was the one who taught her. As they blended into the crowd, he continued. So, what do you think? Would you like me to teach you? You could hide much more easily. Her response was blunt. No. I have no reason to accept your help. It seems we haven't gotten any closer. He turned away. Fine. Forget it. Anyway, we need a place to stay. Alita watched him go, disappointed. I wanted to learn that technique, but Sihan had already noticed her glance. Should we try that place? He asked, looking up at an inn. Seeing it, Alita's eyes went wide with shock. Sihan, you know this inn? His reply sent a chill down her spine. No. 15 years ago, this wasn't an inn. This is where the gallows stood. He pictured the old scene, a strange nostalgia welling up inside him. This place has changed so much. The Terrano Inn, he said, pointing at the sign. Sihan considered it. Since we're here, should we head in? Alita hesitated. But, won't it be haunted? He assured her. If there are ghosts, maybe I'll get to see some old friends. Inside the old but clean inn, a gruff-looking innkeeper greeted them. Here's your room key. The man was clearly annoyed. I am so sick of the service industry. Sihan asked, confused. Why are you so angry? Alita just sighed. Huh? After her explanation, the truth finally dawned on a horrified Sihan. Wait, I've been speaking informally this whole time? Alita confirmed from the bed. Yep. Even for a legendary hero, it's a bit rude to speak like that to strangers. I'm fine with it, but that man is an elder. He ran a hand through his hair, flustered. You're right. The last time I spoke Austin, there were few people. I need to use formal speech. I honestly didn't realize I was being so casual, Sihan admitted helplessly. Does that mean I was being rude to a girl I just met? Why didn't you argue? It's too late now. Just keep speaking informally. He confessed. I'm sorry. Brushing it aside, Alita added. Sihan, what's more important is this. We've safely reached Kagan, the city you wanted to see. So what's your plan now? He asked eagerly. I need to get used to this era, so I was thinking of traveling with you for a while. Is that all right? Her answer was swift. No. Sihan should have expected her directness. I'm not the only local here, am I? Besides, as a wanted person, I'll only bring you harm. If you tag along without a clear reason, I'll always have to question your motives. Why would I put up with that kind of inconvenience? While I'm on the run, right? His face fell with disappointment. That's true. But then, Sihan hesitated before deciding. I didn't want to say this, But you leave me no choice. His words left her completely baffled. Alita, without me, you will be captured immediately. Sihan stated it as an undeniable fact. When you summon someone from another dimension, it creates a massive ripple. But this time, I wasn't summoned. I came here on my own power, so the world barely trembled. I doubt anyone knows I've arrived. He wasn't finished yet. Sihan's expression grew serious. However, there are still traces that someone attempted a summoning. Because of that, every move we make creates a small spatial pulse, and as long as we leave that trail, their search party will always be right behind us. Alita's face went pale with horror. We're still leaving a trail? Then is it useless to even try running? He calmly told her. Settle down. I was unconscious yesterday, so my hands were tied. But now I've blocked the pulses with my magic. Sihan promised. As long as this spell is active, no one can pinpoint our location. The only catch is, the spell must be recast every 2 to 3 days. Understand? Alita quickly put the pieces together. So I need you with me at all times? If that's the case, then one question remains. Why do you need me? Meanwhile, in Delstre, capital of Lustonan, Zenon seethed with rage. Please grant me a chance to restore my honor. I swear to wash away this disgrace. Master Swordsman Endowin, I will capture that cursed Lucyland, whose trail I lost. Endowin sighed, looking at him wearily. Resting his chin on his hand, he grumbled, Look here. Do you really think this is necessary? Even His Majesty the King chose not to punish those responsible for this mission's failure, and you'd rather return to battle with untrained troops than accept a 1-month suspension? Zenon shot back. How can someone who defied orders just be let go? I believe it's a knight's duty to reclaim his own honor. Hearing that, something clicked for the old man. Endowin shot to his feet with a grin. Now that's a knight's spirit. Impressive. All right then, go and reclaim your honor as a knight. After a moment, Swordsman Zenon turned and left. As he walked, his mind raced. They'll need money to survive. They're both swordsmen, so it's very likely they'll work as freelance swordsmen. His mind raced with possibilities. Based on the direction they fled, their destination is likely Kagan City, and there's only one place there to find work. If I use this information and pretend to look for them, while asking about what jobs they've taken, I might just find their trail. A cold glint appeared in Zenon's eyes. To be honest, I don't care much about Lucyland. The one I need to check is him, he thought, recalling Sihan's defiant face. That man, that imposing silhouette appeared in his mind again. No matter what, he's just too similar to him. It can't be, but is he really that person? Finally, he made his decision. I have to confirm it. I need to see for myself. That night, at Castle Letqua greeted him respectfully. Welcome back, Lord Test. The Lord smiled back. Thank you, Letqua. Are these the people you mentioned? The butler quickly confirmed. Yes, they are. These are the 2 mercenaries Kagan recommended, the freelance swordsmen Alita Rickland and Sinston. The 2 whispered to each other. You chose the name Sin? I just picked one that sounds similar to my real name. That way, if you accidentally call me by my real name, we'll just ignore it. Letqua bowed his head, clarifying, they are both swordsmen, warrior class. His gaze fell upon their swords, the symbol of their rank, as he continued. Warriors, they can wield sword key. Swordsmanship has 6 classes, starting with those possessing the lowest energy. At the seed class, users can use their combat energy to enhance their physical bodies. We see Alita, her warrior class sword glowing with powerful magic. Those in this class can channel their combat energy into metal weapons. They use this to create a sword aura. Most swordsmen belong to this class. Those who reach the knight class can channel combat energy into their armor as well. Once you reach the master class, you can channel combat energy into non-metallic weapons. And for those with great ambition and overwhelming power, there are ranks even higher. They can channel combat energy into the air, creating a blade from nothing. This is the transcendent class. Finally, there is a level that only a few in Terrano's history have ever reached, as a confident smirk appears on Sihan's face. The highest level of sword key, the god class. But he looks frustrated. Sihan was once a god-class swordsman, but the side effects of crossing worlds drained all of his energy, both my combat and magic energy. I only have enough ki left to be considered warrior class. Lord Test greeted them warmly. You 2 are warrior class? I didn't expect you to be so young. It's a great relief to have you here. He then announced, a subjugation team will depart tomorrow. Please rest until morning. Sihan collapsed onto the bed, sighing wearily. Earning money to travel is exhausting. Being a mercenary again, he recalled the past. Back in the day, I would have just robbed some random noble blind. Hearing that, Alita scoffed. A legendary hero resorts to robbery? He sighed wearily. The woman I once loved was a thief. She looked puzzled, imagining his romance with Lurwiner. A dangerous, world-crossing love. Sihan added, "It wasn't just robbery. We were serving justice. All the nobles in this kingdom are tyrants." But Sihan's words seemed too casual for their current reality. Guess that's not an option now, huh? Looks like there's no other way. I'll have to earn money, legally, by slaughtering others. Of course, anyone else hearing that would think the complete opposite. He turned to her. The mission is monster subjugation, right? Alita was 100% certain, yes. A pack of igneous wolves near the Barcelona domain. She imagined the ferocious figure of the firewolf as she explained. They formed a subjugation team, but it failed due to low numbers. So now, they're hiring freelance swordsmen to finish the job. He sprawled out with a sarcastic grin. So they breathe fire, huh? It's been a while. 13 years ago, the first monsters I ever faced were igneous wolves. My friends and I tried to hunt them down in the forest. And suddenly, those selfish faces from the past resurfaced. Sihan, you're too strong. Everyone loves you too much. We will be the ones to shape this world's future. Sihan scowled, sitting up to get the full story. This mission should be a good warm-up. Since I've lost so much combat power, they'll be a decent match for me. Alita was still doubtful. But Sihan, are you sure you've truly lost your power? You beat me with a spoon and easily handled a night squad. At that, Sihan shot back defensively. That's exactly my point. I had to use a spoon just to take you down. Do you realize how much weaker I've become? He was right, but it was still infuriating. He just shrugged with a weary sigh. My combat energy may have faded, but I still have all my experience. Just because my level is lower, doesn't mean any random person can win a one-on-one international tournament. With that, they finally ended their talk in a moment of peace. Don't worry about it. Just go get some sleep in your room. The next morning, in the forest, Test spoke with a dangerously deep voice. It is morning. Those wretched beasts dare invade my domain? I will make them pay dearly. He raised his sword, his face filled with absolute confidence. Come at me if you dare. I, Barcelona, knighted by the great Sir Jackson William, will personally put you all down. Sihan was speechless as he watched the soldiers cheer him on. He glanced at Test with disdain. He's wearing armor that's useless against those monsters. It looks heavy, too. Sihan whispered to her, I guess the knights around here are all like this. After a moment, their party finally set out. He then asked, Now that I think about it, how's your hand? Alita replied, It's much better, thanks to you healing it with your combat energy. As they were talking, the metallic stench of blood suddenly hit them. Good to hear. Stay on your guard. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Apologies. A man from the group added, I smell sulfur nearby as well. Something burst from the bushes. Test shouted, Everyone, halt. Prepare for battle. A pack of ferocious wolves appeared, striking terror into the party. They were the igneous wolves. Test pointed his sword tauntingly. Come, you foul beasts of darkness. Your wicked flames are no match for a knight's blade. But of course, reality hit hard. He took a blow that nearly ended him. Sihan could only watch them in exasperation. This is why you should have taken off the armor. You're getting hit by attacks you should have been able to dodge. How can a knight possibly fight if he isn't even wearing proper armor? They fought with everything they had. Victory uncertain. Be careful. Maintain the formation. We can still win this. Nearby, Sihan effortlessly dispatched the first wolf. The swordsman with him looked on, surprised. They're easier than I expected. If I'd been hired for this mission, I could easily handle them all myself. But I won't do that. It would draw far too much attention. He glanced at the others with hesitation. Forget it. Do they really need mercenaries just to handle monsters like these? Suddenly, the air grew heavy with tension. What is that? Screams erupted as everyone saw the blue wolf. It was a massive igneous alpha. A smirk crept onto his face as he finally understood the situation. I get it. So that's the pack leader. If that's the case, Sihan stood before the snarling pack as the others scrambled away in fear. It's a monster. Run! Sihan tried to calm them. Don't panic. This is an opportunity. If we take down the alpha, the pack will crumble. But even he was shouting in terror. I'll leave them to you two, Sihan said calmly. Alita, I'll protect the soldiers. So, we get all the dangerous work? Being part-timers is rough. Then he gave an order that shocked her. Alita, you take the pack leader. I'll stop the other monsters from getting close. Sihan laid out his plan. Just then, the massive wolf charged. I don't like running. We can take a few igneous wolves, right? He felled one with a single sword strike, signaling, now. Though still stunned, Alita obeyed. Yes. She leaped high, targeting the Alpha. The wolf, instantly alert, fired a magical blast. She dodged the attack with graceful ease. In a flash, Alita grazed the Alpha, wounding it. It roared in agony. Alita ignored it, taking her stance, moving like the wind. With just a light thrust, Alita finished the pack leader. Sihan wasn't surprised, praising her, as strong as I'd hoped. I don't need to worry. Suddenly, Sihan's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Despite a pierced forehead, it didn't fall. Instead, it was radiating pure fury. Alita was yanked back towards it as the wolf unleashed immense magical power. She collapsed on the spot. Without pause, the wolf pounced, flinging Alita down. Sihan screamed in horror. Alita! A few minutes earlier, back in their room, Alita had asked Sihan, "Why do you need me?" He just closed his eyes and sighed. I guess I have to be honest, to avoid misunderstandings later. Sihan began to recall a bloody war. The first time, he recounted, I was summoned to this world by the sacrifice of a royal heart, Louis Ceylon. His face at that time was one of utter shock. That's why I can stay in Terrano, regardless of the Emperor's will, Sihan explained further. However, the method I used to come here this time is more like a summoning ritual than a heart sacrifice contract. My existence in this world is maintained by my link to the summoner. Back in the present, he was frantic. In other words, Sihan raced to help her. I'll be forced back to Earth if Alita dies. At that moment, her strength was fading fast. He cursed his own lack of power. Damn it! I can't run faster because my energy is drained. I was even releasing energy while running. I waited 15 years to come back here. I was prepared to fall from the sky naked just to return to Terrano. Sihan grimaced, recalling the bare-bodied scene. Do you really think I'd let myself be sent back so shamefully? Without hesitation, he drew his sword. A brilliant blue light erupted from the blade. Dragon sword energy. The wolf held Alita in its jaws. A clear threat. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. A piercing scream echoed. Sihan had landed a powerful blow. The strike was so strong, blood pooled on the ground. He collapsed, breathing a sigh of relief. We're alive. I was so close to going home. As darkness fell, the forest grew strangely cold and grim. They both sat by the fire. Sihan asked, How's your body? Doesn't it hurt being bitten by a monster? Alita confessed, Yeah, I ache all over, but I don't think it wanted to kill me. Alita frowned, thinking back. Come to think of it, Ignis wolves have a habit of offering live prey to their alpha. I can't believe I, a swordmaster, was about to be treated like food. Afterward, the two of them talked cheerfully. That's the first time I've seen an Ignis wolf use lightning. A mutation, maybe? Well, we killed it anyway. We'll be fine. Alita was silent for a long moment. Then she finally called out, Hey, Sihan. Alita asked about her doubts. I didn't think I needed to know before, but now that we're allies, I want to. Why are you hiding your true identity? She continued. The 6 kingdoms that exist now were all founded by your old allies. You'd be treated as a royal guest anywhere you go. Sihan could only tell her the bitter truth. A royal guest? I'd be lucky not to be killed. He looked down, recounting his sad story. Right after I killed the Emperor, I was stabbed in the back by my allies. They used magic to forcibly send me back to Earth. I was only back for a few minutes, but I remember it vividly, even after 15 years. He teared up in frustration. I can't understand why they betrayed me. Sihan pictured the strange faces in the royal court and saw no hesitation in any of them. It definitely wasn't a snap decision. What was I thinking back then? How could I not see their true intentions? After years together, the embers finally caught fire. But as he finished, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Was she shocked? Of course. She'd just become an enemy to every nation in Terranoma. But instead, Alita clapped, fully understanding. So, you've returned for revenge? That explains why you hid your identity. Sihan couldn't grasp her reaction. You do understand what I'm saying, right? Why? He internally screamed, wanting her to be flustered. How can you be so calm? I just declared war against all 6 kingdoms of Terrano. She explained that she wasn't panicking because she already knew Terrano's 6 kingdoms were her enemies. I've been fighting Terrano for 15 years. I never had a choice, so I might as well make the most of it. Sihan felt helpless against her calm demeanor. You're way too positive. Alita smirked. I get it from my father. Sihan asked helplessly. The Emperor? Alita snapped back. Not that lunatic. My real father. Then, a realization hit him. Sihan shot to his feet. Wait, he whispered, on guard. From the dark forest, something is approaching us. Hearing this, Alita also grew cautious. Is someone coming? She asked Sihan. Do you think it's an enemy? He was afraid. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's no way they could have tracked us this far. Maybe it's just straggling soldiers from the Bacalon territory. Sihan concluded grimly. Either way, safety first. That's right. A head poked out from the bushes. They stared, completely baffled. Excuse me, could I ask for directions? Her jaw dropped in shock. Huh? It was Zenon. Seeing him, they both yelled. The captain of the Luton investigation team. He pointed to himself, bewildered. Huh? The man gasped. I can't believe it. Alita drew her sword, ready to slash Zenon. He dodged in fear, not daring to fight back. Zenon stammered, trying to stop her. Wait, I don't want to fight. Sihan had already circled behind him. Casting magic into a small orb, he whispered, Perhaps, but just in case, I'll have to knock you out. True to his word, one blow sent the man flying 8 meters. Zenon looked surprised, even in midair, but he wasn't worried. I know that skill. My guess was right. He quickly used his own technique to counter. Sihan stared, shocked by what he'd just seen. Zenon landed softly. Startled, Sihan immediately questioned him. How did you nullify that technique? It's a basic skill I've used since I was a kid. Most of my old comrades don't even know it. Zenon slowly rose under their stunned gazes. Sihan demanded, Who are you? Zenon exhaled. I was sure of it. As Zenon made a move, Sihan tried to stop him. He yelled, What the hell are you pulling out of that bag? He was shocked by the object. With a quick flourish, Zenon held it up. A pair of underwear that made Sihan's face burn red. These are yours, right? A strange light emanated from them, leaving the two speechless. Zenon just smiled cheerfully as he presented them. Without another moment's thought, Sihan ordered, Alita, kill him. He's just a pervert. Hearing this, the man panicked. Wait, Zenon tried to explain. It's a misunderstanding. I misspoke because I was nervous. Sihan roared back. The problem here is the underwear. Not your words. Now die. Zenon just held the underwear up with a confused look. I surrender. I give up. Sihan screamed even louder. Why are you waving underwear instead of a white flag? Alita. Kill him. I'll provide support. Suddenly, he noticed the tiny script on the waistband. Sihan froze as he realized, that's Korean, and in my handwriting. Are these my shorts? Zenon admitted bluntly. That's right. You're Sung Sihan, the savior from another world, aren't you? I knew I wasn't mistaken. Sihan was stunned, his heart filled with dread. I forgot to use 1,000 transformations. But the man just kept asking cheerfully, Do you remember me? Zenon began his story earnestly. I'm Zenon. You saved me in Veron Village 12 years ago. Sihan's mind went blank as he tried to recall. Veron Village, 12 years ago. Zenon's eyes lit up, picturing the epic battle. He confirmed, Yes, you defeated the royal army with that technique and saved me. Back then, your face held a look of pure awe. It wasn't until much later that I recognized my savior. In Zenon's eyes, Sihan was nothing short of a true hero, the one they called the savior from another world. Zenon recounted the entire tale. His eyes shone with pure excitement. I learned to use aura and became a master swordsman, and I finally understand you, Sir Sihan, how you circulated aura through your body to create such a powerful impact. It's a technique born of your profound ideals, Sir Sihan. For someone who won't kill, even an enemy. Seeing his ecstatic face, Sihan grumbled in disbelief. I remember now. Back then, I was just testing out a new skill. It seems understanding another's dream can be grander than the dream itself. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. If he really is that kid from 12 years ago, so what? He was stunned. You're younger than me? Zenon proudly declared. I'm 22 years old. Sihan thought he looked far too old. Zenon casually recited a philosophy. Outer appearances are just a shell. It's what's inside that truly matters. That line sounded familiar. Where'd you hear that insane phrase? The memory made Sihan cringe. Those were the words you left behind back then. Appearances are a shell. What's inside matters. Was that really me, a graduating high schooler? Sihan gave up arguing. Look, I get the admiration, but carrying my underwear around is just weird. Could you please put them away? But that wasn't all. Zenon described the other collectibles. Like a true superfan, from minifigures to every book written about the hero, Sihan was a legendary hero. The Tale of Sung Sihan, a novel about his two-world journey, dangerous, otherworldly love, and the philosophy of the savior from another world, and so many more. The obsession went further. Prints and even drawings of Sir Sihan. Then Zenon's words made Sihan's skin crawl. I've collected everything related to Sir Sihan. Sihan's despair only deepened. He boasted proudly. And this pair of underwear is the most special of all. You wore it defeating the Mad Ravager. I bought it for 6 months' worth of my salary. Sihan was defeated. I get it. Please, just put the underwear away. Finally, Zenon presented his sword. I only swore my oath to King Luton because he was your comrade, Sir Sihan. Please, allow Zenon to be your sword for life. Sihan, though bewildered, decided to test him. What if I became King Luton's enemy? Zenon answered without hesitation. Then he would become my enemy as well. Zenon's eyes were razor sharp. Sihan understood instantly. That look. He's dead serious. He sighed, accepting it. Fine. You know who I am now. I can't just let you leave. Sihan took the blade. Drawing it from its sheath, he declared, I accept your sword. That was all it took. Tears of joy streamed down Zenon's face as he swore an oath. I devote my entire being to you. Sir Sihan, I will never betray you. I'll handle the rest of the Exnias wolves. Sihan gestured, explaining, It's already over. Can't you see the Alpha's corpse? Zenon started to speak. Yes, but... His next words jolted Sihan. Exnias werewolves always hunt with their mates. Weren't you using the male's corpse as bait for the female? Sihan's eyes widened. A strange noise echoed nearby. An even larger wolf appeared. Sihan cursed under his breath. What terrible timing. The massive wolf stood there, ready for battle. Sihan stared, baffled. There were 2 alphas? I completely forgot about that possibility. Alita mocked him. Even a veteran like Sihan forgets something so basic. What? He shot back defensively. Of course I did. That was 15 years ago. Ask a judge to solve a calculus problem and see how they do. Realizing his mistake, Sihan quickly corrected himself. It's an old saying. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir Sihan. Zenon stepped forward. Please, allow me to handle this. I wish to demonstrate my skills. Without hesitating, Sihan led him. Fine by me. Go ahead. Go on. Zenon faced the beast, his determination blazing. I finally met the man I admire, the one I've admired my whole life, and I get a chance to wield my sword for him. But what kind of impression did I make? He imagined being buried in the dirt, humiliated twice over. A golden light flared from his sword, full of hope. After I show him my true power, I will win back Sir Sihan's favor. The others were stunned by his immense power. What an incredible aura. Why the flashy display? The wolf charged ferociously. Zenon met it with a powerful slash, his own eyes beginning to glow. A flurry of slashes rained down. Alita realized with a shock. Incredible. He's not being pushed back at all. In fact, he's the one pushing the beast back. Now I see. He was holding back against me. Sihan observed, then concluded. Alita, you're amazing for your age. But this kid, he's something else entirely. He's got some serious talent. Alita was shocked. That's just some talent to you? Then what do you call a genius? Sihan explained. The people I knew back in the day were all certified geniuses. Then Sihan turned away, looking incredibly pleased with himself. I'm no genius, just special. Because deep down, I'm just an ordinary guy. The true genius is Levener Alita. Stunned by this realization, the monster let out a furious roar. It unleashed a mighty torrent of flames. Zenon effortlessly blocked the attack, scoffing, You really think this fire can touch me? He leaped into the air, declaring, This ends now. She was confused, while he was shocked. He looked just like a victim struck down by a wolf. And just like that, he was sent tumbling to the ground. Alita, shocked, quickly asked, That stance is so familiar. Was I defeated that pathetically? Zenon scrambled up, yelling, What the hell was that? How can a fire wolf use lightning? Alita stepped forward. Let me handle it this time. But Sihan stopped her. Not a chance. If the enemy uses magic, I'm the one who ends it. Alita's eyes widened in understanding. I get it now. It's because Sihan came from another world. A colossal dragon appeared, the very symbol of tyranny. The tyrant's monster army was a source of terror, partly due to their overwhelming power and savagery. But the main reason was that magic had no effect on these otherworldly beings. No matter how powerful the spell, it was useless against them. The same applied to Sung Sihan, the man from another world. The wolf unleashed its fire once more. This time, Sihan calmly walked right into the blaze without any defense. Sorry, but that's useless against me. In fact, these useless magic principles are how I survived when I first arrived here. Back then, when I was surrounded, I was ready to flee. He smirked triumphantly. But now, I have nothing to worry about. Reality, however, delivered a painful slap to the face. Seeing this, the other two were just as stunned. Noticing Alita's judging stare, he shouted, That stance looks so familiar. Stop imitating me. Sihan shot back up, screaming, "What in the world is going on? Why did magic actually affect me? Something like this has never happened before." He gritted his teeth in fury. Without hesitation, Sihan unleashed a powerful sword strike. "You dare humiliate me!" The wolf howled in agony from the blow. Still, a deep confusion lingered in his mind. I was definitely fine against its fire. So, why did the lightning cause so much damage? The others rushed to his side. "Are you all right, Sir Sihan?" he yelled back. "Cut the sir, just call me Sihan. We're not in some online chat room, so drop the formalities," Zenon stammered. What? I couldn't possibly." Suddenly, the wolf's body began to glow, enveloped in a brilliant blue light. It all happened in a flash. He thought to himself, "What the hell? I don't understand any of this." Sometime later, back in the bustling capital, citizens rushed out to welcome their return. "Oh, you're all still alive. This is wonderful. Thanks to you both, the monsters occupying the border have vanished completely." 2 large pouches of coins were prepared. "Here is your reward for completing the mission. 600 gold coins." Sihan glanced at the reward with disdain. "Considering the effort we put in, this is barely anything. But still, to earn this much from a single quest isn't half bad, is it?" An idea sparked in Sihan's mind. "Hey, what if we take on 5 or 6 quests at once?" Alita immediately shot it down. "There's no way we'd get that many jobs. This time was just a stroke of luck." Hearing that, Sihan slumped in defeat. "I guess you have a point," Zenon called out from afar. "Sir Sihan. Sihan, you've completed the quest?" He held out a large pouch of gold. "You need money, right? Here's 100 coins." The pair's eyes widened at the sight of the gold. They barraged him with questions. Zenon hesitated. 100 gold coins. "Where did you get this much?" "This is," he explained through tears, "the money I got from selling the Savior's boxer shorts from the Otherworlder's ruins." Sihan was filled with instant regret. "Why? Oh, why did I have to ask?" The boy sniffled, still heartbroken. "As long as it's helpful to you, Sihan." Alita shot him a sharp glance. "Seems like Sihan's underwear sells for a high price, huh?" he snapped, his face red. "Stop staring. It's not valuable just because I wore it." "That was a limited edition item," Zenon then asked. "So, what's the plan for you two now? This should be more than enough money. I don't think you need to continue working as mercenaries." Sihan mulled it over, jingling the gold coins. "We could probably travel to 3 different countries with this, right? I'll start wherever the weakest opponent is." Then, he remembered something. His words caught their attention. "Looks like I'll be seeing that face again soon." He stared at the coin in his hand. "All right then, I've made my decision. Our destination is the north." On the gold coin was the insignia of a certain king. He was certain. They were heading to the kingdom of Traskenhote. Meanwhile, in a lab in the Luton kingdom, an image of Trandal appeared in a basin of water. "King Luton, it is Trandal." The king's face was ice. "It has been a while, Sorcerer Trandal. I recall today isn't a scheduled report. So why have you contacted me?" The old man replied, "It is about the experiment with subjects 11 and 12. I doubt we will need to hire anyone for it any longer. It appears the Kingdom of Barcelona has handled the matter on its own." Luton sighed and said, "Is that so? I suppose that makes sense, as 11 and 12 were hardly powerful monsters." Trandal hesitated. "Also, we seem to have lost test subject number 1. At this, Luton's eyes widened in shock. "What?" His voice thundered with rage. "Have you lost your mind? What kind of incompetence is this? And you dare call yourself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower? The 4 great magic towers of Terrano have stood for 1,000 years. They are the red, white, blue, and black ivory towers. The first king of the Lucyland Kingdom was also the most powerful sorcerer in history, who gathered all the scattered magical knowledge in Terrano and organized it into those 4 towers for the next generation. All magical knowledge was classified and distributed to different floors, allowing people to learn magic that fit their level. If you are worthy enough, you can ascend to a higher floor to learn more advanced spells. In other words, your floor within an ivory tower indicates the height of your magical skills. The master of the Red Ivory Tower's 9th floor is Luton." Luton seethed. "Do you forget that the only reason you, an unqualified man, lead the Blue Tower is because all worthy candidates were executed? Are you asking to be stripped of your title? Sorcerers of your caliber belong on the 8th floor, Trandal. I will give you one last chance. You will deal with test subject number 1 immediately, and do not let yourself be discovered." Trandal trembled. "Yes, I will not fail this time." The basin's water then cleared. Trandal sighed, exhausted. At least he had one more chance. Morning in Red Tanzil, capital of the Jackson Ward Kingdom. A pair of hurried feet appeared. Sky opened a door, calling out, "Your Majesty." A man's voice answered. "What is it, Sky?" Zexgard, surrounded by beautiful women, said, "Would you care to join us for a drink?" Squider was flustered. "Your Majesty, are you hosting another party?" The king roared with laughter. "Yes. For a man, what could be more fun?" The days of being hunted by that emperor now felt like a distant dream. He went quiet, sweating as he spoke. "I fear you are partying too much and neglecting the affairs of state, Your Majesty. I am afraid your people may come to despise you," Zexgard replied confidently. "Fear what? I'm hardly a terrible ruler. How is it wasteful when I'm using my own money?" Squider thought to himself. "The problem is, all of that money comes from your people." The king crossed his arms proudly. "I don't tax the people 60%, like the previous emperor." Hearing this, the advisor thought, "You tax them 50%. Zexgard continued to boast. "I also didn't burn down 100 villages, forcing 10,000 people into slavery. Did I?" But Squider's inner voice screamed, "You punished 100 villages and forced 10,000 into the army." Seeing the look on his face, the king called out Squider's name. "I believe it is time for you to leave." Squider was stunned. He lowered his head in fear. "Yes, Your Majesty." Outside, Squider hid his face in his hands. "He's gone too far, Your Majesty. He contributed greatly during the war, but he has no idea how to be a ruler. If only another subordinate could persuade him to be a better king." Inside, Zexgard grumbled, "Damn it. Just when I was having fun, he had to spoil it. Perhaps I should force that old man to retire." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Majesty." Carter John announced cheerfully, "Savior of the world, hero among heroes. It is a true honor to be in your presence, Your Majesty Zexgard." The king replied brightly, "Duke Carter John." Kelter John then moved closer, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you, but there is a matter requiring your attention. Please forgive me." The king laughed loudly. "It's nothing. I've always liked you, Kelter John. What is it?" Abruptly, he presented a stack of documents. "It's nothing major, just a few papers that need your attention." Zexgard glanced at the documents, then tossed them all behind him. "I don't care. You deal with all of it." He boomed with laughter. "A king's duty is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I have no time for such petty matters." At that moment, in the western suburbs of Retenzo, the capital of Jackson Ward, stood a dilapidated old house. Alita spoke up. "So you really bought a house in Retenzo, Sihan?" Sihan leaned on his hand and replied, "Yes. If we stay at an inn for too long, we will attract a lot of attention, won't we? Consider this our temporary base of operations." "Yes." Zenon froze. "You're right, Sihan." But Sihan was confused. "Is there a problem?" Zenon shouted with a pained expression. "To think the great swordsman Sihan would stay in such a run-down shack. If I'd known, I would have sold my own house to buy you a better place." Sihan and Alita moved forward. "Shall we go inside?" Stepping in, he muttered, "Just as I thought." She nodded. "Well, I guess it's decent enough after some cleaning." Just then, a menacing figure in the back was staring daggers at Alita and Sihan. Zenon roared in outrage. "This place is cursed. We can't possibly stay here." He shoved them outside, saying, "You're both in the way of my cleaning." Inside the house, Zenon let out furious screams. Outside, the two stood stiffly, thinking, "Is this the normal sound of someone cleaning?" Zenon opened the door, beaming. "All done, swordsman Sihan. Alita. It's still a dump, but it's good enough for us to live in." Sihan's jaw dropped. "This is amazing!" Then Zenon yelled, "I missed a spot." Sihan sighed. "Zenon, why are you so obsessed with cleaning?" Alita stood there thinking, "If I ever fight Zenon, I just have to spit on the floor." Suddenly, Sihan smirked and said, "You did well. That was a pretty good warm-up. Now that we have a base, let's prepare properly." "All right," Zenon said seriously. "The 6 kingdoms under the Terrano Accord are now split. 2 strong, 2 moderate, and 2 weak." An image of Luton appeared, his face cold and grim. According to him, the 2 strong powers are the Luton Kingdom and the Inasius Empire. Zenon's voice continued evenly. "The 2 neutral kingdoms are Safang and Falot." An image of one of their leaders appeared, Laviner, smiling slyly. Then came Jackson Ward, who smirked with sinister intent. Then an unknown face appeared. And the Jackson Ward and Theozante kingdoms are the 2 weak factions. On the surface, their policies are unstable, so they haven't shown any growth in 15 years. Zenon added more information for Sihan, who sat nearby. Because of this, many conflicts have erupted between the kingdoms. The most recent major one was the Kagan War. He began to recount the events. The Luton Kingdom and Anasius Empire clashed over control of Kagan City. The other kingdoms predicted this would lead to a massive war, perhaps even trying to stop it with force. Luton glared coldly at the leader of the Anasius Empire. At that moment, Jackson declared boldly, "If either side tries to seize Kagan City, our kingdom will fully support the other." The citizens went about their daily lives as usual. Though considered two strong kingdoms, they weren't overwhelmingly more powerful than the others. That's why the declaration from Jackson Ward was enough to shatter the stalemate between the two empires. Finally, the two kingdoms reached an agreement and, along with Jackson Ward, divided control of Kagan City. Sihan listened, then asked thoughtfully, "So, did they end up fighting?" "Not really." A moment later, Sihan left Zenon's house, speaking as he walked. "I expected each of them to be in less than perfect condition. Once people have power and strength, they resort to war to get more. And we're talking about the ones who exiled me. They might not be the first." Zenon suddenly clenched his fists in rage. "You're damn right. Those cowards only deal with righteous heroes to seize power for themselves. To think I once pledged loyalty to those scoundrels. I was such a fool." Sihan calmly added, "Hey, I'm not dead yet, you know?" Then his eyes caught something. Looking over, he said, "Hey." Sihan turned to Alita with a cheerful expression. "How's the training going, Alita?" She looked exhausted, breathing heavily. Alita turned, still tired, but answered Sihan, "About that." Suddenly, her face darkened completely. Her features morphed into a man's, eyes turning bone white, channeling immense power. Seeing her state, Sihan suddenly burst out laughing in surprise. But Alita, with a clueless look, turned her head slightly and asked, "Ah, I failed again. This isn't my face keeps reverting back to normal." "Huh? What's so funny?" Sihan couldn't even look up, just clutched his stomach, his whole body shaking. "Ah, it's nothing at all." After a moment, he looked up, his cheeks still flushed. "Don't rush. Just let your mind settle. Imagine an invisible hand on your face, and wrap your combat energy around it like a coating." Sihan guided Alita with focus. "Think of it this way. You're applying invisible makeup with your combat energy. Then you set that makeup with your energy." Alita listened with intense concentration. A flicker of deep sadness then clouded her eyes. But just as quickly, Alita's expression changed. She scowled at Sihan. "You've given me the same explanation 3 times. Is there any other way to say it? I really don't get it." Helplessness spread across Shihan's face as he smiled weakly, scratching his head. "Honestly, I don't fully understand it either. I'm just repeating what Lovener said." But Alita was still lost. "Then can you just show me how you learned it?" Shihan's reply was instant. "I can't. Because..." Alita and Zenon leaned in, completely focused on Shihan's reason. He spoke with certainty, pointing at himself. "I'm a mortal." An illustration of a human's physical growth appeared. Mortals are the people of Terrano, with similar bodies, but there's a distinct difference: their growth process and magical energy. Sihan recalled being lost in a dark, empty void, looking around blankly. Combat energy isn't innate. One must awaken their inner senses to even control it. It's like searching for something you need in a pitch-black warehouse, unable to see anything. Sihan stood among sealed containers, deep in thought. However, for a mortal like Sihan, that warehouse is already brightly illuminated. Back in the present, he spoke with unshakable confidence. He naturally understood combat energy. The same goes for magic. That's how I mastered both combat energy and magic, in only 3 years. Alita's face was a picture of disbelief. "What? That's cheating, you cheapskate mortal." Zenon, however, looked at Sihan with pure admiration. He laughed awkwardly. "This is why I said I'm no genius. I'm really not." Suddenly, Sihan crossed his arms, his tone becoming serious. "According to Lovener's research, it's because I'm from another world, not just because I'm from Earth. Apparently, there are issues when a person's body and mind are reconstructed across different dimensions." Alita was completely baffled. The idea of someone gaining such an incredible ability just by crossing into another dimension. What a total cheat. Sihan closed his eyes, waving his hands. "Anyway, that's the bottom line. I can do my best to explain, but I can't really teach you. Try to figure it out on your own." Then, unexpectedly, Alita called his name, Sihan. He looked over, surprised. Alita spoke calmly, pointing off to the side. "Theoretically, if we teleported someone from Terrano away and then brought them back, would they get perks like you?" Shihan's face went blank. He stared in silence. After a moment, he simply replied, "Maybe." Just then, the ground began to shake violently. Small rocks tumbled down as the 3 of them stood frozen in shock. The tremors grew stronger and stronger. "What is that?" Alita cried out. "Zenon, right behind her, added, "An earthquake?" But Sihan's face had gone pale. A look of pure terror flashed in his eyes. "No. This energy. It can't be." The ground then split open into a massive chasm. Smoke billowed from below as screams filled the chaotic air. Several people lay unconscious on the ground. The area was littered with huge, shattered stones. The survivors scrambled in fear, some crying for help. "Help me!" A massive, shapeless monster was chasing them. Its ferocious growl echoed loudly. The monster opened its jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs as its true form finally came into view. It was a hulking beast with the head of a giant lion. Its eyes glowed, and its roar shook the very air. The terrified citizens desperately tried to flee. "It's a Leo Can! Run for your lives!" A girl tripped as she was running, crying out in pain. The giant paw of the Leo Can swung directly toward her. She looked back, her face etched with fear. Suddenly, someone appeared in a flash. A sword blocked the Leo Can's claw from striking the girl. That person was none other than Sihan. He glanced back, asking, "Is everyone okay?" Zenon reached behind him, slowly drawing his sword. His face was still in shock. "How did this happen?" "A quick count. There are at least 30 of them." "Model." Sihan stared back, his face etched with disbelief. How did these monsters breach the walls? Was the city's security this pathetic? But he quickly refocused, his gaze hardening as he looked ahead. Still, how did they manage to reach the city center? This city was surrounded by a dense forest, and deep within it lurked the Leo Cans. A massive shadow loomed before Sihan's group. He turned to Zenon and Alita. "I didn't want a scene, but we have no choice. Protect the civilians first." Alita and Zenon replied in unison. "Right." Zenon's blade flashed, cleaving through a Leo Can. His movements were swift and decisive. Beside him, Sihan and Alita fought with all their might, a whirlwind of steel against the monster horde. As the three battled the beasts, figures suddenly materialized behind them. They were none other than the city's soldiers. One of them barked out a command, "Halt." Alita turned, her expression stunned. "They're Jackson Ward's knights," Sihan added. They finally showed up, but the soldiers' faces were ice cold as they rushed forward. They could have prevented more damage while the trio handled the monsters, but to their shock, the soldiers suddenly surrounded Sihan. In unison, they aimed their swords at him. Sihan stood there, completely baffled. A soldier said coldly, "Didn't I tell you to stop? This territory is under the jurisdiction of the Black Lion Marquis. Civilians, stand down." Hearing that, Alita erupted in fury. "What the hell? People are dying right in front of you, and that's the first thing you say? You should be fighting those monsters, not stopping us from helping you." Suddenly, more blades were pointed at Sihan's group. The soldier roared a warning. "Silence! Stand down! This is a royal decree. Do you dare defy the king's order?" Zenon turned to Sihan. "What's going on?" His face remained calm, but then, Sihan's eyes shot wide open. Sensing a strange presence, he whipped around. A flash of anger ignited in his gaze. Through the line of soldiers, a figure stood silhouetted within a raging inferno. Sihan gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on the flames. That familiar energy. It was him. Without a second thought, Sihan broke into a sprint. The flames continued to burn intensely. It was his combat aura. A muscular silhouette emerged. "You pathetic beasts, how dare you harm my beloved subjects?" It was none other than Jackson. He declared with booming confidence, "Fear not, my people. I have come to protect you." A radiant Jackson Ward announced, "The Black Lion Knights are here. We will protect everyone. I will take care of these bastards myself." On his command, the knights formed a line, holding the civilians back. "Yes, my lord." Standing in the crowd, Sihan's face was deeply troubled. Jackson Ward was back. As for Jackson Ward, he cracked a confident smirk. "I've been itching for a good fight lately." From nowhere, Jackson summoned 2 massive axes and launched himself toward the Leo Cans. "I'll slaughter every last one of you monsters." The citizens watched in awe, whispering to each other, "Incredible. He's wielding 2 of those giant axes." Jackson attacked relentlessly, brutally hacking his way through the Leo Can horde. He fought with a massive grin on his face as monster blood splattered through the air. Jackson Ward's eyes gleamed as he let out a savage laugh. "Are you even trying, you cowardly little monsters?" The remaining Leo Cans lost their aggression, staring in terror and letting out fearful whimpers. One monster was so terrified it turned tail and fled, screaming as it ran. Jackson landed, glancing over. "So they're trying to run," he said grimly, preparing to give chase. "Not a chance." Suddenly, Jackson stomped his foot, slamming his axes into the earth. A wave of power erupted from the impact, sending massive cracks surging across the ground. Zenon's face was a mixture of awe and fear. Is that a stigma? This is the first time I've ever seen one in person. Alita looked over, confused. A stigma? Zenon replied instantly. Yeah, only a high-level swordsman can use it. He explained that it was a sealing magic, but it used combat energy. Back in the present, Jackson's power was immense. His guard cracked the ground faster, the fissures spreading. He clenched his fist, pulling it back. Building momentum, he roared. Eat this, you stupid pet. And with that, Jackson Ward's mighty punch slammed into the monsters, sending them flying as the citizens began to cheer. He defeated the monsters. But Sihan's group, standing behind the crowd, wasn't so thrilled. Alita spoke first. He's really something. Zenon, still shaken, replied from behind her. Yeah, is this the power of a high-ranked swordsman? But Sihan paid little attention, his eyes lost in thought. A realization dawned on him. I see what's going on. That bastard, Jackson Ward. Sihan glanced over at him, standing on the monster corpses, axe in one hand, waving with the other. To gain the people's trust, he orchestrated this entire thing. The monster attack was just a wild performance for him to play the righteous hero. Protecting everyone, the crowd kept cheering, but Sihan stood there, thinking grimly. That's why they stopped us. We weren't allowed to beat the monsters before the hero arrived. Regardless of the truth, his method worked on the people. But I never thought Jackson Ward would be such a damn fool. He's all brawn and no brain, but his conviction is unshakable. To think he'd bow his head for the people. Looking at Jackson Ward, his smile was gentle and bright. In contrast, Sihan's expression, hidden in the crowd, was gloomy and irritated. Sihan felt helpless. He watched Jackson Ward, thinking, what's with that genius-like expression? Is this bastard really that good of an actor? Up above, Jackson Ward's face swelled with pride. He soaked in the praise from the people below. You're the strongest, Jackson Ward. You saved hundreds of lives today. Hooray for our amazing hero. Hearing their cheers for that man made Sihan feel even worse. The sheer audacity of this fool. He glanced at Jackson Ward, who was laughing heartily, unaware this was all a farce. While Jackson was basking in the glow, three shadowy figures watched him from a distance, likely his underlings. They're playing with state affairs, using a stuntman to whitewash the king's image. Good heavens, it would be better if he were simply corrupt. I knew he was an idiot before this. But then, Jackson Ward's expression suddenly shifted. The radiant smile vanished. His face grew serious, and his eyes widened, staring intensely to the side as if piercing through someone. That gaze made Sihan flinch. He bit his lip, his mind racing with a hint of fear. Jackson Ward stared at him in the crowd, thinking, that boy. I've never seen him before. But he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. With that thought, Jackson Ward's gaze became even more judgmental and intense, but he said nothing. Suddenly, a knight from below called out, Sir, we should return to the castle. Hearing the soldier, Jackson Ward snapped out of it. Right. He quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts. He shouldered his axe again with a confident grin. It was nothing at all. Not a problem. The praise for him hadn't died down. Hooray for our hero. Sihan's group watched tensely, especially him. Sihan crossed his arms, thinking, I know he's a fool, but his physical power is still a human cannon, just like 15 years ago. Even though the world has changed, Jackson Ward's skills haven't faded one bit. The more he thought, the colder Sihan's expression became. His brows furrowed. It's not time to reveal myself. I must act more carefully from now on. And I have to prepare everything perfectly. 10 days had passed since Sung Sihan and his party settled in the capital, Luton. Alita's face was flushed with excitement as she spoke. She had grasped the basics of the 100 power transformation. She reached a level where she could make slight changes to her expression. Elsewhere, Sihan was teaching Zenon how to use the greatsword. Zenon learned more about the mountain-shattering arts from Sihan, the technique's creator. He suddenly closed his eyes, a powerful energy surging around Sihan. By focusing on leveling up, my combat and magic energy can now generate triple the output. Since returning from Teganon, the city below was unnervingly still. They honed their skills in secret, waiting for their chance in a quiet city corner. Soldiers posted a large decree on the wall, as a crowd gathered nearby, whispering among themselves. The red paper was filled with text. Recently, within Borson's territory, heretics have been leading a horde of monsters to attack villages. They're destroying towns and spreading chaos across the land. The wise king has decreed that they will face judgment. The kingdom has now summoned heroes from every corner of the realm. Anyone wishing to join this honorable war should step forward and join the subjugation force to make a name for themselves. Sihan's group was there reading the notice. Zenon looked on with curiosity. It's a cult. Sihan's face showed little interest. Heretics. I can't see it clearly. Zenon immediately began to explain, painting a picture of a dark place and strangely robed figures. During the Empire's reign of terror across the lands of Teganon, a cult that worshipped Herzert grew popular. They worshipped the one true god of the outside world. Back in the present, Zenon shielded his eyes to see better. I heard they were suppressed by the Lusterland Empire, but they've been gathering their forces again. They're using a new doctrine to lure people in. Sihan just gave a small, cynical smile. No matter the era, superstitious people never change. Huh? Zenon suddenly added. Now they're called the Return of Sihan. At those words, Sihan froze for a moment, his smile becoming even more awkward. He spun around in a panic. What did you say? What are they called? Zenon kept squinting at the paper the knights had posted. The savior from another world, Sung Sihan, is actually the son of heaven, sent from another dimension by the god Herzert, and he brings to Teganon a fitting punishment for this false world, to overthrow the Lusterland Empire. Zenon seemed to recall something else and added more. Sung Sihan wanted to lead the people of Teganon to a paradise called Earth, but was stopped by 6 heroes. He abandoned his wicked revolution and returned to Herzert alone. That's what it says. Hearing the whole story, Sihan felt completely helpless. He thought, there's just enough truth in it to make it even more annoying. Sihan hesitated for a moment, then spoke with forced excitement. Anyway, this is our chance. Subduing the heretics who are troubling the people. A mission perfectly suited for a king. Considering Jackson Ward's personality, he'll lead the expedition himself. Both Zenon and Alita listened intently. Sihan grew more excited as he spoke, a confident grin on his face. We will join this subjugation force. Once we're outside the capital, security will be weaker. We'll seize the opportunity to get close to Jackson Ward. Elsewhere, a massive crowd of people was gathering. A man shouted with a booming voice. Everyone, form your ranks. The speaker was none other than Kelter John, who glared down from his horse. By order of our esteemed revolutionary king, Jackson Ward, I will be leading this unit. I am Duke Kelter John. You will be rewarded according to your merits, so follow me with loyalty. The people in the crowd buzzed with excitement. Alita asked innocently, who's going to be leading the army in person? Hearing her question, Sihan drooped his head, his face weary and dejected. Sihan cursed in his head. Damn it. Looks like we'll have to make do without Jackson Ward. I really thought that bastard would come out himself. Sihan glanced over at the man named Kelter John, who rode at the head of the assembled troops. Behind him stood all the volunteers. Well, if we stay on the outside, we should have more chances to approach Jackson Ward. So I guess it's not all bad. What's with that aggressive-looking guy? Over with Kelter John, he thought back with annoyance at all the trouble he'd gone through, just to convince His Majesty not to go. He remembered Jackson Ward's furious outburst and how he had to stop him. How dare those heretics bully my people? Please, Your Majesty, allow me to handle this. Thank heavens. I was able to take command of this expedition. The more he thought, the more troubled and helpless Kelter John's expression became. How am I supposed to clean up this mess? He recalled a previous conversation in his room with Chandler. The old man had spoken up. Lord Kelter John, I have a request. Whether the secret of the Blue House is revealed or not depends on this. This matter must absolutely not reach the king's ears, and obviously, the royal army cannot be involved. Holding a teacup, he had replied with a pleasant smile. I understand. It's not a difficult task, after all. Kelter John's voice had echoed in the room. And since it's a request from our castle's great sponsor, House Chandler, the old man listened, his expression unchanging. Chandler added a grave warning. The Ivory Tower is sending 10 Tier 6 mages, and I'm bringing 5 Black Lion Knights. You must secure our forces. Use your own funds to recruit some talented soldiers. Back in the present, Kelter John was lost in thought on his horse. It's a hassle, but they're just heretics. If I can settle my debt with the tower, this will be no problem. After a heavy silence, he suddenly roared, Everyone, with me! We move out now. The men followed close behind as Kelter John rode ahead. In a place steeped in darkness, the shadows of many figures gathered. A lone figure in black robes spoke. Oh, birds of Hejut. All who were there listened intently. They were all completely hidden by their cloaks. The heretics have finally faced the sword for their crimes. They attempted to force the faithful with the might of their army. As the leader spoke, his voice grew louder. Those foolish heretics know nothing. Death is salvation. It is the path to freedom. You have nothing to fear. The one speaking was Lak Jian. He finished with a gentle, yet utterly twisted smile. Then, Lak Jian continued to the figures before him. Yes, as Lord Hejut teaches, death is the only escape from this sinful world. But Lord Hejut doesn't want us to die selfishly, like taking our own lives. He grants us freedom. His voice grew with manic excitement, shouting to the others. The death we earn from liberating others will be a gift we can offer our God. Those who have been chosen for this suffering, step forward immediately. After Lak Jian's words faded, 3 cloaked figures stepped out from the crowd. Lak Jian approached, smiling gently at a cloaked woman. Don't be afraid. You have received Lord Hijut's blessing. The woman looked up, her eyes hazy, but she managed to smile. Yes, Lak Jian. I am not afraid. Lak Jian smiled, satisfied by her response, then spread his arms and cried out, "Oh, throne of Hijut, please accept the offering of these loyal followers." A dark, ominous power began to appear in the air. Instantly, a powerful tremor shook the space. 2 of the 3 who stepped up showed visible fear. Then suddenly, a monster materialized from the shadows behind Lak Jian. Its eyes glowed, and its mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs. It was an earth dragon. It lowered its luminous eyes and began to let out strange, guttural growls. Seeing it, the 3 were terrified, but still forced a smile. Lord Hijut's dragon. The woman from before, though scared, tried to sound joyful. Please accept our devotion. Before she could utter another word, the dragon lunged, biting down with savage force as blood sprayed through the air. The others who witnessed this weren't horrified. Instead, they grew even more excited. They roared with approval. After finishing its meal, the dragon turned and crawled back into its cave. The crowd began to chant, "The Lord's messenger has accepted our offering. Let's show those heretics the flame of truth." But Lak Jian alone showed a hint of fear. It was a success this time, too. Then Lak Jian glanced at a small pouch in his hand. It seemed to be draining faster than expected. Inside, the small pouch was a strange, formless, black substance. Lak Jian thought to himself, as long as I hold the heart of the Lucellin royal family, and I continue to make these offerings, the Earth Dragon will obey my will, he thought, glancing over the crowd behind him. But how many more times can I control the dragon? Without the dragon, these fools will never be convinced. I suppose I'll leave it to fate. Lak Jian gave a silent, wicked smile. I should enjoy it until then, right? On a trail in the gloomy forest, Liver suddenly raised a hand and called out, "We're making camp here tonight. Everyone, prepare to set up the tents." Beside him stood Judo and Zen. Hearing the order, everyone scattered, chatting happily. A campfire was soon burning. Zenon stood watching with a worried expression. There's no organization. Compared to a professional army, this is just chaos. With discipline like this, they stand no chance. If they can't manage this, how will they fight a real battle? Alita, listening intently, let out a sarcastic laugh at Zenon's remark. We're a mercenary company. What would a noble, powerful knight know about managing low-level grunts? Hearing Alita's pointed words, Zenon's expression immediately hardened. A noble and powerful knight? That's rich coming from you, Alita. Aren't you a noble yourself? Their eyes met, crackling with instant hostility. The air grew thick with tension. Sihan had no choice but to step between them. Watch your words, Zenon, he sighed, crossing his arms. I'm being serious. I'll be the one in trouble if the wrong person hears you. Zenon flinched, realizing his mistake. My apologies. But Shihan's face remained impassive. Looking weary, Sihan said, "Let's eat. I'm hungry." Zenon's face instantly lit up, his eyes sparkling. "Yes, Sihan. I'll prepare the food immediately." Seeing this, Sihan thought to himself, such a simple guy. Zenon immediately went to the cooking pot, stirring and humming a tune as Sihan asked his question. "Is tonight's meal stew again?" Alita quickly answered, "Yep," and then elaborated. "We need the nutrients for the journey ahead, so we're having stew. It's easy to cook and wastes no ingredients." Shihan's face soured at the very thought of it. "Who are you explaining this to?" Shihan's face darkened with irritation. "I get it, but it tastes terrible out here. It's just a pot of bland water." Alita simply smiled in response. "We eat to live, so why complain about the taste?" A dark cloud seemed to form over Zenon. Suddenly, Zenon's voice cut through the tension. "It's ready!" A large pot of stew appeared before them. A shimmering light emanated from within. Zenon held up the ladle cheerfully. Time to eat. Alita and Zenon had to squint, dazzled by the light from the pot. But after one taste, Sihan was stunned. "This is amazing. Did you really use the same ingredients for this?" Alita was also eating intently beside him, as Zenon replied, beaming with pride. "It's just a vegetable stew. I love to cook. It's my hobby." Sihan could only stare in disbelief. This is definitely more than just a hobby, he thought. Sihan still couldn't get over it. "Zenon, this is delicious. I'd believe you if you said you were a castle chef." Zenon immediately shot back a reply. "Never. I'd have a crisis being hounded by chefs trying to steal this recipe." For a chef, a recipe is more valuable than life itself. They would be disgraced. Someone asked doubtfully, "Are you a chef? Not a knight?" The forest sky was already gloomy and dark. Alita eagerly held out her bowl. "I'll take another serving." Zenon smiled gently. "Of course, eat your fill." Sihan watched them with a gentle smile, then sighed in resignation. Suddenly, a few raindrops began to fall. Sihan felt it immediately, glancing up at the overcast sky as the rain came down harder. "Yep, it's raining. The camp is already set up." Everyone quickly ducked into their tents. In one, Kelter complained, "Ugh, we're out in the wilderness, and now it's raining. This is the worst." Liver remained silent, simply staring out into the downpour. At Shihan's tent, he was checking the flaps. "The rain is dulling my senses." Hearing this, Zenon replied, "It's hard to make anything out when you're surrounded by water." Alita, who was there, also chimed in. They said, "The cult of regression's main strength comes from monsters, so we don't need to worry about a rainy ambush, right? Even if they are monsters, they're still just monsters at the end of the day, and they can't move properly in a downpour like this." Her voice carried on. "In that case, instead of running out into the rain, it's better if no one stands guard and we all stay alert. If there are monsters in their army, it means someone is controlling them. So, theoretically, they can't force those creatures out in this rain, can they?" The last few men outside hurried into their tents. Shihan smirked confidently and began to explain to Alita, "No, that's not possible. Even with strong mental powers, they can't ignore natural instinct." He closed his eyes, his tone absolutely certain. "I'm certain this heavy rain will stop those monsters in their tracks." Then, something clicked for Zenon. "I get it." His next words made Sihan sigh with a helpless smile. With vacant eyes, the enemy advanced. Elsewhere, panicked screams filled the air as people fled for their lives. Then, a strange and massive shadow emerged from the trees, moving toward them. Strange beasts emerged, their eyes glowing like searchlights. The camp erupted into chaos as people screamed and ran. "Monsters are here." Hearing that, Sihan froze completely. Did something change in Terrano these past 15 years? Zenon and Alita were just as stunned. The beasts lunged, tearing into the crowd with vicious claws. Those inside the tents could only watch in terror. What? Monsters are out there in this downpour? How are they moving in this weather? Suddenly, a knight ripped open the tent flap, sword in hand, and yelled, "Everyone, to your positions! Surround them and prepare to attack." A snarling beast closed in on two mercenaries. One man with a dagger faltered as it neared. "You may be a monster, but you're just a beast." With a fierce cry, he charged forward. "We're mercenaries. We've faced death countless times." The men descended upon the creature, their swords piercing and slashing its flesh. The beast let out a pained, furious roar. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but grin. "All right, just one more hit." But suddenly, the monster moved faster. Its claws lashed out, sending the man flying through the air. Blood sprayed across the ground. Now, countless more monsters appeared, slowly closing in on everyone. What is this? Why are they so relentless? Shouldn't they retreat after taking this much damage? As panic swept through the ranks, a lone figure stepped forward. They're being controlled. They won't fall unless they're killed. That person was none other than Sihan. With his blades ready, he shouted, "We have to take them down one by one. Don't overextend. Everyone, focus on the monster directly in front of you." Zenon and Alita also readied their swords. Hearing Sihan's command, the mercenaries charged the monsters before them without hesitation. Liver stood motionless, his expression utterly indifferent. "Hey, Judo Zen. That mercenary over there?" Judo Zen looked over, confused. "Yes, he's quite useful. To think he can command everyone in this chaos." Behind them, Kelter John kept muttering fearfully, "You should be protecting your commander." Judo Zen smirked, watching Sihan expertly lead the charge. If he really has that kind of talent, he could be very useful indeed. But Sihan's gaze remained sharp, his grip tight on his blades. He brought his sword down decisively on the beast below, then leaped high, raising both blades. A powerful display. Covered in blood and exhausted, the knights panted. Was that the last one? It's finally over. Seeing this, the other knights erupted in joyful shouts. "Let's go! We won! We finally took down the 15th beast." But Sihan didn't share their excitement. He stood aside, lost in thought. All 44 monsters appeared, and not one of them tried to flee. How is this possible? A spell that can pinpoint a target and suppress a creature's natural instincts. I've never encountered magic this terrifyingly powerful, not even when I brought down an entire empire. Just then, Sihan's eyes caught a group of men whispering. They were near one of the tents. Their faces were a mixture of intense stress and utter panic. Sihan noticed their expressions and smirked. Something's off. This isn't a normal mercenary group, is it? Nearby, Kelter John was yelling his head off. Don't lower your guard. Anyone who slacks will be punished immediately. Seeing him just stand there barking orders, the knights grew resentful. He's all talk, damn it. He's the one who fled with his knights when the attack began. Our casualties are his fault. Our losses wouldn't have been nearly this bad if he and his Black Lion knights had actually fought. Zenon watched Kelter John's incompetence and sighed. That man doesn't deserve to be a commander. Alita nodded in agreement. I agree. He's nothing but a selfish coward. Just then, Sihan spoke up. Don't worry, he's a failure, and he always will be. Zenon looked at him, stunned. Hold on, you know him? Sihan shot back. A little. I've just heard rumors. He continued. He's known for having the body of a monk and the mind of a monster. Hearing this, Zenon gasped. Whoa. He figured the man wasn't completely useless then. Then, a realization hit Zenon. He immediately turned back to Sihan. Wait, why not combine the body and mind? Sihan simply replied. No, you heard right. It means he's a complete moron, he added with a grin. He has zero combat ability. But somehow, he always manages to survive. I guess that counts, right? Zenon's voice piped up. This world is so interesting. Just then, Alita, standing behind them, heard every word. Could that be true? She wondered. Staring at Kelter John, stroking his beard, Sihan continued. I don't think that's a useless talent. It could be used to reach a position like his. The moon hung high in the sky. As stars and shadows cloaked the village, silence reigned. On a fortress wall, Kelter John stood tall. He announced to the knights, Rest well for tomorrow's fight. We officially become the second-generation church army then, so rest up tonight and regain your strength. The knights were now chatting happily. Finally, a dry place to sleep tonight. Exactly. I thought we'd be on the ground in tents again. This is the best treatment I've had since joining. Awesome. But these were the same men who'd complained bitterly before. Sihan noticed and muttered. They were complaining just yesterday. I guess people are easy to please. Meanwhile, Zenon and Alita had set out their sleeping mats. He was eager to get some rest. Sihan lay back on his mat. All right, time to finally rest. But as he closed his eyes, a sudden cry rang out. Sir Sinstein! It was Dena. She flung the door open, shouting, Is Sinstein here? Sihan answered, exhausted. I'm Sinstein. She smiled brightly. I'm Dena Jumbo, from the Black Lion Knights. Can you come with me? Mage Habak and Commander Judo Zen are looking for you. At the invitation, Sihan, Zenon, and Alita froze in shock. The Starry Knight silently watched over them. Dena led the three to a door. The Black Lion Knights and the mage are resting in here. They wanted a private meeting, so I will leave now. Then, Dena noticed something, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She watched Alita walking with a sleepy look. From behind, Dena silently admired her. She seems my age, but is already a warrior. I guess geniuses do exist. Now, Sihan went in. He opened the door and announced himself. Hello, I'm Sinstein. Using 1,000 transformation energies, I heard you wished to see me. The air inside was lively, yet thick with tension. Seeing Sihan, Judo Zen greeted him. So, you've come. Welcome, I am Judo Zen. The man beside him spoke. Habak. Judo Zen then gestured Sihan further in. Pointing to a map, he said, Perfect timing. Look here. The map was marked with red ink in 2 spots. Judo Zen continued. Right here is a shrine, just half a day away. Just then, Habak interrupted. Sihan's second shrine is enchanted to control monsters. You noticed during last night's battle, didn't you? Zenon suddenly blurted out. Oh, right. That was the first time monsters attacked during a rainstorm. Habak processed this. Then the mercenaries must have noticed it as well. He faced the 3 of them, his voice suddenly serious. Can you all keep a secret? Sihan shot back. Well, that depends on what's in it for us. At that, Habak sighed heavily. Then he grinned. I like that attitude. He then placed a pile of glittering gold coins on the table. He asked again, Is this enough? Zenon's jaw dropped. 10 gold coins, that's a fortune. But Sihan, standing back, looked unimpressed. I thought it'd be worth more. My underwear is worth over 100 gold. But it's still a lot, right? He thought. Sihan then replied, Yes, this is enough. Habak's expression didn't change. He replied, Good. It would be wise to keep it that way. In any case, let's continue. Model. The Sihan faith possesses no magic that can control monsters. They are pilgrims wielding dark power from human sacrifice. If magic requires structure and theory, then witchcraft needs neither. Witchcraft involves life or blood sacrifice, so it's not considered magic. Hearing this, Sihan spoke up. Are you saying witches, not magic, control these monsters? Habak replied. No. No such witches exist. It is a shameful story, but it involves one of the Blue Tower's most secret spells. At this, Sihan was visibly stunned. Habak continued. There was a man, Lak Jian P. Jiao, a respected mage from the tower's 6th floor. At only 37, his incredible talent and skill had already earned him recognition. He joined the Blue Castle's secret experiments, but his ambition was his downfall. He let the experimental beasts escape, losing his name and all his privileges, and was sentenced to the 4 Elements punishment. Zenon asked, The 4 Elements punishment? Habak explained. It is a spell using magic's 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and wind. The tower uses it for judgment, which is essentially a death sentence. Hearing this, Zenon grew pale, crying out, A death sentence? For a research accident? Habak's face darkened. He growled, Shouldn't you watch your tongue, Sir Knight? Terrified, Zenon bowed repeatedly to Habak. I am sorry. I spoke out of turn. He went on. You know everything you need to. Listen, we do not know how. Lak Jian escaped his confinement, but he has caused an even greater disaster. He took an experimental beast with him, a special one with the power to control other monsters. At this point, Sihan was completely astonished. Habak continued. This was meant to be revealed later, but Lak Jian's parents are high-ranking members of a cult, a second generation of the Sihan faith. They've undoubtedly used the beast to build their forces. Just then, Judo Zen's voice cut in. So, to summarize, our main objective is to kill the beast and nullify all related contracts with the Blue Tower. For this case, I believe your particular skills can aid us. That is why you are here. Sihan smiled brightly and replied, Haha, it is an honor for us all. With a knight and a master mage present, I am sure we could even take down a dragon together. Habak stated coldly. Correct. He added, The beast we must slay is precisely that, an earth dragon. Sihan froze in disbelief. An earth dragon? Later, while washing clothes by the river, Sihan muttered, The target is an earth dragon. No wonder the pay is in gold. This is no easy foe, especially in my current state. Zenon chimed in. I do not get what a swordsman and a mage want with a band of heretics. Sihan wondered, would it be better to just refuse? But he countered his own thought. No. Refusing now would be dangerous. We know the Blue Tower's secret. They could simply silence us, and no one would ever find out. Hearing this, Zenon and Alita fell quiet, their faces tense with worry. Seeing their expressions, Sihan thought, they have likely never considered such a thing. I am not surprised. Life here is too peaceful. They are so naive. But sadly, this is reality. Just then, Alita spoke. I do not think that will be a problem. Sihan looked at her, confused. She continued to explain. That is why Zenon suddenly asked that question about the secret experiment in the Blue Ivory Tower. If they meant to silence us, they would have just given us an order. Alita offered an example. It is like why they explained everything in detail. They cannot just command us. So by explaining, they ensure our cooperation and silence. That is why they provided information up front. Surprised, Zenon asked. You noticed that too? Alita retorted. I am not a fool, you know. Hearing their exchange, Sihan felt a tinge of shame for his assumption. Did I underestimate them? Suddenly, Zenon asked. Sihan, are you going to do what they ask? Sihan replied cheerfully. I do not know yet, but the more good intel we have, the better. I think we will need it to approach DSC Senwat. Now, Zenon was still chatting with Sihan. Sihan, are you tired? Give that to me. I will wash it. Sihan teased him. You will not dry it over the fire, will you? At that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared just behind the trio. A voice called out, Oh my, hello there. An older woman with a basin spoke warmly. Are you handsome boys new here? They drew closer, asking brightly. You're from the capital, right? This village is quite remote. It must be an inconvenient place to rest, no? But it's perfect for a break. You should relax before you leave. Zenon had already shouldered his gear. He replied cheerfully, We'll do just that. We're heading out now. All right then, farewell, they called back. As the trio turned away, Zenon found it a bit awkward. They seemed like such kind people. But in an instant, their friendly smiles twisted into terrifying glares. Staring them down, one woman swiftly drew a hidden knife from her basin. Gripping the blade, she lunged with murderous intent. Alita sensed it immediately. She whipped around, dodging the blade and powerfully slamming the woman to the ground. The force of the blow sent the attacker flying. Sihan and Zenon spun around in shock, shouting, Alita! Now, the other women clutched knives of their own, radiating with pure killing intent. Seeing their comrade fall, they spat in anger. A failed ambush. I can't believe she was caught. How pathetic. Sihan was stunned. This is insane. How did you know? You moved as if you were expecting it. Alita vaguely replied. I'm not entirely sure myself. Her gaze remained firm as she added, I just pay close attention when someone approaches. Sihan then recalled. Alita had been completely silent before. He realized, so, that's what was going through her mind the whole time? Who would have thought these seemingly gentle women would actually try to kill them? Across from them, the attackers' eyes were burning with a fanatical fire. Their voices turned savage. Tired of living. Are you? Death would be a kindness. One woman looked even more unhinged, her eyes glowing with a strange light. Death is the only true salvation, she preached. Only believers will ascend to paradise. Die, 15th band of heretics. And with that war cry, all of them charged at once. As the sharp blades came at them, Alita shouted a warning. Be careful. There's something strange in their eyes. 10 seconds later, every attacker was on the ground, defeated. It wasn't as serious as Alita's words suggested. She then spoke, a bit embarrassed. I guess the only strange thing was their eyes, after all. Sihan countered. Do you think just anyone can snap like that? Only trained warriors go berserk, and become psychos. They're just deranged old women. He still had a question though. But why target us? We aren't even key members of the expeditionary force. Just then, a brilliant flash of light stunned all three. Zenon cried out in alarm. Sihan, look. Beyond the forest, thick plumes of black smoke were rising into the sky. A horrifying realization struck Sihan. No way! They're not just after us, but the entire force? His face hardened. There's no time to waste. If they're making a move like this, it means this village is swarming with heretics. True enough, the town was engulfed in chaos and flames. Zealots rioted, screaming that serving the god Sihan was the path to heaven, while hell awaited unbelievers. Death is the only release. Long live Sihan. Amid the pandemonium was Judo Zen, watching a young boy lay dying. With tears in his eyes, the boy whispered, Harris, I'm finally coming home to you. Judo Zen witnessed the scene. He thought the boy had lost his mind. But then, Judo Zen spotted it, a monstrous bull charging forward. The beast thundered toward him. Judo Zen grimaced. A magical beast leading the heretics. He instantly raised his shield. Pouring his energy into it, he unleashed Judo Zen's iron wall, stopping the beast's massive horns dead in their tracks. At that moment, he roared, Live! From behind, a young warrior launched himself forward. He used his annihilation skill, bringing down his magic-infused blade upon the giant beast. Even after felling one, another lunged forward. Judo Zen cursed. Damn it! Why are there so many? Will we be fighting forever? Are these legendary beasts from the king's palace? Just then, the two elders spoke up. It seems that cult is controlling the beasts, forcing them down the mountain. Jupiter was stunned by this. An earth dragon can control an area that large? The entire mountain? He went on. You mean, it's a 500-year-old dragon? We can't possibly beat it. The elders quickly clarified. No, based on our tests, it's only a 100-year-old earth dragon. But then, his expression turned grave. Its mind control abilities must have been amplified by those twisted experiments. Jupiter was shocked again. Then what's the difference from fighting a 500-year-old dragon? The elders explained again. No, while its mind control is stronger than we imagined, its combat ability, health, and melee power are all within our calculations. Judo Zen stated firmly, which means this dragon is still completely beyond our expectations. Just then, his eyes widened at a horrifying realization. Damn it! Judo Zen screamed. The beasts are heading for that building. That building is in danger. At that moment, a vicious bear with long, sharp fangs smashed through the doors. It stormed into the room where Count Keltorjan was taking refuge. Dena and another knight stood before him, forming a protective line. Though both were pale with fear, Count Keltorjan completely panicked at the sight of the beast, bursting into tears. Didn't you say this building was safe? As the monster drew closer, his terror only intensified. This is why I ordered the escort troops to stay by my side. Somebody save me. The beast's claws were about to snatch Dena. She was frozen in utter terror. In that instant, a blade flashed through the air. It was Sihan. He appeared in the nick of time with two swords, blocking the monster's attack and saving Dena's life. Dena cried out in relief. Commander Sinstein! Outside, Zenon and Alita were desperately fighting off the other ferocious beasts. Judo Zen finally reached Sihan's side. "Ah, Commander Sinstein, you saved us. Are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Sihan replied. "They're fighting the cultists back in the village." Judo Zen's voice grew grim. "Damn it, so they're ambushing the subjugation force?" With that thought, he immediately gave an order. "You all stay here and protect Lord Keltor John. We'll handle the monsters." Keltor John then spoke up in a foul tone. "Fine, then protect me, you mercenaries." Faced with that attitude, Sihan could only feel helpless. Just then, he suddenly sensed something else. Sihan gazed into the distance and muttered, "Something is heading this way." Then, a massive foot appeared. It was the Earth Dragon. It was enormous and looked incredibly savage. The beautiful village was now in ruins, swallowed by a sea of flames. The beasts continued their relentless assault. Jupiter was the one holding them back. "We're almost done here," he yelled. "Just hold on a little longer." From behind, Keltor John breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the Black Lion Knights, they can handle 100 beasts like this. Sihan, at the front, overheard him. He thought grimly, even if they could, there are barely any monster corpses around. Most of them have already fled. Suddenly, the knights on the other side screamed in absolute terror. What in the world? Levo saw the source of their fear. He uttered a single word. "Damn it." The Earth Dragon. It was rampaging toward the village. Levo grumbled. Of all the times, why did it have to show up now? All at once, its eyes blazed with magical light. This was a much greater threat. The Earth Dragon then let out a sky-shattering roar. A panicked voice cried out, "A dragon!" The Earth Dragon was about to unleash a torrent of fire. Below, the knights rallied each other. "Don't panic. We have mages. Prepare defensive magic." And then, the dragon unleashed a devastating and terrifying blast of fire. The mages immediately cast their defensive spell, Aqua Wall. A barrier of water rose up, blocking the flames. Another knight voiced his relief. "Thankfully, its power is still within our control. At that level of power, our mages can handle it without any problem. The subjugation force could probably even take it down if we weren't so exhausted from fighting the other monsters." But in the back, the other knights and Level were panting, completely exhausted. Seeing this, Judo Zen's face darkened with rage. "Our entire plan is ruined. What are we supposed to do if that dragon is as powerful as we feared? We still have 10 controlled beasts to deal with in this chaos." Even the two elders didn't know how to handle the situation. He could only offer silence. The man continued, "There's only a slim chance. That dragon's army could advance further. It's almost impossible. Maybe 48%, I guess." The old man's voice cut in, "Not that low." Judo Zen flared up. "Have you ever been in a fight?" Gripping his sword, he muttered, "Damn it, this is all useless junk." Judo Zen instantly roared to rally everyone. "No matter how drained we are, a real warrior never backs down. We will make that dragon hear the lion's roar." But no lion was in sight. But the Earth Dragon's roar echoed, looking ready to unleash its fire once more. Below, Jupiter braced his shield and sword, understanding what was about to happen. The shield merged with Judo Zen's power, forming a mighty barrier. It was his iron wall technique. Next came annihilation. Judo Zen unleashed a strike infused with his magic. The other knights quickly charged into battle, creating more magical walls as they moved. They completely held back the Earth Dragon. Just then, Zenon spoke from behind. "So the Black Lion's command is a special counterattack. Are truly extraordinary. They attack without even getting near the dragon." Sihan thought it was like watching Jackson guard from the past. A memory of the man surfaced, laughing as he spoke. "I'll land one blow, and then another. My strikes are devastating. You're bound to lose." Jackson Ward charged the beast without a moment's hesitation. Voices cried out, trying to stop him. "Why are you fighting it? Run! Watch your back! Retreat now!" Remembering those words, Sihan's face went pale, so reckless. "It's like I'm watching Jackson Ward again." He couldn't help but think. It wasn't just their personalities. Their fighting styles were the same as 15 years ago, which means they must share Jackson Ward's weakness. Sihan smirked with interest. Then he yelled, "We can't defeat the Earth Dragon this way. Join the fight!" Keltor John immediately panicked. He questioned him. "Wait, join in? What are you saying? You're supposed to protect me." Sihan turned to face him. "We could lose if they fall." Keltor John continued to whine. "More importantly, we need to escape. Get me out of this encirclement, now." Zenon was completely stunned by this attitude. He wants to flee while mages and knights fight for him? Alita felt the same disgust, and spoke up. Truly the mind of a beast. Keltor John kept shrieking, "Get back here and protect me. Are you disobeying an order, mercenary? Sihan's patience was wearing thin. He thought to himself. He, Alita, and Zenon shared a look of understanding. Knock him out. It's the logical choice. As Sihan approached Kelter John with that plan, the man instantly saw his intent. You're not planning to knock me out, are you? Sihan froze. How did he know? Then Kelter John shoved Sihan and Zenon forward, shouting, Stop this nonsense and lead the way. We need to get out of here. Just then, Kelter John froze and collapsed to the ground. As the three stared in amazement, Zenon muttered, Huh? Where did this rock come from? It was Dena. She had knocked Kelter John out with the stone. She spoke with a cheerful voice. In this situation, it's a perfect crime. Let's go, Commander Sihan. Sihan was thrilled and praised her. Nice work, Dena. Meanwhile, the knights were fighting the Earth Dragon with all their might. Live was exhausted, panting. We're at our limit, damn it. He was losing focus, his strength completely gone, and just as the Earth Dragon was about to crush him, a voice rang out. Live of Doggo. The enraged dragon stomped on the ground. The powerful impact sent the nearby knights flying. Live was also thrown through the air. Judo Zen screamed in panic, Live! The dragon then opened its mouth, about to burn him alive. But in that moment, Alita and Zenon arrived. They attacked it as Sihan dragged Live to safety. Judo Zen was shocked. Commander Sihan. Sihan calmly replied, We're here to provide support. Sir Kelter John was knocked out by a rock. Commander Live is fine. Judo Zen spoke with some concern. Oh, is that right? Good, thank you. Suddenly, Alita cried out from an injury. Sihan asked, Are you hurt somewhere? Alita remained calm, her hand now bleeding. She replied, I'm fine. The Earth Dragon's hide is tougher. I thought I was attacking, but my hand was injured too. Sihan immediately took command. Normal attacks won't work on the dragon. We need to scar it deeply first. Everyone, its hide is tough, so be careful. As he spoke, he suddenly froze in shock. The Earth Dragon's expression was no longer ferocious. Instead, it was a look of pure terror. In the end, it abandoned everything and fled. Seeing this, Sihan and Alita were stunned. She spoke in disbelief. Did it run because of the blood? Does it have mysophobia? At that moment, the dawn began to break, and Sihan's voice finally cut through the morning light. After a long struggle, the attack on Sihan's temple had concluded. The captives, tied securely in ropes, were still shouting defiantly, You crazy bastards, let us go. We serve the great Lord Sihan. Annoyed by the noise, a guard kicked one of them in the face, retorting, Shut up! How dare you use the Lord's name for your pathetic schemes? Even Lord Sung Sihan, who returned to the mortal world, would be disgusted by this. Yet, the man didn't stop. Lord Sung Sihan will save us. Standing beside Alita, Sihan said, I guess our work here is done. Alita continued, We suffered heavy losses from that ambush. Only 600 remain in the punitive force. But the good news is, Kelter John remembers nothing. That news brought Dena a wave of relief. Alita was still speaking. It's been 3 days since we left the village, so the heretic crusade must be over. The managers probably deserted. Sihan believed they had gained something too. Since we have so many heretics, our expedition can be considered a success. From the very beginning, eliminating heretics wasn't the expedition's main goal. Alita suddenly asked, Did the Earth Dragon and Lak Jian escape? Sihan replied, I'm not sure, but I assume they're hiding somewhere. Deep in the forest, inside that very cave, Lak Jian was fuming. Damn it! Glaring at the massive dragon coiled in the corner, he cursed, Why did you suddenly stop listening to me? Lak Jian rushed to its side, urging, Wake up, you beast, get moving now. He yelled in frustration, Damn it, what the hell happened in that village 4 days ago? I still need this damn creature. A wicked glint appeared in his eyes. Those bastard mages. How dare they kill someone for one mistake? He schemed greedily. If I had this beast's power, I could escape those persistent leeches. If I could do that, I could also destroy that stupid blue tower. And if I escape from here and live in luxury, I can rebuild the second temple for Sihan. With that thought, he took out a treasure, trying to lure the dragon. Wake up, you Earth Dragon. I have the powerful heart you desire. Wake up and help me escape these pursuers. Hearing this, it opened its eyes. Lak Jian stared blankly at the ashes in his hand. They suddenly burst into flames, startling him. He threw it to the ground, yelling in anger. Huh? What the hell is this? Noticing a shadow fall over his face, he slowly turned around. The dragon was awake, its eyes fixed on him. He was immediately terrified by its powerful aura. Lak Jian wondered in shock. How is it just getting started? The earth dragon's snout glowed with a strange light as it growled at him. Meeting its ferocious gaze, he couldn't help but feel terrified. The mind control spell. It's broken, cornered. Lakjian begged in a panic. Calm down, you stupid dragon. Listen to me. He let out a terrified scream. And just like that, it was over. After finishing him off, the dragon headed toward the exit. Just outside, Jupiter spoke loudly. Is this the cave? It's quieter than I expected. I thought there'd be more monsters. He stood behind a bush, his voice tinged with disappointment. Aren't there any beasts we can control? We must have killed over 100 of those beasts the other day. Beside him, Habak thoughtfully replied, what a relief. He suddenly glanced at the man and whispered, By the way, why is Kelter John here? The two continued to whisper back and forth. The Earth Dragon and Lakjian's existence are vital to the royal family. Didn't you say the soldiers and Sir Kelter John should be focused on Paga? The man replied nervously, That's why I said we should handle the dragon and return. But Kelter John was oblivious to the situation. He suddenly shouted, Huh? My personal guard is just 1 Black Lion Knight and 2 mages? Are you trying to get me killed? Give me at least 2 knights and 4 mages. Judo was speechless. He tried to explain, Despite our best efforts, we were unable to defeat the Earth Dragon. Soldiers? They'll just collapse. You expect me to trust them? They're only here for the money. What if more monsters show up? Hearing this, he snapped back. So, what do you want us to do? If you're going to act like that, come with us. He shot back, refusing to yield. That's a safer bet than staying with weak soldiers and pagan. Suddenly, he stopped short. Huh? Seeing this, Judo Zen asked, What is it? Kelter John then remembered something. Wait a minute. He stroked his chin, calculating. The Earth Dragon is terrifying, but it's dangerous here too. Weighing the risks, the Black Lion commander and the mages seemed stronger than the soldiers. It's definitely safer to stick with the strongest. With that thought, he gave a thumbs up. All right. If you insist, I'll risk it with you guys. Let's go. The commander cursed inwardly. What a pain. After walking for a while, Jupiter asked, Anyway, are you sure the Earth Dragon and Pagan are here? The mage answered confidently, Yes. I used a confession spell on Pagan to confirm. As Sihan followed, he thought, confession magic. In essence, it's just a normal confession spell. Nothing special, but recalling Havoc's interrogation, that strange black ash on his hands, Sihan couldn't help but wonder. The moment that dark magic touches them, they confess everything. What a terrifying spell. The air suddenly vibrated, making Alita freeze. They all turned towards the cave's entrance. A powerful magic aura was radiating from it. Judo Zen saw it and gave the order. The Earth Dragon is here. Everyone, prepare for battle. But then he froze. Huh? Looking at its form, he asked in confusion. Is that really the same dragon we saw before? It let out a furious roar at them. The dragon seemed much larger than before. A smirk formed on his lips. I see what's going on, but I doubt this will be much trouble. He charged forward, declaring, I'll show you. The true power of the Black Lion. Meanwhile, Havok began casting his spell. I haven't had a chance to show my full power yet. We faced too many monsters before, but now we have enough strength and magic. I'll teach you a lesson. Earth Dragon. He and the mages created a blizzard vortex, but the storm wasn't enough. He yelled, Icicles, rise, take that dragon down. They launched meteors towards it, as 2 elements crashed down at once. Seeing this, Zenon commented, their strategy is simple. Knights defend while mages attack. He added, their coordination is excellent. With this strategy, we don't need to interfere. Suddenly, he paused. Huh? As the spells neared the dragon, they just vanished into thin air. They were stunned. What? Panic erupted among them. What happened? Where did the magic go? Could it be this dragon? The beast breathed out sparks, then unleashed a torrent of fire. Molten rocks rained from the sky. Arg! They exploded on impact, erupting in violent flames. The men behind Havok were burned to a crisp. Seeing his comrades fall, Judo Zen screamed, Varric! Fazaman! He gritted his teeth in despair. Damn it, what is this? They stared at the dragon, radiating pure killing intent. Near Sihan, a rock plummeted. Kelter John screamed in terror. Sihan was surprised by the heat. So hot. It's negating all magic attacks. Just like the Lichen Wolf before, he glanced at the others. They were all either wounded or dead. 2 knights and 4 mages were taken out. If magic doesn't work, then the remaining mages are. No different from ordinary people. As Levo blocked an attack, everything fell on the 3 remaining Black Knights. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out. He focused his mana into his sword. I guess I have no other choice. This might expose my true power, but after imbuing his blade with magic, he swung his sword forward. His resolve hardened. I have to save them first. With that, he lowered his stance. A vortex of magic began to swirl around him. Alita witnessed this and gasped. Sihan, what is this power? Zenon was stunned. This is? He watched Kihan's back, thinking, it's just like the legends foretold, a savior possessing an ultimate technique. Sihan then rushed forward, preparing to unleash Heavenbreaker. The Earth Dragon was startled by the sight. A shockwave from the blade struck its neck. Even Judo Zen was stunned by the move. Commander! A nearby soldier shouted in awe. Such incredible power! Zenon replied calmly. Of course, Heavenbreaker is a skill belonging to a savior from another world. It was created to defeat demon kings. He watched Sihan unleash a flurry of slashes, then continued, this power is certain, to be unrivaled by any other fighting style. Sihan swung his sword, thinking grimly, tsk, just as I thought. My combat power still hasn't fully recovered. I can't use my full strength. He aimed for the dragon's head and slashed. But this is the only thing I have that can pierce the dragon's hide. Levo turned and gasped in amazement. I can't believe he's fighting that dragon alone. What kind of monster is that mercenary? His lips trembled as he answered, I'm not sure. But his expression grew dark. Of one thing, I am certain. Watching the hero grip his blade, he declared with conviction. He's stronger than any of our knights. Zenon rushed forward, shouting, Commander, we're here to help, but Cater John was utterly speechless. He gasped in horror. That combat skill. Impossible. The enraged Earth Dragon roared, slamming its massive tail into the ground. The ground suddenly split apart, sending them into a panic. Sihan shouted a warning. This dragon is no pushover. Seeing him charge, it unleashed a fiery breath, then furiously shot a beam of fire right at him. Levo screamed a warning. Look out, Commander. The Earth Dragon is about to unleash its full power. It might be overwhelming, more than anything it's shown before. As the beam shot towards him, he gripped his twin swords with resolve. If magical attacks won't work, then so be it. Sihan unleashed a shockwave of power from his blade. The beam was torn asunder. Alita and Zenon whispered in delight, but he wasn't done yet, empowering his blades. With the power of the dragon sword, he plunged them into the Earth Dragon's head. A terrifying amount of magic erupted. Struck by the massive blow, its body convulsed and collapsed, unconscious. Landing on it, Sihan sighed in relief. Whew. It's over. Everyone nearby was stunned silent. Even the two elders stood frozen. Seeing this, he grew a little anxious. They're staring in pure shock. There's no going back now, he thought. After showing this much, it's no wonder if they recognize me. Just then, a voice broke the silence, filled with awe. Magnificent! I can't believe you defeated that dragon by yourself. He couldn't help but feel flustered. Huh? Levo and the other knights said excitedly. You're that freelance knight with those skills, aren't you? Those skills are legendary. Their words only confused him more. Don't tell me, he thought with a sinking feeling. They think this is nothing compared to the legends, so they just assume I have a few special skills, and not the actual person from those legends. He was completely dumbfounded. In my past life, I would have run him through for that. I don't know whether to be happy or sad about this whole situation. With that thought, he landed softly on the ground. I'm just glad we're all safe. Just then, Judo Zen walked over. You, he asked hesitantly. You were hiding your skills, weren't you? That combat prowess, your natural talent and your swordsmanship. They far surpass any Black Lion Knight. No, your league's stronger than any of us. This was getting more and more awkward. With all that power, you really thought of yourself as just a common soldier? Zenon suddenly ran over to break the tension. Haha, he wasn't being serious. Right, Sihan? He's older than me, so he must have trained in the mountains before becoming a mercenary, but he doesn't have any real-world experience. So I advised him to start as a soldier to get some. They looked stunned by the explanation. Besides, isn't it normal for mercenaries to hide their true abilities? Sihan thought it over. He's 22 and I'm 27. And he's claiming I'm the older one? He's saying I'm the younger one? The commander nodded. I see. No wonder you were so modest despite your rank. Sihan rubbed his head, playing along. Ha ha ha, that's right. It was all thanks to everyone else. I just got lucky. I assume you contributed a great deal. Huh? Don't praise him so much. I hope you can give him an extra share of the reward. The man nodded with a smile and said, When we return to the capital, I will give you the reward you deserve. Sihan sighed in relief, then told Zenon gratefully, I only survived because of you. Thank you, Zenon, the boy replied enthusiastically. Don't mention it. You were incredibly cool back there. There's no way I could let them catch you. Besides, watching you push yourself to fight that dragon, it was so awesome." Sihan and Alita just stood there, dumbfounded. Then she asked, "Doesn't Zenon know that you've lost my power?" He whispered back. "After you've been betrayed by your friends, then you can ask me if it's easy to tell people about your own weaknesses. I had no choice but to tell you what I did." He sighed and continued. "In any case, I'm honestly glad they didn't recognize me. Using sky-shattering calamity caused a stir, but at my current level, even someone who's seen it before might not realize it, unless they were watching very, very closely." Suddenly, Alita pointed elsewhere. "I think we have someone just like that." Following her gaze, he saw Cater John, looking terrified, a man he knew with keen observation skills. His face was filled with pure horror. Sihan looked over, exasperated. Damn it! The Earth Dragon lay defeated, and with that, Sihan's second temple quest came to a close. It was over. Dena's voice broke. "Master, wake up," as she knelt before the lifeless man. The battle with the Earth Dragon had been costly. 4 high mages fell, and 2 Black Lion commanders were executed. They watched the dragon cremate the body of Lagian, found inside. Then, the mages used fire magic to incinerate the beast, and Lagian's corpse, erasing their existence from this world. He thought to himself, magic can be used on the dead. He then recalled, when the black-eyed wolf died, its body vanished like monsters from another world. He remembered its traits, a magical beast that could use spells to attack him. There has to be a connection. On second thought, the black-eyed wolf didn't just vanish. Something caused it. That evening in the quiet village, the troops returned to Rock Village to rejoin the main force. They stayed the night before returning to the Charles Guard Kingdom, and that night, Kelter John trembled before the man in front of him. Sihan spoke with a threatening face. "Hello, Commander Kelter John. We need to have a talk." He stood at Kelter John's door, introducing himself. "A pleasure to meet you, Sir Kelter John. I have something to discuss," the commander nervously replied. "Of course, Commander. What is it? We have no schedule tomorrow. Shouldn't you be resting?" Sihan fell silent, then suddenly shouted, "You are far too quiet, Kelter John." Startled, the commander blurted, "Yes, Savior." Realizing his slip, the man's face darkened. Sihan smirked. "I knew this would happen. You've figured it out, haven't you? My true identity." After they were inside the room, Kelter John stammered, Are you really Sung Sihan?" Sihan propped his chin up. "Well, how did you know? You are not a swordsman." The commander replied awkwardly. "You may not recall, but we have met privately a few times before. During the conquest, I remember well how you fought. I had suspicions about the powers you held, though they've weakened considerably." Kelter John continued cautiously. "I never thought you would return to Terrano, but he couldn't help but wonder, why must he hide himself?" He recalled them standing on the tower peak. "We won the war, there are no enemies left, so why must you hide your identity?" He compared that image with the man holding a sword now. Was it to avoid unnecessary attention from others? Even so, he wouldn't need this level of secrecy. At that moment, the commander's lips parted to speak. "Are there still enemies left from Terrano?" The word surprised Sihan, who looked up. "Oh, enemies, you say? Why do you say that?" The commander rubbed his neck. "Well, about that. After you returned to Earth without warning, many rumors started about you. They said the world's hero was jealous of the Savior's power, and forced him to return." Sihan listened to his words intently. Of course, most people just made up stories, thinking, come on, unless those heroes were complete fools, why would they betray you and send you home? But now that I am before you, I remember those whispers. Sihan's face hardened. Impressive. He's figured out my identity, and he's guessed unnervingly close to the truth. Looking at the bewildered Kelter John, he wondered, why is a man this clever known as a muscle-brained fool? He sighed and asked, well, if that rumor is true, what do you plan to do? The commander jumped. Forgive me. Well, Inside his mind, Kelter John calculated that Sung Sihan and Jackson Ward are allies. Then I can probably keep my life as a companion of Jackson Ward. An image of an angry Sihan appeared. But if the betrayal rumors are true, Sihan will stop at nothing for revenge. He continued to wonder, why hide his identity? It must be because the 6 nights are difficult to handle, even for a savior. At that point, a horrifying realization struck him. As the one who discovered his identity, Kelter John dropped to his knees and begged, please, save me. Sihan was confused. The commander bowed his head to the floor. Almighty Savior, please save me. I have an old mother and a 3-year-old child depending on me. If I die, my child becomes an orphan on the street. Hearing this, Sihan finally got it. Of course. So this is why they call him a fool with a beast's intuition. His intellect only sharpens when he's in danger. The commander cried, "Please protect me." Sihan gave a hollow laugh. This talent only works when his own safety is at risk. It makes sense why he was completely useless when we fought against the Emperor. Sihan rubbed his head and said, "Get up, Kelter John. I don't plan on killing you." The commander looked up, completely stunned. "Really?" He clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. If you let me live, I will serve you faithfully. Jack Zenward will never know a thing." Suddenly, Sihan spoke. "However, I can't just leave you be." The man looked up, confused. "What?" Sihan was already gathering magic in his palm. In a flash, he struck the man's chest. The man collapsed, clutching his heart. "Ah, does it hurt?" "No. What did you do to me, Sihan?" Sihan gazed at his hand and asked, "Have you ever heard of Aura Burst?" The man was instantly stunned. "Aura Burst?" Sihan slowly explained. Aura Burst is a skill that allows the user to tap into the hidden power within someone's body, and it can make that power explode. It is a special skill of the Savior. He closed his eyes, adding, "I can use it on 3 people at once, but it cannot be placed on commanders, swordsmen, or mages. But there's no better skill than this." He stared down the man threateningly. "With this, your very life is in my hands. Once I can fully trust you, I will release the seal." The man placed a hand on his chest, then sighed in relief. "Whew, I'm alive." Sihan was amazed by his reaction, repeating, "Didn't you hear me? If you're not loyal, I will make you detonate." Kyotor John asked in confusion. "What? Oh yes, you're saying you can detonate the energy inside me, right?" He rubbed his neck and smiled. "But that also means you won't harm me if I obey, and you can fully trust that I will never betray you. The worst thing is serving someone and getting in trouble for things you never even did." Heh. He then declared with conviction, "I will do everything you command. I will be your servant, Sir Sihan." His words left Sihan speechless. Sihan crossed his arms and asked, "So you would betray Jack Zenward? Even if your life is threatened? Aren't you worried?" Hearing this, the man shot back without hesitation. "Why should I be? If I have to choose between a savior and the destroyer of the world, who would be insane enough to choose the one who blows up the planet?" He looked at Sihan with absolute faith. In the dead of night, Sihan entered a portal. Alita had been waiting there for a long time. "It seems the negotiations went well." He simply replied, "Yeah, it was all thanks to you, Alita." At that moment, she asked curiously, "Are you still planning to use Aura Burst, even when you haven't recovered? Won't that use up a lot of combat energy?" He answered vaguely, "Oh, that?" He turned to the side and confessed, "A technique like Aura Burst doesn't actually exist." His words made her freeze on the spot. "Combat energy I can use at will? Does such a convenient skill exist? Its only purpose is psychological warfare." She immediately argued back, "The Savior's most special skill, Aura Burst, isn't real, but I read about it in a book." Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "I deliberately spread that rumor myself. The more people who misunderstand, the better. It sounds more authentic when it has its own set of rules, don't you think?" "Not finished," he added smugly. "Anyway, I'm glad I volunteered for this trip. Because of it, I've gained a useful new pawn." He ignored her crestfallen gaze. He suddenly turned and asked, "Though I still have some questions. What was that Earth Dragon? It's just like the lichen wolves we saw in Baselian territory. A beast from Terrano. It must have otherworldly traits." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That Earth Dragon. They mentioned experiments at the Azure Ivory Tower. Perhaps the lichen wolves have the same origin. Something is wrong," she said suddenly. "There's something that worries me." She turned to him and said, "It's about the dark magic used by the mage Habach." He agreed. "Yeah, you mean that foul magic they used in the fight? That's something I can't figure out either. It completely defies any known physical laws." Alita immediately denied it. "No, that's not what I mean." Recalling Habak producing the black ash, she said nervously, "When I saw that magic being used, I had a strange feeling. If I had to describe it, it felt like dozens of bugs crawling all over me. It was awful and bone-chilling." Her eyes looked troubled. She looked at the sky, struggling to explain. "I don't know any other way to describe it." An image of a hand grasping ash, and a certain mage flashed through her mind. But I felt like I was terrified for a moment. The blade in the man's hand dripped blood onto the floor. The woman's body, slumped below, had gone completely still. There was no movement at all. Seeing that the man had dealt with the woman, Luton continued to give orders. "All right, next." Luton held something in his hand as he spoke to the man before him. "End your life." At Luton's command, the man instantly raised a blade to his own throat. As the steel neared his neck, the man trembled uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back in pure terror. But then, it seemed the man's own will flared back to life, resisting Liu Tin's absolute command. Liu Tin was stunned, unable to believe it. What? The man then realized he had taken his lover's life. He screamed in horror, "My love, what am I doing?" With that final cry, the man ended his own life, blood spraying across the floor. Liu Tin stared at the two bodies. No matter how much you resist, you still take your own life. Even with the purest of hearts, you all suffer the same foolish end. Then, Liu Tin snapped his fingers, and a fire erupted. It consumed the two corpses as Liu Tin turned away. He walked off, muttering, "It won't be that easy." Mind control in the Latin Sao capital. Ires complete. Meanwhile, a shirtless Sengard sat on his throne. He frowned and asked, "What? An earth dragon was the enemy? Wasn't this just a simple heresy mission?" Hearing Sengard's question, Turgon reported cautiously, "Yes, Your Majesty. The dragon was around 300 years old, so strong that 2 Black Lion Knight commanders couldn't handle it. They suffered heavy losses, but the mission is complete." That was the public report. But inside, Turgon thought, "Lord Chandler told me to hide the details about the Blue Ivory Tower. I won't mention them." So Turgon changed the subject. The heretics have spread rumors that someone was leading the Earth Dragon. He reported this with a look of fear. Hearing this, Sengard roared with anger. "Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to you. A 300-year-old dragon? It would have been a worthy opponent for me. If I had known, I would have gone myself." Seeing Sengard's fury, Turgon panicked. "It is my fault, Your Majesty." Sengard's tone softened slightly. "Forget it, Turgon. You couldn't have known what would happen." While Sengard and Turgon spoke, 2 others were observing nearby. Bockley turned to Dorgan. "From what I hear, someone distinguished themselves in this battle, correct? What kind of person are they?" Hearing Bockley, Dorgan replied, "Yes, Captain Bockley." He then turned to Bockley, speaking hesitantly. "They were so strong, I recruited them for the Black Lion Knights. However," he paused. Dorgan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "It seems they've already become knights under Lady Catherine." At that name, Bockley looked rather surprised. "I was hoping for new talent in the Black Lions. Since I heard they were strong, I'm guessing they work for money, not for honor or fame." Seeing Dorgan's timid expression, Bockley continued, "People with such poor character are unworthy of the Black Lions. You made a mistake judging them." Latencio Capital, at the Catherine estate, Turgon spoke with a worried tone. "I have done exactly as you instructed, my lord. A few kind words, a title, and a secure backing, right?" Turgon glanced toward Sihan and continued, "Now Sir Sihan, Commander Janong, and Miss Alita are under House Catherine. You'll use the names Sinstein and Alita. Kelkan and I will have a separate area prepared for your use." Hearing this, Sihan's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately shot back a question. "Good. Thank you, Catherine. Do we need to kneel and swear oaths?" At Sihan's words, Turgon panicked, shouting and waving his hands. "No, not at all. How could I dare ask such a thing? Treating you as my servants in front of others is already making me uneasy enough." Turgon then lowered his voice. "There is something more important, Sir Sihan." Hearing this, Sihan's gaze immediately fixed on Turgon. A deceitful look crossed Turgon's face as he spoke. "If you've returned for revenge against the 6 knights, does that mean you plan to kill Jackson God?" At this, Sihan looked confused. "Me? Kill Jackson God?" He then burst out laughing at Turgon's stunned and timid expression. Sihan's face darkened, his voice a mix of laughter and rage. "Why would I kill him? All he did was betray me. Betray our friendship, our trust, our memories, through blood and sweat. We've been through so much together." Sihan paused for a moment. "But," he continued, "he was still the friend who brought me back here safely, right?" At those words, John's face went deathly pale. With an ice-cold gaze, Sihan pressed on. "I will not kill him. Ia, I will certainly not kill him." Elsewhere, the land lay strangely desolate. The banner was partially devoured by flames. Soldiers were celebrating their hard-won victory. But unlike the joyful soldiers, Sazan sat alone by the fire, his face an emotionless mask. As Sazan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called his name. "Sazan." It was Sengwat. He approached Sazan and asked, "Why are you sitting here alone? The battle is over. Shouldn't you be out there drinking with everyone?" Sazan replied with a chillingly cold tone. "We won, but not by our own strength." Sazan then asked, "Who was the saint of this land?" Sengwat chuckled. "An older brother of King Berserk. I think his name was Gross. I guess he was a true warmonger. His eyes were wide open when his head flew. Hearing this, Sazan grew pensive, his gaze lost. He must have felt incredibly bitter, to be stabbed in the back by someone he trusted so deeply. If only King Berserk had sent aid. Sazan's eyes shifted towards Senguat as he continued. More accurately, King Berserk used our strength to crush his political rivals. Senguat stepped closer. I guess brotherhood means nothing before power. Well, in that case, all that matters is that we won, right? At Senguat's question, Sazan looked away from him. Staring into the flames, he said firmly, Jackson Senguat, I envy your narrow point of view. Hearing this, Senguat laughed. Sazan, you need to stop taking life so seriously. Otherwise, that handsome face will get wrinkles. In response, Sazan simply glanced at him, saying nothing more. After a moment, Sazan closed his eyes and smiled. Jackson, have you ever considered this before? Jackson replied cheerfully, Nope. Surprised, Sazan turned to him. I haven't even finished my question. To Sazan's shock, Senguat just laughed. I don't know what it is, but there's no way I've thought about it. Senguat laughed again to reassure him. You're the deep thinker. I just swing my sword and fight. At those words, Sazan gave a faint smile and turned to Senguat. Let me finish. If King Berserk is defeated and the Empire collapses, what will happen to the world? Senguat just smiled calmly in response. The world will be at peace. Hearing that, Sazan shot back. Don't be so naive. Say something more realistic. Sazan added, If the king dies, someone must take the throne and lead Terrano. I wonder who would ascend in King Berserk's place. Senguat chuckled. It would have to be Sung Sihan. He's more than extraordinary. I heard he won't return to Earth after this is over. Sazan's expression darkened as he murmured, I assumed as much. But after a long pause, Sazan spoke his true thoughts. I, Sazan, wonder if we can still be his friends when that day comes. As Sazan spoke, Senguat's eyes were fixed on him. Senguat was clearly stunned by Sazan's words. His eyes widened. Seeing that reaction didn't surprise Sazan at all. He just gave a soft chuckle. Even Sukagoras, who trusted his own family, was cursed by his brother and beheaded. Looking toward the ruined wall, Sazan spoke his mind. I wonder if his ending will be any different. Senguat's eyes snapped open. His face was an unreadable mask, showing no emotion at all. He stared up at the sky, his hand still on his weapon. Was that a dream? Then, he realized, it seems I fell asleep during training. Senguat sat up, rubbing his head as he stared into the distance. It's been 15 years, hasn't it? Senguat leaned back, looking up at the sky, feeling the sunlight. The decision he made that day. As Senguat was deep in thought, a loud voice shouted, Please wait! The call startled Senguat. Someone was approaching, fighting against the two servants blocking his path. The king is training. He commanded that no one disturb him. Being blocked, Acer's face darkened, his voice filled with rage. Then you will regret this. With that, Acer pushed forward without hesitation. Shoving the doors open, his face was a mask of cold fury. Senguat stood and calmly brushed the dust from his clothes. His eyes avoided Acer's. It's been a while. What brings you here? Acer noted his feigned calm. Unable to hide his urgency, he began. I heard about a new ward south of the Peace Palace. Why waste so much money and manpower building something new when you could use existing structures? At Acer's question, Senguat just smirked. The southern gardens aren't warm enough. It gets too cold there in the winter. My precious cat deserves to live in luxury and splendor. That answer ignited Acer's fury. His voice rose sharply. That's your reason for all this, during such a critical time? How does that make you different from King Berserk? At Acer's reckless words, Senguat's expression instantly turned cold. Seeing the shift in Senguat's demeanor, Acer knew he'd crossed a line. He fell silent, his face etched with sudden worry. Senguat's face was like a thundercloud. His eyes flashed as he growled. Acer, you have gone too far. Senguat radiated the aura of a true king. I will forgive you this once. But Senguat stared directly at Acer, his voice a low threat. Even for family, there won't be a next time. Acer. Senguat cleared his throat, his gaze heavy. Repeat what you just said. Acer, what am I to you? Acer stood frozen, anxiety creeping in. Faced with the interrogation, Acer's lips were sealed. He tried to regain his composure. A ruler's indulgence makes the workers suffer more than ever, and they are the ones bearing the burden. Because of this, the nation's gangs are growing more violent once again. As he spoke, images of the toiling people flashed through his mind. Acer's brow furrowed. His worried gaze remained firm as he asked, How is this any different from King Berserk's reign? This time, Senguat truly snapped. He gritted his teeth, unable to contain his seething rage. Senguat's fury finally erupted, and he roared, Silence! How dare you compare me to Berserk's era? What could you possibly know of those times to speak so carelessly? Acer froze under Senghwat's immense pressure, realizing he had struck a raw nerve. Fear sent Acer stumbling to the ground, while Senghwat stood unshaken. He looked down with a dark face, his eyes filled with contempt. I don't have time for this. Get out! Acer dropped his gaze, unable to meet Senghwat's eyes. His initial fire was gone. But I haven't said what I came for. May I have your leave, father? With that, Acer stood and departed. Senghwat simply watched his retreating back in silence. His bewildered servant followed him out. Senghwat's face soured at Acer's reckless behavior. He thinks he's all grown up, but he's so fragile. Senghwat recalled the first time he met Acer. Back then, Acer was just a child. After I was branded a traitor, my parents, my siblings, even those barely involved, were all hanged. He was the only blood relative I could find when I returned, after the world had changed. But my son has absolutely no talent with a sword. That was Senghwat's assessment of Acer. Senghwat stroked his beard, gazing at the sky, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He's too sensitive, his body too frail. At his age, I was already a master. He's nothing like me. Looking at the man Acer had become, Senghwat wondered, did I raise him wrong? Behind the magnificent Kenturn estate stood a plain, older building, unremarkable from the outside. But the interior was breathtakingly lavish. Whoa, this place is amazing. It's so luxurious inside, like a palace. Sihan, Alita, and Zenon could only stare in awe. Sihan was the first to recover, and this secret passage is perfectly designed for sneaking in and out. We only made the request a few days ago. How could they prepare such a perfect hideout so quickly? At their question, Tizon looked awkward, wringing his hands. It's because of me. Tizon finally revealed the truth. I'm not married, so I built this house in preparation for the right woman. The three of them were stunned by his confession. Sihan's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Kidnapping is illegal, you know. Catherine, should we just make him explode? Tizon quickly explained in a panic. No, it's not like that, he then continued, a look of pride on his face. Well, doing things behind the king's back is incredibly dangerous. If I ever have a family, they could be dragged into that danger. So I prepared this safe house, just in case. Sihan looked on, confused, his eyes sizing up the man. Claiming to be disloyal already? Isn't that a bit premature? Zenon just laughed with pride. Oh, and I sold my old house since I don't need it. This deal is better than owning property. A bag of shimmering gold appeared. Zenon proudly called himself a financial genius. Seeing the bag of gold, Sihan's face lit up, his eyes widening in pure astonishment. Looks like we won't worry about money for a while, John grumbled from behind them. But you have me, Sir Sihan, Tyson said, with a fawning smile. Just let me know if you need anything. Sihan simply offered a faint smile. Later, outside the overgrown mansion, a voice called out, Alita, it was right to listen to you. Sihan and Alita spoke in a quiet corner of the estate. Sihan spoke first. I'll tell Kentalin to treat me normally, but I imagine he'll remain formally polite. Alita sighed in relief. It's good they haven't registered for any royal or military positions. Alita met Sihan's gaze, her face unreadable. A single word or action could draw unwanted attention. A more normal relationship will help him see himself as your equal, especially for someone from House Catherine. Sihan pondered Alita's words. His gaze drifted away from her. I understand. I wasn't aware of those things. But why do you care so much? It's not really your concern. Alita heard his words. As if realizing something, Alita looked away, her gaze distant. Well, it wasn't before, but now. Sihan stared back, utterly baffled by her reaction. Seeing his expression, Alita realized she'd said too much, turning back flustered. It's nothing. So, must Zenon and I obey your every command? Sihan folded his arms, his gaze questioning. I don't think that's necessary. I don't want you and Zenon treating me so distantly. A vibrant smile brightened Alita's face. Thank you. Then, she looked at Sihan, startled by a thought. But Sihan, why did you call me out here? The idle chat had made him forget his initial purpose. Ah, right. Sihan asked Alita. Alita, do you want to learn magic? She was so shocked she stood there utterly speechless. Seeing this, Sihan gave her a gentle, warm smile. I believe you have a gift, perhaps greater than your combat skills. You did summon me back to Earth, after all. Sihan asked again. So, what do you think? Alita hesitated, deep in thought. I'm not so sure. Alita looked at Sihan, conflicted and worried. Using both combat and magic would be best. But how? Can an ordinary person like me learn magic? The 4 ivory towers would never accept me with the blood of Luis Silan. Sihan chuckled, cutting her off. What are you talking about? He pointed to himself with total confidence. A high-ranking sorcerer stands before you. The savior of another world, Sihan, a future god, commander of swordsmen, and a 9th-tier mage. Gazing at the sky, Sihan asked, "Do you know basic magic?" Alita answered immediately, "Yes, a little. Basic magic has 3 languages. The first is the language of Juns. It's what transfers magical power." Then Sihan closed his eyes, casting a spell. The second is incantation, a record that turns magical objects into spells. A small flame flickered to life in Sihan's hand. Sihan explained, "Fire becomes the breath of infinity and burns within my palm. That is fire magic." With that, he tossed the flame to the ground, creating a small explosion. The blast startled Alita. Finally, there's the magic that creates commands. After the fire died, a small, smoldering crater remained. Sihan turned to Alita with a smile. Just like that, Sihan continued his demonstration. This time, with a snap of his fingers, 4 small explosions erupted at once. Witnessing this, Alita gave Sihan a puzzled look, but he was completely absorbed in his lecture. Of course, this is just the basics. Once you're used to it, you can skip steps. It's all about experience. Sihan turned to Alita with a smile. But even with a super intellect, you can't memorize all of magic. So there are things you must know when using spells. He then extended his hand toward Alita. She flinched as his hand reached for her, her eyes fixed on it, completely bewildered. A blue book materialized in Sihan's hand. With a smirk, he began to explain. "This is a grimoire, a tome holding a mage's wisdom. With it, all magic will bend to my will." Alita stared at the book, utterly stunned and speechless. "I've met mages, but I've never heard of this." Without delay, Sihan began casting a spell from the tome. The book is normally invisible to others, a way to protect the mage's knowledge and wisdom. Her very posture would be the key to finding the spells within the grimoire. Just as Sihan said, Alita couldn't see the book at all. Sihan explained further, "We call it a hand stamp or somatic." Alita stared at Sihan's form, her eyes wide. "Ah, that pose." Sihan recalled using the book to cheat on exams back in school. A smug look spread across Sihan's face. The entrance exam was a breeze, since only I could see the spells. Alita was again baffled. "What is that?" Once she recovered, Alita began to question him. "Isn't Earth a place without combat abilities or magic? Why can't Earthlings use magic, chin in hand?" Alita observed Sihan. "But you could use it on Earth, right? Does that mean Earth doesn't reject magic? Why didn't it develop there?" Hearing this, Sihan posed, hand on his hip, deep in thought. "I don't know. I've never thought about it. But now you've made me curious." Sihan touched his lips, lost in contemplation. "I discovered my powers by controlling energy from afar, but on Earth, I had nothing." Alita's eyes lit up with understanding. "I see." Alita beamed, hands clasped excitedly, then shared her thought. "So no one on Earth can stand against you?" At her words, Sihan looked genuinely surprised. Was she always this intense back on Earth? "I've never seen this side of her." Alita looked at Sihan and asked, "Then how will you survive when you return to Earth?" The question sent Sihan into a void, with no answer. Seeing his silence, Alita called out worriedly, "Sihan!" Sihan snapped out of his trance, his expression darkening. A vast city appeared, dominated by a massive bronze statue on a throne. The streets were gridlocked with endless rows of cars. A noisy crowd gathered, some worried, some scared, while others just filmed with their phones. They formed a circle around Sihan, and in the center of that circle, Sihan lay, completely unclothed. No one helped. They just stood there and whispered, "What the hell? A naked guy? He must be crazy. Call the police. Why is he naked in the middle of the street?" The whispers continued. "Whoa, but what a body. Hey, what are you looking at?" Sihan woke up in a panic, his eyes wild, replaying the scene in his mind. The memory was strangely blurred. 4 figures appeared before him, but their faces were indistinct. Sihan wondered why. How could this be? A massive, unanswered question echoed in his mind. Sihan now sat in a police office. An officer had mercifully given him a jacket to wear. He sat there, dazed, with a vacant stare. 2 officers nearby gossiped. "Is that him? The naked guy from Gwangwaman Plaza?" "Yeah, probably drunk or something. He was completely unresponsive on the ride here." The officer with Sihan hadn't said a word, but the other 2 couldn't stop talking. "I heard he was reported missing 3 years ago. He probably just ran away. His parents divorced, his grades dropped. It's no wonder he'd rebel like this." The officer at the desk finally started typing and questioning him. "What have you been doing? And where have you been?" At the question, Sihan's eyes were lifeless, dark circles beneath them. He answered helplessly, I don't remember. The officer leaned over, his eyes filled with anger. What trick is this? You don't remember? What the hell? Don't lie to me. As he finished, the officer's eyes suddenly glazed over. His gaze went blank, and he spoke to Sihan. That's right. You can't remember. Go on, get some counseling. Hearing this, Sihan looked up, staring intently at the policeman. He then looked at his own hand, expressionless. Using magic on Earth is no problem. This could get annoying in a more serious situation. I should just fool these guys and escape. At the Korean police station, 3 flags flapped in the wind. Sihan, now fully dressed, walked out of the front gate. Suddenly, Sihan froze, his gaze fixed straight ahead. A man stood beside a white car, waiting for him. The person who had come to pick him up was his father. He stared at Sihan with an ice-cold glare. Sihan uttered a single word, Dad. The city bustled around them with its tall skyscrapers. At their apartment in Daejeon, Sihan's home. Once inside, the two of them sat at the table. Sihan's father erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table. Where have you been? What were you doing? You didn't contact me for 3 years. Shouldn't you at least go to school? Faced with his father, Sihan said nothing. His son's cold indifference only fueled his rage. My son, a middle school dropout. What a disgrace. Recalling the disturbing images of Sihan he'd witnessed, his father's fury grew even hotter. And that incident at Gwanghwamun? My reputation is in shambles because of you. Hearing this, Sihan's eyes widened in disbelief. He let out a weary sigh, his gaze full of sorrow. He hasn't changed at all. I expected no tearful reunion. But to be yelled at after 3 years, Sihan's gaze grew heavy with melancholy. For 3 years in Terrano, I longed to return to Earth. He looked at all the modern electronics around him. But I missed the internet, the TV, computers, heaters. Not my family. Seeing his father's rage, I realized again just how little he ever cared for me. Seeing Sihan sitting silently, head bowed, neither angry nor responsive, enraged him further. It's not too late. Just go to Seoul. I'll enroll you in a cram school. Study hard, get your diploma, and get into Seoul University. Stop tarnishing the family name. Hearing this, Sihan closed his eyes, composing himself before standing up. Fine. With that, Sihan rose from his seat. Seeing this, his father exploded. Get your act together. You're only human if you go to a good university. If you can't even do that, then you're better off dead. He ignored his father's fury. Sihan left it all behind with an icy expression. His words meant nothing. Sihan recalled a memory, Inzisa, of himself in armor, being thrown back violently. Even when I was powerless, I fought with everything I had. I risked my life for our dream, only to have it all stolen from me. In the end, I was cast aside. A sharp, determined glint appeared in Sihan's eyes. I have to go back. Sihan's expression turned dark and emotionless. I will have my revenge. I will return and make you all pay for your betrayal. The seasons changed. And just like that, 1 year passed. Sihan buried himself in his studies. I only pretended to attend cram school. In my room, I searched for a way back to Terrano, relearning and mastering magic. He could still access his spellbook in this world. He relentlessly transcribed its knowledge. With the spellbook, I could easily cheat my way through anything I didn't know. Thanks to it, he aced his exams and easily got into a top university in Seoul. After 1 year, seeing his son's success, Sihan's father was overjoyed. You got into a top university? You've finally come to your senses. At last, I can hold my head high in public again. His father was still sitting, but Sihan stood tall. I've done what you wanted. He looked down on the man in the chair. Now, I'm moving out. I can take care of myself, so don't bother me. Sihan's father stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? He yelled in a panic at Sihan's retreating back. You're underestimating the real world. Do you think it's easy out there? Let's see how you survive on your own. But his words couldn't stop Sihan's steady pace. Sihan gazed out the window at the clear blue sky. Underestimate this world? Of course I do. A faint blue aura flared around Sihan's body. His expression was grim. Time to assess my current abilities. My combat power and magic are overwhelming compared to this modern civilization. First, making money is laughably easy with my power. For example, horse racing. By subtly controlling a horse's speed, I can manipulate any race's outcome. He envisioned the scene. The horse ridden by the black-clad jockey surging ahead, leaving the other two in the dust. Using various methods, within 1 year, Sihan earned more than enough money for a lifetime. He now stood atop a luxury high-rise, gazing out. His reflection stared back from the glass, his determined gaze fixed on the sprawling city. but I've made no progress returning to Terrano. I can almost tear a hole in the fabric of space. An image flashed in his mind. Sihan, wandering a vast desert, as sand whipped around him. But finding Terrano among infinite dimensions would be like finding a single oasis in an endless desert. Sihan gazed at his reflection once more, his expression turning troubled. Success or failure, it didn't matter. Sihan felt himself falling into a void, unable to sense Terrano. I can't find a single trace. At this rate, I'll die before I find it. A deep worry shadowed Sihan's face. My iron will was eroding with time. His retreating figure looked utterly alone. How can I let this anger go? They didn't kill me. They just sent me home. He was starting to accept reality. Sihan fell silent, and so did Lavina. Matters of the heart are always a mystery. They betrayed me, but I keep making excuses. His face darkened, his eyes staring lifelessly. I can understand this, can't I? The rage I thought was eternal began to fade, and a poison called forgiveness crept in. A thought struck Sihan. I can't return to Terrano. Before the huge school, the sky threatened rain. 7 years after returning to Earth, I decided to accept my reality. Surrounded by friends, Sihan enjoyed his normal life. I'd refused to form new bonds, but I tried making friends in college. Sihan snapped back to reality before the school gates. After the military, nightmares of Terrano stopped. Instead, I had nightmares of going back to the army. Amidst the city lights and bustling crowds, only Sihan couldn't blend in. He thought, I could use my power for good, like a hero, but I already risked my life for justice once. I have no drive to do that again. In the heart of the city, Sihan gazed at the night sky. My new relationships felt like a distant dream, and each passing day made reality more meaningless. I could do anything I wanted, yet nothing held any meaning. I was lost in an endless darkness. Then one day, a flash of light. Sihan awoke from his trance, his gaze distant. Sihan worked out listlessly at the gym, a stark contrast to the others. One person gasped for air while another walked with ease. Only Sihan was different. His face went blank, his eyes widening. This familiar energy, could it be? As he sensed it, his expression shifted in pure disbelief. The magic energy of Terrano. He shot off the treadmill like a flash, bolting for the door and stunning everyone. As he ran, Sihan thought, how is this possible? Why? He burst onto the street with all his might. I don't know why, but I felt it. A trace of Terrano. The coordinates I desperately searched for. Sihan ran, panting and sweating, a joyful smile spreading across his face. His expression lit up completely, grinning from ear to ear. I can go back to Terrano. Sihan found himself floating in an endless void. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. I tried everything to return, but without its exact coordinates, it was impossible. Suddenly, he sat up, seeing a beam of light before him. Looking at the light above, Sihan thought with relief. A silver lining in the darkness. He quickly broke free from the void, rushing toward the light. There's no doubt, this is magic from Terrano. Magic from Terrano was streaking through space, heading for Earth. Sihan continued to sprint forward. He couldn't help but wonder, is this chance for me? But I already decided to live on Earth. Every one of Sihan's steps showed his firm resolve. I told myself I would forget it all, and forgive everyone. The crowd flowed past, but Sihan stood still, feeling his own heart. If that were true, my heart wouldn't feel so empty. He ran again, a new doubt in his mind. I never truly forgave them. I only gave up because I thought I could never go back. I had surrendered. As the sky turned to dusk, Sihan's mind raced with possibilities. But now it's different. I can return to Terrano. This time, I won't give up. Sihan's resolve was absolute. He began training his powers. And then, he dropped out of school. He resumed training, honing his combat energy, magic, and studying dimensional travel. A joyful smile bloomed as he felt his heart finally beating again. I have a lead on Terrano, but opening a gate is still so difficult. Still, for the first time since coming back, I feel my heart beating. And so, time flowed on. Finally, by the magic of Terrano, Earth was connected. 15 long years had passed since Sihan returned to Earth. After 15 years, his face was gaunt, his eyes hollow. I did it! His face was utterly exhausted, yet a grin spread across it, which then erupted into a loud, triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha, this is it. I can finally return to Terrano, Sihan thought, a wild smile on his face. Forgive them? Sympathize? Nonsense. Forgiveness comes after I reclaim everything they stole. Just you wait, you traitors. He had returned stronger than ever, yet he still seemed hesitant when speaking to others. I'm okay. Alita had approached to check on him. He answered, facing her directly. I could still use combat energy and magic, so I managed just fine on Earth. No need to burden her with the details. Hearing him, Alita relaxed, her expression softening. Is that so? Sihan didn't quite understand. The sky today was beautiful, a perfectly clear day. Alita sat on the grass, closing her eyes to feel the world. After a moment, Sihan questioned her. So, do you feel anything? A strange sensation. He explained that what she was feeling was magic. Learning the basics is vital, but the true key is the feel for controlling it. Sihan then gave her several methods to improve her power. Do your best. Once you reach Tier 3, you can hide the Otherworld Summoning Sigil. Hearing it was only a Tier 3 spell left her completely stunned. That magic is only Tier 3? Don't you remember? You used a tiny bit when you first arrived. Sihan advised Alita on how to conceal the trace. You don't need to erase the trace, just hide it. It's not that hard, he advised, hands on his hips. Once you can hide your own traces, I won't need to follow you anymore. At his words, Alita's eyes flew open wide. Alita shuffled closer. So, if I hide the summoning trace, can I travel to other dimensions? Of course. If that's what you want, why would I ever stop you? Sihan couldn't hide his smile. I just hope you live peacefully, and don't cause trouble for others. Although I'm not really worried about that. But Alita's expression became unreadable. She hesitated, pointing to herself as she asked a question. If I stay by your side, can I be of help to you? He was confused at first, but then he agreed. Of course. You're the one I trust most in Terrano. You would be an immense help. Hearing this, Alita lowered her head, a sad expression hidden from his view. She questioned him. After your revenge is over, what will you do? She had to know if he would stay. Do you plan to settle here? After a moment of thought, Sihan knew things were different now. To me, Terrano is more precious than anything. This time, his voice was completely serious. I came back to finish what I started. I can only move on after untying the knots of the past, Sihan declared with conviction. After my revenge, I'm returning to Korea. Hearing this, Alita stared blankly, whispering his name. Sihan. She remembered his foolish past idea. Don't tell me you have to burn someone's heart to go back. What the hell? I'll use the original path to return. He flicked his finger, releasing a wisp of power. Getting from Earth to Terrano was a complete miracle, but going back is surprisingly easy. Instantly, a portal materialized before a shocked Alita. Sihan stepped toward the gate, then turned back to explain. As you can see, I can open a portal. The only problem is not knowing where it leads. However, since I'm from Earth, it'll naturally send me back to Korea unless I pick a destination. Sihan recalled an embarrassing memory. Teleporting to Korea completely naked. The only question is, where in Korea? I will never forget the Wangwa Moon incident. Sihan's body shook as he yelled, though it didn't matter now. I've already set up a return magic circle. There's no way I'm going back to Wangwa Moon naked again. That must have left a deep scar on you. For some reason, a slight smile appeared on Alita's blushing face. She suddenly looked at him and declared, I will not abandon you. Alita's face became emotionless as she revealed her true identity. I am the cursed daughter of the Berserk Emperor. Even if I continue to live in Terrano, there is no bright future for me here. Sihan gave her a confused look. But what if I leave this world? Her eyes filled with sorrow. I will help you get revenge. In return, once everything is finished. She placed a hand on her chest and asked him for one thing. I want to go to Earth with you. The clear water of the fountain attracted birds, and the garden was in full bloom. A girl stood silently admiring the garden when she noticed someone had arrived. She immediately questioned him. Why are you walking around all alone? It was Enso. Whatever brought him here, he quickly moved to greet the woman, Queen Lila. Lila offered a gentle smile in response to his greeting. Prince Enso. She approached him and answered softly. The sky is so clear, I wanted to come outside. Without a handmaiden? That's dangerous. Her face held a queen's gentle grace. It's all right. Even though they call me queen, I'm just a figurehead with no power. What could really happen? Lila turned away, speaking with an air of indifference. If His Majesty loved me, perhaps things would be different. But with so many young, beautiful concubines around, there's no reason he'd notice a political bride like me. Just then, Enso spoke up. Honestly, the fact that father ignores you, my queen. He moved in and embraced her from behind. He whispered into her ear, I'm very happy to hear that. Lila didn't resist the hug, her face flushing red. We can't, Enso. What if someone sees us? He held her tightly in his arms. He was completely fearless in that moment. There's no one around here. Layla didn't push him away. She just stood still. The two of them held each other for a long time. A magnificent palace appeared in the distance as Enso returned. He walked with a calm stride, but then sensed someone following him. "Stop hiding, come on out." A man peeked his head out from behind a wall. Enso glared at him. "What do you want from me?" It was Kelter John. With a wicked gleam in his eyes, he gave a sinister smile. "I have some important information for you." Sihan held a pill in his hand, preparing to take it. He chewed the pill with a pained expression. "Damn it." Zenon cheerfully brought a jar of sauce to Sihan. "I made a dipping sauce. This will make it taste better." Sihan tasted the sauce Zenon had praised. "This is delicious." Hearing the compliment, Zenon laughed with delight. Alita also tried the medicine, and she couldn't help but be amazed by its effects. "This medicine is incredible. It's only been days, and my body feels totally different." That pill was truly a miracle. This medicine boosts combat energy, recharging it through training. For such an effect, the price must be just as high, like some kind of protein powder for training. It turned out Kelter John supplied the medicine. "We can eat as much as we need. It's all thanks to Kelter John's support. Just tell me what you need." Sihan's body was starting to recover, and he couldn't help but marvel at the power of wealth. "It's great to have money. My combat energy is recovering better than I expected. My power is almost at the master level." His eyes burned with pure determination. At this rate, Sihan eagerly anticipated his next encounter. "I will face Jackson. Soon." A magnificent castle rose before him. Sihan had arrived to meet Kelter John. A servant immediately ran to report to the Count. "Count Kelter John, Sir Sihan has arrived." When he saw Sihan, he appeared to burst with rage. "You're late. I've been summoning you, so why are you only here now?" He called him inside to speak and shouted at the servants to leave. "Get in here. The rest of you, get out." "Yes, sir." Sihan stood before him as the servants fled the room. Suddenly, Kelter John fell to his knees. His attitude was now the complete opposite of what it was before. He pressed his head to the ground in respect. "Welcome, my lord, Sir Sihan." What a performance. Sihan had to commend him on his incredible acting talent. "You're a fine actor. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was real." "It's all for show, of course." "Yes." Sihan then remembered why he came. "So, what about the favor I asked of you?" Kelter John knew exactly what he was referring to, and immediately produced a list. "Yes. I have prepared quite a list of names here. These pages are filled with suspicious names, men rich in power and duty-bound to meet Jackson Ward." Kelter John never forgot to flatter him. "Of course, I'm sure everyone would immediately turn on Jackson Ward if you appeared, but that gives the other kings time to prepare for your revenge. And if all five unite, it will be difficult even for you." Kelter John seemed excited, proclaiming boldly, "And we will create a scenario to take down the tyrant Jackson Ward with the people's will." It would be a brilliant idea. Shouldn't an ally of Jackson Ward say that? Sihan stared at the list, making his own judgment. The public's reaction isn't that fierce. I expected more, given Jackson Ward's rule. It seems Jackson Ward is still a revolutionary hero. After all, the power he built is truly immense. True, but his military control is tight. He manages them himself. The knights, mages, and 30,000 available troops. They all still worship Jackson Ward. Sihan stroked his chin, lost in thought. "Not all of them, I think. Some knights still act behind his back. There's an opening for me to slip in." Sihan kept reading the lists from Kelter John, who continued to remind him. "And there are the loyal nobles, too. They are the core administration, ruling strictly within their authority, so I'll watch them first. Who is the central figure?" Hearing his question, Kelter John quickly raised his hand. "That would be me." "You?" Sihan negotiated with him. "How about 5 years? Double that, but it won't be easy." He looked at the list and pointed to one man. "He seems like the best choice." He also agreed with that choice. "Ah, I thought so too, but Elser seems to truly hate Kelter John. He really despises me, sees me as an insect." And so, Kelter John went to Elser to negotiate everything. "What did you just say?" He seemed nervous under Elser's questioning. "You came to betray my father? You expect me to believe that?" He remembered how he used to flatter him. "Probably not. Even I find it ridiculous." Kelter John saw Elser staring at him with a dark face. He was, of course, terrified. "If not for Lord Sihan, why would I be doing this? But I can't mention Lord Sihan." Elser seemed to know his intent, telling him to get to the point. "You dare call patriotism as petty as a parasite? Stop beating around the bush and get to the point." Kelter John stroked his beard, seemingly in thought. He himself had admitted to being a parasite. "You're right. I am like a parasite." Kelter John offered his own opinion. "And a good parasite knows to choose a good host. Jackson Ward is a host on the verge of collapse." Hearing him speak of Jackson Ward like that, Elser was stunned. He immediately corrected him. "What did you say? You know this isn't a joke, right? Yes. It means I'm risking my life on this. Kelter John rested his chin on his hands, his eyes showing a deep cunning. To be honest, patriotism is useless, and the suffering people are not my problem. I'm telling you this for my personal gain, but it will surely help ease their suffering. Kelter John calmly asked Elser in return, "Do you know what the so-called disloyal dream of? It is to live long and prosper. A short, luxurious life is pointless." Elser understood the implication in his statement. "Are you saying my father's dynasty will be short? My father is still young. Why would you say he won't rule for long?" Kelter John looked directly at Elser, certain that he already had the answer. "For that question, you already know the answer." Elser thought of his father, reflecting on his own. The Jackson Ward Kingdom is a place flanked by neighboring empires. Take the Kagan War as an example. They stabbed two powerful empires in the back the moment Jackson Ward showed weakness. The Liston Kingdom, or the Inasius Empire, would also be ready in an instant. Kelter John once again reminded Elser of today's reality. The friendship between revolutionary heroes is long gone. At this rate, the kingdom won't last a decade. Jackson Ward must step down if we care about the people and the kingdom. After his explanation, Kelter John breathed a sigh of relief for having said what he needed to. He had already considered fleeing. "Honestly, I plan to escape to a neighboring country if that happened. But thanks to Sihan, I can act like a patriot." "Well, if the plan succeeds, being a patriot is better than a traitor." He trembled, sweat pouring down. "You won't be safe if the kingdom falls, even if you don't betray the nation." Enzo saw no personal gain for him in this scheme. "But I don't understand. What do you gain if I'm king? Don't you already live lavishly in your position?" Enzo knew the man understood his deep mistrust. "You know exactly what I think of you. Why would I ever help you?" The man calmly replied. "Prince." Kelter John swore his loyalty. "If the king desires a life of pleasure and luxury, then I shall gladly follow his lead. How you choose to use me is entirely up to you." He knew all about Jackson Ward's cruelty. Jackson Ward is too greedy, too cruel. He must be overthrown. "What more will you ask of me?" Enzo wondered. Rage finally erupted. He slammed the table, rising to his feet with gritted teeth. His goal achieved, Kelter John prepared to leave. "My business here is done." He rose swiftly and walked away. He departed without a single glance back. Enzo's mind raced, processing the man's every word. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, freezing him. "And the Queen." Kelter John knew their secret. The threat sent a fresh wave of fury through Enzo. "The king's woman," he muttered, his guard raised. "What are you trying to say?" Kelter John simply turned, offering Enzo a silent, knowing smile. He left him with one final reminder. Only the one who wears the crown can possess the queen. In a magnificent, sprawling palace, Sihan was enjoying a rare moment of peace with a book. He smiled, finally able to rest and relax. This is the life. But a sudden scream shattered the quiet. Hearing the cry, Sihan burst through the door. "What was that? I heard someone scream." A girl with a panicked expression turned to him. "Sihan, a man just fell right where Alibaba was," she cried, terrified. "What should I do?" A worried voice cried out into the open air. "Zenon." Sihan rushed to Zenon's side, shaking him. "Zenon, wake up. What happened?" It seemed Alita knew exactly what was wrong. It was this. A perfect cabbage patch. Zenon had personally tended to every single plant, and they were growing so well. Just a few more days until harvest. While Zenon was busy with his cabbages, Alita was hard at work training. A month of magic practice. "And I feel great." She opened her spellbook, ready to test her progress. Time to try a real spell. She recalled the one Sihan had shown her. The first spell Sihan demonstrated. The most basic Tier 1 magic, Firebolt. Alita began the incantation, focusing her energy to cast it. A brilliant light erupted, sending leaves scattering. Alita had finally cast her first fire spell, but as a novice, she couldn't yet control the immense power she had just unleashed. "What? I can't control it." Hearing the commotion, Zenon turned around to check on Alita. "What's wrong, Alita?" But the fireball she'd created was now hurtling directly toward Zenon. She screamed his name in terror, "Zenon!" But before he could react, the inferno was upon him. The resulting explosion sent Zenon flying through the air with incredible force. Overcome with guilt, Alita explained everything to Sihan. "And that's what happened to Zenon. I was worried it would hit him, so I tried to redirect it." Just then, Zenon awoke, tears streaming as he clutched his ruined cabbages. "Why would you do that? It should have burned me instead. How can I ever bring my babies back? Why wasn't it me? It should have been me." He was physically fine, but mentally shattered. Alita could only sigh in defeat. She blamed herself completely. "I'm sorry. I promise. Next time I'll aim right for you." Zenon let out a roar of despair. Only then did they notice something about Alita's magic. There was something strange about it. Was that really Firebolt? It didn't seem like a Tier 1 spell. Sihan needed to see it one more time. "Can you cast it again, Alita?" "Alright." Once more, Alita chanted the incantation, gathering her power. A massive aura of fire erupted around her, astonishing Sihan. He had seen enough and quickly ordered her to stop. "Okay, that's enough. You can stop." Sihan's face was a mask of pure disbelief at her display of power. How is this possible? The level of magic Alita possessed was far beyond anything Sihan could have imagined. "The magic I'm sensing is that of a Tier 5 mage." "No. The sheer energy. It has to be Tier 7. Zenon was stunned. "You can't be serious." "What? Are you mistaken? Alita is just a beginner in magic. I know it sounds impossible, but she's a natural prodigy. Her grasp of magic is beyond comprehension, and even Alita is unaware of her own immense power." Can someone explain this?" Sihan tried to break it down for her. "Remember how I said you must combine magic with natural energy to cast a spell? Most mages absorb 10 units of natural energy and convert it into 1 or 2 units of power. But with Alita, her energy doesn't decrease, it grows. Though she absorbs 10 units like others, her magic doesn't drop during conversion. In fact, it actually amplifies. Sihan suspects she's drawing power from another source. It's as if magic flows into her from somewhere else." Sihan stroked his chin, stunned. He had never seen a case like this before. "I've never seen anything like it. Maybe Sagran or Liston would know." "So, this won't affect my training, will it?" Sihan gave her some immediate advice. "The magic you possess is too vast for the spells you're currently practicing, and your inability to control it makes it dangerous. I think you should stop your magic training for now." Hearing his advice, Alita realized the scale of her power. "No, I understand what you're saying, but are you saying my power is that great?" She placed a hand on her chest, her voice firm. "I know I'm not of any use to you now. In my current situation, I can't abandon this newfound power." Hearing this, Sihan was taken aback, never thinking she'd want to help him. His expression grew somber. He scratched his head and stepped closer, ready to tell her the truth. "To be honest, there is another way." Sihan revealed he had faced a similar problem himself. The reasons were different, but the issue was the same. Humans naturally absorb more magic than the Terrano, but despite my vast magic reserves, I couldn't control it. Hearing she wasn't alone, Alita's spirits lifted. She eagerly turned to ask him. Sihan already knew what she would ask. He helped her. "Yes, I'll teach you to control your magic, but I can't guarantee there won't be risks. Are you prepared for that?" Without hesitation, Alita agreed. "Yes." In a grand, spacious room, Sihan entered through the door. Kelter John was already waiting for him. He spread his arms in greeting. "You've arrived, Sir Sihan." Sihan sat and crossed his legs, getting straight to business. "So, what's the news on Prince Elser? After your meeting, he's finally shown interest, but Elser still doesn't trust us and demands that we provide proof. To join our cause, he demands we provide definitive proof. He wants to see if I have the will and power to successfully pull off a coup." Elser demanding proof was well within Sihan's calculations. I knew he'd do this. "So, what kind of proof does he want?" "Elser's men have delivered his terms. He wants us to eliminate one of Jackenward's 3 loyal dogs." Kelter John began explaining who Jackenward's dogs were. They are the 3 pillars supporting his tyrannical rule. Each one controls the military, economy, or politics. They're called the 3 loyal dogs by those who pray for their downfall. Kelter John then detailed each of Jackenward's subordinates. In the military, there is the captain of the Black Lion Knights, Lord Boku. The second is the master of the economy, the kingdom's wealthiest man, and Jackenward's father-in-law, Duke Jia Mathon. Hearing the first 2 names, Sihan grew curious about the final member. "So who is the last dog?" Kelter John raised a hand, identifying himself as Jackenward's final dog. "That would be me." "Wait, that's familiar. And the target that Prince Elser has demanded they handle is to eliminate Lord Boku, captain of the Black Lion Knights. You mean I have to defeat a swordmaster?" Kelter John was full of fiery confidence, cheering Sihan on. "I'm certain it will be no problem for you, Sir Sihan." Sihan considered how to defeat his target without revealing his true identity. "I'll have to hide my identity and fight without my signature techniques. It's not as easy as it sounds. I need more intel on him." Kelter John piped up again. "Surely you must know of Boku, but I've never heard that name before." He revealed Boku's true identity. After becoming a noble, he changed his name and his entire past. "Surely you remember Dasvan, the #1 attack commander in Jackenward's army." As night fell on the palace construction, the name Dasvan was uttered. A guard named Dasvan was berating the workers. "This is Lord Jackson Guard's new castle. At this rate, when will you finish? You miserable insects." The guard's temper flared, itching to make an example of someone. "I need to kill one of you to set you all straight." But suddenly, the screaming guard collapsed to the floor. A man stepped forward, ready to fight. "We cannot live like this any longer. Do you know how many have died for Jackson Guard's cruel games?" Graham rose to lead the people. "Today, we will escape this place." Seeing the people rise up, the guards began to panic. "They're rebelling." The workers surged forward, clashing with the guards. Someone ran to Bartley. "Captain, we have a problem. The slaves at the construction site are revolting." Bartley considered it a trivial matter, telling the guard to quickly clean it up. "They're just slaves after all. Put them down." But the guard reported back, "It seems there are knights among the slaves. They were formerly with Sir Charles Watch's Revolutionary Army." Hearing this, Bartley showed no emotion, only a sneer. "Have they lost their minds?" He turned and declared, "Fine. Traitors who have lost their loyalty. I, captain of the Black Lion Knights, will crush you myself." Two soldiers cried out in pain. Graham lunged, his blade cleaving one in two as he roared, "Stand back. I don't want to kill former comrades, so please, do not stand in my way." The soldiers around him were stunned. "That's Commander Delat, from the old Revolutionary Army. A master of the sword. We can't defeat Graham." He suddenly froze as someone else arrived. It was Bartley. "When did he get here? Are you defying the king's order, you disloyal mongrel? I won't spare a single one of you." Bartley smirked, drawing the blade from his hip. "Long time no see, Graham Delat." Graham grew tense. "Van Bartley." Facing him, Bartley spoke. "I am no longer Van. Address me as Lord Bartley. In any case, what are you doing here?" "I thought you retired to be a farmer." Graham replied, "That's right. I never thought I'd have to raise my sword again after the world changed. But I was wrong. For these suffering people, we will leave this country." Bartley scoffed at him. "Even retired, you were once a knight. Are you casting aside your loyalty to commit high treason? You became a farmer and lost a knight's pride and honor, Delat." Graham gritted his teeth in fury. "Treason?" he roared back. "Look at yourself. These poor people are trapped in despair and ruin, all because of you and your bottomless greed. Where is your honor and pride?" Bartley's reply was cold. "Why should I care? A knight's highest duty is loyalty to his master. Is this the world we wanted, Van?" Bartley's eyes darkened. He tightened his grip on his sword. "Do not call me by that name." Instantly, Bartley shifted his sword into a battle stance. "My name is Bartley von Zache, an honorable name granted by the king." Graham's eyes widened as Bartley charged. He barely dodged as their swords met with a deafening crash. Graham struggled against the powerful blow. This strength. Bartley remained perfectly calm. "He's stronger than he was before. He's on a completely different level, though we're both masters. I've only just reached this rank." So, Bartley powerfully flung Graham back, making him cry out and stumble. Graham's eyes filled with horror. His side had been pierced clean through. Graham screamed in agony. The farmers watched on in a rage. "Commander Delat, you bastard. How dare you do that to our commander?" Bartley sneered back. "You are all the same. You must have all belonged to that foolish Revolutionary Army." Bartley walked past two men, and they fell lifelessly. A true lion pays no mind to scurrying rats. After felling Graham, Bartley shouted, "I have struck down the enemy's commander. Black lions, punish the remaining traitors." Immediately, the soldiers charged in to cut down the farmers. Bartley stood there, gazing at Graham's body. He spoke calmly. "You old fool, Delat." Bartley sneered. "If you had been alone, you could have escaped. Why sacrifice yourself for this lowly scum? You even threw away your loyalty." A small smile appeared on Delat's face. Graham laughed, retorting, "You speak of a knight's honor and pride, yet you can't even understand why I'm doing this? Ha." He shot a mocking glance at the man. "You're no true knight. You're just a murderer. Same as always." Bosley remained silent, then swung his blade, ending Graham. Burley's warning was sharp. "I told you never to call me by that name. I have already discarded it." At that moment, a soldier approached. "Captain, we've eliminated them all. We've captured the non-knights." "Hostages?" Burley demanded. "What do you mean?" The man flinched. Burley's voice was full of rage. "They are traitors too. Isn't the punishment for treason death? What are you doing? Why haven't you killed them all?" Just then, another person appeared. "Stop. I forbid any more killing," warned Encoder of the Black Lion Knights. Burley suppressed his anger. "Prince Encoder." Encoder repeated his warning once more. "I will not allow you to harm the workers. This is an order from the heir to the throne." Burley casually replied, My commander's orders are absolute. If you kill them all, who will build the new royal castle for my father? You should at least wait until the castle is built before you punish them. The traitors are still bound. Burleigh cursed inwardly. Damn it. He sighed in agreement. Very well. If the prince says so, it shall be done. We will return them to the royal palace construction site. Are you satisfied now? Enso didn't reply and simply turned to leave. Burleigh said to himself, he is too soft, as he watched his retreating figure. We must behead traitors without mercy to show the people his unnecessary weakness and feeble mind. How could a tiger give birth to a puppy? Enso asked Sihan next to him. What do you think? He's the captain of the Black Lion Knights. I don't know how a hero of the revolution ended up like this. Sihan replied. No, he has always been this way. Past or present, he kills anyone in his way. He does whatever Chak Sengwat asks of him. That is the only justice he has ever known. Enso turned to him and said, You speak as though you knew Captain Burleigh before. Sihan immediately bowed as he explained, with a forced smile. That is what I heard from Count Kelter John. Enso only replied, Is that so? I never thought he would say that. Enso then asked him, Why did you join me? Sihan replied, I also feel you are a worthy person, more worthy of being emperor. Enso was a little surprised. More worthy? I have never heard such praise. People always say a tiger gave birth to a puppy. Sihan smiled and said, A dog is man's most loyal companion. It represents a deep friendship and loyalty, helps in life and with hunting, and it also helps us guard the night. Throughout human history, there is no animal more helpful than a dog. He continued, Chak Sengwat is definitely a king like a tiger, but I would rather serve a person like a dog than a tiger. It sounded a bit strange, but the corners of Enso's mouth lifted into a smile. I understand. Sihan is truly an interesting person. After talking for a while, the two continued on their way. The more we talk, the more I trust him. Sihan glanced around them. He remembered G-Ram. Is this the world we once wanted? To make traitors pay for their sins? Is it to break the current peace? Disrupting the peace here distracts me because of my personal feelings. But he whispered, Thank you, Chak Sengwat, for removing my hesitation. Everyone in the tavern turned their eyes in one direction. At a table in the tavern, a group of soldiers were cheering. Ha! Everyone drink up. All right, Captain Burleigh asked them. Oh, by the way, have you all heard about the construction project? A blue-haired man looked blank. No, what's wrong? Burleigh told them. Prince Enso suddenly requested a new residential building. To provide additional support for them. The soldiers were surprised. What? Did you agree? Burleigh replied nonchalantly. Of course not. Reward them after they committed their crimes? How is that possible? The whole lot would revolt. Two other soldiers chimed in. That is why you must rule with an iron fist. Those low-class insects are so stupid. They're a lost cause, the men roared. That's right. Ha! At that moment, an arrow flew in, heading straight for Burleigh. He froze as he saw the arrow pointed at his face. The soldiers screamed in terror. Captain, it's too dangerous. Sir, please. But Burleigh easily blocked the arrow with his face. Clink. Everyone couldn't help but freeze. He broke an iron arrow with his forehead. Just as expected from a man like him. The corners of Burleigh's mouth turned up. How interesting. An arrow containing durable combat energy, and it was aimed so precisely through such a narrow window. Burleigh led the group of energized soldiers. Why don't we go see what that was? As Burleigh's foot crossed the threshold, he sighed. The fog is so thick. In this weather, someone could die, and no one would know. Burleigh's eyes flashed with surprise. Outside the door were Sihan and Zenon. You're Sinton and Zenon? Burleigh asked them. Who is behind this? It can't be Kelter John. Is it Prince Enso? Sihan replied. Think what you will. In any case, you will not escape alive. Sihan drew his sword, saying, I will take all your heads. Burleigh replied with utter contempt. That childish determination of yours is nothing but foolishness. Do you truly believe two of you can challenge the Black Lion squad? At his word, the soldiers charged. The blue-haired man struck at Zenon, but his attack was blocked. Burleigh commanded them, Stay calm. I want them alive for questioning. Zenon gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on his sword. He swung his blade, clashing with the blue-haired man. Sihan now faced the platinum-haired foe, who slashed directly at him, but Sihan effortlessly dodged the following strikes. He evaded so easily it enraged his opponent. You're good at dodging, you mule. Burleigh watched, intrigued. His skill matches his confidence. We'll need support to capture them alive. Soon, Sihan and Zenon were surrounded on all sides. Zenon demanded angrily. 4 against 2, do you have no knightly honor? A soldier shot back. How dare you speak of honor while plotting murder? Zenon flinched. He had a point, Sihan said, exasperated. Who said you should talk to them? A wall of steel is closing in. There is no escape. Massive shields had boxed them in completely. The long-haired man thought, this won't be enough. The steel wall isn't enough. We need a finishing blow. He signaled a comrade, who then lunged forward. That man's sword erupted in flames. Suddenly, Sihan chuckled. I see. The long-haired man froze in his tracks. An attack flew towards him, but he barely blocked it with his shield. Sihan and Zenon seized the moment to escape. He yelled to Zenon. Let's go, Zenon replied. Right. The blue-haired man was furious. Damn it, are they toying with us? How dare they attack and then run when the tables turn? They attacked us first. As Sihan and Zenon fled, the squad relentlessly gave chase. Did you think you could escape? After them. The blue-haired man grinned. We're not pursuit specialists, like the Whirlwind or Wild Wind squads. But we'll still catch you. He rambled while running. As a knight-class swordsman, these weapons are lighter than feathers. Sihan and Zenon leaped off a bridge together. They ran through the underpass, while the soldiers chased from above, but their path was soon blocked. Enemies appeared behind them too. How unfortunate. This path has been sealed for years. Burly appeared, mocking them. You didn't even have an escape plan? Idiots. You could have escaped by jumping from the building. He was filled with smug satisfaction. You'll have to try harder if you want to harm the Black Lion's captain. Yet, Zenon and Sihan remained perfectly calm. Sihan sighed. We were careful enough, maybe even too careful. Was all of this really necessary? As Sihan spoke, footsteps approached from behind him. It was Alita. Burly and his men erupted in laughter. Haha, is this a joke? You're bringing out a warrior-class swordsman? Burly couldn't hold back his amusement. But then, his expression turned deadly serious. Sensing Alita's power, Burly was struck with terror. What? This incredible energy. This isn't fighting spirit. What is it? In the past, Sihan had taught her. If your magical energy is too immense to control, you should learn advanced magic first. It only requires the user's own mana. The ground shattered into pieces. Alita was stunned by her own power. This is so strong. Her body swayed, and she collapsed to the ground. Sihan explained. She'll be exhausted for a while. She used all her mana at once, and can't use magic again until it recharges. Sihan teased Alita. Her magical energy is like a daily paycheck, isn't it? A mage for hire? Alita snapped. What a weird comparison. Zenon was in awe. Magic is incredible. Not a single trace of the knights remains. I didn't think we'd wipe them out so quickly. Sihan replied. Because this wall was very weak. Steel walls are sturdy, but bad at dispersing force. So it can only take a direct hit, like a stiff tree facing a hurricane, versus a reed that bends with the wind. Sihan turned his head, but his eyes widened in utter disbelief. From the cloud of dust, a figure rose to his feet. Phew. Burly spoke, his voice dripping with rage. How dare you? Zenon was just as shocked. He's still alive? He looks completely unharmed, Sihan said calmly. Humph. It seems the Black Lion's captain will be a tougher opponent. He alerted Alita. Alita, stay back. We're moving to Plan B. With that, Zenon and Sihan moved forward. Sihan thought to himself, a swordsman at the Zenward level can analyze an ultimate technique from the aftermath of a battle alone. So I'll have to support Zenon from the shadows. He smirked. I remember him being a master of the spear, but it seems he's obsessed with being a knight now. Even with endless training, using a sword would still be a disadvantage. If he uses a weapon he's unskilled with, I can win. At that thought, Bertley lunged forward. Bertley sneered. Is that all you expected, you fool? True. I am a master of the spear, but you're still ignorant. His cloak flew off, and Bertley wrapped it firmly around his blade. Zenon and Sihan were stunned. Just like that, Bertley's weapon had gained extra length. At my master level, a cloak becomes hard as steel. Did you really think I'd come here unarmed? Bertley's gaze turned icy. Get ready, boy. I'll make you suffer with this very spear. A fierce wind erupted around Bertley. Sihan's eyes widened in realization. I see. So that's it, you bastard. He's learned Jack Seward's explosion technique. As Bertley's spear aimed at them, Sihan felt a surge of dread. Damn it, how could I be so stupid? I never thought he'd have a hidden weapon, let alone know the explosion art. Sihan closed his eyes, then told Zenon. Zenon, get back. You'll only be a burden now. He then retrieved his sword. Zenon warned him, this isn't a fight where you can afford to hold back your true strength. I am being serious, Sihan replied coldly. Just then, Bertley attacked, slamming his spear into the ground. Sihan leaped away just in time. Bertley laughed mockingly. Still dodging? You just keep running. The spear shot toward Sihan. A coward like you can never win. Sihan parried with his sword. Unlike the steel wall, the explosion art was a perfect blend of offense and defense. The mountain breaker art won't work on it. As Bertley attacked relentlessly, Sihan could only block each strike. If this were a giant monster, I'd have used Heavenly Limit or Dragon Sword energy by now. But against a human, it's too conspicuous. One wrong move could be fatal. Bertley twirled his spear. He drove the spear into the ground. Sihan suddenly spoke. Fine, I'll use my combat aura for this duel. Bertley was shocked by those words. His face darkened, leaving him utterly speechless. An incredible aura exploded from Sihan. What is this immense power? Bertley's hands gripped his spear tightly. I can't judge him by his age. He's at the master level. Any hesitation now would be fatal. Bertley shouted. I was going to play with you a little longer, but I've changed my mind. I'll end you right here. The earth shook with the force of his ultimate explosion technique. A barrage of sharp projectiles rained down on Sihan. He remained perfectly calm. Tyrant King's Flood. He pointed his sword skyward. A maelstrom of water surged up, deflecting the fiery assault. Bertley gritted his teeth in shock. What? He countered an attack I poured everything into? Sihan raised his sword. In a brilliant flash of light, his blade sliced clean through Bertley. An arm tumbled to the ground. Bertley shrieked in agony, collapsing as he clutched the bleeding stump. My arm! My arm! Sihan watched him scream. Impossible! That technique, the Tyrant King's art. Bertley raged. Who the hell are you? That's right, that power at his age. I should have known. Sihan gazed down. Bertley declared with certainty. You are the successor of the mercenary king, Barak. Sihan averted his gaze, thinking, ah, right. I forgot old man Barak created this move. Now I see why he thinks that. Sihan replied, think what you want. But since we were once comrades, I'll let you know who killed you. Bertley gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? His eyes widened as Sihan loomed over him, face shrouded in shadow. Sung Sihan. He stared down at Bertley. Captain of the Tempest Corps, Sung Sihan. Bertley cried out in pure terror. Sung Sihan. Captain of the Whirlwind, he glared. Captain of the Whirlwind. It's been a while since I heard that name. I have witnessed your atrocities. This isn't the world we planned to create after overthrowing Barak. Bertley scrambled backward in terror. I was just following Jack Seward's orders. I swear, I knew nothing. Sihan sighed loudly. Hey Bertley. You did as you pleased and now you're blaming Jack Seward? Is that how a knight should act? He retorted in panic. No, I wouldn't dare call myself a knight. Then I will also discard the name Bertley. A single sword stroke then swept across the man's head. Sihan struck down with all his might. Alita and Zenon watched, not at all surprised by his actions. Sihan stated grimly, after Belex's death, I came here for personal revenge. I don't care about anything else. But either way, you still deserve to die. Outside, whispers spread about the incident, sending the capital of Latins into a panic. Of the 6 Black Lion Knights, 4 and Belex were gone. Jack Sang-Huat was stunned by the news, then roared, Who was it? Find the killer immediately. I will kill him with my own hands. Kelter John asked. Are you satisfied now? Prince Esser sipped his tea with a pleased smile. Very good. The situation is very good indeed. At this rate, more people will join our cause. The man rejoiced. Exactly. If you lead, you will devise a plan. Esser spoke softly. You have a gift for making everything you say sound treacherous. Truly. A maid entered from the doorway to announce, Sir Kelter John. Your guests have arrived. He forced a laugh. Well then, Prince Esser, if you'll excuse me. The prince mused. All right. Are these guests the ones you mentioned before? Kelter John replied instantly. Yes, the names on the list. A coup was expected. Outside in the hall, the guests were approaching the room. The man next to him looked serious. It's strange that he invited us. His companion quickly added, Indeed. Levo repeated the man's request. He said it's to celebrate us becoming captains of the Black Lion Knights. Judo Zen smiled calmly. He probably wants to get closer to us now that we're captains. He is a powerful man in this kingdom, after all. Accepting won't cost us anything. Levo also smiled cheerfully. I never expected this from an old acquaintance of ours. Now look at him. Inside the room, Judo Zen stared intensely ahead. He asked tensely, What did you just say? Are you being serious? Count Kelter, John answered calmly. Of course. That's why I hope you two will join us. Kelter John gave a sly grin. Jackson Ward no longer has the right to be king. Isn't it a knight's duty to serve a proper king for the good of the nation and its people? Levo shot to his feet, shouting, Are you serious? How could you be so disloyal? The Count maintained his shameless smile. Feel free to go and tell Jackson Ward, Kelter John said with a sly face. But I wonder if he would believe you. You two received at least 300 gold coins for defeating the Earth Dragon and took bribes from the Azure Ivory Tower. Am I wrong? Levo furiously drew his sword. Are you threatening us? I'll kill you, you bastard. Suddenly, a line of energy grazed his shoulder. Levo turned to the door and yelled, What the? A shadowy figure appeared behind him. That damned Azure Ivory Tower. They gave you 300, while they only gave me 10. Levo recognized him in shock. You are His Highness? Sihan? He cursed in anger. You bastard. How dare you point your sword at the Black Lions when you're just a guard knight? Sihan sighed, looking bored. Heavens, I don't understand why nobles love using words like bastard. Sihan smiled confidently. Why can't you be a little calmer? Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from his body. Levo was stunned by the wave of energy and collapsed to the ground moments later. Judo Zen recognized this pressure. Conqueror's aura. Are you the one who killed our captain? Sihan replied casually. I thought I was a bastard. Why so polite all of a sudden? You must be quite the opportunist. Though it's not quite the same, Kelter John chimed in, grinning ear to ear. That's right, Your Highness Sihan. Humans must be flexible in reason and decision. That is the beauty of humanity. Shh, Sihan glared as a warning. Don't you dare lower the definition of beauty. The Count immediately looked away. Ah, I was just kidding. Kidding, haha, Judo Zen thought in a daze. Is the mighty Count Kelter John afraid? Levo stammered in shock. Who are you? Kelter John announced gravely. This man is the heir of the mercenary king, Bajak. Before, a voice had called out from the hallway. Kelter John. Sihan pushed the door open with a suggestion. I have an idea. I use the Tyrant King's move to beat Javier Van, and he thinks I'm the king's disciple, the mercenary king, Bajak. He took out a stack of documents. So if I pose as the mercenary king's disciple, I can use that technique and still hide my identity. The Count cut in before Sihan could finish. I knew you'd think of that, so I've prepared everything. This is the detailed personal file of Shin Style, descendant of the mercenary king Bajak. I've created everything you'll need. Shin Style. Even if the mercenary king himself says it's not true, no one will believe him. Sihan was stunned, incredibly resourceful. He praised quietly. I see now why Jack Sang Huat holds you in such high regard. Kelter John chuckled happily. Hehe, I'm quite useful. I'm an expert in deception and fraud, you know. Back in the present, Jupiter's face was stern with admiration. The descendant of the mercenary king, I see the source of your strength now, he said, rising to his feet. But as a knight, I refuse to betray my honor. I am no perfect paragon of justice, but I'm not so shameless as to forget a knight's honor and loyalty. I cannot abandon my duty as an engineer, Kelter Du answered softly. Who said anything about abandoning it? I merely ask you to place your loyalty with a true king. Judozen's face filled with doubt and confusion. A true king. Just then, a voice called from the doorway. I require your assistance. For the future of this nation. Judozen and Livo stared at him, completely stunned. Livo rushed to him, both men kneeling in reverence. Prince Asio. He walked past them and began to speak. For the sake of our people. Asio turned, his voice firm. Will you lend me your strength, Black Lions? Their business concluded, Livo and Judozen quickly departed. By the window, Sihan smiled, completely satisfied. I've found their weakness and sent word. By appealing to their duty, Prince Enser is now merely a pretext. There's no need to push. They're already on our side. Alita spoke up from where she was relaxing. That's right. 2 Black Lion captains are ours. Zenon smiled. Sihan, you should eat. He then turned, curious. When did you two get here and start eating? She answered swiftly. We were Prince Enser's escort, and we couldn't just leave without eating. Wasting food is a grave sin. Zenon casually kept enjoying his meal. Your chef is quite skilled, Count Kelterjohn. The Count laughed. Oh, you can tell? I have a discerning palate. I ate so much terrible food during the revolution. Now I must compensate, Sihan thought to himself as he ate. Less vinegar and a bit of celery would perfect the flavor. But it's better to keep quiet. Sihan accepted a plate and asked, So with 2 new Black Lion captains, who's the new commander? Kelterjohn answered at once. Yes, 4 of the 6 captains fell, leaving only 2 remaining. Lord Kelter and Lord Thurrot are the new commander and vice commander. There was no vice commander before this, but their skills are nearly equal, and both are exceptionally talented knights. The most experienced were chosen. Zenon glanced at his plate. Don't you like lobster, Sihan? You haven't touched it. Sihan finally picked up his fork. Ah, my apologies. This is my favorite. I'm saving the best for last. Sihan's eyes sharpened as he thought. Exactly. The main event should always be savored last. After the meal concluded, Kelter John began the meeting. Because of Jackson Ward's corruption, the people are suffering immensely under him. And thanks to Prince Answer, the coup is progressing smoothly, Sihan noted with grim approval. Impressive speed, Kelter John continued. It means many have suffered under him. Then, his expression darkened. But for this coup to succeed, we absolutely need Viscount Dumbo. Sihan questioned. Viscount Dumbo, the man known as the kingdom's second symbol? The Count explained. He is incredibly wealthy, but more importantly, his business network spans the entire kingdom. Those trade routes are vital for our coup's communications. Sihan's tone was grave, but winning him over must be difficult. Kelter John calmly shook his head. No. He's already on board, but with a difficult condition. It's more of a personal request, really. Sihan was intrigued. What's the condition? The Count replied. He wants Alita to mentor his youngest daughter. Sihan choked on his water, sputtering in disbelief. Alita? As a mentor? Is she even capable of that? Kelter John faltered at his reaction. To reach warrior class at her age is quite impressive. The issue, he said gravely, is that Dena Dumbo, the family's youngest, has no tutor, so she has made no progress. Tradition calls for a female master. I believe he seeks a female knight, and he noticed Alita's name listed as my royal guard. Sihan mused. There aren't many female knights in Terrano, but to choose Alita, he must be desperate. Then, something clicked. The youngest, Dumbo. She sounds familiar. Seeing his expression, Kelter John reminded him. We have met her before. Do you recall now? You were teaching Lord Parzeron when we met. Sihan finally recalled. Ah, the one who hit you, Dena Dumbo. The Count asked, bewildered. My head? Sihan realized his mistake. Ah, never mind. It was nothing. Alita stared blankly at the offer. Me? A master? Sihan mused. It is unexpected. Like a high schooler teaching middle school. It's strange, no matter how gifted you are. His tone grew serious. You can refuse. The Viscount has already joined us. Alita questioned. So, we gain nothing from this? Sihan answered slowly. Not entirely. Dena's mother comes from an extremely powerful family. She's a noble from the Litai kingdom, from the house of Count Seled. Unlike the Viscount's influence in Charles Ward, their family's business empire covers all of Terrano. Sihan smiled casually and spoke. A daughter of such a clan makes moving and hiding much more convenient. When we need to move within Terrano, we can also connect with prominent families through them. Alita was stunned by his information. You investigated this thoroughly, Sihan? He flatly denied getting it from Kelterzon. She asked nervously, what about the risks? He answered instantly. Our identities could be exposed, that I'm the savior from another world. And you, Alita, are of the Lausanne royal bloodline. Sihan explained grimly. If that happens, it's serious. If my identity is revealed, I can manage. But things get messy if you're exposed as a descendant of the Lausanne royal family. Alita fell silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, she stood and spoke. If that's the reason, I agree. She walked to the window and began to explain. My father always told me to be cautious and to question everyone by my side. That suspicion doesn't mean distrust. Alita smiled naturally. Doubt is the best tool we have for truly understanding others. To trust someone hastily is to not trust them at all. Even as allies, we must never stop learning about each other. My father always said that. So, at the very least, I want to meet Dena. Sihan was stunned, a memory surfacing. Haha, that's Sihan for you. We're best friends. Then came Lerner's loving words. I love you, Sihan. I trusted them as they trusted me. I had their friendship, their love, and their absolute trust. But was that trust rational? Were there truly no signs of their betrayal back then? He sat, deep in thought. Maybe I was wrong. I'm asked to stop trying to understand my friends under the excuse of trust. They might have been disappointed in me, or maybe they turned against me, because I never bothered to understand them. A voice pulled him back. Sihan. He looked up. Ah, sorry. I zoned out. Sihan smiled, making a decision. Let's meet Dena, then. We'll see if she can be trusted. Will she betray us if she learns who we are? But Alita, do you truly distrust everyone because of your father's words? Like Lady Giap? She paused for a moment before answering. Well, one doesn't always follow advice. From now on, the two of them would go out as planned. Sihan thought, even so, I won't abandon my revenge for any reason. Revenge isn't something you can just give up. They arrived at the Jumble estate. A cheerful Dena introduced herself. "Hello, Zenon. I'm Dena Jumble. I'll do my absolute best to learn, Master," Alita replied awkwardly. Yes. Nice to meet you, Dena." Sihan watched from the side. "She's so bright. Hardly seems the type to choose Alita as a master." Zenon laughed. "They're like sisters." "Yes." Alita gave the order. "All right, let's begin training." Dena replied instantly. "Yes." She smiled, recalling Jumble's words. "The one you mentioned is only warrior class. Dad can find someone better." But Dena refused. "No, Dad, it has to be her." She beamed with joy. "I want to learn from her. She's super, super amazing." Back in the present, Alita called to Dena. "We'll start with the sword." Dena ran over, ecstatic. "Yes, Master." Dena Jumble became Alita's disciple. She began striking a straw dummy with her sword. Alita sighed after her demonstration. Dena watched from the side, beaming. "Ah, she's so cool. She's a little different from when I first met her. But this isn't my imagination. Right?" Alita's shoulders tensed under that gaze. "So beautiful. And so muscular." Dena's voice rose with excitement. "I heard that the defensive power of armor becomes meaningless against warrior-class opponents. So cool. I want iron armor just like you, Master." Alita paused at her words. "If you reach the warrior class, you can harden steel with battle energy. I want to wear iron armor like Sihan." Sihan listened from the side. "A master-level swordsman can harden any material, not just steel like a knight class. I want to be like Lord Sihan." The three of them let out a weary sigh. At Dena's comment, Sihan was confused. "What was that?" Alita turned and asked him. "So, is it better for transcendent-level fighters not to wear iron armor?" Sihan asked, bewildered. "Why the sudden question?" she replied calmly. "Just curious. I heard that once you reach master level, the armor's material doesn't matter. But the 7 revolutionary heroes were all transcendent level, and they all wore different kinds of armor." Sihan explained seriously. "It depends. I think it depends on the battle and the martial arts they use. Some cloth is ordinary, with a defense level of 1, while some armor has a defense of 10. A knight-class swordsman can reinforce steel, with battle energy. So, at master level, they can further enhance the quality of their iron armor. You can enhance silk and iron with the same combat energy, since they absorb an equal amount. So, a regular shirt is the same as iron armor, but once you reach the transcendent level," he explained, "you can fuse your combat energy with any material to empower it, even something as simple as normal clothes, from level 1 to 10, or level 10 armor to level 30. Hearing this, Alita realized something. "Huh? So iron armor is better then?" Sihan shot that down. "No, not quite. The enhancement below master rank isn't affected by armor weight, but the transcendent level is. So if your strategy relies on speed, you should wear light armor. For a power build, use heavy armor. It's only logical." She mulled it over before speaking. "Got it. I'll probably use light armor if I reach the transcendent level." Sihan smirked. "Focus on getting there first. That's a long way off." Alita retorted, annoyed. "Okay, I get it." He chuckled, satisfied. Then Sihan grew thoughtful. "Come to think of it, I wonder what happened to my Thunderfall magic armor." Alita's expression turned serious. "Ah, the 3 holy relics of the hero from another world. The cataclysmic magic sword, Thunderfall armor, and the red dragon's cage." She grinned mischievously. "I'm sure someone's keeping them safe. Even your underwear sold for 100 gold coins. Gear you actually used must be worth way more." Sihan's tone grew serious. "The underwear, I understand, but I think they swiped my magic equipment. How disgraceful. I'll have Keltor John investigate." He then turned to leave. "Keep up the training. I'm going to rest." Alita didn't keep him any longer. "Oh, okay. Is your combat energy restored?" Sihan replied smoothly. "Of course. My old senses are slowly returning." He looked down at his hands, thinking to himself, "Or at least, my combat energy is." Sihan mused silently. "The energy recovery is going very smoothly, but my magic recovery is slowing down. So what's happening?" While Sihan's group was training, someone else was working much harder. By day, he flattered Zenward. By night, he gathered nobles for a coup. Many saw the benefit of watching from the sidelines instead of participating in the plot. Keltor John's eyes narrowed as he warned, "If you don't join, I will expose all of your corruption. You can't refuse. Who do you think Zenward will believe, you or me?" The nobles were paralyzed with fear. Thanks to Keltor John's persuasion, they joined the coup. Sihan was secretly impressed. It takes a devil to deal with devils. The man cackled. I have finally gathered some allies for justice, willing to risk their lives for this country's future, Sihan quietly reminded him. Don't lump them in with justice. Keltor John's face suddenly darkened. Bribe money is delicious when you take it, but once it's inside, it becomes a poison that rots your gut. Sihan listened to his cynical words, helpless. Then, he was back to normal, and smiling brightly. I have contingency plans if I get exposed. I'm very experienced with bribes. Sihan's voice turned grave. I'm only telling you this as a precaution. His eyes flashed as energy gathered in his hand. A clear warning. After the coup succeeds and Esor becomes king, you'd better not have any other schemes. You haven't forgotten the poison I planted in your body, have you? Sir Keltor John laughed naturally. Of course not. Sir Sihan, I have no intention of betraying you. I did my best under Zenward, but under the hero from another world. I can finally dream bigger. Sihan was left speechless. Sir Keltor John confidently declared, poison or not, I never intended to betray you. He stated his true intentions with a serious voice. I am going to change this nation. I want a better life, and I want that for the people, too. Sihan smiled, satisfied. Keltor John, you should have been this way from the start, the man quietly replied. I told you. Under Zenward, it was impossible. The scene shifts to a dark room, where a man speaks. Does everyone agree? A woman at the meeting didn't object. I agree. He is far too dangerous to be left alive. Once the Bursek dynasty falls, nothing will be able to stop him. Another voice chimed in. I don't like it, but we can't deny reality. I agree. I also agree. The first man turned to another. What about you, Zenward? He replied grimly. I don't actually hate him. In fact, I quite like him. The first speaker added. We all do. We're not making this choice because we hate him. Zenward fell silent. Then his eyes hardened as he spoke. But I have friends who are more important than Sihan. As a mage, I trust your judgment, but… Zenward raised a hand, speaking up. Their true intention? When the path is unclear, the majority should rule. I agree. Tsk. A woman emerged from the shadows. Impressive. Very impressive, she said, her voice turning stern. But I cannot ignore this problem. How can we possibly defeat an extraordinary savior from another world? Zenward fumed with anger. You underestimate us, Kagan, came the critique. No matter how strong he is, he can't face all 6 of us at once. She calmly replied, True. Not even Sihan could survive if we all attacked together. Kagan raised the real issue. And if we get lucky, maybe half of us will survive, correct? The room fell into a dead silence. Her voice cut through it. 6 little mice, all gathered to chat. But who among us will bell the cat? Jackson Watt jolted awake, gasping for breath after a nightmare. Jackson Watt thought to himself, I've been having strange dreams lately. It must be because of that thing. Yesterday, it brought back an old friend. He recalled the investigation. Traces of the Tyrant King's martial arts were found on Buddy's body. His face grew grim. It couldn't have been him. But these old memories just keep resurfacing. Am I getting old? The woman beside Jackson Watt suddenly awoke. Your Majesty, she cried, clutching the sheets. Covering her body, she asked, You're awake? A wicked grin spread across his face. Why waste time thinking? Ha ha, come here, darling. The red-haired woman cried out. Ah, again? You have so much stamina, Your Majesty. Jackson Watt Jotunberger raised his wineglass with a broad smile. Let's make a toast. 3 beautiful women stood behind Jackson Watt Jotunberger, eagerly massaging his back and pouring him wine. Suddenly, Squire approached with a worried look. Your Majesty, these parties have become too frequent. A woman continued the massage. He replied with his eyes closed in pleasure. What? Parties? You have gravely misunderstood. This is to honor the memory of Bok Lee. Squire looked up nervously, sweating. For an entire month, Your Majesty? Jackson Watt angrily spun around and roared. Silence. This is how a warrior honors the fallen. I must do for him the things he no longer can. A man in a wine-red coat spoke up. Indeed, Your Majesty. I'm sure Captain Bok Lee is pleased. It was Kulo, who appeared with a cheerful smile and raised his glass. For the soul of our late captain, I, Kulo, raise this glass as the new captain. His loud voice and booming laugh made Squire nervous. He plays the part well. Ha ha ha. Squire glanced at the open door. A loud shout drew Jackson Watt Jotunberger's attention. Your Majesty! Keltor John ran forward and knelt. I, your loyal servant Keltor John, humbly greet the great hero, Jackson Watt. I have come with a report. The group that murdered Lord Bok Lee has finally been located. A sharp glint appeared in Jackson Watt's eyes. Jackson Watt then smashed his wineglass on the floor. It shattered, causing the woman to cry out in fear. Hatred radiated from Jackson Watt as he gritted his teeth. Is that so? His pace quickened with intent. The killer appears to be a disciple of the mercenary king. I am truly in awe of your foresight, Your Majesty Jackson Watt, Jotunberger asked as he walked. What is his name? Kelter John replied. That has not yet been confirmed. It seems he is called the Black Giant. Kelter John turned and continued. I have received information that he is hiding with 800 rebels in an old castle west of Latex. A cruel, triumphant smile spread across Jackson Watt's face. Excellent work, Kelter John. We will punish them immediately. Jackson Watt then roared. Q Lo, he replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Ko Lo announced. I will prepare 100 soldiers from the Black Lion Knights and a 3,000-man infantry. Kelter John froze. Okay, that's far more than I anticipated. He pressed his hand to his forehead, thinking, that's almost the entirety of Jackson Watt's forces. This Q Lo character wants to go all out in his very first battle. Stay calm. Thinking fast, Kelter John called out, Captain Q Lo, what a brilliant decision, Kelter John exclaimed with false excitement, seeing Jackson Watt's displeased reaction. Anyone who could kill Lord Bok Lai is clearly no ordinary foe. We will certainly need that many soldiers. Jackson Watt Jotunberger frowned. People might think I'm afraid. He turned back to Q Lo. Q Lo, prepare 50 Black Lion Knights and 10,000 infantry. I will be on the front lines, so it's fine. The man stammered in panic. What? But, Your Majesty. Q Lo turned and protested loudly. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Kelter John's jaw dropped as he pointed. Its full strength, not its entire army. 1 or 2 lions are enough to catch a single rabbit. Let Kello handle it, Kelter John snapped. He seethed, knowing Count Kello had a point. Prepare the troops as I commanded. Kelter John then turned to Kello. My apologies, Captain Kello. I didn't want your reputation tarnished. Kello frowned. We still have the new royal palace to contend with. Using 3,000 soldiers is excessive, Kello stated, his voice cutting through. Ah, that's right. It's fine. I was too hasty. I'm glad you understand. Kello turned and announced, I will remain by His Majesty's side. You two will be my lieutenants. The rest will gather at the castle. Next to Livo, Judo Zen frowned and replied, Yes, sir. A comical arrogance spread across Keltor John's face. Sung Jihan appeared, his eyes wide at the sight of the ambush team. One of the 6 captains, Keltor John, faced him. That's correct. We already have Judo Zen and Livo. Now we just need them in Jackson Hart's elite forces, he said, eyeing the paper. In that case, we should be attacking 4 of them, since there are 6 captains, Keltor John added with a smirk. Yes, 3 of them were Kello's men before becoming captains. So I will hint to Kello that a captain shouldn't show personal favoritism. Jihan studied the report. I see. Killing his men would be messy. So, we'll use their new positions against them? Jihan looked up with a cunning smile. Understood. Then should I just cripple one of his legs to weaken their army? Alita interjected from nearby. No. If you do that, they'll just appoint a new captain. Keltor John was beside her. He raised a hand with a troubled expression. It will be much harder to place Judo Zen and Livo. Keltor John and Alita then exchanged a glance. Sung Jihan spoke cautiously to Alita from behind. You sound very experienced with this. Someone might mistake you for royalty. Experienced in warfare, Alita replied brightly. I read it in a book. Jihan thought with concern. This one is dangerously sharp, but Keltor John waved it off. Guilt? What's that? Something to eat? I hear even fried shoes taste good. This gave Jihan pause. He's betraying the man he serves, yet he feels no remorse? In fact, he seems almost thrilled. Gazing out the window, Jihan's thoughts began to race. I'll need to be careful he doesn't betray me later. At the old Garin castle, a guard on patrol suddenly noticed something. The soldier's discovery made him scream in terror. My God! Horses were charging toward them amid frantic shouts. The enemy, Jackson-Hart Jotunberger, thundered forward on his mighty warhorse. With a resounding roar, Jackson-Hart is here. Judo Zen bellowed an order. Listen, you traitors. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender now. High on the fortress walls, soldiers stood their ground, looking down at the army below. One declared, We will not surrender. The soldier stood firm, his eyes blazing with a red light. He roared, Fallen hero! You are no longer worthy to be king. The people of this kingdom reject your rule. Jackson-Hart, Kello asked with a sly smile. Is that the Black Giant? So obvious. The soldier above yelled again. We will fight to the last man, Kello asked from behind. "What will you do, Your Majesty?" Jackson Hart grinned widely. "What a question. Of course, we'll attack them head on." He then spurred his horse forward with a mighty roar. "Follow me, Kello." "Follow me!" Riding close behind, Kello yelled back. "Judo Zen, Livo, I will stay by His Majesty's side. You two protect our rear, and don't fall behind." Riding alongside Livo, Judo Zen smiled. "Of course, leave it to us." Jackson Hart led the charge, his war cry echoing across the field. A massive fist of golden energy appeared, sealing the battlefield. The fist was simply colossal. It rose into the air, carrying horsemen on its back. A giant hand. The soldiers on the wall screamed in terror. Dear God! How can a mere human wield that? Jackson Hart thrust his hand forward, unleashing a wave of golden power. Jackson Hart, his horse, and two massive weapons soared through the air. His eyes glowed white as he roared with a smile. "Come out, Black Giant! I will avenge Bockley with your death." The defenders were thrown into chaos, all except for one soldier, who stood perfectly still. It was Sung Jihan, thinking, "All right, my part here is finished." Jackson Hart's army charged recklessly. A disembodied voice commented, "They're advancing without a single thought." On the wall, Jihan crossed his arms and smiled at Keltor Jan. "Let the hunt begin." Jotunberger landed, weapon in hand, shouting, "Show yourself, Black Giant. Jackson Hart has come for Bockley's revenge." Suddenly, Jackson Hart sensed something wrong. A golden light flashed underfoot as tendrils of energy swirled around them. The sight stunned everyone. Kello shouted, "What is this?" Jackson Hart looked up and replied, "What is this?" Soldiers with swords drawn, a mage chanting behind them. Jackson Hart continued, "Swordsmen and mages. So many are gathered here." Suddenly, an explosion erupted beneath them, sending them into a panic. Keller urgently warned Jackson Ward, "Your Majesty, something isn't right." According to Count Kelterzon's report, the rebels were all disciples of the mercenary king, just ordinary soldiers, but Jackson Ward's will remained unbroken. "Don't panic. I've fallen into hundreds of these traps before." A confident smirk appeared as he turned around. "A magic barrier is only tough from the inside. Breaking it from the outside is simple." "Hey, Black Lion Knight, shatter that barrier." Jackson Ward's eyes widened in shock as the barrier suddenly shattered on its own. Keller spun around, shouting in alarm. Judo Zen and Livo, mounted on their horses, watched as the wall began to crumble. Both Judo Zen and Livo frowned with worry. Keller screamed back, "No one followed us. Those traitors." As Keller was shouting, Jackson Ward suddenly saw it. A betrayal? Jackson Ward spotted something on the fortress. It was Kelterzon, staring down at them. Jackson Ward gritted his teeth in fury. "You!" Jackson Ward's enraged roar echoed up. "Kelterzon, you dare betray me?" The Count flinched back in alarm. Sihan glanced at the trembling Kelterzon. "I'm here. Yet you still fear Jackson Ward?" he replied loudly. "I was just surprised." Kelterzon sat with tears streaming down his face. "Did you have to bring me here?" Sihan replied with his eyes closed. "Then don't look." Sihan crossed his arms. "I needed to witness your resolve before Jackson Ward. Otherwise, I can't fully trust you." Kelterzon's eyes widened as he steeled himself. "Yes." Sihan stood and gazed into the distance. "Regardless, you did well leading him here." Kelterzon gestured, saying, "Of course." Zenon's acting was better than I expected. The soldier stood by as Kelterzon's words echoed. "Jackson Ward might have become suspicious if you had shown yourself, so I thought it best to use Zenon, since he's so obvious. But thanks to his surprisingly good acting, the plan went off without a hitch. It was the image of a tiger emerging from its den, surrounded by hunters. To enter a tiger's den to catch it will only get you eaten, you know." Kelterzon stood above them, feigning tears, but a cruel smile was on his lips. The best way to hunt a tiger is to set a trap. Across from them, Jackson Ward and Keller were still trapped on that glowing floor. Keller stood behind him, roaring in defiance. "Listen, you traitors, destroy this barrier now. How dare you betray your king?" Keller's voice echoed within the trap. "Surrender now, and I will show you mercy," Fabergas scoffed from outside. What is he saying? Does he still not understand his situation? The mage stood there, channeling his power, unleashing it with a scream, "You are not our king." And in that instant, a massive surge of power erupted with a hellish roar. Fierce golden lightning crackled forth with a thunderous shout. Scorching lightning strike. Jackson Ward and Keller were paralyzed with fear. Keller let out a terrified scream. A huge explosion rocked the entire area. The soldier beside the mage asked nervously, "Did we eliminate him?" But then something made the soldier's blood run cold. He saw Jackson Ward, leaping high into the air, and holding his weapon, the soldier screamed, "No, he's above us." Jackson Ward landed solidly on his feet. He looked back to see Keller had become nothing but black smoke and ash as he gritted his teeth. Keller is dead? No warrior-level fighter could have survived that blast. An immense power surged from Jackson Ward. He held his weapon, his eyes glowing as he ground his teeth. A mage from the ivory tower is definitely here. Who is behind this? Is it Luton Karen? Jackson Ward was startled by a sudden shout. "I am Fabregas, Jackson Ward," Fabregas declared, raising his sword high. "Why do you assume this is the work of foreigners? The people of this kingdom have simply grown weary of your tyranny. We are standing up for ourselves, just as you once did against the Empire 15 years ago." Jackson Ward was stunned. What? What are you talking about? I have been a good king." His words were met with looks of disgust. Jackson Ward slung his weapon over his shoulder, so many familiar faces. "I never imagined my own subordinates would stab me in the back. After all I've done for you, is this how you repay me?" Fabregas readied his sword. "You think you're our master? For 15 years, we saw you as only a leader, nothing more." The soldiers then charged forward, roaring in unison. "And a useless leader must be removed, is that not right?" Jackson Ward's face twisted with hatred. "How dare you?" He then unleashed his axe in a wild, furious storm. Jackson Ward's barrage stopped the soldiers cold. He cursed, "Damn it, my movement is restricted, or else you'd all be dead meat. This damn barrier." Meanwhile, Sihan and Kelterzone watched from the fortress walls. Jackson Guard was seething. Sihan smirked, shading his eyes. "Oh, he can't accept this sudden turn of events." Cursing in a fury, Kelterjohn feigned surprise. "Huh?" he continued. "It's just nonsense." He watched Jackson Guard charge into the determined soldiers. Sihan continued. "That's quite a barrier, a dragon trap. Even a transcendent can't easily destroy it. You hired some high-level mages, didn't you?" Recalling Chandler before a castle, Sihan added, "Honestly, I didn't expect much. But old Chandler was very cooperative. Their mages are stronger than the Earth Dragon squad." Sihan watched the ivory tower, arms crossed. He was deep in thought. Kelterjohn turned. "That's right," he said, running a hand through his messy hair. "I think news of the coup has already leaked." Sihan glanced over. It was inevitable. The news was bound to get out. The ivory tower is sensitive to information. Sihan said while watching the fight. "It's just that Jackson Guard is a fool. How could a king know nothing when outsiders knew everything?" Kelterjohn turned back. That's simple enough." His eyes gleamed. "I was in charge of that information." Sihan stared, thinking, "So it was you." Kelterjohn grinned, looking down. "It's a good thing. Because of that." Below, Jackson Guard fought the soldiers with 2 axes. As Kelterjohn continued speaking, "We can be certain of eliminating Jackson Guard." The king roared in fury. "How irritating. Remove this barrier at once." Jama sat by a ruined wall, holding his nose and shouting, "You bastards! What is this behavior in the middle of the royal court? Do you know who I am?" 2 soldiers turned to face him. He screamed, "I am the king's father-in-law. You should kneel and beg forgiveness." They pointed their swords right at him. Jama froze in fear as they spoke. "We know, Jama. This is for the future of our kingdom." Horrified, Jama yelled, "What? Put down your swords!" Suddenly, the courtyard erupted in flames and screams. An army stood with their swords drawn. Before them stood the soldiers. Their leader, Enzo, raised his sword and declared, "Listen to me, Black Lion Knights, guardians of this kingdom." Enzo's voice boomed. "I do not wish to betray my father. I am only trying to save this country and remove those who tempt him into darkness." Duck frowned, hearing Enzo's words. "There is no need to fight here. Lower your swords." Then Duck stepped forward to speak. "Very well, Your Highness. We will wait for the king's return." Enzo smiled. "A wise choice, Sir Duck. This way, we can avoid needless bloodshed." Suddenly, Enzo looked out, lost in thought. "I've successfully taken the palace. However, the battle is only half over." Enzo glanced upwards. He thought, "Everything depends on Kelterjohn and his group." Enzo stared at the door above. "I hope it all goes well." Jackson Guard, filled with rage, cursed with his weapon drawn. "Damn it, I can't move." Jackson Guard gripped his axe, snarling at the soldiers. "You filthy dogs, biting the hand that feeds you?" Seeing this, Fabregas raised his sword and yelled, "Shut your mouth. You're not worthy of being our master." The next words made Jackson Guard's eyes go wide. "We serve under the command of Prince Acer." Jackson Guard's eyes bulged. Acer, his own flesh and blood. After was kicking him out. He thought, looking at Fabregas, "No, not just my son. The subordinates who once swore their loyalty." He even recalled Kelterjohn hiding on the fortress. And Kelterjohn, the man he trusted completely. Jackson Guard spoke. You all betray me? Very well. Then, a terrifying golden light erupted from Jackson Guard's eyes as he let out a savage roar. I will kill every last one of you. The soldiers recoiled in fear. Above, Kelter John leaped back, startled, but Sihan just laughed, delighted. How interesting. A traitor, betrayed by those he trusted most. Jackson Guard ground his teeth in hatred, thinking, this shallow satisfaction is better than any friendship. I will never be a good man again. Sihan watched him and grinned. Go on, Jackson Guard. I won't return to Terrano just to let someone else take you down for revenge. You won't fall that easily, will you? A soldier charged forward, yelling furiously, you may be strong, but thanks to this barrier, I can still defeat you. There's no need to fear a toothless tiger. Today you die, Jackson Guard growled. What nonsense are you spouting? Then, Jackson Guard's rage exploded, shaking the entire area. The shockwave blasted everyone back. Jackson Guard's eyes blazed gold as he let out a furious roar. You think this is enough to defeat me? The very ground trembled. Paralyzing Faber-Gast hit. The soldiers cried out in confusion. Suddenly, a colossal hand erupted from the earth, the battle seal. A soldier shouted in alarm, the barrier! It should have sealed his full power. Jackson Guard radiated pure battle lust. But how can he still wield so much strength? He's not human. Jackson Guard's face twisted as he realized, this is a transcendent swordsman. He roared aloud, die! The giant hand reached out to crush the soldiers. The men scattered in pure terror. The iron-clad soldier stood his ground, thinking, prepare for this. Sihan had told him about the giant hand's weakness. He then unleashed a powerful sword strike, the mountain-cleaving slash. He aimed for the wrist, close to the ground, shattering the earth. A brilliant golden light erupted, and everything crumbled into ruin. Faber-Gast collapsed in fear. He looked at his comrades, crying, I'm still alive. Then, a new voice cut through the chaos. The ironclad soldier spun around, startled. Impressive. The colossal Jackson Guard emerged, weapon in hand. With a golden glint in his eye, he sneered, I thought you were just some pretender. Faber-Gast looked down in fear. This is bad. Jackson Guard broke the barrier. Jackson Guard grit his teeth. He glared with pure hatred. I want to grind you to dust, but that barrier has drained me. Jackson Guard continued, his words terrifying the soldiers. But I will have my revenge. Prepare for a horrific death. The soldiers below exchanged panicked glances. Get him, they yelled. We have to finish him while he's weak. Don't let him escape. Jackson Guard seethed with rage and shame. Damn it, how humiliating. To think I'd be forced to flee. With 2 axes in hand, he charged forward, roaring, just you wait, you damned bastards. From the fortress, they watched in disbelief. Jackson Guard is escaping? Dumbledore shouted in alarm. The barrier wasn't enough to kill him? We've lost our one golden opportunity. He turned to Keo, to John. Count Keo to John. If the plan proceeds like this, But Keo to John simply raised a hand. Do not worry. He explained calmly. Everything is going according to plan. No matter his cruelty, he is still our king. If our people saw him die, the impact would be too great. Kyoto, John continued. Besides, the mercenary king's disciple is already following him. Dumbledore stared, stunned. Sihan of the Sword Division? Keo. To John narrowed his eyes. Jackson Guard will simply vanish, with no body found. Tizanos will only know of his tyranny, and his legend will die. Rambo and the butler listened in shock, thinking, how can such a coward speak with such confidence? His words are completely worthy of our trust. Then, a loud voice rang out from the sky. No, we'll go to Latenko to meet the true king. A memory then surfaced. In a vast forest, a squad of soldiers stood nervously. A smiling voice spoke. So, with an axe on his back, Jackson Guard smirked. And who are you? Sung Sihan stood right beside Luton. Are you the leader here? He asked. Jackson, Faber-Gast and Sung Sihan stood facing each other. Luton spoke nervously. Sihan, is this really okay? It's just the 2 of us. Sihan sighed, looking at him. Are you afraid of bandits? And you're a 6th-level mage. Luton sputtered. I'm not scared, just worried. Sihan teased him again. You're not a child. Why are you such a coward? Luton quickly retorted. I could say the same to you. How can a kid like you be so fearless? Jackson Guard frowned, thinking, what's wrong with them? Arguing in front of my home? He turned back to the soldiers, gritting his teeth. But that doesn't matter. You call yourselves robbers? How dare you lead them to my base? The men shouted in panic. Leader, we tried to run. Sihan listened to them. But what can you do against a swordsman? Sihan raised a hand to his head. Your subordinate took something of mine. Are you going to return it? Jackson Guard smirked. Oh, I'm sure it was yours once. But now, it belongs to us. If I gave it back that easily, why steal it in the first place? A golden aura shot out with Jackson Ward's voice. If you want it, try taking it by force. Jackson Ward then slammed a fierce wave of golden energy into the ground. Sihan, overflowing with power, met him with a slash of blue energy. That was the plan. Two clashing powers collided, creating a massive energy vortex. Jackson Ward struggled to unleash his own strength. He thought, this kid is at least master level. Sihan gritted his teeth, launching his own techniques and thinking. This musclehead's combat energy is insane. The force of the blast then shoved Sihan back. Jackson Ward stared at him, axe on his shoulder. Impressive. What's your name? Sihan raised his sword, gritting his teeth. Sung Sihan. And you? He replied. Jackson Ward. I'm a commoner. No family name. But Shihan's next words made Jackson Ward's brow furrow. You're wasted as a common thief. I never expected to meet someone this strong out here. Sihan reached out his hand with a smile, asking, have you ever considered doing something bigger? Moments later, returning to reality, Jackson Ward opened his eyes. He was sitting alone at the base of a large rock. Jackson Ward startled, looking at the dark sky. How long was I asleep? Gazing into the dark forest, Jackson Ward spoke again. Whew. A short nap really helps you recover. I thought all my bases looked the same, but I never realized Belagel Forest was this close. Good thing it is. Jackson Ward walked with a sigh, thinking, this was my secret base when I was a bandit leader. I abandoned this place long before the Revolutionary Army was even formed. Jackson Ward looked down, somewhat relieved. Even if they have a search party, they'll never think to look here. Thanks to that, I got some rest. Suddenly, a light flared in Jackson Ward's eyes. Then, a golden power surged around him as he clasped his hands together. He declared, I've rested enough. Time to return to Latenko. You traitors. I'll make you kneel and beg. A sudden sound caught his attention. Something was deep in the forest. Jackson Ward gripped his axe tightly. He thought as he walked, someone's here. Don't tell me it's the search party. How did they find this place? Jackson Ward scowled, wary and hesitant, then thought, perfect. I needed a place to vent all this rage. He then dashed toward his weapons, roaring, all right, bring it on. Jackson Ward's eyes blazed with fury. He charged forward, screaming, you'll pay for your betrayal. But a sudden voice made his eyes go wide. How interesting. A man's silhouette emerged from the woods. Did you say pay for betrayal? That. Jackson Ward froze, listening as the man continued. Is exactly what I was about to say. Jackson Ward's eyes widened as sweat beaded on his brow. What? Sihan and Luton stepped into view. The sight made Jackson Ward recall their first meeting. Am I still dreaming? He thought. Sihan just stood there, smiling. As Jackson Ward swung his axe into the ground, Sihan faced him with a grin. It's been a while, Jackson Ward. The man raised his weapon, a hint of fear in his voice. Sung Sihan. How can you be here? Sihan then looked up, his brow furrowed. Why are you so surprised that I could come back? After you banished me to that other world? Jackson Ward stood frozen as Shihan's voice cut through the air. Is that all you have to say to a friend? After a decade-long reunion? Sihan then lunged forward, unleashing a wave of power straight at Jackson Ward. He staggered back, head down and frowning. Jackson Ward looked up at Sihan and shouted, Sung Sihan, is it really you? Did you really return to Tezanozer? Sihan looked down, gritting his teeth and yelling back, that's right. He then unleashed his blue energy techniques. They swirled densely around Jackson Ward as Sihan roared, I'm back, you bastard. Jackson Ward stood there, gritting his teeth and looking up. At that moment, a surprising force pushed against Alita, leaving her utterly shocked. She couldn't believe the scene before her. Their combat power is overwhelming. This is a battle between two revolutionary heroes. Jackson Ward wielded his great axe with both hands, his aura blazing, his eyes burning as he faced Sihan. He then laughed with excitement. With treacherous intent, he spoke one word, explode. He immediately slammed his axe down, shattering the ground. Everything began to shake violently. On the other side, Sihan remained calm, raising his sword to chant, Tyrant King. A blue aura raged as he roared the final words, Tidal Wave. The completed spell surged forth, a cataclysm of pure power. It shot straight for Jackson Ward, instantly piercing through his body and making him freeze in place. Shock filled his face, as if the blow had finished him. He could only force out Sihan's name, but it was all a brilliant act. Jackson scoffed with contempt. Are you underestimating me? So weak. Realizing his blow was useless, Sihan's brow furrowed. That technique defeated Dark World. This man's combat energy is on another level. He laughed with glee, unleashing his arts. A bolt of yellow lightning shot out, zigzagging with immense speed, the exploding lightning strike. Seeing this, Sihan raised his sword, preparing to move, and focused the power of the flowing water tyrant king. Instantly, powerful rings of energy radiated from beneath Sihan's feet. Suddenly, Jackson Ward, what a coward. He launched a sneak attack from behind. Luckily, Sihan's sharp intuition let him block the attack. Jackson Ward erupted in laughter. Haha, this is thrilling. The last time we fought was 11 years ago. I don't know when I last felt this alive. Sihan shot back with a sarcastic sneer. You seem awfully relaxed. Maybe because you're all muscle and no brain. You don't grasp the situation's gravity. The clang of weapons echoed through the air. Both fighters then leaped back. Sihan's words only amused Jackson Ward. Gravity? Why should I be concerned? My opponent is you, Sung Sihan. Suddenly, his expression twisted into one of pure, arrogant madness. This is the perfect battle to end my life. Haha, the past flashed back. 15 years ago, the 6 revolutionary heroes had gathered to kill the savior from another world, who was likely Sihan. But it was impossible. Jackson Ward still wore that smug smile, thinking if 6 heroes couldn't win, the outcome was now obvious. This would surely be his final battle, and winning wasn't the goal. With that thought, he charged with his weapon, roaring, I want a fight I can be proud of. Jackson Ward bellowed. He swung his weapon fiercely at Sihan, but every lightning strike was swiftly dodged and blocked. Watching the scene, he froze. Something is wrong with this guy. The attacks were relentless, yet they had no effect on Sihan. Jackson Ward tightened his grip, an uneasy feeling creeping in. Could it be? But reason won over emotion, and he slashed at Sihan again without hesitation. With lightning reflexes, Sihan parried the blow with his own sword. They stood facing each other, silent after the exchange. Then, Jackson Ward's lips parted. He choked on his words before finally swallowing them down, his voice stunned. Sung Sihan, what's wrong with you? Something feels off. Sihan watched him, guarded. The next words answered Jackson Ward's unspoken question. Why aren't you using your steel combat energy? That ultimate technique was only for transcendent-level warriors. It could transform formless combat energy into a pure, devastating force. His face suddenly darkened, his aura growing heavy. Your steel combat energy, a destructive ray of blue light, like the endless sky. I remember it clearly, even after 15 years. But Sihan remained completely silent. Jackson Ward continued his analysis. But you're only deflecting my attacks. You haven't used your steel combat energy at all, and you're not just pretending to be weak. Sihan. Have you? He hesitated, then blurted out, really gotten weaker? Hearing this, Sihan's expression instantly darkened. But he controlled his emotions, closing his eyes with a deep sigh. Sihan finally opened his mouth to reply. Let me be honest, the combat energy and magic you once knew are gone. I used it all up to return to Terrano. Hearing this, Jackson Ward's face went dark as he fell silent. After a long moment, he finally spoke. What the hell? His voice dripped with contempt. Where did you get the confidence to come seek revenge against me? In that moment, Sihan sensed an unimaginable danger in his words. Before he could react, a blow slammed into his stomach, exploding with force. The impact made him grimace in agony. Jackson Ward then unleashed a barrage of attacks toward him, shouting, It seems the tables have turned. 15 years ago, my combat energy was nothing compared to yours. He became manic, his voice full of certainty. I thought this would be my final battle, but now I see your true limits. You are the one who will die today. Sihan retorted without flinching. Even if I'm not as strong as before, I'm still strong enough to kill you, Jackson Ward. Immediately after, Sihan lunged with a strike of his own, declaring, I can see your every move. Unfortunately for him, Jackson Ward's cunning tricks allowed him to counter fiercely, sending Sihan flying back with a provoking laugh. Haha, what can you do with such pathetic combat energy? He landed hard, bracing himself with his hands, gasping, He's really strong. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the area, and the ground nearby began to crack. A giant hand erupted from the earth. Jackson roared, Battle seal, giant's hand. Sihan was now in a desperate situation. Sihan stared in shock. Not just one, but countless hands erupted, surrounding him completely. Jackson stood aside, mocking him. You really have grown weak. You're only dodging, instead of countering with his own seal. How pathetic. As Sihan struggled, a hand lunged and seized him. Sihan couldn't react in time. The hand locked onto him, hoisting him into the air. Jackson advanced, laughing triumphantly. Haha, pitiful Sihan. I never expected this day. But as he gloated, Sihan's voice rang out. It seems you have no hesitation to kill me. His words stopped Jackson cold. Wounded, Sihan breathed heavily. Jackson, there's something I've never understood. For 15 long years. Sihan's eyes filled with hatred as he glared and questioned him. The day you betrayed me. Why didn't you kill me? Memories of that time flooded back. The day he fell. For 15 years he wondered. He was utterly helpless, trapped in a space gate. The gate opened like a hazy mist. He recalled a hand pushing him, analyzing the memory. If it wasn't Lavina's hand that pushed me, but a knife, I couldn't have resisted. Looking down at Jackson, he wondered, but you didn't. Why send me to Earth, not kill me? Did you feel guilty for betraying me? Jackson stared back silently, having made up his mind. So Jackson decided to answer him. Fine. Since this is the end, I'll tell you the truth. It's true, I said. We should kill you, Sihan. He sighed, but his face hardened as he spoke. 3 hypocrites agreed to send you back alive instead. Jackson began his tale. They'd switch sides if we tried to kill you. Confusing, isn't it? He suddenly fell silent. They wanted to betray you, but without the guilt, so they wanted you sent back. He suddenly roared with indignation. Then they shouldn't have betrayed him at all. But his next words revealed his goal, and his ambition. I'm different. I betrayed my friend, and in return, became a king. If you had stayed in Tazanoza, I couldn't live like this. Jackson stared right at Sihan. I won't deny the truth or feel any regret. This Jackson may be a traitor, but never a coward. Sihan saw through his pathetic attempt to appear honorable. Sihan chuckled. I understand. He then laughed mockingly at Jackson's twisted logic for covering up his own evil. Jackson, you fool. You're trying to act tough, but it only proves how weak you are. Realizing he'd been seen through, Jackson gasped. What? Sihan continued to provoke him. Not a coward? So you do know your sin? Instantly, rage and hatred boiled over. Sihan screamed in his face. I've never seen such a cowardly narcissist in my life. To do that, and act so innocent. This insight into his weakness made Jackson grind his teeth. Veins bulged on his face. You bastard. To prove his strength, Jackson attacked again, roaring. Say whatever you want. Insult me all you like. He had completely lost control. Without hesitation, he charged with his weapon, aflame with rage, yelling, Goodbye, Sihan. His power struck like a hurricane. Just as everything seemed over, Sihan suddenly broke free from the earthen hand's grasp. He rushed forward to counterattack. Disbelief crossed Jackson's face as Sihan spoke again. That's right. That was the truth of what happened 15 years ago. Jackson was stunned and bitter. Sihan, you. But then Sihan smiled. It was like a slap to his face. Thank you. Now everything is clear. Sihan laughed powerfully. Jackson, your abilities haven't improved in the slightest. And he didn't stop the barrage of insults there. His taunts left Jackson stunned. The world has changed, but you still use the same old moves, from when you were called the Walking Fortress. In other words, in 15 years, you've made no progress. I thought, at least, you'd have a secret technique or something, but I guess not. It was a spectacular taunt from Sihan. Provoked, Jackson roared in fury. Steel fighting energy. You bastard. You tricked me. His face held a taunting smirk. Embarrassed, you fell right into my trap? I almost thought it wouldn't work. Jackson seethed with rage, but Sihan's taunts didn't stop. Get a clue. You can't see how possible this was? You pull tricks after I've waited 15 years for revenge? Provoked, he roared like a beast unleashed. You damn bastard. Jackson Guard violently struck the ground, shattering the earth. He bellowed, explode, but the attack couldn't touch him. Sihan dodged with ease as his opponent raged on. Explode, he screamed. He crossed his weapons for another strike. Shatter. Sihan countered with his own sword. Leaping forward with a straight thrust, he pierced right through Jackson Guard's attack. With his technique, the resounding sky-rending slash. Seeing this, Jackson Guard gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. You can still use sky-rending slash? He replied with utter contempt. I'm fighting a monster, after all, so I must respond in kind. Unwilling to face the truth, he attacked relentlessly, but every blow was useless against Sihan. Sihan parried every single strike. From a corner, Alita watched the entire exchange, completely stunned. This is the legendary power of the 7 revolutionary heroes? Her eyes were wide with shock, finding it impossible to believe. Did monsters like this really run free during the revolution? She watched the 2 titans clash before her. Alita couldn't help but marvel at their strength. They were on a completely different level, beyond the reach of her magic. Why did Sihan bring me here? Mid-clash, Sihan suddenly spoke. Jackson Guard, you said there were 3 hypocrites on our side. The man shot back. Yeah, what about it? Planning to forgive them during your revenge tour? Suddenly, his eyes blazed with madness. If that prediction is true, don't mock me, Sihan. If you seek revenge that way, you'll die by my hand. He then activated another technique, Battle Seal, Giant's Hand. With a command he roared, "Come forth, Giant's Hand." A massive fist hurtled toward Sihan, who remained perfectly calm. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen this punch. Sihan lifted one leg. This technique. But recognizing the stance, Jackson Guard froze. His face darkened, a wave of panic washing over him. He cursed, "Damn it!" Sihan stomped his foot powerfully into the ground. Seeing the familiar motion, his opponent screamed in disbelief. You can still use the Battle Seal? Auras exploded from both fighters. Sihan's technique was Battle Seal, Dawn. The incoming fist was immediately pierced by his attack. It instantly shattered into nothing. Shards of earth scattered as Sihan dodged back. Jackson Guard instinctively closed his eyes against the flying debris. When he opened them, they were filled with sheer terror. Nothing could touch him. He stared straight at Sihan. Honestly, he had anticipated this outcome if he met Sihan. Jackson Guard was ready to accept death and fight honorably. But the instant he thought Sihan was weaker, he plotted to live. In this situation, he was just a speck of dust before Sihan. He could no longer remain indifferent. Refusing to accept his inferiority, he charged forward in a frenzy. At that moment, Sihan spoke. Now your true nature is showing, Jackson Guard. Watching you pretend you'd moved past everything was irritating. Hearing that mockery, his rage boiled over. He bellowed, "You damn bastard! I knew I should have killed you back then." Sihan instantly raised his sword and roared back. "This is the end, Jackson Guard." Sky-rending slash. And with that single blow, the outcome was decided. He was defeated by Sihan's ultimate technique, Meteor Shower. A torrent of hot blood erupted from Jackson Guard's body. The gash sent a spray of red across the sky. Slowly, he began to crumble. He coughed up blood, his pupils dilated, defeated but still full of resentment. Damn it. He collapsed onto the bloody ground, his life fading. As one thought crossed his mind, is this the end? Jackson Guard lay gasping for air, forcing the words out. God damn it. But still, he refused to accept reality, trying to delude himself. You've definitely gotten weaker, Sihan. You couldn't finish me with your sky-rending slash. Staring at the pathetic sight, Sihan spoke again. Jackson Guard, those 3 hypocrites you mentioned earlier. Even if I were to ask, you wouldn't tell me their names, would you? He didn't have to guess the answer. He answered without hesitation. Of course not. Sihan nodded at the reply. I figured, you wouldn't make it that easy for me. That's just the man you are. Suddenly, Sihan's eyes glinted with a cold light. However, there is one thing I must ask. His face turned serious as he interrogated him. Why did you betray me? You never cared for luxury or politics. The man's battered face went slack. Sihan's question hammered down on him. Why did you want to be king, even if it meant betraying me? Suddenly, Jackson Guard started smiling. He then sat up, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The fact you're asking proves you understand nothing. His voice dropped low. Why did I betray you? But the twisted, jealous sneer spread across his face as he screamed, because my friend was better than me? So I'm supposed to be his underling and just obey him? Is that it? Don't be ridiculous, he spat, drowning in resentment. Consumed by jealousy for another's talent, he spat out bitterly. Was I supposed to just wag my tail like a dog? And thanks to you, Your Majesty, Sihan granted me this friendship. Jackson Watt's eyes burned with pure hatred. Sihan continued, You don't get the irony, do you? You have nothing left to say. Then his voice dropped. However, I'm sure you thought the same. With that, Sihan closed his eyes, unable to stomach the betrayal. Instantly, a murderous aura exploded from him. He spoke, So now, I will repay that debt, the debt of our friendship and trust. Seeing this, Jackson Watt's face froze in absolute terror. He could have begged for his life, but his pride was too strong. He snarled, Fine, I'm ready. Kill me. But Sihan just shrugged and sighed. Huh? Kill you? What are you talking about? Why would I kill you? He stroked his chin, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he spoke. After all, you were kind enough to take me home, not kill me. Hearing this, Jackson Watt was stunned. What? Sihan then called out, Alita, come here. The man shot up, screaming, What do you want? Stop these games and just kill me. But Sihan only laughed. I already told you. I'm not going to kill you. At this, Jackson Watt clenched his fists, while Sihan remained indifferent. It's true you wanted me dead, but you didn't do it. You just kicked me out of Tazanoza, correct? An icy chill radiated from Sihan as he raised his hand to cast. So, I won't kill you either. His target was Jackson Watt, Sihan declared. An eye for an eye. Those words made the man stare in utter disbelief. He then added, "It's a saying we have on Earth." His tough facade finally shattered. His face twisted with panic as he screamed, You bastard!" Sihan then commanded, "Open. Space gate." It suddenly dawned on Alita. Is he using my magic to open a portal? Using another's mana to cast spells is as absurd as absorbing their energy. It's like stealing life force to strengthen your own arm. Yet, there is one exception. Otherworldly summoned monsters. They can borrow their summoner's magic. Sihan finally answered her, "I didn't plan on bringing you here, but my magic recovery is slower than I anticipated." Alita froze. So, that's the only reason he brought me? This was more than just simple revenge. She watched the spatial rift widen, pulling everything towards it. She realized Sihan was sending Jackson Watt to another dimension. Meanwhile, the man fought desperately against the pull. He refused to be sucked into the void. Seeing his struggle, Sihan began to speak. "Having a hard time staying on your feet?" A smirk played on his lips. "Just like I was, 15 years ago." Jackson Watt braced himself against the vortex. Sihan continued, "The difference is, I was sent home, while you're going to a world no one knows. So it isn't quite fair." A look of satisfaction crossed his face. "You understand, don't you, Jackson Watt? This is a 15-year debt. This level of payback is nothing." Staring at the face of his betrayer, the debt was finally settled. But then, a thought struck him. "Oh no. No. Behind that darkness lies a nest of disgusting monsters. The otherworldly monsters summoned by the tyrant I once fought." He finally realized the truth. He's making me fight them in a godforsaken place with no one around? The very thought made Jackson Watt grind his teeth, his face crazed as he roared. "Damn you! You think I'll actually die?" He screamed a warning at them. "I will return. I will survive and come back to kill you." As he roared those last words, the portal swallowed him whole. But Jackson Watt screamed with certainty, "I will." Sihan merely offered a cold farewell. "Goodbye, Jackson Watt." He was instantly pulled into the void, and the gate snapped shut, vanishing. Only his clothes were left behind. Witnessing this, Alita grew deeply concerned. "Is this all right? The 4 ivory towers will sense that spatial distortion." Sihan shot back. "So what? We're leaving now. Besides, I have magic to suppress the vibrations." He picked up Jackson Watt's pants with a smirk. "Ah, selling these would fetch a nice price. The underwear of a revolutionary hero." Alita just looked on, exasperated. Good grief. She then wondered what would happen to Jackson Watt. He replied, "Who knows? I have no idea where he is." He glanced at the clothes. Sihan spoke. "Who knows? Maybe he'll land somewhere and survive. Or meet a monster and die instantly. That's his problem now." Alita looked worried. "I think killing him was the better choice, in case he returns." A sudden flame erupted as Sihan reassured her. "He won't. Jackson Watt isn't a mage. He was burning the man's clothes." He then continued, "However, I can't guarantee he won't find some other way back. They surely believed that, sending me back to Earth." Alita then asked, "What if he truly returns?" Hearing this, Sihan smirked. Even better. His aura turned dominant, almost crazed, his cold eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke. "I'll finally witness the fruits of my revenge." Before the manor, Jackson Ward, my father the king, admitted his unfitness to rule, leaving the throne to me. He then became a commoner, an abdicated king. Everyone before Ensor bowed a full 90 degrees in reverence. "In the name of the new king, Ensor the First, I shall call my kingdom Latin Bach." Upon his ascension, Ensor the First swiftly reformed the cabinet. Rambo, for his great contributions, became an earl, taking the former post of Count Kelterzon as administrative minister. Jurgen and Liverpool became commander and vice-commander. Kelterzon became a marquis and prime minister, honored as a hero. Watching the new king cheerfully erase all traces of the old one, the nobles feared a purge of their families. But Ensor spoke softly, "I am not a monster. The sins of Duke Jiamakun and the others are undeniable, but it's cruel to make their entire families pay." He then turned in his chair, continuing, "To prove the mercy of my rule." Then, Ensor raised a hand, declaring loudly, "The former queen, daughter of Duke Jiamakun, Lila von Lattenbach, will be my wife." Hearing this, everyone stared in utter shock. A union between the current king and the former queen. "Does your grace mean the past will be forgotten?" Then, they bowed as one, speaking in unison. "We pledge our eternal loyalty to your majesty." Ensor gave a satisfied smile. "Thank you, Kelterzon. It went just as you planned." Beside him, Layla spoke with a blank expression. My father, Duke Jiama Kun, saw me only as a tool, not a person. Her voice then softened. Which is why I'm truly happy to be with you, Ensor. He gave her a satisfied look. Then the court roared, Long live the Ansar Empire, long live the Kingdom of Latin Bach. Sihan burst through the door with a wide grin. Oh, Marquis Kelterzon, congratulations on becoming Prime Minister. He then asked, So is the kingdom's entire treasury in your hands now? After he finished, Kelterzon slowly turned around and spoke deliberately. Ah, Sir Sihan, do you think I'd touch the royal coffers just because I became Prime Minister? He asked, then shared with a gleam in his eye. The money Jackson Ward spent on pleasure alone is enough to double my fortune. A thought then snaked its way into his mind. Should I feel relieved? Just then, Sihan smiled brightly. Either way, things turned out great. Because Jackson Ward was so terrible, Ensor will be praised for doing nothing. Kelterzon's expression instantly soured. Honestly, I don't think everything is fine. His eyes narrowed. While Jackson Ward was destroying this kingdom, he was also its shield. Kelterzon continued. Because a powerful hero resided here, no one dared to attack. Now, the Kingdom of Latin Bach has officially become a small and feeble nation. These words hardly surprised Sihan. Even so, I don't see any immediate threats. Hearing that, Kelterzon's smile returned. In other words, is it because other nations will soon face a similar fate? And it's all thanks to you, Sir Sihan. He then clasped his hands together with a tone of pure conviction. For this country and my future, I offer my very soul to support you, Sir Sihan. Revenge? The words seemed to bounce right off Sihan as he immediately saw through the act. Stop the nonsense. You want to say something else. Kelterzon was instantly caught. He raised a hand and coughed lightly. Speak plainly. The man's entire demeanor shifted 180 degrees. The other revolutionary heroes won't be as easy to handle as Jackson Ward. An image flashed of Jackson Ward enjoying himself with beautiful ladies. Jackson Ward's empire was chaos, and his power had stagnated. Because he'd been away from the battlefield for so long, Kelterzon believed that compared to him, Luton and Sajian, who ruled the 4 ivory towers like you once did, have reached the master level. Sihan leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Unlike me, those two are true mages, properly trained in magic. Fundamentally, their magic is stronger than mine. The images of Theo Ozan and Kagan surfaced in his mind. Theo Ozan and Kagan. Nasios is also far stronger now. Unlike Jackson Ward, they have trained to become even more powerful. Kelterzon's gaze fell. And the one who has grown the strongest is her. He then shot a timid glance at Sihan. Sihan urged him to stop beating around the bush. But even so, Kelterzon hesitated. I've said it before, haven't I? Between a world destroyer and a savior from another world. Unless you're insane, anyone would choose the savior. Then his tone grew cautious. Sihan's eyes widened as Kelterzon finally continued. But between the bandit queen and that savior, many people would have to hesitate. The words stunned him. Is Lovener really that powerful? He sighed softly. I know of 3 people who could face the other world's savior. Then, an image of a soldier on horseback appeared with his words. The guardian knight of the Luthernot Empire, General John Dack. But you already killed him, Kelterzon added. Barak, the mercenary king. After the empire fell, he vanished. Maybe he died of old age. And the last one. Lovener's image surfaced in his mind. The bandit queen. Lovener. She hid herself with magic and reached the saint level. He went on. The savior, General John Dack, and the mercenary king. She's the only saint-level swordsman left in the 6 lands. Sihan was so shocked his jaw dropped. His pupils narrowed in thought. It's a surprise. But it makes sense. He recalled the Lovener from back then. 15 years ago, as a teenager, she had reached the transcendent level. A genius among geniuses. So reaching the ultimate level was completely understandable. As he was lost in thought, Kelterzon continued his reveal. In my opinion, Theo Gian is also close to the bandit queen's level. The fact that the ruthless, ambitious bandit queen left the country alone proves that even at her saint level, she couldn't guarantee victory. The onslaught of information was too much for Sihan. Wait, I don't understand. Hearing this, Kelterzon spoke slowly. Lovener can be greedy, but she wouldn't step on others for her own satisfaction. A doubt crossed his mind. Ruthlessly ambitious? Are you confusing her with someone else? Suddenly, the man went silent, then said, To be perfectly honest, even if it angers you, Sir Sihan, I must say it. Kelterzon stood, placing his hands on the table. That is her true personality. His words hit Sihan like a critical blow. He then continued, everyone knows, even the 6 revolutionary heroes, and I, Jack Senward's former attendant, also know. Kelter John stated nonchalantly, the only one who doesn't know is you, Sir Sihan. As he spoke, he froze, feeling a dense, invisible killing intent from behind. Something in Sihan had awakened. Kelter John felt it and was utterly terrified. His heart sank as he slammed his head to the floor. I apologize, please spare me. Sihan was baffled by his extreme reaction. The man was being ridiculous. Get up, Kelter John. It's just a slight stomachache. His face was deathly pale. Is that so? Is it bad? Should I get some medicine? Anne sighed helplessly. No, that's not necessary. He placed a hand on the table. I think I've heard enough. I'm going to rest. Good work, Kelter John. The man bowed deeply to see him off. Yes, take care, sir. As Sihan walked, he thought, Kelter John was right. I'm the only one who didn't know. He recalled her teasing that made him break out in a cold sweat. The icy stare from 15 years ago. That's her true nature. Sihan opened the door, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He paused at the door to compose himself. Alita, just entering, noticed him. Oh, Sihan? Going somewhere? His eyes remained fixed on the mirror. I'm bored, so I'm going for a walk. There's nothing to do in Terrano. Maybe I'll borrow a book. Hearing this, she quickly replied, Let me come with you. I'm bored too. Their conversation continued in the room. Can you even go out? Yes, my omni energy is charged. Suddenly, Dena appeared, looking thrilled. Ah, master, are you going out? I'll come too. And, Lak Jian grabbed her shirt, stopping her in her tracks. He gave Dena a sharp look and asked quietly, Where are you going, Dena? You have training with me. But inwardly, Lak Jian's eyes gleamed as he thought, I can't let her ruin Sihan's romantic moment. Dena whispered back, I thought that was tomorrow. But inside, she was screaming, Get out of my way. I can't leave my dear sister alone with that old man. He simply dragged her away without another word. The plan changed. It's time to train. Secretly pleased with their bond, Sihan spoke like they were close. Alita, standing nearby, confirmed his words. The market was still bustling with energy. Sihan turned to strike up a conversation with Alita. The city's atmosphere has changed. It's more alive now. That's the versatile energy being used. It's just personal revenge, but I'm pretty proud. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Alita's voice filled with excitement. There's a library, he quickly replied. Let's go in. They entered the library together, each looking for their own books. Sihan's gaze fell on a shelf with striking covers. Otherworld Love Story and Fun Dreams of Another World. Earthlings are so complicated, he let out a soft sigh. I can guess the entire plot, translocation and all that. Then, his eyes locked onto one specific book among them. This one was more lavishly decorated than the others on the shelf. The title was The Otherworld Savior's Lover. Sihan began flipping through the pages. He thought of Levener. Is this about Levener and me? It must be popular since there are still new copies. He suddenly froze in utter shock. Sihan couldn't help but exclaim, What is this? Alita quickly looked over at him. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead as he mumbled, Why is Luton pinning Sihan down in this picture? The image was framed by roses, adding to his bewilderment. The book's title was The Otherworld Savior. Then why is Luton holding me? She just stared blankly as he yelled, Doesn't the author know Levener is my lover? Luton is a man. She then let out a sly, meaningful smile, which only confused Sihan more. What's that supposed to mean? They left the library with completely opposite moods. Thank you for your purchase. Exhausted, he muttered to himself. This world of novels is terrifying. Alita asked, Are you tired? Let's rest at the square. He immediately agreed. Okay. In a nearby park stood statues of heroes. Statues of revolutionary heroes here, Sihan asked with a hand on his hip. When did Zenward make these? Their reputation must be pretty good, huh? She pointed to the statue beside them. There's one for the Otherworld Savior too. Sihan stared at the statue before him, completely stunned. Is this how others see me? As if reading his mind, Alita explained. Your image changed a bit over time. You accomplished so many things. He replied in a low voice. That's good. No one will recognize me. She suddenly called out his name. What are you planning to do? She asked softly. After you get rid of Jackson Ward? He turned to her, listening intently. Who's the next target? Her question made Sihan hesitate for a moment. He shared, I could easily take on Sajan or Luton. Magic doesn't work on me, but it's hard to force a one-on-one fight with a mage. Sihan continued. I was planning to deal with Theozan later. Zenward should be an easy fight. I prefer to fight those confident in their swordsmanship. but the image of Kelter John kneeling before me gives me pause. The Phantom Thief Queen, Lurwyn. She's also reached the Divine class. And this is just a theory, but I believe Theozan is close to her level. Sihan looked at Theozan's statue as he spoke. If Kelter John was right, and Theozan is also Divine class, I can't guarantee a win against him. It's too soon for a Divine class opponent. His brows furrowed slightly. My combat energy has recovered a lot, but I'm still at the Transcendent class, so I need more time to regain my power. Alita remained silent for a moment. Then she finally asked, "So, we'll keep training until your strength returns? Wait even longer after wasting 15 years? He fell silent, gazing at the statues. Then Sihan spoke up. "I can't do that," he declared firmly. "Kagan Inacio. I'll find her first." Hearing the name, Alita processed the information. Kagan Inacio, the immortal witch. Sihan explained, looking at her statue. Kagan was a goddess-healing priestess and a prayer warrior with destructive power. They say you can't have both healing and destruction. But Kadan's talent made the impossible possible. He then added, "But Kadan isn't that strong. Her real power isn't in combat." Sihan explained her ability to heal plagues like a holy maiden, and her prayer power to destroy multiple enemies. This gives her the ability to infect others with plagues. Alita was instantly horrified by his words. It was a terror far surpassing physical might. Even the strongest mage or swordsman is weak against disease. She spoke with a hint of fear. "Are you certain about this? She'll be tough to beat." Sihan crossed his arms. "True, but it doesn't matter." He then stated confidently, "Someone from another world can't get sick in Terrano. Kadan's powers are useless against me." Alita stared, completely stunned. "So, not just her power. How? No disease can affect you?" He simply rolled up his sleeve. "That's right. Good thing. Or I'd be dead by now." 1,000 questions hit Alita at once. "But why? Is the plague a form of magic?" Sihan casually replied, "I don't think so." He then explained, "Diseases from Earth can't infect Terrano natives either. I'm carrying countless superbugs from my world. Thanks to antibiotics, I'm basically a walking biohazard." Sihan continued, "And the dimensional gate isn't a doctor. It can't just filter out the bad bacteria." Her blank face showed she didn't understand the terms. "Antibiotics? Bacteria?" He just added, "It's quite amazing." But Alita pressed on. "So, what does the dimensional gate consider a living thing? In a house nestled deep within nature. Everyone, the food is ready." Aromatic bowls of soup were placed on the table. Kadan spoke apologetically. "Sorry, everyone. It's been hard to find supplies lately." Sihan took a spoonful with a bright smile. "This is great, isn't it?" Theojian quickly agreed. "Yeah, it's delicious." Luton noticed something and asked, "Aren't you eating Kadan?" She smiled warmly. "I tasted plenty while I was cooking, so I'm not hungry." His eyes were on him, but the others' eyes were on her. Then 2 voices called her name at once. Dan. Both held out a spoonful of soup for her, practically competing. "Here, say ah." Kadan's face instantly turned red at their antics. "Oh geez. I told you I already ate you two." But they were both determined to feed her. Defeated, Kadan had no choice but to open her mouth. "Just eat. You two are so childish." She shyly covered her mouth, and Sihan let out an amused laugh. Liu Tin shot him a meaningful look. Theojian suddenly saw it, looking completely flustered. When Sihan tried to drag him in, "Hey Theojian, you too," he immediately shot back. "I'd rather die than do that." He stood up abruptly, shocking her. Theojian stated calmly, "I'm not eating anymore. I'm full. Eat the rest or toss it out. I don't care. Except, wasting food might just send you straight to hell." Hearing this, the other two looked absolutely horrified. "Damn it, he acts like an old man." Hearing that, he roared, "Shut up. If you're done eating, then get out." All 3 men then headed for the door, leaving Kadan stunned. Suddenly, Liu Tin called out in a low voice, "Oh, right. Sihan." He was clearly surprised, but said nothing. Kadan's voice was gentle. "I used some spare cloth to mend your scarf. It's getting cold, so be careful." She smiled. "It should be much warmer now." And just like that, her simple act of kindness made Sihan blush. "It was like she was an older sister or a mother to all of us." Sihan continued his tale. "Even though Theojian and Liu Tin were older, I always thought that if I ever started a family, it would be with someone like her. She was warm, kind, calm, and intelligent." An image of Kadan's smiling face flashed by. She always kept smiling, no matter how difficult things became. Sihan even added, "Even when we were crushing armies and empires." Alita could only exclaim, "That's terrifying." He told his story as they walked, while she listened intently. It wasn't just Kagan. We were all like siblings. I really thought we had become a family. Sihan's gaze drifted somewhere far away. They really taught me so much. He finished with a long stretch. Alita suddenly called out to him. Sihan! He turned back with a small smile. It's late. Shall we head back? She remained silent, simply following behind him. That's right. That time had already passed, so far gone that they could never return. Night fell, and a full moon rose into the sky. The capital of Inacio, city of the goddess Lisa Tium. In a tower deep in a forest, a powerful woman sat on her throne. Her voice dripped with suspicion. Jackson Ward abdicated? Her subordinate answered quickly. Yes, the new ruler is his eldest son. It's clear that Jackson Ward's right-hand man, Count Kelterzon, is the one behind all of this. The others began to murmur nervously. Kelterzon, I've heard the name. Yes, the body of a sage, but the mind of a beast. Ah, so it's him. Kagan spoke from her seat high above. That man is a known coward. There's no way. This is too big a move for someone like Kelterzon. She then gave an order, investigate this further. The man below bowed. Yes, your holiness. She then continued giving tasks to everyone else. The old man quickly agreed. Yes. Back in that moment, the group was just stepping out of the house. They carried a large bag, discussing the migrants who had fled from Jackson Ward and found their way here. They broke into the temple, stealing the goddess's offerings. Kagan asked, his confusion showing. They were supposed to get food and supplies, so why do this? A voice from below answered timidly. It's because, he explained, the one distributing aid was corrupt, so the support never reached those places. Stealing sacred offerings is a truly grave sin. As he spoke, sweat trickled down his forehead. The problem is the punishment. She listened silently to his words. Stealing offerings is a capital crime, but to heavily punish people just trying to feed their families. Before he could finish, Kagan cut him off. We will follow the goddess's command. Their situation does not excuse their sins, the corrupt official and those who stole offerings. Hang them! Hearing this, he couldn't hide his shock. Then she made her declaration. Laws born from human emotion are inherently unfair. What we follow and trust is the true law. It is not our creation, but the word of the goddess. Her command is the only righteous path. Then, in a low voice, she said, You may go. He stood there, lost in his own thoughts. In her eyes, it was a perfectly fair judgment, but he ultimately obeyed Kagan's instructions. We will do as the holy word commands. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, Pontiff. At the same time, a mysterious voice called his name. Sihan. Kelton John excitedly showed him his work. I have finished everything you required. Now, Zenon, Alita, and her disciple Dena are part of the Latinbach diplomatic team to Inacio. Sihan was relaxing on the sofa. He was stunned by the man's words, not by the news itself, but by Kelton John's incredible speed. Sihan recalled what he had told the man just last night. I have to meet Kagan in Inacius. How can I approach her in a natural way? Kelton John had replied instantly. Understood. I only need 1 day. Now, returning to the present, Sihan exclaimed, I thought 1 day was just to think of a plan, but you've completed every preparation. He just shyly put a hand behind his head. Sihan thought, for a formal coronation, other nations must recognize him as king. The new king, Ensur I, needs to send envoys to other nations. Sihan looked at the documents in his hand, but he couldn't help asking, how did you do this all in 1 day? I thought it would be extremely difficult. Hearing this, the man quickly explained, I had already reserved places for you and your companions on the envoy team, right from the start. Creating a new position is hard, but filling an existing one isn't difficult at all. A smirk played on his lips as he wondered, did he prepare all of this from the beginning? Ready for any plan I might have? Sihan sighed and crossed his arms. From now on, just ask me first. Don't steal work from innocent people. Kelton John's face lit up. Right. I will prioritize efficiency then. Hearing that, Sihan began to suspect. Working with Jackson Ward in the past must have been very difficult for you. At that, the man sheepishly shared his thoughts. Inacio seems quite positive about the new king. The other countries on the trip are as well. You won't just be meeting Kagan, but many others too. And then Kelton John's voice lowered, except for one person. Seeing that expression on his face, Sihan understood. I think I can already guess who. Because he is close with Jackson Ward, he won't like Ensur I. As he said it, he thought, but I doubt he'll be too obvious about it. I just hope he doesn't try to start a war. Then Sihan spoke with a hint of darkness. We might be meeting sooner than expected. Sazan? Kelton John's steady voice continued. Among the neighboring countries, only the Sazan Kingdom has made no announcement about the ascension of Unsur I. As you know, it's because their ruler is close to Jackson Ward. During the Charon War, it was because of Sazan's influence that Jackson Ward was even included. So he concluded, simply and clearly, or more accurately, Sazan was controlling Jackson Ward. Sihan sighed, exhausted. It's true they were always close. Officially, Jackson Ward agreed to abdicate, become a commoner, and leave. But Sazan will definitely be suspicious because he knows Jackson Ward too well. Sihan asked, somewhat conflicted. I don't want to cause trouble for others, just for revenge. Should we observe Sazan for now? Kelton John smiled reassuringly. You don't need to worry about that. As I said, besides Sazan, the other kingdoms are very friendly to us. In other words, we have the support of the most powerful kingdom, the Luton kingdom. That statement from him left Sihan feeling quite taken aback. John explained the relationship more clearly. Furthermore, Luton and Sagian are both mages and became enemies since the revolution. Sagian won't dare to act arrogantly because they will be keeping an eye on each other. He bowed gracefully, his voice resolute. Proceed to Inatius as planned. I will ensure everything is perfect. Before your departure in 3 days. Sihan paused, then spoke. You've predicted everything, haven't you? He only offered a bright smile, but Sihan had complete faith in his confident words. In that case, I can rest easy. Sihan then gave his trust. I'm counting on you, Keltogen. 3 days later, Sihan's team joined the Latin delegation. Their journey to Inatius began without a hitch. A man in the convoy looked out from his carriage. He asked cautiously, Are you sure you don't wish to ride in the carriage, Sir Sihan? Inatius is still far from here. Sihan smiled and declined. It's fine. I prefer to ride. The man offered a polite word of caution. Please let me know if you feel any discomfort. He replied casually. Thank you. Sihan looked at his horse, a memory surfacing. It's been a while since I've ridden a horse. I used to ride so much I grew tired of it. Just as he was thinking this, he heard a sound from behind, his expression instantly changing. Alita pulled on her reins, yelling, Sihan, be careful. Once she had successfully stopped, Sihan asked, You've been riding for quite a while. Shouldn't you have improved a little? Alita replied with a stiff tone. I don't feel very safe. He offered some advice. It's dangerous, so don't force it. Despite her frustration, she answered with determination. Even with a speed skill, it is difficult to outrun a horse. So I wanted to learn if I ever had the chance. Sihan glanced at the other two. Zenon and Dena. Let's see. Zenon is a knight, so riding is natural for him. Dena is from a wealthy noble family, so she must be accustomed to riding. Then there was Alita. She's also from a wealthy noble family, come to think of it. She replied softly. My family is in ruins, remember? He didn't say a word. He just wondered to himself, can the fall of a 1,000-year kingdom really be the same as one noble family? Alita sighed deeply, saying, I'll try to get used to it before we reach Inatius. Moments later, the delegation stopped to rest in a wide clearing, and the soldiers began setting up tents. Sihan rested his hands behind his head, casually remarking, This is so different from my past conquests. Soldiers do all the small chores for us. Having authority is nice. Zenon, confused, pondered with a hand on his chin, but we aren't mercenaries. Why must we sleep outside when we're an ambassadorial delegation? I thought Sir Keltogen would arrange everything. Dena, who was feeding her horse, explained, It can't be helped. My country isn't as developed as others. We don't have luxurious villages to stay in, and most of the territory is rugged mountains. She then added more about their path. There used to be a Chagat government road that passed through the mountains, but during the revolution, the bridge collapsed and was never repaired. So the only road to Inatius is very winding. As she spoke, Dena's expression filled with regret. If the bridge hadn't been destroyed, we would have been 3 times faster. Zenon and Alita were both in awe of her knowledge, and the exact same thought crossed their minds. She's truly a merchant's daughter. However, Alita suddenly had a question. A bridge connected to a mountain should be fairly sturdy. How was it destroyed? She turned to see Sihan's strange expression as he avoided her gaze. Seeing his look, Alita stared him down, her eyes asking, You did it, didn't you? Sihan scratched his head, thinking with a cold sweat. Senwat was there too, you know. Just then, Dena continued. At that time, battles were fought without much strategic thinking, but in hindsight, many things must have been destroyed along the way. Nearby, soldiers were still busy setting up their tents. Sihan felt a pang of guilt. Did the surviving civilians suffer because of me? It reminds me of things from my past. Perhaps I should be more careful from now on. His mood then dropped as he spoke out of boredom. But what is there to do now? The soldiers have already prepared the camp for the night, so there's nothing for us to do. Hearing this, Zenon immediately perked up. I'll go help the soldiers move the supplies. Alita also knew what she wanted to do. I want to practice riding. Sihan, if you're free, she suggested, you can watch Dena. Upon hearing this assignment, both he and Dena froze completely, unable to say a word for several seconds. A moment later, Sihan was standing opposite Dena, preparing for sword practice. He still couldn't comprehend what was happening, wondering to himself, how did this happen? But she gripped her sword, shouting with excitement, Here I come, Sir Sihan. Dena lunged forward in a flash. Sihan stood his ground, effortlessly parrying the sword strike with a branch. In the next instant, Dena launched a relentless assault. But he parried every strike with ease, even finding time to talk. I admire your fighting spirit, but being too aggressive is a flaw. Just then, Sihan cried out, an opening, and landed a blow to Dena's stomach. He calmly remarked, You get overexcited in battle. She fell to the ground, amazed. Master Sihan, you're incredible. He then began to instruct her. With a sword, a clear mind is as vital as your body's coordination. Feel anger, but never let rage take control. Anger can fuel your will to fight, but rage will only blind your mind and your vision. Dena's innocent eyes widened in shock, then in understanding as she cried out, You mean, I can be angry, but not furious? Something like that. Rubbing his neck, he added, Even in training, you must focus as if it's a real fight. Swinging your sword wildly is pointless. It breaks your focus and just creates bad habits. Dena interpreted this her own way, asking, So I shouldn't take any shortcuts? This forced Sihan to explain further. Focus doesn't mean using full power during practice. That only leads to reckless uses of your strength. She innocently repeated his point back as a question. So, I should take shortcuts? Seeing her confident but completely mistaken face, Sihan was utterly at a loss for words. Is she even understanding me? Just then, her voice filled with admiration. Truly the disciple of the mercenary king. Your words are so insightful. Did you train this way while learning from the mercenary king? Sihan went quiet for a moment, then whispered, Training? An image of his younger, bruised self flashed in his mind. Though exhausted, he still gripped his sword, when suddenly a man viciously kicked him in the stomach. The man roared ferociously, Hold the sword properly. The blow was so strong, Sihan instantly coughed up blood. But the man didn't care in the slightest. Stop acting like a damn kid. Why the hell am I stuck teaching a brat like this? The man stepped closer, insulting him to his face. The only person our organization needs is your friend, the mage. A mage is useful. You're lucky to have a friend like that. So you better start contributing something. Fortunately, Luton appeared in the distance and immediately shouted, What do you think you're doing? His lips tightened as he glared furiously at the man, his rage palpable. But the man answered casually, What else? I'm teaching him the sword. This is how a warrior has to train. Before you get strong, you either get beaten and improve, or you die. Then, the man roared savagely at him, You'll definitely be dead tomorrow if you're like this again. And with that, he left. Luton quickly knelt beside him. Are you all right, Sihan? At that moment, Sihan couldn't take it anymore. He burst into tears, asking, I've been here 3 months. What did I do to deserve this? I'm just a normal student. Luton replied calmly, Misfortune doesn't happen because you did something wrong. Life is unfair, and pain comes without warning. Seeing Sihan's helpless tears, he urged him, But you still have to keep living. If you die here without returning home, that would be the greatest injustice, wouldn't it? In the darkness, Luton vowed, We will get through this, Sihan. Sihan was lost in the memory when Dena's voice broke his trance. Master Sihan, I've finished everything you asked. He snapped back to reality and replied, Oh, good work. That's all for today. The tents are already set up. Dena gave a crisp salute and shouted, Yes, thank you, sir. After she walked away, he was lost in thought again. The first person who taught me the sword was a vicious criminal. Though he never really taught me swordplay or martial arts, he taught me something far more important: cruelty. Because of him, I learned that human beings are creatures that can die so very easily. In his mind, he saw himself standing over the body of that brutal man. Sihan thought, and the will to live I needed to survive this hell called Terrano. By then, the camp was completely set up, with soldiers standing guard everywhere. Zenon looked on, thoroughly satisfied. Wow, now this looks like a proper army, Alita joked. Don't tell me it's about to suddenly rain monsters. Sihan just smiled, gently retorting, Not a chance. The weather is perfect. With that, all three of them broke into cheerful laughter. Just then, Dena appeared with a bowl of food. Her face lit up as she said, "This group is just perfect, and this beef stew is delicious too." Her comment made the other three freeze on the spot. The cheerful atmosphere instantly turned to stone-cold silence. The looks on Sihan and Alita's faces were a mix of shock and pity as they thought, "Delicious stew? Well, you can't blame her. Dena is so innocent." They recalled the radiant image of Zenon cooking in the kitchen. They thought, "We're just so used to Zenon's food that our standards are too high now." But because Dena, having never tasted Zenon's cooking, wouldn't understand. Sihan grimaced, forcing down another bite. Compared to Zenon's food, this was tasteless, but wasting the army cook's rations was not an option. Alita felt the same, trying to convince herself it was decent road food. It's just that Zenon's cooking was on another level. They all shot Zenon a look, silently blaming him. It was all his fault. Zenon noticed their expressions. Dena just looked on, completely confused. That night, everyone settled safely in their tents. In a remote clearing, Sihan's voice echoed, "No one will find us here." He stood before Alita and Zenon. "Let's begin our combat training and learn some new skills." With that, Sihan started giving out assignments. "Alita, you'll learn Leviner's stealth skill." He then turned to Zenon. "You'll master Sky Splitter and Explosion." Alita asked worriedly, "Are you sure? Those are advanced skills. And you're an Earthling." Sihan just laughed, confidently replying, "Don't worry, I've got it all figured out." He then demonstrated a flawless move. "If I can't explain it, I'll just show you how it's done. Whenever you get stuck, I'll perform the technique." Alita was still skeptical of his plan. "Are you sure that will work?" she asked. But Zenon was fired up, shouting, "Please teach us, Sihan." But she had one more concern. Those are the signature skills of the revolutionary heroes. What if others see strangers like us using their techniques? You're the disciple of the mercenary king. Knowing them is strange enough. Sihan just winked casually. "Don't worry. We'll say we learned from a senior." Alita was not satisfied with that excuse. She gave him a completely deadpan look. Seeing this, Sihan explained, "Honestly, Senguat probably learned his explosion skill from someone else. It's actually quite common. To escape the king's oppression, masters abandon the empire and pass their skills to the next generation," he said with absolute confidence. "Who we learned from doesn't matter. What matters is if the skill suits you. Now, let's begin." And so, their training began. He guided Alita first, then moved on to teaching Zenon under the night sky. The moon shone brightly overhead. Down below, Sihan was panting heavily. "Why?" he gasped, wondering why he was more tired than them. Alita knew exactly what he was thinking. "That's because you demonstrate the skill every time we get stuck." Sihan slumped onto a rock, clutching his stomach. "I'm starving." At the mention of food, Zenon's face lit up. "You're hungry? I'll make a midnight snack." He turned and dashed into the forest. "I'll go find some meat." Sihan quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, you don't have to. Where would you find meat now? Don't waste time." But before he could finish, Zenon emerged, holding 2 rabbits. Both Sihan and Alita's jaws dropped. Sihan stammered in disbelief. What?" Zenon smiled gently. "Rabbit meat." "Oh. Do you not like rabbit?" Sihan quickly corrected him. "No, that's not it at all. How did you find them so fast? Were they just waiting for you?" Zenon just chuckled. "I guess I'm just lucky when I hunt. When I'm hungry, it's like the heavens know, and prey just appears." Sihan listened, a thoughtful look on his face. "So, this isn't the first time?" To call it just luck seemed. He paused, as a realization hit him. Then, he made a request. "Zenon, can you hunt again? Right here, right now." Zenon, though confused, agreed. "All right, I'll go now." A moment later, Sihan witnessed something that made his eyes widen in sheer shock. He stared intently, whispering to himself, "What is that?" "It's like a thread of battle." In Sihan's eyes, a web of threads materialized behind Zenon. Those threads spread out, searching for prey, and locking onto it. Instantly, Zenon also sensed the prey. He called out, "Ah, there's a squirrel over there, but it's too small to be game, right?" Sihan watched, thinking, his sensory perception is on another level entirely. Could this be used in a fight? Incredible. He's not even aware he's using a skill. I've seen countless swordsmen, but never a skill like this. Sihan then asked Zenon directly, "Where did you learn that technique?" Zenon looked back, confused. "A technique? Was I using one?" His answer stunned Sihan even more. He doesn't even know. So he's been using it unconsciously all this time. Purely on instinct? Sihan's expression grew serious. Looking at his face, a wild thought crossed Sihan's mind. Could he have reached night class not by talent alone, It's because his true power is dormant, which is why his progress is so slow. At that thought, Sihan went to his bag and called for Zenon. Then, he held out his hand. This is salt. Can you guess how many grains there are? Zenon had no idea why he was asking, but he answered cheerfully. Of course. 136 grains. He then scratched his head in confusion. Why did you have me hunt, and then count salt? Should I just cook the rabbit now? Freshness is key. Sihan paused, then said gravely, I think. Zenon listened, bewildered. I was wrong to teach you the sky-rending burst technique. Then he declared with certainty, you need to learn the art of the Tyrant King. The words struck Zenon with such shock he almost jumped. He stammered nervously. The Tyrant King? That's one of the 4 ultimate skills of the world's savior. How could I possibly learn it? Sihan replied with a blank face. It originally belonged to some old man. Zenon was still filled with doubt. I'm honored. But am I really capable of learning it? Seeing his fear, Sihan remembered why he'd made this choice. The energy flow for the Tyrant King is complex and delicate. Talent alone is not enough. However, with Zenon's unique aptitude, he could rival the revolutionary heroes themselves. He gave a slight smile, admitting a bit sheepishly, I was mistaken too. I assumed you were the brawny type because of your build. He recalled Zenon cooking, but thinking back on his actions, he realized Zenon was the technical type, more meticulous than anyone. Sihan stroked his chin, lost in thought. A baffling idea surfaced. He only uses that incredible talent for cooking and cleaning. What? Just then, Zenon's voice rang out with fierce resolve. I'll give it my all to learn, Sihan. Soon, the sun climbed higher, and the Latin book delegation resumed its journey. Inside the carriage, Sihan, Alita, and Zenon were all in a deep sleep. Riding her horse outside, Dena wondered. What on earth were they doing last night to be this exhausted? A man in the delegation thought to himself, I thought they disliked riding in carriages. Just then, Dena saw something and let out a gasp. Looming before them was a sky-piercing tower. Dena cried out in excitement, I see it. The capital of the holy nation, Ignatius, Lysatorium. In the nation of Ignatius, at the Lysatorium, an elderly representative stepped out to receive them. Welcome, old allies and eternal friends. The head of the Latin book delegation responded formally. We thank you for this gracious reception. Sihan's eyes scanned the area discreetly. He noticed a few figures and thought, I recognize some of those faces. They must have followed Kagan since the revolution. Seeing no flicker of recognition, he was certain. No one knows it's me, thanks to my all-transforming energy. At that very moment, a royal guard's voice boomed, announcing the arrival of His Holiness, Pope Ignacio. An instant later, a woman's figure appeared on the lavish throne, sending a shockwave through the crowd. This person was none other than Sidia, disguised as Kagan Ignacio. Everyone was mesmerized by her beauty, whispering in awe, she's gorgeous. Alita and Zenon were no different. She stared with wide eyes, thinking, that's one of the 7 revolutionary heroes. Kagan Ignacio. The false Kagan gazed down upon them with a cold expression. Alita suddenly turned to Zenon and said, I heard she's over 30. But you look older, Zenon. He couldn't accept the insult and snapped back in anger. What did you just say? Just then, she noticed something strange. She saw that Sihan had grown completely silent. Alita carefully called his name, Sihan. After a few seconds, he spoke a single word, her. Sihan looked at the fake Kagan on the dais. Who is that? Alita and Zenon were completely baffled, both letting out a confused, huh? They both began to question him. What are you talking about, Sihan? Isn't that Kagan? Sihan raised a hand to his chin, voicing his unease. I don't know what is happening, but I am certain she is not Kagan. But Alita pressed him. Does she look different from Kagan? He denied it. No, they look the same. Her appearance is identical. He recalled the imposter's strange gaze, struggling to explain. But what's inside is different. I don't know how to describe it. Sihan gestured awkwardly, trying to find the words. But you know, right? It's when there's no proof, but you just know. However, Alita remained unconvinced. She sighed and explained. People can change over time. I'd say it's stranger if someone doesn't change after 15 years. Zenon also chimed in. Why don't you get a closer look? You'll see her more clearly tomorrow. There's a welcome party for the delegation. Just as he spoke, Dena burst in, carrying a large bag of clothes. Master, I found outfits for the party. For them, too. Dena began pushing Zenon along, while eagerly telling everyone to try on the clothes. These are traditional garments from the Galen tribe. They prepared them for us. Hurry and try them on so we can change quickly. A moment later, Alita appeared, draped in the garb of the Galen tribe. Dena and the other 2 had also changed. The girl's face was filled with awe. "You're so beautiful, Master Sihan. Look." Sihan looked down at his clothes, asking, "Is this style normal here?" "I've never seen it," Zenon began to explain. "All culture was suppressed during King Berserk's era. Only after the empire split into 6 did these traditions resurface." Sihan then turned to Alita, a thoughtful sound escaping him. Hearing this, she asked, "Is it strange?" "It's been a while since I've worn a formal dress." Sihan replied a bit late. "Huh? No, it's not strange." Alita seemed a little shy. "Really? Thank you." Seeing his lack of compliments, Dena gritted her teeth. She thought angrily, "Is that all you can say? Master is wearing a dress." Sihan felt a wave of killing intent from behind him. He broke out in a sweat. "Why are you so mad?" He started removing the outer layers. "Can I take this off? It's too restrictive. I can't wear this for long." Dena reminded him with purpose. "You should wear it until you get used to it. Everyone dances at the welcome banquet. You won't be able to dance if you're not comfortable." His movements suddenly stopped. The word dance echoed in his mind, filling him with dread. From the side, Alita remarked, "It's been a long time since I've danced." Her words shocked Sihan even more. Dena then added with a bright smile, "Me too, Master. It's been half a year." He quickly turned, looking at his last hope. But Zenon also looked eager. "It's been a while for me, too." Sihan was stunned. "You too?" he thought. Flustered, he asked Zenon, "You know how to dance?" Zenon answered honestly, "All knights are required to learn." Dena then noticed something was off. "Master." She put a hand to her chin, guessing, "You can't dance?" Sihan tried to bluff his way out of it. Who said that?" But before he could finish his excuse, he was ruthlessly exposed. "That's sword dancing." Sihan was now completely cornered. He clutched his head. "What do I do? I didn't know about a ball. I have to dance to get close to Kazan. But I don't know how to dance." Alita smiled faintly and let out a soft sigh, then made an offer. "So there is something you don't know. I'll teach you." Alita then stepped forward and began to instruct Sihan. "Focus on your partner's breathing. Match your steps with mine." The two began to dance together slowly. As Alita prepared for a turn, the moment seemed incredibly intimate. But no one could have predicted what happened next. Sihan's instincts flared defensively, twisting her wrist to neutralize her power. Dena and Zenon watched, shocked and worried. The young girl cried out, "Master!" Then she questioned him angrily, "What are you doing?" Sihan was also confused by his own actions. He stammered, "That was instinct. I think it's become a habit." Even he was concerned. He thought anxiously, "Will I be okay tomorrow?" The next evening finally arrived. At midnight, on the outskirts of Lysatorium, a large crowd had gathered at the central tower of the Primrose Palace. Musicians worked in harmony, creating a soft, melodic tune. The banquet tables were filled with countless delicious and exotic dishes. Zenon's eyes were fixed on a plate of food. "I've never seen these dishes before. What are they?" A server politely introduced, "This is our traditional food, Goros." Sihan also took a bite to try it. A look of surprise crossed his face as he realized it tasted like chochi. He ate with delight, saying, "I never thought I'd eat Korean food in Terrano." Zenon smiled gently. "If you like it, I'll make it for you again." Sihan then scanned the room, thinking to himself, "Hasn't Kazan arrived yet? I'll have to wait and see." Meanwhile, Dena was marveling at the party's scale. There are so many people. But Alita remained on high alert. Seeing this, Dena looked puzzled. "You've been worried for a while now, Master." But Alita couldn't let her guard down, thinking, "Strangers are everywhere." Just then, someone from afar noticed the two of them talking. A man with an obscured face approached. He hesitated slightly. Are you Dena Rambo?" Dena didn't recognize him at all. She wondered blankly, "Who is this?" The man stepped closer. "Wow, I heard you were coming. So we finally meet. You look so much like your mother. I recognized you right away." He then introduced himself. "I'm Bergia, from the Amos family. Your mother is my mother's younger sister." The name immediately clicked for Dena. The Amos family. I've heard of it. That's where my aunt married into. After confirming the connection, she bowed her head politely in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dena, from the Rambo family." Bergia laughed cheerfully. "Haha, a pleasure to meet you, cousin." At that moment, another man approached. "Young Master Bergia. Is something the matter?" Bergia replied, "Ah, I just met my cousin." He then introduced the newcomer. "Let me introduce you. This is Dujian, my family's escort knight." Dujian, standing behind him, also placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. Amid a lavish banquet, Sihan and Zenon suddenly noticed the scene with Dena. He asked, "Something feels off." "Dena, Alita, what is it?" Dena quickly noticed him. Ah, Sir Shin, she introduced them cheerfully. I met my cousin. This is Sir Berzai of the Amos family. Dena then presented Shin to Berzai. And this is the guardian knight of the Kelter John family, Shin Stant Zenon. Alita added, and I am Alita Kyokan. Berzai's eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, Lady Alita, you're as beautiful as your name, he said boldly. Would you grant me the honor of a dance? Alita hesitantly agreed. Ah, yes, Dena hissed under her breath. I'm sure he already has a partner, so the master was his real target? Zenon chuckled softly from behind. Ha ha, using his cousin to approach Alita? Seeing her disappointment, Dojiang stepped in. He gently called out, Lady Dena? Dojiang bowed and offered his hand. Would you care to dance with me? Dena's eyes instantly brightened as she happily nodded. Of course, Sir Dojiang. Zenon kept smiling. What a happy ending. Suddenly, a murmur swept through the crowd. An announcer's voice echoed, the bearer of the holy decree has arrived. At that, Shin smiled. She's finally here. A regal woman descended with a dignified air. The announcement went on. Guardian of the night and moon, Her Holiness. Pope Kagan Ignatius. Whispers followed in her wake. Oh, Lady Ignatius is so beautiful. Do you think she'll dance? What? Who would dare to ask her? No one would dare ask the divine hero to dance. Best not to disturb her. But then, a voice cut through. Lady Ignatius. Shin bowed deeply, introducing himself. My name is Shin Stant, a guardian knight for the Kelter John family. If I may, could I ask the goddess's avatar for one dance? A collective gasp went through the hall. Oh, someone actually asked her. A flicker of unease crossed Shin's mind. Damn it, I didn't expect to draw this much attention. No choice. I have to confirm this myself. Sadia smiled and agreed. I accept. Knight of Latin. They began to dance together as the chatter erupted once more. He has courage, doing what no one else would. If only I were 10 years younger. Shin began his assessment. It's time. I'll show her the fruits of my training. His recent memory flashed before his eyes. Alita had analyzed, Shin's body is too accustomed to combat. That's why something like dancing is so difficult. So, she had declared, you must treat dancing like a battle, as if you're luring your opponent into a trap. Back in the present, everyone in the hall was completely stunned. Look, over there. While Shin and Sadia appeared to be dancing, they were actually probing each other's magical power. It created a breathtaking spectacle. Everyone praised the magnificent dance. But over here, Dena was trembling. What is this feeling? My heart is pounding. Is this excitement? Zenon, however, knew better. I believe that's fear. I can even feel the killing intent in their dance. Sadia couldn't resist offering a compliment. How interesting, Shin. I can sense something within your movements. Shin humbly replied, you are truly beautiful, like a princess from a moon palace. Even the rabbit on the moon would be blinded by your holiness's beauty. His words seemed to stir a forgotten memory within Sadia. A rabbit on the moon, she murmured, lost in thought. With a slightly dazed expression, Sadia asked, there's a moon on Earth as well, Shin? Shin nodded lightly. Yes, Earth has a moon. He added, some stories even say a rabbit lives on it, because the shadows on its surface look like a rabbit. Sadia smiled faintly. People from Earth are interesting, Shin agreed. Aren't they? There are other tales about the moon too. The two of them continued to talk cheerfully all night under the bright full moon. Back in the present, Sadia smiled faintly at Shin. A rabbit living on the moon. What a fascinating story. Where did you hear that? Shin remained silent. A moment later, their dance came to an end. They bowed to one another in farewell. Shin spoke respectfully. It was an honor to have this time with you, Lady Ignatius. Sadia replied softly. The pleasure was all mine, Sir Shin. As she disappeared from sight, Shin's expression grew serious. I'm certain of it now. She is not Kadan. At the same time, on the Iberian plateau, near the nation of Ignatius, the ivory tower was late to arrive. A masked mage announced gravely to the open sky, we have located the Rutkow bloodline. Lanjundin replied coldly, good. Mage Haleen. It took longer than I expected. Haleen continued his report. They're concealing their identity, likely as swordsmen. We've found him serving as a knight for a noble house. Jundin mused, humph, a swordsman. Now I see why it was so difficult, even with the power from King Bursek. So he's a swordsman, not a mage. She pondered for a moment, her expression unreadable. She uttered a phrase that chilled Haleen to the bone. Send word to the Moon Temple. To the believer, Joman. If it's him, we are prepared to cooperate. Haleen cried out in shock. You mean Joman, the heretic investigator? What reason could we have to need his help? Jun Din calmly explained. The moment a monster from another world is summoned, all magic becomes useless. I cannot lose the Rutge bloodline again. We must prepare for all outcomes. Halen clicked his tongue but reluctantly agreed. I understand. Sihan told Zenon gravely. I've discovered that the current Kagan is an imposter. He crossed his arms, murmuring, then who is this fake Kagan? And where is the real one? Isn't she here? The questions keep piling up. Zenon scratched his head, confused. Humph. This is getting complicated. We can't just wander around asking where she is, Sihan mused, chin in hand. The only reason Kelter John made us escort knights was so we could easily contact high-ranking officials during the event, of course. But as things are now, getting the information we want will be difficult, he muttered. The real Kagan? I need to solve this first. Perhaps I should get closer to the nobles. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Sihan's mind. Getting close to the nobles. He said his thought out loud with excitement. Those nobles we met at Dena's family party live nearby, right? Why don't we try contacting them first? The next morning, at their residence, Dujian was already waiting with a carriage. He greeted them with a smile. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Dena. I am here to escort you from the Amos family. Dena beamed, thinking, he called me lady. Thank you for the invitation. Dujian replied politely. We had to come, since our relatives traveled from so far away. Sihan praised himself internally. This was a good plan to approach them. They're high class, so they might know something useful about the Pope. This is the perfect chance to investigate Kagan, the coachman announced. We are departing. The carriage clattered down the street. Inside, Dujian gave his full name. I became a swordsman at 58 and have served House Amos for 6 years. He then turned to start a conversation. You are both knight class, correct? I'm confident in my skill, but it's still a bit embarrassing to call myself a swordsman. Lady Dena is also training to be a knight. It's excellent for her to train with such strong people. Dena scratched her head modestly. Haha, I'm not that great. I haven't even learned to properly augment my strength by using your fighting spirit. Dujian gently explained the purpose of the sword. It is not to become strong, but to protect one's honor, loved ones, and the weak. That doesn't mean they can't wield a sword. I am not always perfect, either. His eyes softened as he reassured Dena. You have plenty of time, Lady Dena. You will grow stronger. Sihan cringed at the cheesy line. Why is he talking like that? So cheesy, he thought. Definitely not my type. Zenon, beside him, was more observant. He quietly praised him. A textbook knight. Suddenly, the carriage screeched to a halt at the gate of the family estate. Amos. Ah, we have arrived, Dujian announced softly. Welcome to House Amos. Bojai eagerly came to greet them. Welcome, Knights of Lattenbach. It is an honor to receive such esteemed guests. He then turned to Dena. We didn't finish our talk from last time. So, how is your mother doing? Dena replied. She is busy, but she's well. Bojai sighed admiringly. It's true. Lattenbach is very busy now. Your aunt must be exhausted. Sihan grumbled to himself. This conversation is so boring. He drifted into thought. I'm here to find out who the fake Kagan is, but I can't just change the subject. That's not something you ask a stranger. I need to get closer. Suddenly, Bojai turned to Alita. Ah, that's right, Alita. He pulled out a bouquet of flowers, knelt dramatically, and said, I have not been able to sleep since I met you. Could you give me a chance to get to know you better? Everyone was stunned. What is happening? Did we miss something? What's with the flowers? I don't even know you. And what's with that confident expression? Dujian said helplessly. Not again. Sir Bojai, you confess to any woman you like. Bojai pressed on. I want to seriously court you. Will you be mine? Alita was stunned for a moment. Then she spoke softly. Thank you, Sir Bojai, but I am afraid I must decline. She turned, took Sihan's arm, and proudly declared, I am already in love with someone. The group was shocked for a second time. Alita added shyly, I have already entrusted my future to him. Sihan quickly played along. Ah, that's right. How embarrassing. My apologies for not telling you sooner. Bojai looked hurt. I see. Then, I am sorry. Sihan's soul was screaming. Filled with despair, he dragged himself to his room, crushed by guilt. Seeing this, Luton quickly tried to defuse the situation. I'm sorry, I didn't know he would act so soon. It's late, so please go get some rest. We'll talk tomorrow. But upon entering the room, Sihan froze completely. Chapter 3. The room was decorated in pink tones, a perfect honeymoon suite. He screamed in disbelief. What in the world is this? The maid explained gently. The young master specially prepared this room for you two. He confessed without realizing your partner was present. So this is his way of making amends. Sihan marveled. How generous. The maid quickly excused herself. Well then, I will take my leave. May the moonlight illuminate your dreams, Sihan asked, bewildered. What now? Alita replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? It's time for bed. She wasn't the least bit flustered. Alita remained calm. It's no big deal. I was a billion times more flustered seeing you naked, Sihan said, defeated. Did you have to bring that up? But he quickly calmed himself. That's right. This isn't our first time. We shared a room back in Kagan, so there's no need to overreact. But Alita suddenly carried her blanket elsewhere. She said shyly, Let's just sleep. Sihan yelled. See? You're embarrassed too, so why act so calm? You take the bed, I'm more comfortable on the floor, Alita replied. Well, I'm not. In the end, they lay down next to each other. Sihan thought, confused, I slept just fine the last time we shared a room. Is it the decor that's keeping me up? Suddenly, Alita called out, Sihan. Startled, he turned his head. She said thoughtfully, the reason we're here is to investigate Kagan by getting close to House Amos, right? I just hope I don't ruin the plan. Sihan gently reassured her, it should be fine. He doesn't seem that petty. He even prepared a room like this for us. Alita chuckled. Haha, you're right. She suddenly sat up. I can't sleep. I'm going to read. Sihan quickly tried to stop her. You'll strain your eyes reading in the dark. Alita replied. It's fine. I can use night vision. He created a small orb of light, coaxing her. Still, reading with proper light is better. Alita marveled. Wow, magic is incredible. She opened her book and asked, Do you mind if I read aloud? Sihan nodded. Go ahead. I'll sleep. Alita began reading dramatically. Tears were shed for the Berserker King's karma, becoming the blood of 10,000 people. How dare you beg for forgiveness? Sihan shot upright. What is she reading? Alita remained unbothered. Famous quotes from the otherworldly savior, she said. You said a lot of cool things, Sihan yelled in disbelief. You actually think I would say something like that? That's completely made up, Alita calmly continued. You sin under the guise of loyalty. Then I shall call it the sin of loyalty. I think I actually said that one, he grumbled to himself. Damn it. Why would they publish the cringy things I said as a kid? Is this a new form of torture? But Sihan calmed himself. Well, at least it broke the awkward atmosphere. He then said, I think there are more books like this. Alita immediately wondered, why would that be? There wasn't much information when you first came here, right? Sihan grew silent. Alita became flustered. Did I say something I shouldn't have? He sighed softly. No, it's not that. It's just not a pleasant story. A flood of memories returned to him, echoing with his own screams from that day. He was being subjected to endless torture. The men in charge spoke with irritation. More experiments are pointless. This brat is useless. Heal his injuries. Treat the burns. Another added, he's just like the monsters from the other world. Divine martial arts are effective, but magic isn't. Besides that, he's no different from any other human. Another was about to speak. But then, someone noticed Pakan's arrival, bowing respectfully. Lord Pakan. The old man seethed with anger, storming over to grab Sihan's collar. This thing is useless, you say? A person from another world must possess some special ability. The doctor quickly intervened. Lord Pakan. I am still treating his wounds, the old man roared. Treating what? Get out. You said he was just an ordinary human. Use him to test my potions, the old man bellowed again. Luton, you will be responsible for this task. And remember not to let it die. Luton hesitantly replied. Yes, master. Sihan grimly continued his story. Luton became Pakan's disciple. Pakan, at 52 years old, needed talented children, and someone had sold Luton to him. But by age 12, Luton had only reached second circle magic, not due to a lack of ability. It was because his master taught him nothing. He was a prodigy who had reached that level all by himself. A normal teacher would have treasured his potential, but Pakan only saw Luton as a test subject. He treated him as nothing more than a fine specimen. The old man would mutter, I've obtained an excellent sample. Instead of helping him grow, he forced the boy to test countless potions, and Luton had to endure the pain, poison, and horrific side effects of the experiments. Luton had to accept it, because he had nowhere else to go. For both of them, this world was a living hell. Liu Tin felt a wave of sympathy for Sihan and spoke softly. So, you're the boy from another world? My name is Liu Tin. From now on, I'll be in charge of you. Sihan wondered, what is he even saying? I don't understand a thing. Liu Tin's face fell. Ah, so you can't understand this language. But something stirred in Sihan's heart. This was the first person to show him any kindness here. Luton patiently repeated, Luton, my name is Luton. Sihan slowly realized. Was he introducing himself? Luton patiently said it again. Luton. He finally responded, Sung Sihan. Sung Sihan eventually learned the language and basic knowledge about this new world from Luton, the only person by his side. That connection meant everything to them, and they became best friends. Hearing this memory, Sihan sighed. That was your past. You're like me, Luton. You have nowhere else to go. Luton exhaled slowly. The fate of the weak is the same everywhere, Sihan. They bumped fists. Let's survive today, too. 3 months after Sung Sihan arrived in Tiziano, their lives reached a dramatic turning point. A massive mana eruption occurred, with Sihan at its center. His power was going berserk. An experiment supervisor panicked. What is this? Mana levels should never be this high. Bakan offered a theory. Could his mana growth rate be faster than a normal person's? Is it because he's from another world? Then, the old man roared with laughter. He gloated. It worked! We finally have a viable result. The direct supervisors were worried. But controlling this storm won't be easy. The test subject's life will be in danger. Bakan retorted. I have a solution. That piece of trash is finally useful. We can't let it die. Just then, Liu Tin rushed toward his master. He anxiously reported, I've brought the longsword you requested. You can save Sihan with this, right? Bakan laughed triumphantly and ordered, Perfect timing, Liu Tin. Cut off all its limbs. Those words made Liu Tin freeze. The old man continued casually. The mana explosion is originating from its limbs. Cut them off to quell the storm. It doesn't need limbs for our experiments. A violent conflict raged within Liu Tin. He couldn't defy his master, but he couldn't possibly strike his only friend. Bakan's patience wore thin. What are you doing? It's just a test subject. As long as the head and torso are intact, it won't die. Those words snapped Liu Tin to his senses, as Bakan continued to scream, You coward! Give it here! I'll do it myself! You fool! Liu Tin coldly ran him through with the sword. Bakan's eyes widened in disbelief. You! How dare you! He choked, before collapsing. Liu Tin immediately turned his attention to Sihan. He screamed, Sihan! Don't try to control it. Just let it all out. Release everything. And then, a colossal mana explosion erupted. The memory ended. Sihan was now sleeping soundly. Alita was lost in thought. I had no idea he'd been through something like that. They must have seen each other as saviors, not just friends. How could someone betray a bond like that? Now I understand why Sihan is so tormented by betrayal. But as she reflected, his loud snores broke the mood. Alita fumed. He's completely asleep. Then she chided herself. I'm a woman. How can I be so thoughtless? She jolted. What am I even thinking? If he actually cared, it would be a huge problem. Finally, Alita decided, I should just go to sleep. Suddenly, Sihan shot awake. She asked, Sihan? He lunged forward seriously. This is no time for sleep, Alita. She grew flustered and defensive. What are you talking about? It's late. We should be sleeping. Sihan continued his grim analysis. 1 believer, 2 swordsmen, and 4 mages. This mansion is surrounded. Soldiers were now arrayed before the main gate. Sihan spoke with deep concern. They look ready to storm the gates at any moment. Why are they here? Alita replied, her face tensing. We need to prepare for a fight. At the same time, she suddenly started taking off all her clothes, right in front of a stunned Sihan. Why are you suddenly undressing? Alita casually replied, I can't exactly fight while wearing pajamas. You should change too. Sihan was frozen solid, thinking, just a minute ago, she was embarrassed about sharing a bed. I just don't understand her. Outside the mansion, torches blazed to life. A soldier looked around, puzzled. Do we really need this many troops? A robed figure, the believer Lumen, answered him. The bloodline of Louis Salon has grown weak. No one can fully wield the otherworld summoning spell anymore. Honestly, I doubt they pose much of a threat. A tense voice cut in. And what if our opponent turns out to be a monster? The vice captain responded with confidence. There's nothing wrong with being thoroughly prepared. The robed man muttered under his breath. Damn it, the ivory tower is going to have to pay for all this. But it's too late now, he declared. With this, no monster can stand in our way. Just then, a powerful voice echoed out. What is the meaning of this? This is the residence of Count Amos. This is the sacred moon temple. Do you realize how blasphemous it is to bring soldiers here? Frey scoffed with contempt. Humph. You dare mention the temple while hiding a Lucilan descendant? Unforgivable. Hearing that name, Borgia's face paled. What? The others looked just as stunned. Alita's expression darkened as Dena repeated in shock. Lucilin? Dena's face fell. I've been discovered. They came for me? Frey's voice dripped with hatred. That vile blonde hair is unmistakable. You won't escape, you sinful bloodline. Dena turned towards his pointing finger, as Sihan's gaze followed. Why was he pointing that way? His eyes widened in shock. Duran stared back, completely lost. Locking eyes with him, the man roared, Surrender now, Duran Gran. Duran den Lucianat of Lucilon. Alita stared blankly at Duran, thinking, it's not me. Their target is Duran. He's a Lucilon descendant too? Duran was completely bewildered. What are you talking about? I'm of the Brian clan, like the Berserker King. But Lucilon? Borgia, seeing this, spoke up with annoyance. That's right. This is a mistake. They said Lucilons have blonde hair, but not everyone with blonde hair is a Lucilon. If so, is Lady Alita one too? The man looked disgusted. Still denying it, the cloaked figure chimed in to support Frey. If you want to prove your innocence, then surrender. The truth will be revealed during interrogation. All eyes turned curiously to Duran. Dena spoke his name, Sir Duran. He was losing his composure, his expression hardening. He lunged for Borgia, pressing a blade to his neck. Nobody move, he roared. Duran's expression was unreadable. Okay, Duran, he continued. You don't want to see the head of the Amos heir fall, do you? Damn it. I was just going to fool this idiot noble. I can't get caught here. Seeing this, Frey smirked victoriously. You've finally shown your true colors. You of the cursed bloodline. You think a simple hostage trick will fool me? The cloaked figure, sensing disaster, spoke up. No, we can't. House Amos is too powerful. Duran whispered into Borgia's ear. Forgive me, young master, but this is to protect House Amos from suspicion. He then pushed him away. Duran gave Borgia one last, genuine smile. He thought, thank you for everything. Frey had lost all patience and commanded, attack. He reacted in a flash, dashing for the exit. With a powerful leap, he cleared the mansion wall. Frey roared in fury. After him! Don't lose his trail! Zenon and Dena could only stare. Stunned, she stammered, confused. Sir Duran. How could a kind man like him be from the cursed Lucilin clan? Suddenly, Alita took off after Duran. Dena cried out, confused, Master, while Sihan was already right behind her. He yelled an order back. Damn it, Zenon. Watch Dena. Yes, sir, Zenon replied, scooping her up. He cradled her and bolted after Sihan. Inside the mansion, Borgia was left standing alone, completely lost. Duran. The scene changes. A soldier was sent flying, slamming hard against a wall. Opposite him stood Duran. He was the one who delivered the devastating blow, but his face was pale, and he was gasping for air. Frey approached him and said, It's useless. Did you think you could escape? Your identity is exposed. He roared back. I told you, I've done nothing wrong. Suddenly, a blade slashed towards him. He blocked it, but the force slammed him into a wall. His face went white as he coughed up blood. Frey looked down at him seriously. Duran, you will be interrogated. Even with Lucilin blood, you have the right to a defense. The goddess will decide your true innocence. Yes, Duran replied with a cynical laugh. A fair trial that ends with my head in a noose. As if there's any other outcome. I didn't want to do this. But as he clenched his right fist, an incredible power began to surge within him. Frey's eyes widened in alarm. You! What are you doing? The scene changes as wind howls between the buildings. Sihan asked, puzzled. Alita, what is it? Why did you suddenly chase after him? Alita replied, rushing forward. Sorry, I just acted on instinct. Duran's full name. It sounded so familiar. I can't quite place it, but I think we might have met as children. Suddenly, Sihan froze, staring ahead. They both stopped as he muttered, confused. What is that? The cloaked figure stared in terror and stammered, You. Frey's face was a mask of pure fear. Sihan's face grew tense. Duran was standing atop a massive beast. A terrified scream cut through the air. A monster from another world. Sihan worriedly thought, Damn it, I didn't mean to summon a creature like this. But with no other choice, he gave the order to attack. At his command, the soldiers charged into a wave of screams. Cries for help echoed as Fade roared. Do not panic. You are the goddess's swords. With Kron Lizate's protection, what do you fear? A soldier paused, finding his resolve. He's right. If we fall, the city is next. I won't let it touch my family again. We will not surrender. Fode aimed his blade, screaming, Die, you wretched beast. He charged the monster head-on, parrying a whipping tentacle. G-Pelot struck at the same moment. A soldier cried out. 3 knights hit it with no effect. The robed man cursed. Damn it all. I never knew he could summon. We should have brought a priest with the swordsman. The commander cast a spell, shouting, "Regret it later, Mage Holland, we have a mission to complete." Though magic seemed useless, spikes of earth erupted, impaling the beast. Fade yelled. The mage blocked its escape. Kill it now. Sihan and Alita watched the scene unfold. Alita whispered, "Incredible power. A master swordsman and a mighty holy knight. Warrior class, knight class, hundreds of elite soldiers, and mages from the Black Tower. And all their combined attacks can only slow it down. This is a beast from another world. Are all of the Berserk Emperor's monsters this strong?" Sihan replied, "Of course not." Alita nodded. "I see. How can it be this powerful?" Sihan grew serious. "If a Berserker's summon was weak, our fight would have been much easier. Cheon Saak alone could handle this." Alita saw his expression and felt a chill. Just then, a voice called out, "Sorry, we're late." Sihan was startled. "Zenon? Why are you here with a kid?" Zenon looked puzzled. "Huh? You said to bring Dena." Sihan was confused. "I never said that." Meanwhile, Duran stood atop the creature with an imposing air. Someone cried out his name, "Lord Duran." Duran's face fell as he looked around, pleading, "Stop attacking. I don't want to hurt you. Stop. I'm losing control of this thing. I just want to leave. Please, get out of the way." Zenon watched with curiosity. "Has no one died in all this chaos?" Sihan answered calmly. "Duran doesn't want to kill. He must be restraining the creature's power." Alita was frustrated. Then why are they fighting, when neither side means any harm? He was just born the son of the Berserk Emperor. How is that his fault? Laufin and G. Pilot stared in disbelief. Duran's face twisted with worry. "No, the beast. It's slipping from my control." G. Pilot's expression finally turned to pure contempt. He spat. "So you finally show your true colors, you filthy Lucasian." G. Pilot tried to stop him. "Wait." But as Laufin spoke, a tentacle slammed directly into him. The impact made him spit blood as his vision faded. He was launched 100 meters away. G. Pilot could only watch in horror, screaming, "Laufin!" He savagely swung his sword at the beast. His blade sank deep into a tentacle. He ripped a massive gash, roaring, "Die!" But against all hope, the wound instantly regenerated. Then, a volley of venom erupted from the creature. The poison shot from the giant kraken towards Gipello. He panicked, unable to dodge the attack. He screamed in terror, "What is this?" Instantly, violet blotches spread across his body. He trembled, foaming at the mouth, then lost consciousness. His body crumpled to the ground. And then, he didn't move again. Everyone who witnessed it was frozen in terror. Poison. It can do that? Even Lord G. Pellet was taken down. But among them, Fode was the most horrified. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Did the monster just get stronger? No. Was it holding back all this time? As he spoke, a long tongue slithered from the beast's maw. It seemed its rage had been unleashed. In an instant, every soldier was caught in its grasp. No one survived the onslaught. Fade was instantly paralyzed with fear. Facing certain death, he was filled with regret. "I should have called for more support. I underestimated it." His face then twisted with fury. He screamed, "Louis Silan, you foul descendant of evil." High above, a lone figure begged ceaselessly, "Stop it. Please, please, stop." He screamed down, his voice cracking with madness. The crowd below could see the raw agony he was barely containing. Instantly, a tentacle shot towards 40, ensnaring him without any chance of escape. Another attack quickly followed, aiming for the final blow. Pure terror filled the old man's face. He cried out in fear. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Sihan. He immediately sliced the limb of the monster into 10 pieces. His sudden appearance left everyone there completely stunned. He declared heroically, "I'll help. Call for reinforcements." "All right," Zenon responded. "I'll get Dena to safety, then come back. Be careful." With that, he grabbed Dena and dashed away. Meanwhile, Sihan struggled to hold his ground. "Hurry back, I can't just stand by and watch." Suddenly, a tug on his sleeve stopped him. "Wait," Alita asked anxiously. "Can't we just let Duran run away?" Sihan understood her fear, but he calmly replied, "I know how you feel, but there are too many people here. If we chase Duran, it could put you in danger." She understood his logic, but she couldn't accept it. Her expression hardened as she coolly replied, "So we just need to be unseen, right? I can do that. I have a way to block everyone's vision for a moment." Alita's face was filled with absolute confidence. The scene shifts back to the monster. One man was still trying to withstand the giant octopus's ferocious power. Suddenly, 40's voice rang out, telling him, The combat energy from just now was for my savior. Before he could finish, Sihan cut in, his voice brimming with confidence. The disciple of the mercenary king, Sinstein, is here to help. Hearing this, the man just mumbled, "Ah." Barak's disciple. Sihan spoke to him calmly. "I'll handle this. Get your soldiers to safety. It's too dangerous." Despite his words, the man stubbornly wanted to fight. His expression unyielding. "No, fighting is our duty. As servants of the goddess, we cannot flee." But Sihan cut him off coldly. "No matter how important honor is, it's not worth more than lives, right?" This question made the man's resolve waver. Finally, 40 made his choice. Though he wanted to stay, he had to follow Sihan's plan. Staying here would be pointless. "Please, buy us some time." With that, he immediately ran. A smile finally appeared on Sihan's face, a satisfied grin as he said, "Well, it's been 15 years since I fought one of Luis Silva's monsters." He then immediately took a fighting stance, ready to strike. The tentacles whipped around violently. Their target was him. Suddenly, Duran's voice yelled out a warning. "It's dangerous, Sihan. The monster's attacking you. It's out of my control." With that, they all lunged towards Sihan. Yet he skillfully dodged its attack, swinging his sword in a single, fluid motion. He sliced the tentacle clean in two. Tyrant King Arts, wave. Duran's expression instantly turned to shock at the sight. Sihan unleashed a barrage of powerful techniques. It sparked suspicion in Duran's mind. What was that technique? Isn't he a knight-class swordsman? As for Sihan, after repeatedly cutting the tentacles, he grew annoyed, thinking, it just regenerates after I cut it. Sky Splitter or Dragon Sword would be better. The Tyrant King style isn't for monsters. Fighting while hiding my identity is a real pain." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. But just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "I'm here, Sihan. I'll help." It was Zenon. He had arrived. Sihan's face lit up as he told him, "You're late. I need your help with these tentacles." Hearing the command, Zenon agreed and got right to work. Suddenly, his eyes glowed gold, his fighting spirit surging. He thought to himself, "I can finally use the Tyrant King Arts in a real battle." With that, Zenon roared. He unleashed his full power. He instantly charged the monster, leaving a confused Sihan behind. The tentacles relentlessly attacked him, but with his incredible agility, he successfully dodged them all. The giant octopus's attacks were useless against Zenon's power. He cheered excitedly. "All right, I'm getting the hang of this." From a distance, Sihan watched him with a dazed look. He thought, "Is that Tyrant King style, not Mountain Breaker?" He's darting around like a bee. His swordsmanship was bizarre. That powerful fighting style didn't seem to suit Zenon. It was his own version of Tyrant King. Meanwhile, Duzan frantically held back the octopus, using his immense strength. Seeing this, Sihan felt relieved and ran to do his part. As long as he was fighting well, that was enough. Still, he couldn't help but think that the monster's legs were bound, and it was focused on Zenon. Duzan was fine, and the useless ones were gone. A dark thought flashed in his mind. He smirked and said slowly, "Good, the monster's back is a perfect blind spot." Suddenly, Sihan appeared behind the beast, as if from nowhere. An aura of power had already gathered in his hand. Sihan said coldly, "I'll handle this fat piece of meat first. Freeze." At his word, a patch of ice spread rapidly across the octopus's body. The massive creature shuddered. He immediately unleashed his next move, Dragon Sword Energy, 8 horns. Instantly, an explosion erupted from the ice, dealing heavy damage to the monster. Seeing this, Duzan shouted in shock. Sihan. His mission was done, his responsibility lifted. Now, he could only watch with hope in his eyes, thinking, "I've stopped the monster's movements. It's your turn, Alita." But it wasn't over. A huge explosion erupted right behind Sihan. A blinding light engulfed everything. From it, another monster emerged. Duzan's face went pale with terror. He screamed, his face bloodless. "Magic!" On the ground, a massive blast occurred. It destroyed every house and landmark around it. Nearby soldiers were thrown into chaos. They yelled in confusion. "What? What's happening? I can't see anything." Then, one of them noticed something. His eyes widened in shock. Following his gaze, they saw the monster lying at Sihan's feet. He screamed, "The monster is down. We've defeated the otherworldly beast." Seeing their joy, Sihan just sighed and quietly returned to the city. A voice called out, "Good luck escaping, Duzan." 2 figures were now running for their lives. Exhausted, Alita struggled to speak. I can't go on. Using that magic drained me." Duzan, running behind her, replied coldly. Why did you help me? Like they said, I'm Lucian. You won't be safe with me. At that moment, Alita collapsed. She fell to the ground, panting. Just go, or they'll catch you. Seeing her like this, he froze. The image of a young, blonde girl flashed in Duzan's mind. A name escaped his lips. Elias. Are you Seraphina's child? Hearing his question, Alita's face instantly went rigid. He was just as shocked. Then cheered with disbelief. Haha, you're alive too. But there was no time for a happy reunion. Elias, there's something I need to tell you before I go. His words caught her attention. Duzan then whispered something in her ear. Instantly, the color drained from her face. She screamed in horror. What? In contrast to her panic, Duzan was strangely calm. He said, There, I trust you. Just then, something shot forward, piercing straight through his heart. The moment seemed to freeze. She couldn't believe her eyes, crying out in terror. Duzan! A torrent of blood gushed from his chest, staining his clothes and spilling onto Alita. Suddenly, Duzan coughed up blood. Alita watched him fall as more blood poured from his mouth. She stared at him and whispered, Looks like we're about to lose him. What a fool. Phoenix approached, sword in hand, clad in strong iron armor. Alita saw Phoenix and gasped, Freya Lumen. He walked over and asked, Are you all right? You seem tired. Phoenix smiled at Alita. Thank heavens you're safe. It seems he tried to use you as a shield while escaping. But he didn't kill you. Phoenix glanced down at Duzan on the ground. His face burned with rage. So many had died. Because of this dog. Phoenix walked over and stomped his ironclad boot onto Duzan's head. He lay on the ground, his mouth full of blood. How dare he try to run, the fiend. He was dead, face down in a pool of his own blood. With one foot on Duzan's head, Phoenix said, If it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. It seems we owe you a favor. You're a foreign warrior. We don't know how we could possibly repay you. Alita leaned against the wall, speaking to them. It's nothing. My poor stamina nearly let that demon escape. Her expression hardened. Thankfully, you all were able to handle him. Frey furiously stomped on Duran's head, splattering blood across the ground. You damn bastard! Sihan and Zenon heard the news from the others. I can't believe you took down a beast from another world. Incredible. Just as expected from King Barak's disciples. Necromancy. I didn't know you had two such disciples. Sihan turned to Zenon. Since you also wield the Overlord's aura, he replied helplessly. Just then, Frey walked in to greet the two of them. Thank you, Commander Sihan. We would have been finished without you. He spoke, glancing behind him at the crowd and the strange, massive beast. I understand. Don't worry about us. I know I should reward you properly, but I'm in a rush. It seems I need to figure out how to dispose of this giant monster. He replied, I get it, don't worry. Then Frey rushed off, calling back over his shoulder. I'll contact you later. The Moon Temple is deeply grateful to you. Sihan watched him depart with a gentle smile. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why would he have to worry about cleaning up the monster? The monster vanishes when you burn the summoner's heart. Duran stood solemnly, the colossal beast looming behind him. He thought to himself, I bet they know that. Sihan spoke up. It seems they don't want to risk handling this mad tyrant's corpse. No, they just don't care, Zenon stated, looking at him sharply. Zenon tilted his head, his sword on his back. Are you worried about Duran's body? I heard the other soldiers talking, and apparently a mage has frozen it for transport to the ivory tower. Sihan turned back to him. What? For what purpose? Zenon replied, I don't know. I only overheard parts. Sihan became extremely wary. He was silent for a moment. This is suspicious. Why would they want that body? His thoughts turned to the ivory tower. Barak stood with several others, their presence feeling magical and mysterious. Come to think of it, a mage from the ivory tower appeared during the Earth Dragon incident, a monster from another world, and a summoner's corpse. Sihan's thoughts connected the werewolf, the Earth Dragon, and Duran. He said, a werewolf, an Earth Dragon, and Duran. It seems these incidents are all connected. Standing before strangers and a giant beast, Sihan thought, they say that one time could be a misfortune, twice is a coincidence, but a third time is highly suspicious. Does that mean this case, also tied to another world, is just a coincidence? I'll look into it when we get back. Late one night in the castle, Frey sat in a chair, his face filled with disappointment and sorrow. He mentioned, Duran was a soldier of Jurassic Land. Sihan, Zenon, and Dena were also there, watching Frey. Sihan looked at him and called out, Sir Brit, we have returned. Brit jolted to his feet. My apologies for making you come here. I will call for someone. Sihan waved his hand. It's fine. This isn't the time for formalities. And it wasn't far anyway. Brit, looking dejected and frustrated, replied, I'm truly sorry. I'll contact you next time. Dena watched him in silence. He turned back. Where did Alita go? Dena raised a hand. The master said she left something in the room before she departed. Alita slowly stepped into the room. So this is Duran's room. Her thoughts drifted to a previous conversation they'd shared. Alita remembered the words Duran had whispered in her ear just before he died. The room, in the corner, in the third drawer. Alita walked to a cabinet, pulling it open as she thought. The third drawer. Is it just clothes? Why would he lie to me? Alita looked down into the drawer. No. When she opened the drawer, she saw neatly folded clothes, but it felt strangely shallow for the cabinet's height. Alita pictured it in her mind. A secret compartment below. I knew it. There was a hidden space at the bottom of the cabinet. In her hand was a book. A book was in here? Alita picked it up and opened it. Suddenly she gasped. This is… Before her was all the intelligence gathered on the Usilan family. The book's cover began to glow, showing two powerful-looking dragons. The book recorded every method for summoning things from another world. Alita, enraged, moved to throw the book to the ground. This damned book! But then she remembered Duran's words. Please. Alita calmed herself, slowly lowering the hand holding the book. She remembered when they were children. She said, Well, I guess it's useless now. Jundin's face appeared in a basin of water. We have obtained it, Your Majesty. An Usilan, whose blood was the perfect key for a summoning gate over 30 meters high. A pity we couldn't take him alive. But the body was dealt with swiftly, so the heart remains untouched. Luton stared into the basin. Impressive. Move it to the ivory tower at once. Luton looked down at Jundin. Your work has exceeded all expectations. You shall have your reward. Yes, my lord, she answered. Thank you, my lord. He stood in a bizarre, shadowy space, his eyes fixed on the water, a colossal beast with blood-red eyes, and a young man reaching his hands toward it. Strange. House Usilan's summoning technique isn't just simple spatial manipulation. The most terrifying part of their art is their absolute control over the monsters they summon. The savage alpha wolf's blood runs in their veins, granting them control over mighty earth dragons. This results in perfect mind control, he continued. However, Theorin's magic is useless on beings from another world, making such a feat impossible, until now. Liu Tin's expression was grim. But there is a loophole. The solution is right before us. A crimson light gleamed in his eyes. And that is House Ruzian's otherworldly summoning technique. Magic that can affect beings from another world. Liu Tin grinned. He thought, that power exists only in the Rusian bloodline. By studying their blood, I can create magic that affects beings from other worlds. His thoughts immediately turned to Duzan. The Duzan bloodline is magnificent. Even now, I can't stop my experiments with it. But at last, the descendant of that psychotic tyrant is finally within my grasp. Liu Tin's face twisted into a wicked grin as he laughed. With this, I can finally achieve my greatest ambition. Phoenix smiled. I will pray for your deeds, and for justice, in the name of Kronlisat and the people of Terranora. A loud voice suddenly called out to Sihan. Alita, Zenon, and Dena, may the moon goddess protect you. Sihan turned towards the voice. Is that Sinstein? The one who killed the Usilan beast? I heard he's the king's right-hand man. He looks young, but his sword skills are extraordinary. 3 men watched them, remarking, he seems ambitious, but he already serves a master, doesn't he? Yeah, I heard he's with the Marcus Canterone Knights. At that, all of them suddenly went quiet. At the mention of Catherine, 2 men exclaimed, Catherine? Don't tell me it's for his body, or that beastly intellect. Sihan folded his arms, averting his gaze. They stared at him. Why would someone so incredible serve under a man like that? Wait, everyone's admiring Kentalin? Maybe I can convince him to join my side. I'm definitely better than that Kentalin guy. The 3 of them then approached Sihan. Their looks of awe made him uneasy. Commander, excuse me. May we have a word? No, come with me. I have the finest wine in all of Morong. Sihan let out an irritated sigh. He leaned back in his chair, tilting his head. Zenon watched him. Making connections with nobles is great, but meeting them daily is exhausting. Zenon scratched his head. Are you all right? The rumors about us being mercenaries are getting out of hand, Sihan said, resting his chin on his hand. I'm worried Sinstein is getting too famous, but it's unavoidable. My skills need notoriety to reach their peak. Sihan gave a thumbs up. Besides, I'm using a disguise in public, so it'll be fine. Zenon gave him a blank stare. Who are you talking to? Sihan continued. It doesn't look like I'm using one, but I am. Alita entered through the door. And Sihan isn't the only one getting famous, you know. Alita looked at them helplessly. I used explosives once, and now rumors are flying that I'm a sorceress who wields 7th-tier magic. Zenon's sweat dropped, looking at her. The marriage proposals are everywhere. He watched her, listening with a serious expression. And Zenon is being treated as either a disciple or a common mercenary. The royal family. What if the mercenary king hears these rumors and shows up at our door? Sihan yawned. Ah, if it's for inspiration, then that's fine. But I worry about Zenon getting famous. Unlike us, his identity is well known. Doesn't it? A knight from Luton Kingdom becoming the mercenary king's disciple? It feels off. Sihan pointed, his eyes gleaming. Alita and Zenon sighed in resignation. Ah, this will do. I'm Zenon, twin brother of Zenon Shine. Zenon raised a hand. None of this makes any sense. All right, don't overthink it. It's natural I'd want to learn Pwangi. I'm a huge fan of the otherworldly savior, and King's Record is one of the savior's legendary combat techniques. As Sihan spoke, a thoughtful Zenon listened intently, piecing it all together. Then, during a mission, I met Barak, the mercenary king's disciple. I claimed I couldn't return to the Luton Kingdom, because I was learning the art of war. Sihan rubbed his chin, mimicking Barak. I see. So you want to learn the Lord's art? Zenon's eyes widened. Yes, so it wasn't entirely a lie, was it? A clever one. The best lies are based on truth. Sihan froze, looking helpless. That's not quite what I meant, right? Sihan deflected, recalling Marquis Catherine's words. Alita approached, giving Sihan a helpless look. Alita, since childhood, my magical power has been abnormally high. I couldn't control it. She learned light magic from a random old man passing by. Was he just some random old man? Sihan chuckled. No, of course not. He looked at them seriously. Now, for the main issue. At the table, Sihan faced Alita and Zenon. Let's discuss Karen Ignatius's true whereabouts. What's the progress? Any leads? No, Alita began. I've met with nobles for 2 weeks straight. Sihan rubbed his chin. Right. I managed to observe him one day. Sihan was holding red wine, laughing with 2 strangers. One of the men asked, "Why is a man of your talent serving under someone like Catherine?" Sihan just laughed. Haha, if you knew Marquis Catherine, you'd know he's actually a kind man. Then, the man's expression darkened. His Holiness Karen. He's still so young. I hear he hasn't changed at all, compared to 15 years ago. The other man laughed. Yes, it's incredible, isn't it? He was called the Immortal Sorcerer, but that doesn't mean he's truly immortal. Sihan's expression grew grim. It's so incredible it even sparks wild theories. For instance, maybe His Holiness isn't the revolutionary hero, Karen Ignatius. Then they both burst out laughing. Haha, what a fun idea. That could never be true. But as Sihan watched them, he suddenly remembered a certain girl, one who stands in the moonlight at the Ignatius Cathedral, once every year. It's during the Silver Moon Praise Festival, a sacred rite honoring the moon goddess, Kron Lazate. The immense power shown there is something only His Holiness Karen could replicate. Sihan went quiet. His eyes widened as a crucial memory surfaced. Then, he spoke with gravity. If they provide such clear proof, no one would ever doubt Karen's identity. Zenon simply nodded. He voiced his own theory, raising a hand. But what if the real Karen, Ignatius, is no longer of this world? Could they be using a fake who wields divine power just as strong as hers? Alita turned to him. If this fake's divine power is as strong as Karen's, isn't that person a revolutionary hero themselves? Why would such a powerful person need a disguise? They should just take the throne as Karen's successor and become the new pope. Sihan looked at her. Not necessarily. Karen's true value is that she holds the powers of both prince and prayer, not just her divine strength. So, disguising a successor as Karen makes sense. However, I just don't think another person exists with divine power as strong as Karen's. A frustrated silence fell over Sihan, Alita, and Zenon. Suddenly, an idea struck Sihan. He held up 3 fingers. If we organize the intel, there are 3 possibilities. We see 2 girls standing back to back. First, Karen has no lust for power and simply ran away, willingly faking the proof. A girl outside peers in. Another is trapped behind a locked door. Second, it's possible Karen was betrayed and imprisoned somewhere. The one on the throne is just a puppet look-alike. A girl sits with closed eyes, flowers and a coffin behind her. And third, Karen is already dead. The Holy Order simply fabricated a lie to hide the truth. But Alita interjected. It's probably not the third one. Sihan looked at her, confused. Why? Alita stated with conviction. Because the current Karen is far too young. Huh? Zenon uttered. Sihan watched her. And that's strange? Maybe your constitution just makes you look younger than your age. Alita turned and said, it must be a disguise to hide her identity. It's strange to flaunt an ageless appearance. In fact, even the local nobles find it suspicious, right? Alita's eyes were clear, but the fake Karen keeps her young looks to mirror her true self. Simply put, if you think about it, all I can do is maintain the real Karen's face, Sihan mused. That seems plausible. Imposters are often agents. If the real Karen only appears when she's conscious, she might still be alive and well. Suddenly, the three of them fell silent. Sihan bowed his head in disappointment. Zenon and Alita watched him nervously. Then this is the truth. The reason I look so grim is because we must use extreme measures now. He stood up decisively. We've abducted high-ranking church officials who know the situation. I will interrogate them myself. Alita stared at him, stunned. She shuddered. Are you being serious? Even if there's no other way, kidnapping and torture is too risky. Sihan smirked. I said interrogate, not torture. I'll use a confession spell. Against a priest, it's a surefire method. Zenon shifted uncomfortably. Will confession magic work without torture? I heard even the best mages struggle to see effects from mental magic. Sihan sighed. Yes, you'll see. The problem is, this method can only be used once, maybe twice. We have to believe the ones we question. Know the fake Karen's secret. Alita raised a hand. There is one person who definitely knows her secret. The fake Karen herself. Zenon's jaw dropped in shock. Sihan silently stared at Alita, her cheeks flushed. What did you say when I mentioned kidnapping before? Kidnap the king of Terrano. No, she said. That's exactly what I wanted to ask. Zenon nodded. If it were a noble family's mansion, I wouldn't know. But you can't just infiltrate the royal palace, Sihan said calmly. Oh, is that impossible? I also learned how to steal. Alita watched him silently, while Zenon looked annoyed. But nothing is impossible for the savior of the other world. He raised a hand to his mouth. Right. I think it's possible with a sleeping draft. Even if you're caught, your identity won't be revealed as long as you escape. Lavina might be suspicious about her bedtime, but that's not my problem. Alita and Zenon stared at him. Sihan then looked at them and replied, well, it's surprisingly worth a try. Sihan was serious. Since there's no other way, let's give it a shot. The girl in the elegant suit and the dark, gloomy building. The operation to kidnap the fake Karen began late one night. The tall tower looked mystical and eerie, the Inacio region's Night's Eye. The tower was prominent, surrounded by European-style buildings below. While other castles in Terrano had a palace surrounded by villages, the Night's Eye was a unique structure. It was an immense tower in itself. Sihan stood by Alita, thinking, back in Korea, these were just apartment complexes. His gaze fixed on the castle. They built it so high. It's more magnificent than any castle. I wonder how much blood, sweat, and tears it took to build. Sihan thought of the girl, Karen Inacio. Her hair is long and gentle. I think Karen will be different from the other scoundrels. But Alita watched Sihan from behind as he glanced around, thinking, get a grip, Sihan. How is she any different? You still have hope after a betrayal like that? The sky was clear above the tower, but she must have a reason for building it so high. The churches in Terrano were also built tall, to speak with the Holy Spirit. So, a tower this tall should have been a symbol of the church or something similar. But whatever the reason, it doesn't change that it was built by people from another world. Late at night, the two stared up at the massive tower for a long time, whispering amongst themselves. This will make locating the fake Karen much easier for me. It's said those blessed by the moon god are closest to her. Sihan replied, so the highest floor is her room, where the fake Karen is. Alita shot him a startled look. That sounds too easy. I recall every attempt on the tyrant's life failed. They constantly switched rooms, and I had to give up as security tightened each day. Alita's voice trembled as she asked, those past assassination attempts, who were you? She turned on him angrily. When Alita was a child, the royal castle was in chaos because of those endless assassination attempts. Thinking back, you're the reason I was locked in my room for a month. Sihan scratched his head. Sorry, now that you mention it, you must have been in the castle then, he whispered. It seems I was indirectly the one who caused you trouble. Sihan looked up at the moon and said, the clouds have covered the moon. He then stretched his legs, getting into position, and asked, perfect timing. Shall we go? The dark makes it easier to hide. She turned and replied, let's go, and be careful. Suddenly, right before Alita's eyes, dark shadows swirled around Sihan's body, like he was ready for anything. Sihan dashed toward the castle, leaving Alita behind. Alright, I'm going. The castle entrance lay before him. However, 2 soldiers in full armor stood guard there, but a black shadow darted past them in a flash, right between the 2 soldiers. The shadows continued to cling to the castle walls, climbing diagonally upward, and then, the shadow reached the top, right at a room's window. Sihan carefully pressed against the window frame, thinking, smooth as silk. Just as I thought. Shadows are the ultimate skill for stealth. His eyes lit up with surprise. This was no ordinary window. This window is made from radiant alloy, isn't it? It seems their anti-intrusion system isn't half bad. Sihan used his sword to shatter the glass. Radiant alloy, an alloy that emits a blinding light and a loud noise when struck by magical weapons or spells. A defense system that can cut through metal. A flash of purple light streaked by. However, a few more strikes from his sword hit the window. The window frame broke and fell away. Sihan slowly climbed inside. It's useless without light. The night not only absorbs light, but also absorbs sound. Inside, the castle's architecture was luxurious and elegant. Sihan hurried down the long corridor. He suddenly recalled something. Looking around, this feeling is so strange. I'm sure this is my first time here, but it looks so familiar. He saw something. Before Sihan's eyes was a long, wide hall, decorated with candles. It wasn't just a feeling. This interior design style, he thought. I'm certain of it. Seeing the architecture and decorations inside the castle, I know I've been here before. He looked straight ahead. I'm sure of it. I didn't recognize it at first, because it seemed unfamiliar, but the inside is identical to the tower in New Zealand's capital, on the eastern ice fields. He continued walking and searching. So then, this isn't a new building, but an expansion? Wouldn't that place a greater burden on the people? A large door appeared before Sihan, so he rushed towards it. Doesn't that mean Karen wasn't blinded by her ambition? Then why? In the room, Karen was sound asleep in her bed. He thought to himself, why did she betray me? He called out, Karen. His voice caused Karen to groggily open her eyes. She spoke. Is someone there? She was suddenly startled. Someone was behind Karen. A shadowy figure put a sword to her neck and said, don't move, or you'll regret it. She was terrified, sweat beading as she asked, Who are you? Sihan asked her. That's my question for you. Who are you? His next words terrified her. I know you're not the real Karen Inacio. The fake Karen said, I don't know what you're talking about. What nonsense are you spouting? Sihan sat behind her. Are you stupid? The sharp blade glinted at her neck, filling her with fear. Sihan threatened her. Don't mess around with a sword at your throat. If you're not the real Karen, then you can't scare anyone. Sihan whispered into Karen's ear. With the magic of an immortal witch, healing a small wound like that would be child's play. She trembled in fear, exclaiming, That, Sihan said. Just as I thought. There's no way an imposter could possess that kind of power. If you won't talk, then I have no further business with you. Strange purple objects enveloped the area. The sharp sword moved closer to her throat. Sihan said, I've been quite busy lately. The fake Karen surged with power, her eyes beginning to glow. Soul swap technique. A man clutched his head, his eyes wide in disbelief at the phenomenon before him. A secret art he'd reserved for the overlord from another world, as different powers react based on one's spiritual health. Those affected by the soul swap would feel as if they'd been forsaken by their god. Sihan pulled down his mask, holding out a hand. This is the skill I used on Prince and Freya, who were immune to magic. I saved other skills just in case, but this one proved quite useful against those clerics. And with that, she collapsed onto the bed. He stood over her, having completely exhausted her soul with the soul swap. I can use mind magic. He suddenly realized she had fainted and blurted out, Hey! He cried out again in shock. Hey, how did you pass out already? Sihan couldn't believe his eyes. What? You're not allowed to faint. How can you play a fake Karen with no power? He shook her frantically, calling out, Wake up! Wake up! Just then, a voice called out, You're back, Sihan? He froze for a moment at the unexpected voice. He muttered in Korean. Then Kagan slowly sat up, looking at him. Their eyes met. He spoke her name, Karen. She sat up, her pink-hued eyes fixed on Sihan. Kadan's body suddenly floated upwards, glowing with a strange light. Sihan watched in horror. What the hell is happening? A look of pure disbelief crossed his face. If I heard correctly, she just spoke Korean. She knows Korean. Seeing Kadan's vacant eyes, Sihan hesitated. Could she be the real Kadan? At that moment, Kadan's lips moved, softly calling Sihan's name, the only one in Terrano who can use the soul swap technique. That's only you. So the person hearing this must be Sihan. His eyes widened at her words. No, This is a fake Kagan. Looking at Kadan's state, he thought to himself, using various powers to send a message through an unconscious vessel. If so, using soul swap will be much more difficult. At this realization, Sihan couldn't help but let out a small smile. She intentionally used Korean to prove she was the one who left the message. His initial confidence quickly returned. You predicted my return, didn't you, Kadan? She ignored his change in demeanor, warning him, please, do not harm this innocent girl. She won't remember anything after this message is delivered. Sihan's gaze was indifferent. She isn't answering my question. It seems she can only send messages. Kadan extended her hand. You're looking for me, aren't you? Then come to Lisa Tejuni. Her hand pointed towards him, to the village on the outskirts of Gunlam. Then she leaned back, saying, I will be waiting for you there. As her words ended, Kadan fell back onto the bed, as if unconscious again. Sihan stood silently watching her, whispering her name. Elsewhere, the air was filled with joyous laughter and cheers. Soldiers marched proudly as villagers celebrated on both sides. A voice boomed, the northern region has fallen. Victory belongs to the 7 great heroes. In the grand sanctuary behind the crowd, Sihan gazed out the window. As the people celebrated, a figure approached him. All the people of the northern region have suffered under that tyrant for years. Sidia couldn't hide her joy. Now, the imperial capital of Klatil is the only place left to deal with. Sihan smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. He turned his head. The final battle will be tonight, and we must win. If we are victorious. Sihan raised his thumb excitedly. Then Kadan will become the guardian god of Kron Lizette. But contrary to his expectations, Sideh suddenly pouted, looking away. This puzzled Sihan. What's with that expression? Sidia explained slowly. Well, many people follow me, but I never wished to become a guardian god myself. Sihan was confused by her words. Why? Isn't it a tremendous honor? Sidia hesitated. If I become a guardian god, I can't get married. As she finished, her face turned bright red. Sihan could only stare, utterly speechless. Sidia grew irritated. Why are you looking at me like that? Caught off guard, Sihan stammered awkwardly. No, it's just, I never imagined you'd be like this. Sidia smiled. The truth is, I've always wanted to be a mother. To have a child born from the love between me and the man I love. She continued her daydream. I want to have many children with the person I love. Maybe 12? Sihan was horrified. 12? Are you trying to form a soccer team or something? Sidia had no idea what soccer was. Sihan quickly explained. It's an incredibly popular sport in my previous world. You score by kicking a ball into the opponent's goal as much as possible. Sidia understood immediately. Oh, like cats? Hearing her comparison, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Imagine the pain soccer fans on Earth would feel hearing that. Sihan let out a sharp sigh. Anyway, about before. I don't know who your husband will be, but he'll probably have a rough time. Alita chuckled, adding, the man I choose has to work hard, you know. A confident smile touched Sihan's lips. Of course. It's the only way I can bring you happiness. I won't accept just any nobody. Sadia suddenly reassured him. Don't worry, that won't happen. She vowed, for the good of the people, I will become their guardian god. Sadia's eyes were filled with hope. Even if it sounds far-fetched, I can still follow my dream, right? Clouds drifted across the deep blue sky. On Lisa Taem's outskirts, in Gulam village, vast rice fields swayed high. Alita walked through the fields. Such a peaceful village. Was a queen really staying here? Sihan glanced around, remarking, in a way, this place really suits Kazan's personality, doesn't it? The 3 of them noticed a group nearby. Some children were playing soccer in front of a house. Sihan explained, Kazan likes children. The ball suddenly rolled away, and a boy ran after it. He yelled at his friend, where did you kick it? As the boy knelt for the ball, a shadow fell over him. Zenon's intimidating face came into view. The frightened boy couldn't help but scream, then turned to his friends. A suspicious person. Run! The kids quickly fled. Alita put her hands on her hips, annoyed. Zenon, you scared the children away. Zenon looked genuinely confused. What did I do? A door opened as a voice called, Miss? The boy now stood before a figure, nervously describing, there's a very suspicious person outside. He's really tall. The woman he called Miss gently placed a hand on his head to calm him. There, calm down. It seems we have some visitors. She opened the door. Stay outside for a moment, kids. Sihan and Alita watched intently as the figure appeared. She stepped forward. Kazan smiled at them. Sihan stared at her, stunned. He unconsciously furrowed his brow. Kazan, Alita, standing beside him, spoke up to get his attention. Sihan, The boy from before was still trembling behind Kazan's skirt. She bent slightly to comfort them. Don't be afraid, they're my guests. Why don't you all go inside now? Kazan waited until all the children had gone inside. Once she confirmed they were safe, her attention finally turned to Sihan. You won't cause a scene, will you? The message I sent via that girl was activated. I wasn't sure if it would be. Her words made Alita and Zenon's hearts sink like stones. Kazan, unconcerned, just smiled at them. But you really did come back, Sihan. On a wide path, deep within a dense forest, Kazan faced Sihan's group. She began, I suppose there's no issue with Zukas being here. A chill entered Kazan's eyes. You're full of surprises, Sihan. She then observed his companions one by one. Are these your companions? It seems they know your identity too. Sihan finally broke his silence. You speak as if you knew I was coming. Hearing this, Kazan smiled and explained. Luton and Sagan were certain you would never return, but I didn't believe them. After all, you've always been full of surprises. She crossed her arms. If it's you, then anything is possible. Would the man who shattered all reason and impossibility give up so easily? Sihan thought back carefully. How surprising. Come to think of it, she wasn't panicked to see me. The thought put him on guard, watching her warily. I don't have the upper hand, he asked Kazan. Who was that woman in the tower? She mused. I didn't think you'd be interested in that. Remember Sadia? One of the black-haired ones like me. Like with my appearance change skill, I altered her face using my ability. Kazan feigned pity. Sadia must have had it rough. She placed a hand on her own face. Let's say it's a side effect of the magic. I don't age. It's not easy maintaining this appearance for so many years. Hearing this, Sihan recalled what Alita said before. It was to disguise their true identities. Creating an older appearance wouldn't make sense. He confirmed to himself, it seems Alita was right. Sihan said exactly what he was thinking. He commented on her appearance. You haven't aged a bit. Nothing has changed. You look just like you did 15 years ago. And then, his anger suddenly flared. But you have changed. An image of the gentle, lovely Kazan from the past flashed in Sihan's mind. Looking at her indifferent state now, he said with disappointment, Kazan inasiot. She said nonchalantly, Did you return to Terrano just to tell me that? Sihan laughed at himself. You're right. Let's get straight to the point. His gaze grew cold, locking onto hers. Sihan demanded, Kagan, why did you betray me? A smirk crept across her face. You came back for revenge. Of course you want to know why we betrayed you. Kagan suddenly raised her head. Does the reason even matter now? As she spoke, immense power erupted from her body. Sihan struggled to draw his sword, bracing against her overwhelming power. Kadan's expression turned vicious. One of us is fated to die here. With that, she unleashed Crimson Blood Moon. Scarlet chains surged towards him. The chains slammed into Sihan's position, sending his entire body flying backward. Sihan fought to his feet, staring ahead. This attack. Is she trying to kill me? Panic set in his heart. Is this really Kadan's will? He couldn't help but curse himself. Just as I thought. You fool. Did you really think Kadan would be different? Sihan then recalled the happy times they shared. We were friends with Jackson Watt. In Team 15, Kadan was one of us. Kadan unleashed a barrage of moon chains. Sihan grimaced and roared, Raging dust light! The chains shattered. The broken chains clattered to the ground. From a distance, Sihan charged forward with blinding speed. Her eyes flashed as she pursed her lips. Trying to close the distance? Sihan's sword lunged toward her. Kadan dodged the attack just in time. She swiftly swept her leg toward Sihan's, trying to trip him. Sihan instantly realized her plan and leaped up. Her face darkened as she slashed at him in a flash. He managed to evade it, so fast. Kadan's voice dripped with killing intent. Crimson Moon also has moves for close combat. Gisa Tahina. Power gathered in her hands. A relentless barrage of attacks rained down on Sihan. It won't change anything, Sihan. Not even if you close the gap. Kadan unleashed her power without pause. Close combat is my specialty. A powerful blow struck, sending Sihan flying. He quickly regained his footing. Sihan wiped his lip, staring at her. Your skills have definitely improved, Kadan. It seems you've trained quite hard, haven't you? Kadan replied coolly. And so have you. You must have practiced a lot back home. Sihan's expression turned serious again. I'll ask one last time. Why did you betray me? Kadan's voice was ice. By betraying you, I became the guardian of an entire nation. What other reason do you need? Her fist remained aimed at Sihan. What answer were you hoping to hear, Sihan? Did you really think that there was some other reason for my betrayal? Her words made Sihan freeze in place. Kadan took a step forward. You don't need a grand or righteous reason to betray someone. She stopped, taking a defensive stance. The chains floated into the air. Kagan twisted the knife in Sihan's heart once more. Surely, you're not holding on to foolish thoughts like friendship, are you? At this, Sihan's mood completely shattered. His expression grew dark. Of course not. All I ever wanted was a reason for the betrayal. He lifted his head, staring straight at Kagan. I am your enemy. Kagan dropped all pretense of civility. Once she sees someone as an enemy, his hand tightened on his sword. I was betrayed by every single one of you, no matter the reason or the circumstances. That remains the undeniable truth. Sihan gripped his sword tightly. Intense power began to radiate from his blade. Kagan inasiot. Kagan gave him an icy glare. Sihan declared furiously, I will make you pay for this. She had learned countless attacks, with skills rivaling a swordsman. Close combat is a prince's specialty, used more for defense than offense. Yet, Kagan chose to master these techniques. Instead of mastering high-tech weaponry, she preferred the hand-to-hand style of the Moon Shrine. The Jizitaijin was a weapon ill-suited for her. Kadan's expression was blank. She remained silent. She kicked Sihan directly. Pain seized him, his arm trembling. Kadan slowly retracted her leg, though it looked like a normal kick, but it held a ridiculous amount of energy. Her stamina was her true advantage. Sihan gritted his teeth. I have to focus. I can't let another hit land. He tightened his grip on his sword. He raised his sword forward. Purple dragon. Kadan paused. Purple dragon? Is he trying to create distance? Without a moment's delay, Sihan's sword carved a long arc right where Kadan stood. She leaped into the air, nimbly dodging the attack. Kadan landed, remarking, a classic example of how to control the distance. But she planted her hands on the ground, her gaze fixed upward. I'm more than familiar with situations like this. The chains shot out in succession. Sihan was caught off guard. Azure chain attack, electric serpent. The chains instantly shot towards him. Kadan then lunged at his side. I didn't think she would connect. But she slammed down with immense force, creating a massive shockwave that sent Sihan flying. He fought to open his eyes, assessing the situation. To create some distance, maybe those chains would work. How irritating. Chains now enveloped Kadan. Karen's technique, Water Moon Chain. It's a move that uses endurance. A sonic wave skill born from John Lee Sate's inner power. Not only is it convenient for the user, it can also combine with other elements to cast magic. Kadan unleashed a relentless assault. Seeing Sihan struggle to block, she scoffed, You can't defeat me with that, Sihan. Watching from the sidelines, Zenon grew tense. This is the first time I've seen the true power of a legendary hero. Is this the real power of the 7 legendary heroes? He bit his lip, his eyes locked on the fight. I can only describe it as absolute mastery. When will I ever reach that level? Alita also witnessed the clash, thinking to herself, impressive. But then she reconsidered. Compared to Chak Senguat, this is nothing. Seeing Kadan's defensive stance, she wondered, are they not even going all out? Just then, Kadan smiled, generously praising her opponent. Your skills have definitely improved. Before, your main skill was just swordsmanship. And that alone was monstrous, wasn't it? Kadan then raised a confident fist. Because my opponent is you, Sihan. In a flash, she leaped up and kicked Sihan squarely. He strained to block with his sword, grimacing, but the kick still sent him flying. His body slammed into the ground with a huge impact. Alita watched in horror. How did that kick suddenly get so powerful? Sihan staggered back against a tree. Just as I thought. Her power is on another level now. His gaze was firm. That outfit, that skin. Is this the form of one of the 7 great heroes? Ka Inasiot. The immortal witch. Zenon suddenly cut in. I see now. I understand why her power suddenly surged. Unlike Zea's destructive abilities, or a body that wields diverse magic, Bryn's healing can be used on a specific target, and it's most effective with bare hands. Watching Kadan pull back her leg, he continued. Moreover, Kadan is using the abilities of both Zea and Prince. She has Zea's destruction and Prince's healing. As Alita had a realization, Zenon immediately confirmed it. Exactly. He realized Kadan's power wasn't just strengthening herself, but also destroying her opponent's ability to fight. Kadan charged at Sihan once more, ready to strike. He dodged swiftly, demanding an answer. Not with your hands. How are you using that power with your knees? Can Prince heal with his knees? Hearing this, Kadan smirked. What matters is focus, not losing it on contact. I am a mutation. I'm sure not even Lord John Lee Sate could have predicted someone like me. Seizing the opening, Sihan swung his sword, but Kadan leaped away, dodging the blow. Sihan cursed in frustration. Damn it! I can't create any distance. So the purple dragon technique is useless. Watching Kagan land and regain her footing, Sihan reconsidered. But no matter how I create distance, her moon chain will just close it again. I knew she was stronger. But I never imagined this much. Kadan's eyes were completely unfazed. She softly called to Sihan. How long has it been since you've touched water? As she spoke, the chains flew upwards. Her foot stomped, shaking the very earth. Across from her, Sihan summoned the power of Shadow Storm. Kagan watched the power surge from his body. Oh my, Shadow Storm? She clenched her fists. It's been a while. Sihan suddenly froze. That light. It was the same attack that cornered Chak Sengwat. Kagan shot forward with lightning speed, her eyes blazing, stunned by the attack forming before her. Sihan could only curse inwardly. Damn it, is she going to use Aftershock with her bare hands? Before he could react, she was already upon him. Against that incredible power, he could only grunt, using his internal energy to form a shield as he fell back. Kagan landed safely, a mocking sneer on her face. An elastic shield? Really? Such a clumsy way to use your aura. Look how much you've grown. Her gaze was steady, like a predator who had cornered its prey. I guess I can't lecture you anymore. So, why not go all out? There's no way this is your full strength. Is this all you have for our reunion after 15 years? As she finished, Sihan felt a strange sensation. Huh? He remembered Jackson Ward's words. Don't tell me. Gathering constellations to feign defeat? That trick only works on Jackson Ward. He paused. You think so? That wouldn't fool a man as sharp as him. Kagan immediately understood. I see. You're the one making talismans for Jackson Ward. A man with his pride would never back down. This was a chance to dig for more information. In a situation like this, though confused, Sihan tried to sound calm. Yes. I saved him from the aftershock you created. Hearing this, Kadan's voice dripped with scorn. Jackson Ward was defeated by that? He hasn't improved at all in 15 years, has he? Sihan knew Jackson Ward's personality and didn't defend him, only replying softly. It seems all he's done is eat and relax. She laughed loudly. But unlike him, I'm no fool who enjoys false peace. It's like the Almighty Lord is polishing his blade to aim at us. How can I just sit still? With rising passion, Kagan yelled, Now, fight me with everything you have, Divine Sword. Upon hearing the name Divine Sword, the young man scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, about that. There are some personal reasons. The beauty before him froze in disbelief. Then, with pure shock in her eyes, she asked, What did you say? You lost all your aura and magic while wandering between dimensions? The question made Sihan flush with shame. Well, not all of it. He looked up into her face, which was filled with pity and sympathy, making him feel even more awkward. He quickly added, It's not like before, but I've recovered a fair amount. He cursed himself internally. Why am I telling her all this? Taking a deep breath, he assumed a battle stance. Although I can't fully recover, it's definitely enough to defeat you. Kagan also grew serious. She could see he was stronger now, but it wasn't surprising. Her own stamina was more than enough. Seeing Sihan charge forward, sword drawn, she just smirked. So you're finally bringing that out. I'll kill you, Kagan. Soul swap. As he unleashed the skill, Zenon and Alita gasped. That's his true power. Alita clearly felt the radiant light of the soul swap technique. Yes, he has this skill. With soul swap, no matter the power difference, overwhelming force becomes useless. If the opponent is a cleric, soul swap can instantly turn the tables. Kadan's sharp gaze questioned him. You want to seal my powers? Did you think I wouldn't know this move? You can't defeat me this way. With those words, her crimson moon, a steel wire glowing with blinding light, shot toward Sihan at terrifying speed. Controlling the chain, she laughed. As long as there's no direct contact, soul swap is completely useless. I'll save that skill to send you on your way. As she taunted him, she noticed something was wrong. It's crawling up the chain? Soul swap was never this advanced. She instantly released the chain to dodge the approaching threat, sensing immense danger. Before Kagan could recover, she was completely surrounded by her opponent's power. She knew she was trapped. I'm like a cornered frog. Can soul swap be used this way? As she struggled, Sihan's voice echoed from outside the barrier. Surprised? It seems I wasn't just sitting idle for the past 15 years. The effect won't activate without direct contact. But with this, just breathing makes you vulnerable to soul swap. I can now slowly drain all of your powers. Kagan finally understood, wanting to confirm the nature of this skill. He answered before she could ask. That's right. I was inspired by your own technique. Kagan, how does your malevolent wish feel when turned against you? Seeing his enemy was in his grasp, he thought smugly, her movement and evasion have slowed. Soul swap is even effective on Kagan. Haha, I will win, Sihan thought as he lunged. Kagan retreated and suddenly chanted, Lord John Lee Sate, please, imprison my enemy. As she finished the chant, blue light erupted from her body, blowing away the energy surrounding her. The light shot straight towards him. Seeing this, Sihan laughed scornfully. Foolish. Have you forgotten me after only a few years, or have you not given up on Terrano's disease? This has no effect on me. But since I'm from Earth, reality proved me wrong. An attack I thought I'd dodged suddenly made him choke on blood. The Calamity Prayer. The Curse Maiden's Invocation. Though prayer and curses cannot mix, this was Bryn's prayer fused with Zaya's destructive magic. An undeniable invocation. People only focused on the eternal curse, letting it grow. No one ever considered the prayer a power that could spread plague to anyone. With it, Kagan had reached the realm of gods. However, there was one person that magic couldn't touch. The man from Earth, Sihan. Sihan was immune to any plague or curse, and his soul summoning technique could suppress other magic. Even without his full strength, Sihan was confident he could defeat Kagan. But reality delivered a brutal blow. Sihan raised a hand to his mouth, feeling the warm trickle of his own blood. Agony tore through his body, and he wondered in shock, what's happening? Terrano's disease? The Curse Maiden's prayer is working on me? He screamed in panic. No way. How can Terrano's disease possibly affect me? I've never been sick since that incident. Kagan watched him coldly and replied, do you want to know why? It seems the Black Ivory Tower discovered something interesting, a way to influence beings from other worlds using Terrano's magic. And they succeeded by using dark arts as a medium. Sihan recognized that power. It was the same one he faced when he first defeated that cult. Kagan continued. Not that they weren't suspicious. For some reason, the tower made it a top secret, though there was no real need to hide it. If I had gone back then, I probably wouldn't have known about it. I wasn't even sure it would work. But it seems to be quite effective, doesn't it? Gasping on the ground, he asked, how many mages failed that research during the rebellion? And you're telling me the Black Ivory Tower succeeded? She didn't hide the truth. In fact, the Black Ivory Tower is doing the same thing as Luton, because all the third-generation ivory towers, except for the White Tower, are now under his control. Of course, it was Luton. He was always obsessed with multiverse research. At those words, his eyes flew open. Ah, pain engulfed his body, tearing an agonized scream from his throat. It felt like his insides were churning as blood poured from his lips. He cursed silently. Damn it, it hurts. I can't control my body. Kagan lunged, her voice laced with scorn. It must be unpleasant, right? Your first time ever being sick. Thanks to our old training sessions, I've become quite proficient at soul summoning. A heavy blow slammed into his collapsed form, followed by a challenge. Now, Sihan, use your divine energy. You'll die if you don't. He coughed painfully, then shouted, you think I'm holding back? Too bad for you. This is reality. I have nothing left. Damn it. I should have recovered my full strength when I had the chance. Kagan's face darkened. Are you saying you've lost your power? She grabbed him by the collar, furiously questioning the battered man. Are you joking with me? You revealed personal information and challenged an enemy when you're completely useless? Are you insane? He choked back his own fury, his voice strained. Kagan, what the hell is wrong with you? You don't sound worried. Are you feeling pity for me, like you always do? Kagan regained her composure and retorted, it seems this is the end. Die, Sihan. But as her finishing blow descended, it was suddenly stopped by the sharp ring of a sword. As if she expected it, she said calmly, of course, your comrades wouldn't just let you die. With a single move, she knocked Zenon back. While parrying her attack, Zenon had yelled to the one behind him, Alita, save Sihan. Just waiting for the signal, Alita rushed to the unconscious man, desperately calling his name, Sihan. Kagan glared at the three of them, her eyes landing on Zenon with contempt. You really think you can weaken me with soul summoning to buy time? But did you forget something? She asked, leaping into the air. The Curse Maiden's Prayer, the Calamity Prayer. With those words, both of Sihan's comrades coughed at once, spitting up crimson blood. Pain ripped through them, as if tearing their flesh from their bones. Another blow sent Zenon crashing down, utterly drained of strength. Alita screamed his name in terror. Zenon! One down, Kagan said calmly. She walked toward the blonde girl writhing on the ground and sneered. Now, I'm rather curious. You're using an aura, aren't you? You must have lived a truly miserable life. I can use my aura to treat my own illness, which is quite useful. If Sihan learned anything, well, he's unconscious now. He'll die from a disease he's never encountered. I don't plan to harm you, so know your place. But Alita refused to back down. No matter what, I will never submit to you. She stared Kagan down, her voice firm. I'm not giving up. She then unleashed a fire spell, but Kagan summoned Crimson Moon, just in time to block the deadly attack. That child can use magic of this level? While she was still reeling from the shock, Alita suddenly yelled out, "It's your turn, Sihan!" The cry panicked Kagan, who quickly glanced behind her. The sight was a shock. No way! How is he standing? Sihan's eyes were filled with killing intent. An overwhelming power radiated from him as he swung his sword, shouting, "Soul summon! Soul swap art!" Despairing darkness fell. Tendrils of shadow energy from Sihan began to envelop Kagan. She was still stunned, wondering, what just happened? How did he get up so fast? He couldn't have survived without the antidote. But standing before Kagan was still Sihan, with only minor scratches. Her eyes widened as she gasped, "Impossible!" Sihan could feel the flow of power, and he was using it. A thought struck Kagan. He created a healing aura to fight the very disease he just contracted. At that moment, Sihan's voice boomed, "Thank you, Alita. Because of you, I will live." Then he roared, "Now this is the real end, Kagan." The dark energy crept ever closer to Kagan. She glanced at it indifferently, hiding a small smile from view, a strange smirk on her lips. Alita blinked, taking in the scene. At this moment, Kagan was completely surrounded by shadow energy. A moment later, Sihan touched his shoulder, then his arm, in disbelief. Finally, he gasped in amazement. "The pain is gone. Is it because Kagan is unconscious? I feel much better." He forgot Alita was still on the ground, groaning. Sihan rushed to her side. "Are you okay, Alita?" She replied weakly, "No, not at all. The disease stopped spreading, but it seems it hasn't completely disappeared. It hurts so much." As Sihan helped Alita up, he said, "Hey, I'm completely fine." She quietly replied, "You always get the better things. The dark magic's effect must be gone." Sihan was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "Thank you. I would have died without your help." Alita just sighed. "We're both a total mess." They had forgotten one thing. Someone was still knocked out cold. Good grief. While they rested, it dawned on Alita. "What do I do now? I've used up all my magic. I can't transfer magic to you anymore. We have to get our revenge. And quickly." Sihan closed his eyes, placing a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry. We can do that after you've fully recovered. It'll give me enough time to prepare too." As he was speaking, he suddenly sensed something, letting out a soft "huh?" Sihan looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's this?" "Alita, you still have magic left. In fact, quite a lot." Alita was just as surprised, letting out a small "huh?" then replied, "No way. Without magic, I can't even move properly." Sihan stared, amazed at the faint flow of power, in his own hand, and said, "I know, but I can see it inside of you right now. So what is all this magic? It's coming from you. Is this a type of energy you're not aware of?" But while he was still stunned, as things grew more confusing, Kadan's eyes fluttered. A moment later, she opened them. Kagan whispered, "Am I still alive?" Sihan whipped his head around and shouted, "Kagan." Still on the ground, Kagan spoke. "Congratulations, Sihan. You've won. Just as I thought. The soul swap art is truly extraordinary. I can't even lift a finger or heal myself." She closed her eyes in resignation and said, "Just kill me now." But Sihan only voiced his own question. "I have to ask you something. Why did you betray me?" Kagan didn't answer, only looking at him. Sihan's voice grew harder. "I asked you, why did you betray me?" Kagan remained defiant, closing her eyes again. "I have nothing to say to you. Just kill me." Sihan argued back. "I won't do that. You didn't kill me. After all." Kagan couldn't hold back her anger. "Huh, it wasn't that I didn't want to kill you. I couldn't. If I could have, you'd already be dead." Sihan was unmoved. "I don't care. For whatever reason, you didn't. And I'm here to thank you for that." He looked at her with determination. "That's why I won't kill you." He then asked quietly, "A chance should be fair, right?" Suddenly, a shimmering portal tore open the air next to Kagan. Her eyes widened in shock. "A space gate." She yelled at Sihan through the swirling dust, her voice laced with fury. "Are you sending me through there?" Sihan's voice was ice. "The 15-year debt is due, Kagan." He stared into her eyes, his words deadly serious. "I will ask you one last time. After was any part of our time together real? Answer me." As the portal threatened to pull Kadan in, Sihan desperately questioned her. Why did you betray me that day? I thought you were my sister. Throughout his questioning, Kagan was silent. But she couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting her teeth, Kagan screamed back, I never once thought of you as my brother. Sihan was stunned as she denied every word. I am not your sister. We are not family. Alita was equally shocked, hearing her yell, What kind of sister stays safe while you suffer? Everything? What kind of family is that? Kagan finally broke, screaming, Why did it have to be Levener? Why? She sobbed, crying out, I met you first. After her outburst, a heavy silence fell over them. Sihan was reeling inside. What just happened? Then, Kagan struggled to her feet and spoke softly. I was thrilled, she said with a smirk. You got exactly what you deserved. Yes, I deserve to go to hell. Kagan stared with pure hatred, continuing, But the hell I go to will be the Lord's hell. Kadan's voice boomed. I cannot die where the great Lord John Lead Tay is not present. She then slammed her hand down on the sword below. Both Sihan and Alita were shocked. Alita quickly warned, She still has power. Sihan, be careful. But Sihan just stood there, lost in his thoughts. The danger was not what he had imagined. Kagan simply smiled and said, Goodbye, Sihan. Then, she turned the blade on herself. Sihan immediately yelled, Wait! Without hesitation, she drove the sword through her own body. Sihan screamed her name in horror. Kagan! Kadan's soul drifted like a withered flower in space. In that moment, she felt more at ease than ever, so peaceful. She was disoriented, unsure if she was alive or dead. Am I dead? The memories slowly started to return. Her heart had been crushed when the soul technique suppressed her power, but she felt that was fine too. It's okay even if I was killed. But then, she started to hear a conversation nearby. This makes me curious. Sihan? The voice was both familiar and strange. There it was again. Do you know about space gates? You can't just push your enemies into them. Then, she heard Sihan reply. No enemy would enter one willingly. Either. But you were trapped here 15 years ago, Kagan. She recognized the voice of a strange woman and a familiar man. As they continued to talk, the situation was a bit different then. Senghart must have created multiple targets for the gate at that time, but the gate's power isn't enough to bind anyone. It only weakens them so they can't resist its magic. In her subconscious, Kagan wondered, Is that Sihan and his companions? The two people outside continued their conversation right next to Kagan. If so, I should have maintained the gate. But Luton wasn't the one who directly opened it. I still don't know how they did it. Hearing this, Kagan realized this conversation happened 15 years ago. The dialogue continued. They used the ashes from the insect lord's heart and were freed from my terms. And because of that, the world opened a space gate to be free of me. I am not from Terrano. Without the world's permission, the laws of the universe will send me back to my home world. Kagan listened, silently calling his name. Of course, I didn't know this, but I found out by chance after reading some texts on the multiverse. Kagan smiled with relief. You've grown so much stronger now. Sihan is only mimicking the flow of magic. He doesn't understand it, but now he possesses immense magical power. That's good. Kagan silently sent her thoughts to Sihan. Sihan, the stronger you get, the more you'll know what you want, and the easier it will be to achieve it. Just then, Sihan's voice cut in again. Why do you talk as if I was the one trapped here 15 years ago? As long as I am alive, it will never happen a second time. Kagan felt happy for him, truly relieved. You've found real friends to stand by you. But then she began to panic. Am I dead? Then why can I still hear this? Suddenly, a blinding light shone upon Kagan, and she sensed she might be returning to reality. The conversation Kagan heard was between Sihan and Alita. Alita suddenly froze when she saw Kagan waking up, and quickly alerted Sihan. Sihan, she's awake. Kagan raised her own hand to look at it, still in complete disbelief. Am I alive? She turned and asked Sihan. What did you do? But Sihan only replied with cold indifference. I've done nothing, he replied. Not even a god can save you now. You have to save yourself. Her mind flashed back to the moment she collapsed. Sihan's face was a mask of pure disbelief. Kagan, he screamed her name. Kagan! He had frantically told Alita to get bandages. Anything. Then heard Kadan's faint whisper and turned back to her. What did you say? He demanded. Why are you making that face now? He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, he then pleaded with her. Don't you dare die on me. You're the immortal witch. Are you playing with me? Just then, a wave of magic began to gather. Sihan ignored it, still yelling at Kagan. I still need to hear the truth from you. Alita tried to calm him down. Sihan, be calm. Kagan has. But she stopped, horrified, as magic swirled toward Kadan's body. What is that? The streams of magical energy began pouring directly into Kagan. This was Sihan's plan, using Soul Swap to force the magic inward, targeting her already shattered heart. Then, Sihan roared, I won't let you die until you tell me everything, Kadan Inaciot. And against all odds, Kadan's heart began to beat once more. Kadan could only stare in amazement. Incredible. You can use Soul Swap like that? Sihan just gave a brief reply. It was only useful enough to bring you back here. He remembered the scene earlier, when another nun found her body in a panic. Sister Gianna, you said you were meeting an acquaintance. How did this happen? Who were they? Sihan had tried to explain. It's not that big of a deal. I did something, but not what you think. Hearing this, Kadan could only manage a wry smile. Sihan's face turned serious. Let me tell you, you haven't fully recovered. But Kadan simply replied, I'm awake. My heart healed itself, but the magic in my body has replaced it since that moment. And because I can use my power to form an artificial heart, I don't qualify as a normal sister. Sihan grew quiet, then asked her directly, was that your original plan? You knew I'd come for revenge, so you stayed in a remote village with no guards. During the fight, you held back against me, and even gave me important information. Were you planning to die by my hand? At Sihan's question, Kadan's eyes filled with sorrow. She answered slowly, I don't expect forgiveness, but you have every reason to want revenge on me. So, as a traitor, it's my duty to help you with all of my ability. But as a servant of Lord John Lee Say, I cannot die anywhere but Terrano. I could only destroy myself slowly, and it seems my acting skills are lacking. Then she got to the main point. You asked why I betrayed you? I've told you before. But then Kadan noticed Alita's presence. Miss Alita, right? I'm sorry, but could you let Sihan and I speak privately? Alita quickly understood and left the room. After Alita was gone, Sihan took a deep breath and sat down. All right, tell me why you chose to die by my hand. Instead of asking for forgiveness, why you chose to betray me, and what were your last words? At that, Sihan's face turned red, remembering her last sentence before she collapsed. I never once thought of you as my little brother. Sihan stammered awkwardly. Did you just blurt that out? I can't figure it out. But Kadan only smiled and replied, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. She quickly changed the subject back. Sihan, do you remember the Battle of Camisteo? Our paths split from that point on. Meanwhile, after leaving, Alita explained the situation to Zenon. Zenon finally understood. So the immortal witch planned to die by Sihan's hand, and that's the reason she did all that. Alita nodded. Yes, it's a tragic story. But Zenon was furious. What are you talking about? Why would she do something so insane? If she wanted to die, why put us through that plague? My body still aches from it. Alita tried to defend Kadan. Perhaps she deeply regretted what she did, but Zenon wouldn't accept that excuse. If she felt guilty, she should have begged for forgiveness, not tried to get herself killed. Does that make any sense to you? Alita's voice grew firm as she retorted to Zenon. Logic doesn't matter here. Can emotions truly be controlled by logic? She then softened her tone, sighing. Even after fighting her today, we can't possibly understand the full story. We're just outsiders. Since then, no one dared to look directly into the light of dawn, especially compared to the Roselane Empire. The rebel army was once a fragile hope. After the war for survival, peace never returned. Even in the darkest times, they gathered allies, strengthening their power and ranks. Finally, the banner of freedom rose. Led by Sihan and Luton, the rebellion seized a key imperial capital. In the western state, with the 7 heroes' might, they grew strong enough to challenge the empire. The rebels could now change the world, and the heroes' burdens grew heavier. At that moment, in the western state's castle, the 7 heroes convened at Sunset Plaza. Liu Tin asked gravely, status on post-war recovery? Sa Jian replied, I left it to Cha Zi and J. Bill Le. They've done well. Liu Tin nodded. I see. Good work. Liu Tin continued. We are not the Imperials. We must treat our prisoners with dignity. We only execute the leaders. Regular soldiers can return home or join our cause. He emphasized, this applies to the Western Clanium forces. Zenward complained, the royals are a pain, even as prisoners. Shouldn't we execute the otherworld summoners? But Sa Jian replied, not all of House Rothland can summon. The royals captured in the final battle had no involvement. They are all elders, women, and children. Lovener asked, how do we know they aren't summoners? We must identify the summoners. Kadan also spoke up. There's a protective spell in the Rothland bloodline. Some of them must have it. So we separate them? Zenward worried. What if they learn how to use it? They could summon a champion at will. Theojian calmly agreed. It's a definite possibility. Kagan grew thoughtful, while Luton hesitantly asked, is there no other choice? They're just women and children. I hate this. Sihan sat in grim silence. Perhaps execution was needed. Then he spoke. Wait. Anger flashed in his eyes. What are you saying? Execution? Back to the present. Kagan prompted him. Oh, right. I remember. We did talk about that, and we had a huge argument. Kagan was surprised. An argument? Her eyes narrowed. Her face was grim. If you only see it as an argument, you don't understand. Sihan recalled his anger. Are you insane? Some of those kids are only 15. And now we kill them? Liu Tin explained helplessly. None of us like this, but no matter how weak, if they can summon, they become our most terrifying foe. We can't leave a threat behind. Sihan immediately shot back. So we execute them for a crime they might commit? When they've done nothing? What kind of logic is that? How does that make us any different from them? But Sajian countered, we have no other way to control a summoner, unlike the others. Magic cannot control a summoner. That's the difference, Sihan. With magic, a few can suppress the royals. But against House Rothlin, we'd need thousands. We don't have the manpower now, and we can't afford that sacrifice. Ozan urged, our people's safety is paramount, Sihan. One wrong move, and thousands bleed. Would you let innocents die for your so-called justice? Sihan slammed the table and stood. What did you say, Ozan? We don't spill innocent blood. I won't accept it. Liu Tin sighed at his stubbornness. Sihan, which of the Rothlon family is truly innocent? Even the young enjoy their royal privilege. They've benefited without doing a thing. That's just selfish nonsense, Sihan roared back. What crime have the children committed? You can't blame them for their parents' sins. The others objected. What are you saying, Sihan? If not the children, then who pays for the crimes of their parents? I agree. It's a pity they'll die young, but they are not blameless. From then on, a rift grew between them. Their principles were on another level entirely. Hearing them, even the hostages had no choice but to agree. Sihan's memory slowly pieced itself together. They had to bear the sins of their parents. What was this all about? Sihan tried to reason with them. But we can't kill children. How are we different from that tyrant then? At this, Jutin finally snapped. Enough, Sihan. You think any of us wanted this? Jutin roared in Sihan's face. Are you really going to sacrifice thousands of our followers, all for your ridiculous idea of justice? The lives of millions are on our shoulders. We have to act. We can't just sit back and hope history proves us right. Kagan also agreed. In Breachin's healing arts, we sometimes use poison to fight poison, even with side effects. It's better than death. Killing them isn't right, but to save all of Terrano, we must. Ozan then added, we are different from that tyrant. Our mission is to save Terrano, and I know the result doesn't justify the methods, but a leader's responsibility is to make hard choices for the greater good of their people. Isn't ignoring an evil you can prevent also a crime? Jackson Guard clutched his head. This is giving me a headache. He then tried to persuade Sihan. We're in the middle of a war. Yes, Sihan, this decision needs more thought. Even my own foolish brain can't understand it. Kagan pleaded with Sihan. Please understand. It's the most logical choice right now. Everyone knows this is wrong. Your ideals are noble. But Jutin continued. Ideal justice doesn't exist in the real world. We won't follow your standard. Hearing everyone uniting against him, Sihan just lowered his head. Then he said slowly, but didn't we all wish to make that ideal a reality? Fine, if that's what everyone thinks. Suddenly, Sihan's hand fell to his sword's hilt, channeling his magic. This action stunned everyone in the room. Sihan, what are you doing? He then drew his sword and made a declaration. If you insist on killing innocent people. He pointed his blade at them, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Then I will stop you myself. A powerful magic erupted from Sihan, shaking the entire room. He then unleashed his sky-shattering light. No one expected him to react so violently. Brother Sihan, what is the meaning of this? But he only said, I am sorry, everyone. But killing innocent children is absolutely wrong. I will not accept this. Everyone stared at Sihan in shock, especially Kagan. Oh my God. She couldn't help but marvel at how strong Sihan had become. She looked at the man before her. He was like a demon thirsting for blood. Just 2 months ago, we were equals. Jutin ground his teeth. He never thought it would come to this. Damn it. The others decided to face Sihan together. They still tried reasoning with him. Don't be so reckless, Sihan. Kagan rushed forward to stop them. Stop it. But then a hand shot out, blocking Lovener. Suddenly, she found herself agreeing with Sihan. Sihan is right. I've changed my mind. Sihan has been right all along. She then tried to persuade everyone else. You all know that without Sihan, we would have never gotten this far. All of us. No. All of Terrano owes him their lives. Sihan is just protecting his principles, and I will follow him. Lovener. After hearing her, everyone quieted down. Her voice clearly carried weight in the group. Ozan also sheathed his sword, turning to agree with Sihan. I wasn't comfortable with that decision either. Sazan agreed. Yes, Lovener is right. And the indecisive Jackson guard just stood there frozen, finally saying, I'll go with the majority. Jutin sighed sharply, then smirked wryly. We are creating problems for the future, but I suppose there's nothing more to be done. I promise to treat the Rotlano royal children well. Sihan saw everyone agreeing with him. Sihan was instantly overjoyed. Jutin, everyone, thank you for standing with me. I'll prove to you all that I was right. Seeing him so happy, Lovener couldn't help but smile as well. Recounting this story, Sihan let out a heavy sigh. Even though you all changed your minds for me, every member of the royal family committed suicide with poisoned wine. How did those children know it was poison? I'm sure they drank it because their parents gave it to them. How cruel. If they wanted to die, they could have died alone. But Kagan interrupted. That's not it. Sihan. She revealed a shocking truth to him. They didn't commit suicide. The one who killed them was Lovener. At that moment, Lovener was preening before a mirror, endlessly admiring herself. So beautiful. I wonder if Sihan will like it? Just then, she heard a knock on the door. It was Kagan. Seeing her panting for breath, it was clear she had run all the way here. Kagan. What is it? Kagan got straight to the point, asking Lovener. How could this have happened, Lovener? The royal family didn't willingly drink the poison. They were paralyzed before they died. That is your technique. A blatant move. Yet Lovener was completely unfazed. Is that so? I don't recall leaving any traces, she retorted to Kagan. So what if I did? Did someone find out? Kagan, stunned by her composure, replied. Besides me, no one else knows. I haven't told a soul. Hearing this, Lovener offered a chillingly sweet smile. I see. Then what's the big deal? At that, Kagan raised her voice. Not a big deal? What are you saying? But Lovener continued. You know something, Kagan? If I hadn't done it, someone else would have. Everything is fine now. Kagan couldn't find the words to argue back. She wasn't wrong. Everyone had been struggling to find a way to separate them, and to keep them isolated from the other inmates. But something still bothered Kagan. You lied to Sihan? Lovener didn't deny it. If you say so, then yes. I knew he would never be convinced. But that doesn't mean we have to obey him, does it? I love Sihan more than anyone, so I know him best. When things cross his line, Sihan makes people pay the price, even if they're his own comrades. This isn't the first time the rebellion has paid for his stubborn decisions, is it? If he can't be persuaded, I'll try. But Sihan will never change, Kagan asked, bewildered. How could you lie to the man you love? Lovener turned to her with a strange look. Then she laughed. You're so naive. She pulled Kagan into a hug. Not all couples have to share every single secret. Then she whispered in her ear, it's how you make a relationship last, even if it means one person has to keep secrets. Kagan is recounting all of this to Sihan. In the end, I couldn't say a thing. I honestly thought it was inevitable. She voiced what everyone was thinking. No one thought you were wrong, until we saw how you reacted when you thought we were wrong. After that, our image of Sihan began to shift. From a reliable, if rigid, commander to an irredeemable madman. Sidon said it then, Sihan's out of control. We don't need another tyrant. Xiu Tin agreed. He thinks Terrano is a world that only he can fix. As long as he sees Terrano as another Earth, his attitude will never change. That's when they held a secret meeting, without Sihan. Everyone is here now. That means we're all in agreement. Any other opinions? Kagan could only stand there and listen to them. It started with the fact that Sihan had grown too powerful. Is anyone here willing to risk their life for Terrano's future? Liu Xing even used a metaphor. 6 mice are happily scheming here, but who will bail the cat out there? And Kagan was one of those mice. It wasn't that we couldn't do anything about Sihan. We had a plan. Kagan, Liu Xing insisted. We won't just offer our lives to him. Then he proposed an idea. What if we send him back to Earth? Hearing that, Kagan froze, lost in thought. Just send him back where he came from. If Sihan returned, then he wouldn't be with Lovener anymore. Our own relationship is already in pieces. Wouldn't it be better to send him back where he belongs? Sihan had chosen to stay in Terrano, only to be betrayed by his most trusted friends. A dark hallway, pierced by a sliver of light. Kagan trudged along, a stack of books in her arms, and be forcibly sent back to Earth. Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if seeing a ghost, her pupils dilating. How betrayed would he feel? Her thoughts were cut short by the sight of Sihan, laughing with love in her. She couldn't hear their words, only see their bright smiles. A cold wind swept past, whipping through Kadan's hair, a gust that seemed to chill her lonely soul to the bone. The scene changes to a room. Kadan is speaking with someone, a faint, bitter smile on her face. I understand. No matter what I say, it will only sound like an excuse. That's why I fought Sihan without a single word, and I tried to pay for my betrayal with my own life. She closed her eyes, lost in the memory. I'm not asking for forgiveness. From that day forward, a man has listened intently to Kadan's every word. I'm simply telling you the whole truth, because you were desperate enough to revive me. But that doesn't change the facts. The fact is, we betrayed you. Sihan's head hung low, silent and utterly still. Kadan watched him, her expression filled with worry. Seeing his reaction, she added, after that day, I had nightmares every time I tried to sleep. No matter how much time passed, I could never forget your screams. In the end, I ran away from my position as queen. Kadan placed a hand on her chest, her voice firm. But I'll accept it all now. Just end this revenge, Sihan. A stone wall and wooden fence rose under a clear sky, guarding a peaceful grove with children inside. Their innocent, bright smiles lit up the grass as they played. Two of the kids ran ahead happily. Meanwhile, Kadan, dressed as a nun, watched them with a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with affection. The sunlight seemed to highlight her soft, pure beauty. From above, the scene of Kadan and the three children looked strangely peaceful. Sihan sat on a branch, arms crossed, scowling down at them. He muttered, "It's disgustingly peaceful." Sihan remained on the branch, lost in his thoughts. It's a relief to finally know the reason for a betrayal that haunted me for 15 years. And here I was, worried it might have been something I had done. His eyelids drooped. The issue was never who was wrong, but the nature of the betrayal itself. An image of Kueller, Levener, and the others flashed through his mind. We can't accept actions against our standards, even if their logic seems sound. The memory of Luton appeared, his sharp eyes staring forward intently. Didn't they become a revolutionary army because they also saw a world that needed to be fixed? They exiled me as an unstoppable dictator, yet they rule their own country as tyrants. Sihan gazed down at Kadan's back. And yet, they blame me for the betrayal. The same is true for Kadan. She likely thought the truth would sway me, but now I'm certain I wasn't to blame. The memory of wine, red as blood, spilling. No matter the culture, some things are simply unacceptable for any human being. The death of innocence is unacceptable, no matter the reason. Sihan placed a hand on the branch, preparing to stand. At least my memories of friendship weren't lies. I didn't change when I got strong. You all did. He stood high above, looking down at the scene while thinking aloud. Treacherous world, just wait. I have no attachments left. Suddenly, a cry from below startled him. Another nun and the worried children rushed to Kadan, who had just collapsed. What's wrong, Princess Rihanna? Are you feeling unwell? Kadan's face was pale with a cold sweat. She panted, then replied, I'm just a little tired. Sihan glared down, a strange feeling rising within him. His eyes flashed with resolve. End this revenge, Sihan. A deep, swirling magic portal materialized. My revenge was spatial exile for the traitors. I would cast them into a living hell, just as they did to me. Sihan's expression was grim. If they somehow survived and returned from Terrano, I would forgive them, however slim the chance. Down below, Kadan tried to comfort the worried children. He thought, but the situation is more complicated now. Kadan is no longer an immortal witch or the moon's ruler. Now, I would just be bullying the weak. A glowing yellow heart beats within a girl's body, the result of a forced materialization. It's a heart not sustained by divine power. Kadan can no longer use her divine power. If she does, her heart will vanish, killing her instantly. Sihan's face twisted in frustration with a sigh. She gave up her throne, leaving her with no power or status. Revenge would be easier if I knew nothing. But now, I know Kadan's true feelings. He remembered Kadan on the ground, crying out, Why did it have to be Lovener? I met you first. Sihan frowned, his tense gaze and a bead of sweat showing his turmoil. He clutched his head, shouting, Arg, I don't know what to do. As he panicked, a voice called up from below, making him freeze. What are you planning to do? Sihan recognized Alita's voice. Alita, what are you doing here? In a flash, Alita leaped up beside him. She sat next to him, swinging her legs. I've recovered most of my mana now. I need to know when you'll open the portal. Alita said coolly. That is, if you're still going to. Sihan rested his chin on his hand. I haven't decided. I'm not set on revenge anymore. But Terrano, what if I can't persuade them? Alita shot up, her face a mask of confusion. Why did Sihan want revenge so badly? Sihan hesitated. Huh? What do you mean? Why? Alita waved it off. No, I misspoke. How do you plan to get revenge? She glanced at the sky. Did he want to see the traitors repent, regretting their past and begging for forgiveness? Sihan lowered his gaze in thought. Repentance and forgiveness are just side effects of vengeance. The true purpose of revenge is… His eyes gleamed with calculation, lost in a maze of complex thoughts. Sihan continued. To make them pay the price for their betrayal. The scene changes to a room with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Kagan stood at attention, hands clenched, facing Sihan. I am ready, Sihan. It is time to end this revenge. Suddenly, Sihan spoke her name, and her worried face snapped up. I'm not opening the dimensional gate, he stated. Kagan's eyes widened in surprise. Have you forgiven me, Sihan? Sihan replied. That's not it. I'm not so virtuous that I can forgive someone that easily. His eyes were shut. But I swore I would take everything from the traitors who possess it, and the fastest way to do that is to send them through the gate. Kagan hung on his every word, her anxiety growing. But Kagan, you have already paid the price. You've lost your divine power, your authority, and your status. The revolutionary hero of the past, the immortal sorceress Kagan Inasius, is dead, he said coldly. Because now you can't even win against an ordinary citizen. Kagan smiled faintly, her eyes closing. Oh? So, you're forgiving me? Because I've been brought to this state? For a moment, I thought that you might be growing soft, but it seems the opposite is true. Her lamenting voice echoed in the room. Perhaps being thrown into another dimension would be more merciful. Sihan turned sharply to leave. I'm done talking to you. I'm leaving now. Even so, Kagan maintained a gentle smile, her loving gaze following him. Sihan suddenly stopped and spoke again. I don't know how you once felt about me, or how you feel about me now, but I'm sorry. I cannot return your feelings. His words made Kagan's cheeks flush red. Right now, I don't have time to think about anything else. Sihan departed, leaving her in the crushing loneliness of the room. Kagan's expression darkened, her mouth frozen, unable to utter a word. The emotional shock was too sudden. She could only stare down, biting her lip as she remembered their happy past. Then she collapsed to her knees, hiding her face in her hands. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sihan. A small path snaked through a shaded forest, dotted by a carpet of brilliant yellow flowers. Amidst the peaceful scene, Alita's face brightened. Her shining eyes went wide as her small mouth formed a word. Ah! Sweat rolled down her cheek as she spoke to Sihan and Zenon. Come to think of it, we forgot about Dena. We thought it would be a short trip, so we didn't say anything to her. Who would have thought we'd be gone for so long? Sihan heard her words. How should we explain this to her? He pictured Dena weeping. Master, I hoped nothing had happened to you. Alita turned to Zenon. I'll let you explain. That girl seems a little harsh with me. Zenon just chuckled weakly. Dena? I wonder why. It's better if you don't know. Sihan worried to himself. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to focus on Dena. All this information I received from Kagan. I have to process it. An image of Kagan flashed in his mind. She had raised her fist in front of him. Kagan took an offensive stance from the start, so I won't waver in my revenge. She had attacked Sihan relentlessly with precise strikes. She pretended to attack me viciously, as if to kill me, but she was intentionally leaking information that I never would have known. Kagan presented a pouch of something, and what bothers me most is the black gunpowder Luton is researching. He remembered drinking it, his face turning pale as he coughed blood onto the ground. Kagan used that powder as a catalyst and successfully infected me with Terrano's plague. A question formed in his mind. Does this mean if Luton uses that powder, he can also use magic on me? Sihan sighed softly, a bitter smile on his face. An unusually dark feeling seemed to surround him. I'd be in trouble if I attacked him without this knowledge. This is priceless information. I'm lucky I obtained it now. Suddenly, Sihan's eyes shot open with a vital realization. He remembered two other men standing behind Kagan, the three who had opposed his execution. The scene shifts to the past, showing Sihan sitting by Kagan's bed. Her voice was cold. In our fight, I told you I would kill you if I could. But the truth is, I was one of the few who argued against your death. Kagan paused, then added, Theo Ozan and Liu Tin were also against it. Sihan just quietly answered, I see. He crossed his arms, his expression serious. How unexpected. I could see the sincere Kagan or the naive Theo Ozan opposing my death, but I always thought Luton would have supported it. Kadan's voice dropped. You're not entirely wrong. Sihan listened intently. Luton's opposition was definitely different from ours. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. We said we couldn't kill Sihan, but Luton said. The scene changes. Luton's face appears, colder than ice. It would be a nuisance if Sihan died. He hesitated before moving forward. Nearing a gate, Luton observed it for a moment and said, "What a vast place. No matter how many times I look." The scene was a chaotic mess of smoke and scattered debris. Klaatu, the 1,000-year capital of the Russelon Empire, was unlike any other imperial city. Klaatu was destroyed down to its last brick, and the city became known as a cursed land, forgotten by the world. Liu Tin stepped inside, but about 2 kilometers underground. The truth is, a massive space was hidden there, a fact that even the mad tyrant Luther Nat did not know. He placed his hand on the floor, and a blue light emerged. Liu Tin called this place the Legacy of Russelon. A deep blue portal opened before him as his lips curled into a smirk. A spatial gate. Everything is the same up to this point. Liu Tin took off his cloak, raising his arms to reveal a tattoo. Suddenly, the tattoo glowed with a red-orange light. With this tattoo, made from the ashes of a royal heart, I can move to the next step. Liu Tin spread his arms, shouting as he poured all his power into the light, launching a powerful spell in desperation. Oh, great will, open the window to the world. The spear of power will pierce 3,000 worlds and shine with glorious light. The gate widened, and Liu Tin's eyes shot open. His golden pupils reflected pure shock, mixed with a powerful awakening. A cityscape appeared before him. It was filled with towering skyscrapers. Liu Tin smirked faintly. He began laughing loudly before the gate. The magnificent scene unfolded. Ha ha ha, success, it's a success. Liu Tin screamed with excitement. The spatial gate had finally led to Earth. But he stopped himself. It was too early to celebrate. First, I have to find that person. Liu Tin looked on with a wary gaze, sweat trickling down his cheek as his arm glowed. A mysterious matrix appeared, as if it sensed that something unusual was happening. He stared at a building, wondering, what is this? Then Liu Tin looked more closely. What is going on? Liu Tin froze for a moment, his pupils dilating. Where is he? The scene switches to Sihan. Is he dead? Dena ran out to greet them with a radiant smile. Welcome back, Master. You have all worked hard. The three of them, Sihan, Zenon, and Alita, froze stiff, utterly baffled. Sihan turned and whispered, Huh? Instead of worrying, she's happily welcoming us. Alita replied with equal concern. Seeing her act like this makes me feel awkward. Dena's cheerful voice rang out. I heard what happened from Baron Granson. Master was on a secret mission from Marquis Kelter John, right? She continued. I was told to wait for an update, so I wouldn't interrupt the mission. Sihan was so shocked, his eyes went white. Kelter John took care of everything. How far ahead was he planning? This is insane. A tall black tower rose amidst a lush green forest, standing out against the clear blue sky. Gentle sunlight bathed the landscape. Well then, let's continue the procedure. The Rachtenbush delegation is returning home. The sound of a carriage rattled through the quiet forest. Sihan held the reins tightly, a hint of worry on his face. I've let my guard down too much, Sihan thought to himself. The battle with Kagan was my failure. To be honest, as he rode, his mind was lost in countless thoughts, because he possessed soul transference. This upgrade is the ace up my sleeve. I'm certain of my victory. No matter Kaysen's strength, other faces haunted him. But Kaysen had his own hidden card, but I never knew. There's no guarantee the other traitors don't have something hidden as well. Sihan's eyes fell, disheartened, as Jackson's face came to mind. I dropped my guard. Dealing with Charles's men was too easy. I'm going to lose. If I fight using the past as a guide. The sound of galloping horses thundered on, echoing Sihan's thoughts. This isn't a waste of time. I can't ruin this. I can't rush my revenge. I need enough power to crush any foe, even in a surprise attack. His eyes stared straight ahead. When I return, I'll train in secret until I regain my full power. The carriage sped up. To reclaim my power, the one thing I need is scene change. A massive palace stood under a clear blue sky, magnificent and grand. Keltor John ran up with a cheerful welcome. Did you call for me, Sir Sihan? A lush green forest surrounded the majestic palace, with a bright sky overhead. Inside the room, Sihan sat across from Keltor John. We need a new hideout. This place was perfect for taking down the Charles Guard, but now that it's done, its value is gone. His face grew serious, his gaze sharp. I need a more secret place where I can train with all my might, and I need more aura pills, as many as you can find. Keltor John replied, yes, it's already been handled. We have a few locations in mind. Would you like to review them now? Sihan casually rested his chin on his hand. Of course. I assumed you'd need time, but no longer than 2 months. Suddenly, Sihan's face went blank. He shouted, what do you mean? It's been handled. This is the first time I've mentioned it. Well, I figured you would need a new hideout. He presented a stack of papers covered in text. I've chosen a few good locations based on my standards. Recruiting trustworthy people also took time, as I had to secure them. To prepare for war, I took care of them along the way. Keltor John stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can't say the preparations are perfect, since I couldn't find a chef skilled enough to please you, Sir Sihan. Sihan's expression darkened as he thought, you don't need to worry about that. Then Keltor John winked and continued, and you don't need to worry about the aura pills. We gathered all we could while you were in the innacious religious state. Sihan was so shocked he yelled, are you some kind of psychic? Keltor John's eyes began to sparkle. With a cunning smile, he said, the leaders of the 6 kingdoms will all fall by your hand, correct? Whether it's civil war or conquest, the value of high-ranking swordsmen will rise, and so will the price of pills, and elixirs will naturally increase as well. So, in preparation. Hearing this, Sihan thought to himself, he's truly prepared for everything. He lowered his face, his eyes pale. Now I get why the Charles Ward collapsed so easily. Even a normal person would get lazy if everything was prepared like this. It's convenient, but a little unsettling. Scene change. Sihan swung his sword with a powerful shout. A single, heavy slash created a massive wave of blue light. All that remained was a thick cloud of smoke. He stood firm, sword on his shoulder. I like Keltor John's new hideout. It's nice not having to be wary of others. Sihan turned and said, I feel bad for Dena. It feels like we're isolating her. He looked up at a huge mansion hidden behind a tall mountain range. He continued, the new training ground is on the peak of Carved Cliff. Dena will never reach the top, with her current skills. Alita spoke up. Wouldn't it be fine now, to tell Dena your true identity? She seems trustworthy, and I'm starting to feel uncomfortable, too. Sihan turned, hesitating before answering in a low voice. I've been thinking about that, but for now, I plan to focus on regaining my past strength. Sihan stood firm, declaring in a serious tone, I never thought I was rushing before. As long as I could reach a certain point, I thought that would be enough. But I realized that was arrogance after my fight with Kagan. A smirk appeared on his face. I plan to prepare thoroughly this time, so it won't be like before. I should learn from Master Keltor John, and always be prepared. Alita's face looked a bit dazed. She suddenly spoke, confusing Sihan. Speaking of Sir Keltor John, Alita began to ramble on. We have to be cautious of Keltor John. He's making moves based on his own assumptions. Whether it's for good or ill, a surprise event, always feels like a knife in the back. He's more than capable, but he's hiding his true intentions. Her words caught Sihan completely off guard. Going off script to get the job done isn't always the right move. Communication is what's important. We have to talk things through for our own good. Hearing her, Sihan agreed. You're right. Every time I deal with Keltor John, I feel pleased, but also uneasy. Now I finally understand why, he continued. Alita, you have a real talent for these things. Alita added, well, indirectly speaking, I have at least 1,000,000 silver to my name. Who said there are no shortcuts to becoming strong? There is always a shortcut. Diligently repeating the cycle of training and rest each day. This seemingly slow method is actually the fastest path to true power. Sihan's group followed this path. They continued this training day after day. As the seasons began to change, Zenon was the first one to notice the difference. A powerful golden energy was surging through his body. He felt a mix of anxiety and wonder. What is this? Sihan just smiled gently. That's it. Zenon's face lit up. Congratulations on reaching the expert rank, Zenon. Zenon yelled with excitement. Thank you, Sihan. It's all thanks to your guidance. The feeling of aura flowing through me is incredible. He sighed in pure relief. Sihan replied, this is the part where I'm supposed to say it was all your hard work. But we both know it was thanks to me, right? His eyes sparkled. That's the power of aura potions and elixirs. With the right nutrition, even the fastest shortcut can become faster. Zenon scratched his head. Yeah, that's a luxury I could never have afforded on my own. Sihan gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling. The items had no effect on those at the master rank. They aren't affected by external aura. If only I'd had these sooner, I would have known. His expression relaxed. Anyway, did you want me to check something else for you? Zenon nodded. Yes. I'd like you to see my sword technique. I can use the Overlord's aura with no problem now, but a sword style without a proper form will eventually fail. Sihan listened intently to every word. So, during my training, I developed a form that's perfectly suited for the Overlord's aura. Unlike the brutal two-handed original style, this one-handed version is suited for one-on-one combat. Suddenly, Sihan's eyes widened in shock. Zenon raised his sword and declared, "This is the sword style used by the creator of the Overlord's aura, the mercenary king, Bajak." Sihan stroked his chin, his eyes wide. Whoa! Of course, it's not a bad attempt. A fencer's style. A good match for the Overlord's aura. It's perfect. But then Sihan grew concerned. But why is that blade the size of a two-handed sword? Is that even possible? Zenon gripped the sword, his expression serious. Being able to handle a great sword, like a single-handed blade, offers a massive advantage in battle. In that sense, it alters distance, timing, and speed. Sihan's face relaxed into a smile. He said, "With that kind of weight, the balance should be completely off. Yet you swing it and use Overlord's aura. You're a true genius, Zenon." Alita felt a cool, blue energy flowing deep within her own body. Alongside Zenon, Alita had also shattered her limits. She had become a knight-rank swordsman. Sihan's casual jab made her blush crimson. "You improved as expected. Too bad you're not a genius," he continued. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. Everyone is finally showing the fruits of their labor. My current aura could probably match General John Dak, or even the mercenary king Bajak." Suddenly, his face grew dark. The problem is, his whole body slumped, as if a dark storm cloud had formed over Sihan. "My magic level hasn't changed." Alita spoke up. "My magic level has actually improved." "I'm the one meditating," Sihan roared. "So why is your magic level rising?" Alita shot back. "Are you certain it isn't your magic flowing into me? Because I have my doubts. Your magic hasn't grown despite your meditation. But at this rate, I can't ignore the connection." Sihan's voice dropped, his face laced with worry. "Is my summoning method the problem? Something's different now. I believe it's connected to the otherworldly summoning." Alita rested a hand on her chin, pondering his words before speaking. "Do you think we'd find a clue if we knew more about the Rutzland clan's summoning?" Sihan looked away, his voice laced with despair. "Perhaps, but I already know about otherworldly summoning. Opening a dimensional gate is just a variation of it. I've captured enough summoners to know that much." Alita listened intently to his pained confession. But even those summoners only knew the practical method. They were ignorant of the theories or principles behind it. The secret was fiercely guarded. As Alita pondered, he continued. "Thinking back, they must have limited the knowledge they passed down on purpose. Because unless you're direct Rutzland royalty, the summoning fails, even if you know the methods." Suddenly, Alita spoke. "More information on otherworldly summoning would be ideal." Sihan closed his eyes, deep in thought. "But for that, we'd need a text on otherworldly summoning, one that explains the principles. But with the Rutzland royalty gone, obtaining it is impossible. Is there truly no other way?" A voice snapped him out of it. "Hey!" Alita held out a book, baffling him. "A book?" Sihan flipped through the pages, wondering what it was. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Sihan's roar echoed through the forest. "What? How is this here?" He tore through the densely packed pages. "What is this?" A single glance was all it took to know. His eyes widened, a new world opening before him. This was knowledge passed only to Rutzland emperors, the true treatise on otherworldly summoning. Unable to contain his excitement, he demanded, "Where did you get this?" Even Luton couldn't find this after searching everywhere. "Huh?" Alita faltered at his frantic state. "About that." Alita's calm reply made the color drain from Sihan's face. He stammered, "A memento? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Why did you hide it? You should have told me sooner." Alita looked down, explaining sadly. "I thought you'd destroy it if you knew. It was left behind by that mad tyrant." Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. "So, what now?" She delivered a piercing question. "That book. It will surely help you reclaim your magic, won't it?" Sihan frowned, his reply uncertain. "I don't know. I'm not sure." He suddenly burst out. "The language here is ancient Atenia, used 1,000 years ago. I know it's about otherworldly summoning, but that's all. Only the Rutzland royalty can read this script." Alita stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Exactly. I thought since it was you, Sihan, you'd be able to read it." "I'm too young," he retorted, then shouted, "I would if I could." Sihan stared grimly at the book, muttering to himself. to break the language barrier. If it were Luton or Sajian, they could read this. But I can't go to those traitors. Should I have a Kenteron language expert study it? Alita objected. And reveal a Rutsland secret to a complete stranger? Sihan stared down at the book. Still, this was priceless information. The theory of otherworldly summoning. A smile of inspiration crossed his face. The White Ivory Tower has magic scripts with traces of ancient Atania. If we use those for comparison, we might translate it. Then, a loud cry announced, "All right, today's training is over. From now on, I'm deciphering this." A few days later, in a corner, Zenon spoke to Alita. "Sihan's been training alone for days. I wonder why he's summoned us today." Staring at his back, he could only wonder. Had Sihan actually deciphered the book? As if sensing them, Sihan turned around. "Ah, Alita, Zenon, you're here." Alita rushed forward, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Did you finally discover the cause of the magic anomaly?" Sihan casually shrugged, dashing her hopes. "No, I haven't figured it out. I translated a part, but the rest? It's a complete mystery." A cryptic smile spread across Sihan's face as he unleashed an immense wave of power. The energy enveloped the entire area, leaving the other two completely shocked. "What is this?" Alita's eyes widened, sensing its nature. "This incredible power. It's stronger than my arcane blast." Sihan held his stance, channeling the energy while muttering a quiet incantation. "Oh heat, I sense your presence." A massive torrent of frost shot forward, leaving Zenon and Alita stunned by its absolute might. Alita quickly put the pieces together, shouting towards Sihan. "Absolute zero? You mean the 9th tier magic that can freeze an entire area? What's going on, Sihan? Have you completely recovered your magic?" Sihan just gave her a satisfied smirk. He opened the book again. "No, not yet. The secrets to otherworldly summoning are still a mystery. But I did learn something else. Magic amplification and combat meditation." Sihan began a long and steady explanation. "Alita, you're a special case because you can't control your power output. Normally, you can't use all your magical energy. If your max capacity is 100, you can only use about 20. But this text on otherworldly summoning, it shows how to use 80 to 90% of your magic at once. That is magic amplification." A blue light glowed from Sihan's palm, a symbol of that very power. In the next instant, he unleashed that immense torrent of frost once more. Alita's jaw dropped. To cast a spell of that magnitude a second time? Sihan grinned, watching the power swirl in his hand as he cut her off. "You forcibly draw in the world's energy using a pre-arranged formula, and replenish spent magic mid-battle. Is that combat meditation?" Alita asked, her voice rising in shock. "You can actually replenish your magic?" Sihan calmly explained. "It's limited to otherworldly summoning spells. It's not a standalone formula, it's mixed into the otherworldly spells themselves. That's why the Roth clan's royal family can use such extravagant summoning magic, even as apprentices." A look of sheer excitement crossed Sihan's face. If a normal mage tried this, with other types of magic, they'd die from mana exhaustion or magical overload, one way or the other. Magic puts extreme strain on the body. But for me, with my master-level capacity, it's not a problem. Sihan's expression became almost crazed with delight. "With this, I can push past my own magical limits, by recharging my mana as often as I need. In a way, I'm even stronger than I was before." He was ecstatic, practically shouting about the return of Master Sihan. Just then, Zenon timidly raised a hand. Zenon asked hesitantly. "So you couldn't use magic like you used to until now?" At his question, the other two froze, a look of dread washing over their faces. They had kept this secret from Zenon. After a tense explanation, Zenon was left breathless. "No way. So, that's what happened?" He looked at Sihan, a hint of betrayal in his eyes. "Why did you tell Alita but hide it from me?" Sihan sighed internally. "Is that what he's upset about?" Sihan scratched his head, admitting defeat. "Sorry, I wasn't comfortable talking about it at first, and I thought I mentioned it during our travels. I've told you so many of my other secrets." Zenon's mood instantly brightened. "Oh, really?" Sihan was a little taken aback. Phew, he's not mad anymore, Sihan thought. Zenon then gave a friendly reminder. "It's getting cold, we should head inside." Having no reason to object, Sihan agreed. Right. Time seemed to pass in a flash. The vibrant red and orange of the autumn leaves began to fade. Soon, heavy snow blanketed the ground. Sihan sat alone, cross-legged on the cliff's edge. He opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. In the next moment, a powerful sword materialized in his hand. The war god's aura, 12 sword forms. He poured his power into the blade, making it even stronger. A brilliant aura radiated from it, followed by countless phantoms of the blade. The sword multiplied, creating a circle above Sihan's head. He smirked, pleased with his work. 12 swords in total. Just like when I faced that insane tyrant. The blades hummed, shining with a brilliant excitement. The war god's aura. The arrival of the void's heavenly light. A single beam shot down, as if to tear the world apart. The ground it struck, shattered into dust. The immense force sent rocks tumbling from the cliffside. Sihan was incredibly pleased with the display. Perfect, he whispered with satisfaction. At last, I've recovered my full power. From when I was the savior of that other world. No, it's even greater than before. His eyes darkened, as he wondered, is it time to make my next move? Sihan stood unmoving in the blizzard, as if the raging storm couldn't even touch him. Sihan thought of a magnificent place with towering buildings, and set his sights on the Theozan kingdom. As Zenon packed, he asked, our next stop is Terrano's far north. Does that mean the Theozan kingdom? He recounted from memory. Theozan is a northern nation, much farther out than the Saffron kingdom. It suffers a brutal, endless winter, leaving the land barren and crawling with vicious monsters. It's not a hospitable place to live. That's why Theozan has the smallest population of the 6 Terrano kingdoms. But despite that, the kingdom's military power is immense, because Theozan is the home of the northern warriors, who date back to the age of the Empire. Though they are few in number, their military might is terrifyingly strong. Zenon sighed with his eyes closed. This won't be easy. It's going to be a tough fight. Sihan replied calmly. Now that my power has returned, it doesn't matter where we go, but I chose Theozan for a reason. The item I'm searching for is located there. Zenon asked hesitantly. You mean the headquarters for the Order of the Sun? Sihan simply grunted in response. Exactly. Kagan's intel confirmed it. He rubbed his chin, a cunning look on his face. To perfectly activate the war god's aura, I need that item, no matter what. The object Sihan so desperately craved was the Calamity Sword. Meanwhile, the scratching of a quill filled a room. Keltor John groaned wearily. I'm just so busy, he sighed, muttering. And then there's Lord Sihan. How can he train so quietly? Keltor John fumed internally. He called it a secret training session, but he hollowed out an entire mountain. You can't hide that just by silencing a few people. Keltor John kept rambling, and silencing them with bribes or force is the absolute worst approach. No matter what I try, word is going to get out eventually. So, if I can't stop the rumors, I'll just spread some of my own, to destroy the real story's credibility. A sinister, calculating smile crept across Keltor John's face. If I spread rumors that other mountains were also destroyed, including those near Potter Castle, the real rumor will be dismissed as fake. The truth will be buried under lies. He paused, quill in hand. Still, to destroy a whole mountain, just as I thought. Young Master Sihan's power is truly beyond imagination. Keltor John thought with glee. I definitely backed the right horse. He pictured Sihan sitting majestically upon a throne. Every move, young Master Sihan makes changes to Terrano's fate. What if he decides to become its emperor? Then, as someone in his complete confidence, I could not ask for a better outcome. And even if young Master Sihan decides to return to Earth, I still have nothing to lose. The ruler of the 6 kingdoms vanishes. Knowing that fact ahead of time is a huge advantage. He smirked. Of course, things get messy if he fails. But life is all about taking risks. And judging by his power, it's not a huge risk. Of course, if things go south, I'll just switch allegiances. But I am certain young Master Sihan will succeed. As he was lost in thought, a knock came at the door. A maid's voice called out from the other side. Sir? Sir Keltor John. A Mr. Shin is asking to see you. Keltor John straightened his posture and commanded. Ah, he's here? Send him in. The door opened. Shin entered, his face an emotionless mask. Keltor John clasped his hands, speaking with his head lowered. Now, he looked up with a sinister gaze. Have you completed the mission I assigned you, Shin? Sihan smirked. You can drop the act. The maids have already left. At once, Keltor John showed his true colors. Lunging forward, he asked eagerly. Is the hideout I prepared to your liking? Sihan felt helpless against his rapid shift in personality. Your acting skills are truly admirable, no matter how often I see them. He praised him sarcastically. If you were in Korea, you would easily win a Blue Dragon Film Award. Hearing this, Keltor John seemed a bit puzzled. A Blue Dragon Award? Do dragons give awards in Korea? Sihan didn't want to drag this out any longer. Let's stop the idle chatter here. What happened to the Sunstream intel I requested? Keltor John turned to retrieve the documents for him. Here they are. Besides the current information on the Sunstream, I have also prepared the personnel files, guard rotation schedules, internal structure, and a route to get there. He spoke with great enthusiasm. If you find the 3 divine auras, you will become even stronger. I wonder if you could perhaps split a mountain at that point. Sihan took the file and answered casually, no. Even if I recover my 3 divine auras, my techniques won't get any stronger. He scanned the file as he spoke. But with area calamity, the attack range will expand. I must be fully prepared if I want to eliminate those traitors. Sihan couldn't help but be satisfied with the detailed information. Just as I thought. Fast and accurate. That's Kepler John for you. The man was ecstatic at the compliment. Thank you, my lord. Sihan looked him straight in the eye, asking, but this file, did you happen to have it prepared? The schedule, in case I didn't follow the Theogian route? Kepler John seemed confused but answered, huh? I mean, I had them ready. Sihan countered, but that plan must have become useless since I decided on the Sunstream route, correct? Hearing him, Kepler John mumbled, well, that is true. Sihan continued, from now on, do not prepare for unnecessary things. You don't always need to be perfect. Kepler John rubbed his hands obsequiously. What preparation is unnecessary? If it is for you, Master Sihan? As a loyal man, I will always. Sihan cut him off sharply. Kepler John. He spoke with cold decisiveness. You have committed to an alliance with me, therefore, I have the right to request what you must do. It also means I can order you not to do anything unnecessary. Kepler John was speechless at his words. With power, there must also come responsibility. I have neglected that until now. I never realized it until Alita mentioned it. I apologize for that. Kepler John stammered, trying to explain. No, all I wanted to do was… Sihan interrupted him. Just because you cannot read my mood does not mean I will punish you, for that is neither a crime nor a mistake. Each word he spoke was like a bucket of cold water on the man's head. As long as you don't betray me, it's fine. I have no intention of blaming you. Hearing these words from Sihan, Kepler John froze solid. Sihan waved his hand, about to leave. Well then, I will take my leave. I must prepare for the journey. Kepler John bowed his head low. It was unclear what he was thinking. Just as Sihan reached the door, he spoke up again. Master Sihan. He produced a file and spoke quickly. The truth is, I have something to report. This is something I haven't reported as it is unconfirmed. I intended to tell you after, but since you wish it. Sihan eyed the file, curious. What is this? Then suddenly, his face darkened as if seeing a demon. Sihan snatched the papers, examining them closely. He asked with disbelief. Is this real? Kepler John, having regained his composure, answered. It has not yet been confirmed. I did not report it, as it is not a confirmed fact, but it cannot be ignored. I will provide a supplementary report once we have confirmed more information, Sihan replied, satisfied. All right, thank you. Kepler John called to him once more. Master Sihan. He bowed slightly and declared firmly, I, Kepler John, pledge my loyalty to you. Sihan smiled and asked him, then what did you pledge to me before? Kepler John understood his meaning and smiled. A moment later, he replied, I am simply making my pledge once more. And just like that, all preparations were complete. At that moment, Dena stood panting in a blizzard, her sword pointed warily, at the frenzied boars charging toward her. Dena watched for the right timing. Match the rhythm and jump to dodge that tusk, Alita shouted encouragingly from afar. Good. Don't let your guard down, Dena. You can do this with your current skill. Dena replied with excitement. Yes, master. As Sihan's party headed for Theotian, a loud crash echoed through the area. The boar from before was now sprawled on the ground, defeated. Dena muttered in awe, I did it. A distant shout confirmed it. You really did it, Dena. Sihan praised her with a grin. You've improved so much. You're the best of your generation now. Dena thought helplessly. He did all that while I only managed to hunt one. Alita suddenly spoke up. I hope we run into some bandits at least. We should practice hunting people instead of monsters. Zenon readily agreed. That's right. We must get used to fighting people, since we chose the path of the sword. Sihan frowned slightly. How can you say that so calmly? That's brutal. Oh, I forgot who I was talking to. What is the common sense of Terrano, anyway? Alita casually cut in. You say that, but you were the first among us. Indeed, Alita took a life at 57. Zenon was 18, but Sihan was even earlier, having struck someone down at 56. Sihan awkwardly changed the topic. Let's get going. We need to cross the border before sunset. Alita scoffed. He's changing the subject. Sihan led the way. Beyond this mountain is the border city of Luton. From here on, it's the Theosian kingdom. The sun vanished from the sky, casting a dark night over them. Sihan saw Alita returning alone and asked, "Huh? What's wrong with Dena? Why are you alone?" Alita replied, closing the door. She fell asleep the moment she lay down. Sihan smiled. She must be exhausted. Let her rest. As long as she eats breakfast, it'll be fine. For now, let's have our dinner. On the table sat a plate of simple, cold food that looked completely unappetizing. But Sihan knew he couldn't just skip it. Well, it's late, so an imperfect meal is expected. He smiled at Zenon. "May I have some of that special sauce? The Zenon jang you made yourself?" Zenon froze and stared at him. "What kind of name is that?" Sihan looked confused. "Why not? There's Ganjang, Gochujang, and Joanjang. So why not Zenon-jang? Isn't it perfect?" Zenon shot back. "I don't understand what you mean." Zenon clenched his fists bitterly. "Putting my name on a sauce. It makes me sound like I'm just one special sauce. Besides this Zenon-jang, I have many other excellent Zenon-jangs." He added, "Ah, I called it Zenon-jang again." Sihan wasn't really listening. "Is that so? I see." Alita suddenly remembered something. "But Sihan, we're looking for the 3 heavenly auras of the dimensional saviors, right? What kind of abilities do those magic items have?" Sihan gave her a puzzled look. Wasn't it written in the book?" Alita explained. "I read it, but I couldn't understand it just from reading." She recalled the description of the magic sword considered the strongest in Terrano. From a dagger to a great sword, a versatile weapon that can change its size and shape. The Calamity Sword. Alita had to admit it was amazing, but I don't get why it's called the strongest magic sword. After all, other magic swords can instill fear or corrode even the smallest cuts. Shouldn't a sword like that be called the strongest magic sword instead? Sihan smirked with a hidden meaning. "That's because it's not very useful at your level, Alita." His voice grew excited. "The Calamity Sword's true worth only shines in the hands of a sword god. The abilities of most magic swords can be proven by the power of divine-ranked users, but the Calamity Sword is the only weapon that can turn the tide between 2 divine-ranked swordsmen who can no longer improve. If someone needs Calamity, they must at least be at the divine level. And when such swordsmen use their full power, the entire area is destroyed. Hence the name, Calamity." Sihan explained clearly. Calamity isn't just a sword that changes shape. Whenever its form changes, it adjusts its weight and density, creating a huge combat advantage. The opponent has to face a different weapon with every single clash. At this, Sihan suddenly laughed. "And with its changing form, even if the weapon is damaged, it won't break as long as you change its shape back. You'll understand when you see it yourself," Zenon replied thoughtfully. "I think I understand, maybe. But it definitely sounds convenient," Alita added. Her curiosity piqued. "So what about the Ruberes and the Dragon Cloak?" "The Ruberes is the world's strongest armor, with unmatched durability, auto-sizing, and self-repair systems. Armor maintenance is such a hassle, so in that respect, the Ruberes truly is the ultimate armor. The Dragon Cloak can resist the fire of ancient dragons, and it can block half of all magic attacks. The best part is that it can even take half the fire damage from otherworldly monsters. Apparently, it's not made from dragon hide, but from the skin of an otherworldly beast. Still, it only resists half of an ancient dragon's flames." Sihan mused, then added, "It would be great to have both, but we can live without them. The disaster is another problem entirely," he stated firmly. "I must obtain the eagle's hand, no matter the cost. We can't let it fall to other traitors." Sihan's party crossed the border, pushing north, even though it was only the start of winter. The bitter cold had already frozen the surrounding lakes solid, leaving the 2 women in the group constantly shivering. They battled the worsening weather each day until they finally reached the city of Equest. Inside the city, the streets were alive with the buzz of cheerful conversation. Sihan's group moved casually through the magnificent city streets. Alita was amazed by the scene. "Wow, I didn't expect so many people in this cold weather. It's more than I imagined." Equest is a city founded by order of the High Princes of the Sun, a bustling place filled with pilgrims and merchants fulfilling their orders. It also functions as a major trade city. Sihan looked back at the view, surprised. This place used to be known only as a frigid city in a snow-covered forest. "It's changed quite a bit," Dena added excitedly. "Isn't it? My mother's family, the select merchants, are also here. I've already contacted them. Then let's head to the Equest branch." After they settled in their lodgings, Sihan, Alita, and Zenon gathered to discuss their plans. "When are you going to tell her?" Alita replied, frustrated. "I keep missing the chance. I should have just told her from the beginning." Sihan chose his words carefully in response. Wouldn't it be a bit of a shock if I just told her I'm the savior of this dimension? Everyone agreed that was a fair point. Sihan placed his hand on a paper on the table. Let's focus on this problem first. The other two leaned over it, listening intently. This is a diagram of the capital's internal structure I obtained from Kagan. Alita wondered aloud. Can't you do something with your shadow presence, like last time? On this, Sihan was resolute. No way. The barrier is too strong to penetrate with a shadow presence. Alita's eyes widened in shock. So, it's a barrier that's even stronger than the Night Eyes? Sihan explained. The barrier's creator is wary of me. As one of the 6 legendary heroes, we know each other's techniques too well, and have planned countermeasures. Zenon was in disbelief. No way. If it's a barrier that even the Thief Queen's shadow can't pierce, infiltration is impossible. Sihan thought for a moment before making his decision. There's nothing for it. We'll smash right through it. Zenon stared, dumbfounded. What? Beside him, Alita stood frozen. Outside, the night was clear, with a full moon hanging in the sky. It was a perfect scene for sipping wine. Sihan repeated his decision. We break the barrier, follow the route we discussed, steal the 3 heavenly auras, and escape immediately. It's the only way. Zenon quickly objected. But if you do that, you'll leave traces of your aura when you break the barrier. Sihan laughed reassuringly. They'll be fine. He looked up with confidence. I'll shatter it with Theozan's original skill, Thunder Descent. That way, they'll think Theozan himself did it. Zenon's attitude shifted instantly. Oh, that sounds good. You don't just get the magic item, you also get revenge on the traitor. Seeing they no longer objected, Sihan continued. All right, I'll do this then. I might make a mistake, so be prepared. Bracing for the worst, Alita asked, What's our move? Sihan detailed his plan for them. I'll try not to destroy the area, but if the capital explodes, consider it a failure, or if a pillar of fire appears. It's an anti-theft system for when the barrier is broken, if that happens. As he spoke, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. The sudden horror was chilling. All 3 stared, eyes wide at the fiery blast. Cries of confusion echoed. Huh? What? Sihan couldn't believe the magnificent sight. Now it was a sea of flames. He thought in panic, What is this? I haven't done anything. In the dead of night, the castle before them suddenly ignited. Flames raging and black smoke billowing. Sihan watched in shock, grinding his teeth. Who touched the barrier? He thought. The next second, he charged past Zenon and Alita, desperately shouting, Damn it! We have to extinguish that fire. Sihan began gathering mana, his hands glowing faintly. Rain fall upon this earth, summon the storm. As the words left his lips, a downpour appeared from above, drenching the burning mansion. In moments, the fire weakened. Only smoke rose through the heavy rain. Zenon, startled, couldn't help but gasp. Ah! Alita stood stunned. She murmured, The flames are dying down. Just then, the main door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure. They realized someone was inside. Zenon immediately rushed forward, shouting, I'll go save them. Alita stayed to help the man who emerged. Seeing his soot-covered face, she asked, Sir, are you okay? The man gasped for breath, struggling to speak. Help. My body isn't the issue. A vile thief is trying to steal the holy relic. As he said this, boom! A huge explosion erupted behind Alita, blasting debris everywhere. Zenon's charge was cut short. He retreated from the intense heat of the blaze. Suddenly, a knight in iron armor with a red cape leaped into the air. His eyes flashed with a vicious light. Sihan was momentarily stunned, his heart pounding with confusion. Before he could react, the knight charged, sword swinging aggressively in an instant. Zenon, weapon ready, rushed to meet him, angrily demanding, Don't give me that suspicious look. Are you the culprit? The knight didn't answer him, hesitating for just a moment, but he continued his relentless advance. The blade in his hand suddenly burst into furious flames. Zenon's eyes widened in shock at the sight. The knight swung his flame sword, a murderous glint in his eyes, and lunged forward. Zenon grimaced at his foe, tension clear on his face. Even Sihan and Alita were left speechless. All 3 instantly recognized the enhancement aura. Boom! Another blast shook the ground, sending up fire and rubble. Sihan rushed over, shouting with concern, Zenon! He found Zenon on the ground, bruised and bleeding, cursing, Damn it! A higher-grade sword! Before him, the knight stood calmly amidst the smoke, his eyes glowing brightly. Then, without a second thought, he turned and fled, stunning everyone. The priest panicked, shouting in fear, They're getting away! We can't let them escape! That villain is stealing the holy relic. Sihan's eyes widened in realization as he cursed internally. That damn bastard, wearing a crimson cape, just like Zubareka. And that arm too. The knight's retreating figure was quickly vanishing from his sight. The scene shifts to the snowy suburbs. The silence was broken by heavy footsteps in the thick, falling snow. Sihan continued his pursuit across the rooftops, chasing the mysterious knight. With his sharp eyes, he quickly made a judgment. Their skill isn't refined, but they are clearly an expert. Who are they? If they're a master, they must be famous. Seeing his target just ahead, his resolve hardened. But after 15 years, it's not surprising if new masters emerge. I'll know once I get that helmet off. The civilians below also witnessed the chase. They murmured to each other. Huh? What's that sound? Probably a fire. The knight's fierce gaze swept over them. Sihan instantly understood his intent. He watched in horror as the knight's sword once again crackled with fiery energy. He roared in fury. You bastard! Don't! But his words were too late. The knight's blade fell upon the civilians below. A powerful beam of light slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Luckily, Sihan blocked the attack just in time, saving everyone. He glared at his foe, his voice laced with venom. Hunting civilians just to escape. You coward. His plan foiled, the knight fled. Sihan immediately gave chase, thinking, that's right, run all you want. If your goal is to escape, then heading over the city wall is your next move. The knight leaped from the wall, unaware that his every move was being watched. With a dark expression, Sihan launched himself off the wall, diving down. The knight sensed the danger and glanced back. A moment later, something landed before him, triggering a massive blast. Snow and debris flew everywhere. Sihan calmly emerged from the dust, holy sword in hand, and said, this is it. His opponent took a fighting stance, his eyes filled with dangerous killing intent. Sihan smirked and said slowly, you have no more hostages. Then, a strengthening aura flared. As his opponent charged, Sihan calmly said, let's see who you really are. At that, the man ferociously lunged forward to strike. Sparks of lightning shot out with the attack. Sihan tensed, awaiting the blow as a plan formed in his mind. I'll have to hide my initial skill. In case anyone is watching, I'll counter with the Calamity Aura. He then blocked the enemy's firepower with his sword. Destructive flames erupted from the impact. When Sihan looked at his blade, it was shrouded in crackling red electricity, startling him. He looked at his opponent, who wielded the exact same energy. A thought struck him. This lightning aura. It's Thunderstrike, Theozan's initial skill. From the knight's stance, Sihan could see the shadow of that demon. The man's sword once again erupted in flames. Radiating killing intent, he instantly dashed forward and slashed. Sihan managed to dodge, a look of shock on his face. Even Fire Dragon. This bastard is using two of Theozan's initial skills. He retreated, landing softly. Sihan hesitated before asking, is this a coincidence? Are you Theozan's disciple? But he received no answer, only another attack. Sihan sighed internally. I suppose it's not that strange. At his age, it must be difficult to learn both skills. It's quite admirable. He glanced at the man, thinking, that's certainly amazing aura control. The dangerous opponent charged at him ferociously. Sihan felt a complex emotion, but what was this unsettling feeling? The mysterious knight lunged aggressively, his flaming sword in hand. A deadly glint shone from behind his helmet. He swung his blade in a wide arc at Sihan, but Sihan reacted instantly, ducking under the blow. Sihan watched him with suspicion, marveling internally. Just like Theozan in his prime. What incredible aura manipulation. He didn't give up, striking again with lightning in a near-fatal blow. This only made Sihan more suspicious, but it doesn't feel threatening. This odd sensation. Sihan observed his enemy closely, carefully assessing him. The attacks are too simplistic. Why is this guy's swordsmanship like this? Compared to his aura technique, his swordsmanship is far too crude. Sihan began his counterattack, striking the knight and making him groan. He followed up with a series of swift strikes, giving the knight no time to react, forcing a pained cough from him. And finally, Sihan finished it with a snow tornado, launching the knight high into the air. A roar of agony echoed through the area. Even Sihan was surprised. He wondered blankly, why is he so weak? It doesn't seem like he's faking it. Is it really like this? Growing more confused, he thought with a frown. Back then, I also wandered around with a huge amount of aura, but it wasn't this unbalanced. There's a limit to your imbalance. He sheathed his sword, stating, at this rate, the ruby Ritk will be destroyed. The moment he finished, the knight suddenly leaped forward, screaming in rage with his sword ablaze. A second later, he took a heavy blow right to the gut. followed by a powerful uppercut and a barrage of strikes against his body. Resistance was futile. Pinned down, his eyes blazed with absolute rage. Sihan subdued his enemy with bare hands, easily forcing him to the ground. Using the Jutsatoran combat style, he spoke gravely. My technique is nothing compared to Kagan's, but it shows the gap between us. Give up. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The knight used flames to create a diversion, escaping Sihan's hold. He scrambled back, sliding several meters to get out of his opponent's range. Sihan calmly dusted himself off, sighing, "Now that's one tough cookie." Seeing his enemy's limp arm, he asked, "Did you really break your own arm to escape my hold?" Without a word, the knight raised his fist into a fighting stance again. Just because you hold that sword doesn't mean you'll become stronger. You need the right aptitude for it. Sihan yelled in protest. "If you weren't holding that ruby Ritke, I would've," but he trailed off, his eyes widening as sweat beaded on his brow. The knight, nearly crazed, swung the sword with immense power, letting out a roar. With one powerful slash, he hurled the sword high into the air. Sihan was completely stunned. His face darkened, panicked. "Ah, calamity!" He chased after the blade, yelling, "What are you doing?" Sihan leaped across the rooftops at full speed, then kicked off the castle wall, trying to grab the sword. He finally caught it, gripping the hilt tightly. He landed back on the wall. A quick glance below annoyed him, and he clicked his tongue in frustration. The ground below was completely empty. Sihan muttered, "So they escaped. I lost the ruby Ritke and the dragon cloak. They used Calamity as a decoy." Looking at the sword in his hand, he sighed in relief. "I got the most important thing, so it's fine." Sihan raised his beloved treasure, cheering, "It's been a while, Calamity." Later, at their inn, Zenon and Alita entered the room. He exclaimed, "Sihan, you got back before us?" Sihan sat calmly on the bed, asking, "How is the capital?" Zenon replied honestly, "Everything's been taken care of." The rescue mission started right after. Alita asked, "What happened to the thief?" Sihan slowly wiped his sword, saying calmly, "They got away. I couldn't figure out who they were. I lost the ruby writ key and dragon cloak, but I recovered Calamity, so I don't mind." Zenon's eyes lit up at his words. "Calamity?" he exclaimed. "I can finally see one of the three space saviors' heavenly auras. Can I see it?" Sihan said casually. "You're looking at it," Zenon asked, confused. "Huh? Isn't that the beat-up sword you always carry?" He suddenly froze, startled. Glancing at the sword in the corner, he gasped, "Huh, there's another sword?" Sihan proudly held up his blade, explaining, "I told you, Calamity can transform into any shape, so it can also disguise itself as a normal sword." Zenon stared at the gleaming blade, his mouth agape in awe. Sihan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "But I don't get it. The intruder definitely used Theozan's skills. The intruder is from Theozan's side. Theozan knows Calamity's true value, so why would he abandon the demon sword?" Zenon suggested. "Maybe they aren't Theozan's disciple. You mentioned the 7 revolutionary heroes shared techniques, just like you taught us about auras and shadow presence." He cut him off sharply, stating, "Everyone knows about core kicks and fire dragons, but knowing and learning are different. When you reach the master level, your body's aura is customized to your original skill. Even with the same skill, the result is different, unless you can sense that aura." Sihan declared firmly, "But the intruder's lightning spirit was definitely Theozan's. I'm sure of it. The culprit who destroyed the Zenon clan is allied with Theozan. What is it, you must all be thinking?" At the port, a figure watched silently from a window. It was none other than Luton. He observed the scene quietly, his blank face waiting for something. Footsteps echoed from nearby. A smirk crept onto his face. Foo foo foo. Who would imagine the king of a nation would visit this remote country? Chaos would erupt if Theozan found out, but it was a worthy risk. The mysterious knight from before entered the room. He immediately gave an order, "Remove your armor." The heavy iron plates were quickly unstrapped, clattering to the floor. As the outer armor came off, the knight's true form was revealed. A tall, dark-skinned man. His eyes were empty, his face soulless. Luton mused aloud. Still, even for a prototype, a higher-grade sword with no will of its own. I never thought it would be defeated like this. A grin spread across his face. As expected of the Northern warriors. This is perfectly normal. With warriors of this caliber, there is still room for me to improve. He walked over to the discarded armor, using the hawk's hand as a decoy. If needed, it's best to have a backup plan. He held up a piece of red cloth. Luton's expression grew smug. He lost his cape's feather in the process. He chuckled, whispering to himself, This can surely replace that bastard. He then commanded his subordinate, "Well done. You may rest now." The stiff knight replied respectfully, "Yes, master." In a remote, snowy forest, a convoy of war horses escorted a carriage. Flash led the way into the central region, flanked by his personal guard. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. His face was tense as he thought, "I have 10 elite warriors from Theozen with me, and this carriage has a magic-reinforced steel frame. I also have 18 high-grade swords. This should be enough to deter attackers like the snow ghosts, right?" His worries were justified. Not far away, on a mountain peak, someone was silently tracking their movements. He gently knocked an arrow, a mocking voice echoing in his ear. What a bunch of fools. Their actions only bring more suffering to the people of the snowlands. The man drew his bow, his taunting voice growing louder. "Ha ha, do not fear, my lord. They're just thieves." A guard laughed boastfully, full of confidence. "They stand no chance against the true power of knights like us. You have my word." But before he could finish, thwack! An arrow pierced his head. Flash went pale, his jaw dropping at the spray of blood. A second later, he screamed in terror. "Arg! It's an ambush! Defensive formation! Find out where they are." A soldier glanced back, spotting a strange glint on the mountain. He pointed in that direction and yelled in panic, "Over there!" Boom! Another powerful attack slammed into the soldiers, tearing up the ground. They were terrified. "Our shields are useless. How can one arrow cause so much damage?" The survivors tried to rally, unaware they were already targeted. "Hold your ground. There's no way they can keep up such powerful attacks." Just as he spoke, he noticed something strange and looked in another direction with shock. Countless assassins in white masks, armed with sharp weapons, were rushing from the forest. They charged straight for them. The soldiers panicked. "Are those the masked ones? They're here. It's the snow ghosts." Leading the charge was a woman with golden hair, clashing with the royal knights. The scene descended into chaos. In the confusion, Flash quickly hid behind a cargo container. Seeing the splatter of blood, he yelped in fear, then grit his teeth in frustration. "My guards are no match for them," he thought angrily. "Why resort to theft with skills like these? Who in the world are they?" Before he could finish the thought, a nearby explosion sent him flying. The leader of the snow ghosts walked toward him, her tone laced with mockery. "Where do you think you're going?" She slowly removed her mask to reveal her identity. It was Beretta. Well, long time no see, Flash. Goodbye." Flash quickly raised his hands in surrender, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Swords high, Beretta, for the Ling Shui." His enemy cut him off, striking without mercy. Blood stained the white snow as screams echoed. The rest of the Ling Shui dealt with the soldiers. "Our work here is done. All right, time to board the carriage." I praised the composed man behind me aloud. "Excellent work, Euro." But he frowned, his eyes carefully inspecting the transported goods. He spoke slowly. "This should last us for a while." Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Theozen frowned, his voice low. "We've been robbed again?" His terrified aide replied, "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was the mysterious thieves. They've hit our tax carriages for the 4th time," Theozen grimly asked. "Was it the Ling Shui again?" The aide bowed, nervously raising his voice. "Due to these losses, it is beginning to affect the nation's affairs. I fear we have no other choice but to start collecting additional taxes, sire." Theozen's reply was blunt. "More taxes? Unacceptable," he declared firmly. "The royal family is responsible for failing to stop these thefts. The citizens have fulfilled their duty. It is absurd to raise their taxes for our failure." But then his tone shifted. "However," Theozen declared, "I will form a special unit instead. If catching these thieves is the royals' duty, then it is the citizens' duty to shoulder that burden. We need more military funds. Therefore, we must raise taxes." The aide could only obey. Those around them were speechless, thinking, "There he goes again. His Majesty's obsession with duty. In the end, he just takes more from the people." "A wise decision, Your Majesty," they replied in unison. "We will carry out your command," he went on, but to them, his talk of duty was meaningless. Suddenly, Lovener appeared with a cheerful smile. "It's been a while, Theozen," he replied calmly to her reflection. "Indeed it has, Lovener." He questioned her impatiently. "Why use such an expensive communication method to call me? I am busy with state affairs, so be quick." Hearing this, she simply smirked. "I heard about the Wan family incident. Was that you?" At her words, Theozen froze completely. His expression hardened. He glared up, his voice a low warning. "Don't be ridiculous," Lovener continued, her tone mocking and amused. "But all signs point directly to you. You never thought of declaring a disaster?" Theozen shot back at her. "Don't you dare compare me to you, Lovener. Is your greed limitless? You dare accuse me? She chuckled softly at his words, a cold danger in her smile. Then she continued casually. Oh, come now. There's no need for that. Not when we are both leaders here. We aren't the same people we were 15 years ago. But you don't seem flustered, he answered irritably. You're the third person to ask me that. Luton and Jian already have. Lovener calmly replied, Oh, I see. Theozan's expression was grim as he declared, My answer is the same. I don't care about the Savior's otherworldly artifact. He then cut the connection, leaving a stunned Lovener before the mirror. She sighed deeply. I wonder if he's telling the truth. Are you sure the intruder used Theozan's lightning attack? Jardin answered, Yes. According to witnesses, it was identical to Theozan's technique from the past. But don't all the heroes of the revolution know how to use that skill? That's how some of us among the Queen's Knights mastered it, Lovener mused. It could be, but a single glance is enough to distinguish it from the original. The only ones who can use Theozan's lightning attack are Theozan himself or his followers, and Sihan. But he's no longer here. Her eyes widened suddenly. Wait a minute, Lovener pondered, the name Sihan in her head. Jardin suddenly neared, patting her shoulder. His gentle voice carried a hidden meaning. You have no other state affairs, do you? It's been a while, so why not? Lovener gently pushed his face away. With a suggestive tone, he mused, My, trying to be sneaky? The sun is still out. He let out a soft, amused laugh. She brought her lips close to his, whispering sweetly, Now that is a very tempting offer. But a moment later, she shoved Jaden away firmly. Too bad, she said. It's time for my training. The divine serpent Levino felt a flash of disappointment. It's surprising you still train, he asked, displeased. You're not just a high-level sword god. You possess supreme authority and countless treasures. Haven't you already obtained everything anyone could possibly desire in life? But she only replied softly, Clearly, you don't know me at all. The divine serpent Levino glared back at him. A wicked smile spread across her face as she asked, Do you truly think this is enough to satisfy me? Elsewhere, by a massive, snow-covered wall, an innkeeper nervously faced his guests, stammering a reply. The snow souls, you mean? Yes, I've heard rumors, but no one has actually seen them around here. The group consisted of Sihan, Zenon, and Alita. Sihan's reply was firm. I see. Excuse me then. Despite the setback, they had still acquired the magic sword, Calamity, as planned. However, Sihan's party hadn't yet returned to the Japtan kingdom. They still had business to attend to in the north. Suddenly, Zenon spoke up. You know of the bandits called the Souls of the Snow? You think we can actually find a lead? I heard they're so elusive that even the Theozan kingdom's army can't track them, Sihan added, his expression grim. That's not surprising. I don't expect much, but since we're here, I want to give it a shot. Alita, sitting opposite him, questioned. But why are you interested in a group of bandits? He quickly explained. I heard something from Kelterzon. It might be a dead end, but we're not making much progress anyway. We leave at dawn tomorrow. Meanwhile, Dena was casually enjoying her meal. This is delicious. A good disciple never questions their master's secret missions. Zenon couldn't help but be impressed. I have to admit, this northern sea fish is incredible. It's oily because it lives in the deep, cold ocean. But the fishiness isn't gone. They should have used lentil vinegar instead of smoking it. The other three's eyes lit up, thinking, Oh, looks like Zenon has a new trick. Are we getting a new dish soon? Suddenly, a voice outside yelled, Surround them! The people inside looked out. What's all that noise? The voice grew louder. There's nowhere to run. Outside, two figures were surrounded by soldiers. Drop your weapons and surrender, the captain commanded. Don't even think about escaping. Surrender, and I'll guarantee your safety. The man in the headband just smirked. Oh? Is that right? And why should I trust you? How many have survived your so-called hospitality? He scoffed contemptuously. Humph, bunch of fools. The captain turned to the crowd, announcing, Attention, citizens, this is about to get dangerous, so step back. These people are members of that treacherous bandit group, the Souls of the Snowfield. The tavern patrons began to whisper, but Sihan simply smiled, satisfied. Did he just say the Souls of the Snowfield? They're actually here? I can't believe my luck. He drew his blade, ready to strike. Prepare to die, you traitors. In the name of His Majesty, for the revolution's great hero, you Theozans will face judgment. The two readied their weapons. Suddenly, the snow at their feet began to swirl, before erupting into a sudden, unnatural blizzard. The soldiers in the back panicked. What's happening to the weather? No, wait. This is magic. A blizzard spell. The captain clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it. I can't see a thing. And suddenly, the two fugitives vanished without a trace. Oh no, they're gone. They've escaped, the captain roared in fury. Damn it, I didn't think they had a magic artifact. They couldn't have gone far. Find them. Sihan had rescued them just in time, pulling them onto a roof. The man with the headband looked up. Was that your doing? Yes, that was me, he answered calmly. Then Sihan turned away, muttering, Wait, was that the right thing to say? Does that even make sense? Atinian is so confusing. The man yelled, Who? Who are you people? And why did you save us? Sihan sighed. Let's just say I'm someone who has been searching for the souls of the snowfield. But even if I told you who I am, you wouldn't believe me anyway. So what now? Ah, I have an idea. Sihan smiled, proposing, How about I prove that I'm someone you can trust? You must have a code to identify your members, right? Right? The black-haired man thought, stunned. How could he possibly know that? Even Alita was shocked. I'm not so sure, but I think Sihan is searching for them because they're connected to his past. But even Sihan would have trouble, remembering a code used 15 years ago. The bandaged man agreed. Fine, that's acceptable for now. Suddenly he spoke. All right. Are you ready? The bandaged man struck a strange pose. Instantly, Sihan answered. Train. Why is he posing so weirdly? He continued. High as an airplane. Our pride is our nation. Alita was completely floored, thinking, unbelievable. Remembering a random string of words for 15 years. You're amazing, Sihan. He shot that thought down. Any Korean could have guessed that. Sihan glared, guessing aloud. I'm not certain, but if they're still using this password, it means they have to be our people. The black-haired man spoke up. He spoke clearly, without hesitation. The bandaged man confirmed it. He's one of us. Suddenly, he bowed low. Please forgive me for doubting you, especially after you saved our lives. Sihan gave a forced smile. You don't have to go that far. Can you take me to the other members? The bandaged man replied instantly. Of course. Actually, I have a request. Please, help us escape this village. The truth is, our hideout has been discovered. The White Wolf Knights were dispatched 3 days ago. If I don't warn my comrades soon. Hearing this, they were both stunned. Sihan thought, the White Wolf Knights. The scene shifts to another place. The masked people panicked. Impossible. Why are they here? Utro gritted his teeth in frustration. How did they find us? They're really determined to wipe us out. The group was completely encircled by soldiers. Damn those White Wolf Knights. The world's royal guard. Kai spoke, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I knew I would find you here, Swordmaster Utro. The man glared back. Swordmaster K. Utro snarled through his teeth. You're still alive? What a complete shame. He taunted him with a sneer. So you've been hiding in this pigsty? How pathetic. You should have adapted to the times instead of this stubborn resistance. Utro roared back in fury. I would never join filth like you. Your hands are still stained with the blood of thousands of innocent people. White Wolf Knights? No. You are the Empire's Blood Moon Knights. Your countless, horrific crimes still haunt so many people to this very day. You think changing your name erases all your sins? Kai replied with a casual laugh. Everyone lived that way back then. I was simply doing what others did. He and the vicious knights behind him declared, Our sins were forgiven by the grace of His Majesty, Theozan, the great hero of the revolution. The world has changed. Utro seethed. You bastards. Beretta worriedly asked Utro from behind. What should we do? She said with tension. Our members are all knight-class swordsmen, but there are only 30 of us, and you are our only grandmaster, while they have 50 knight-class swordsmen, and 3 grandmasters. We have absolutely no chance against them. He gritted his teeth, desperate for a plan. Kai laughed loudly. Ha ha! In this new era, you are the villains. Annihilate the traitors. The knights behind him charged at his command. Your savior from another world isn't here to save you now. Former members of the Azure Knights. The two immediately took their stances. Then, Utro drew his bow, aiming straight at the charging horde. The soldiers behind Utro also rushed forward. We may not be as glorious as we once were, but we are still the Azure Knights. We will not surrender. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the smoke. A knight from Kai's side sent 2 men flying. Beretta rushed forward, her heart pounding. Both sides were filled with warriors, seasoned by the fires of battle. In skill and experience we are matched, but their numbers are overwhelming. Without warning, Jesse Fan lunged at her. He sneered savagely, Azure Knight Beretta. I never did like the idea of a woman wielding a sword in battle. This is the perfect chance to teach you what a woman's true place is. She ignored his taunts and charged to meet him. It seems you can't change your backwards thinking, Jessie Fan. Seeing her fight made Ut-Ro anxious. Beretta! He quickly supported her with his Thunder God's descent. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson arc of lightning slashed through. Kai completely destroyed the arrows. Ut-Ro fired. He stared in admiration. What terrifying power. Even with my block, you're as strong as ever, Ut-Ro. But then, Kai charged forward with another knight. Not even you can handle two master-level swordsmen. He desperately tried to stop them with his bow. Ut-Ro's voice was grim. You're ganging up on me? Have you cast aside your knightly honor? Kai couldn't care less about honor and continued his assault. Such things don't matter when facing a traitor. Utter treachery. Meanwhile, Bezetta was struck by a blow from Jessie Fan across the shoulder. Damn it. He seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Ha ha, this is the end. You fought well for a woman. But now, it's time for you to die. Bezetta watched in horror as his sword descended. He cackled like a madman. Suddenly, blood burst from the center of Jessie Fan's chest. His head hit the floor just as Sihan flashed past. Bezetta stared at his back, as Kai and Ut-Ro paused their fight to watch. She looked at Sihan's silhouette, wondering who he was. An ally? He had just felled a master swordsman, in a single strike. Then, his voice cut through the silence. Long time no see. Bezetta. She was stunned. He knows my name? As she saw his face, she wondered. Could it be? An unfamiliar face came into view. Bewildered, she asked, Who are you? Another man approached, asking the same. A man declared in a grave tone, They are the infamous bandits known as the Soul of the Snowfield. We are under orders from His Majesty, Theogean, the great hero of the revolution, to annihilate them. Did you interfere knowing all this? Or are you one of them? Whatever your reason, you will not escape this. Sihan then asked a completely unrelated question. Kai, why are you still alive? Why is a man who should be dead working for Theogean completely unscathed? Has he gone completely insane? He roared in fury. How insolent! You dare insult His Majesty? Kai immediately lunged toward Sihan. You'll pay for that with your life. But his eyes widened at the scene before him. Sihan had blocked Kai's sword with one hand. Insolent? Don't worry, I have the right to say what I please. Sihan's face returned to its true form. So, do you recognize me now? Kai was stunned. Huh? Your face. It just changed. Recognition began to dawn on him. Kai's expression twisted into pure panic. He immediately fell, scrambling backward with a terrified scream. Sihan's voice was deathly low. Unforgivable. He slammed his sword's pommel into Kai's chest. Blood gushed from his body. He crumpled under the weight of the blow. Why are these monsters, who should have been annihilated long ago, still roaming free? The knights and soldiers of the Soul of the Snowfield were completely terrified. Sihan slowly released his sword. He stood up after dealing with Kai. Your death was far too easy for the sins you've committed. Sihan glared down after speaking his final words. The knights who were fighting Kai also froze at his appearance. Bezetta finally realized it. Witnessing Kai's death, the knights panicked and mounted their horses. Retreat! Sihan's expression grew cold. Until now, I have never pursued those who chose to flee. They may be Imperial soldiers, but they are also victims of the era, family to someone else. But you, the Blood Moon Knights, are a different story. Imperial lapdogs who commit unforgivable atrocities. His eyes blazed. I will not let a single one of you escape. You all should have died 15 years ago. Sihan stomped on the ground, unleashing a powerful energy. A circle of light radiated outwards like an aurora. The fleeing knights were struck down by the sweeping beams of light. Sihan scanned the area. At this rate, a few might escape. He smirked, glancing to his side. How long do you plan to stand there, Ut-Ro? He finally snapped out of it, a satisfied smile on his face. He has returned. Ut-Ro immediately ordered his soldiers. All forces, attack. It's time to make the White Wolf Knights pay. The man with the headband on the mountain stared, bewildered. What just happened? I thought we were about to be wiped out. After falling for the White Wolf Knights' ambush, that man single-handedly turned the tables. He grew suspicious of Sihan's identity. I know we brought him here, but who is he, really? The black-haired man wondered. He looks different than before too, doesn't he? The man with the headband asked, shocked. Really? He's too far away for me to see. From behind, Alita spoke up. We didn't even get to do anything. Zenon observed the scene below, suggesting, it looks like it's all over. Let's head down. Alita, the soldiers are still in shock. The crowd was still dazed by Sihan's sudden arrival. No way. Could it be? I can't believe it. But that face was unmistakable. Ut-Ro spoke softly. Captain Sihan. He simply smiled at the old man's words. Sihan turned to Utro and Bezetta. Has it really been 15 years? It took me quite a while to return. Bezetta was still in disbelief. I must be dreaming. Are you really Captain Sihan? Her hand rose, almost without thinking. Then Bezetta's hand struck him sharply. She shouted, "What took you so long?" Frowning, she accused him. "You're so damn irresponsible." Tears welled in her eyes as she held her injured hand. "And why does my hand hurt when I was the one who hit you? You've never just stood there and taken a hit before." Captain Sihan smiled helplessly. "You haven't changed at all. Looks like that really hurt Bezetta." The crowd started to gather around him. "Wow, is it really you, Captain?" "Captain Sihan." Dena watched, confused. "His name isn't Sihan. They keep getting his name wrong." The group lifted him, tossing him into the air. "Captain Sihan! Captain!" she shouted to correct them. "I told you, his name is Sun, not Sihan. It's Sun." Dena gave a weak smile, turning to the others. "I know the names sound similar, but how can they be so mistaken? Everyone in Terrano knows who Sihan is. He just used the Emperor's power, a unique aura skill of the savior from another world. But the founder of that skill was the mercenary king. Unconsciously, Zenon simply closed his eyes and listened. Though there were times he seemed like a completely different person when we traveled together. I was focused on my master, so I thought it was just my imagination. But Alita offered a knowing, strained smile. Suddenly, Dena froze in silence. The realization was finally dawning on her. "Huh? It can't be." Zenon seemed relieved. "So, she's finally figured it out. Now I can relax." Alita let out a satisfied sigh. "We can finally take it easy now." She began again in a serious tone. "You were correct, Dena. He is Sihan's son, the savior from another world." The scene shifts to a bracelet, its color slowly fading. Theogian's eyes narrowed. Kai is gone. Malip, standing below, asked, "What is that metal plate?" He quickly explained, "It's a magic item that turns black when its owner passes away. The Azure Sky Knights must be responsible for this," he declared with grim certainty. Kai must have let his guard down. No matter how careful, Utro is still dangerous. He's strong enough to have finished Kai. But there's no way the White Wolf Knights could lose. The Azure Sky Knights were once the strongest, 15 years ago. But after losing half their members, including Esser, Khan, Giap, and Suri, they can't possibly beat the White Wolf Knights. Theogian agreed grimly. "You're right, but I still have a bad feeling about this. Send a few knights to the White Wolf Knights location. Check on the situation immediately." The scene shifts to another room. Sazan stared ahead with a serious gaze. Before him stood Levener. Sazan spoke with a charming tone. "It's been a while. You're as beautiful as ever, Levener." She smiled, clearly pleased. "Don't make me laugh. You're the one known as the continent's greatest beauty, Sazan." His tone turned serious. "So, what's this about? These magic messaging devices are quite expensive." Levener just laughed in response. "Why be a king if you're trying to save money? Drop the whole Model Monarch Act. With the money you spend on your beautician, you could buy 10 of these things." Sazan fell silent, the jab clearly hitting its mark. He forced a laugh. "Putting that aside, why did you call me?" Levener quickly got to the point. "Do you think Theogian was behind the Van Cord incident?" Sazan immediately replied. "He denied it, and I don't think he was lying." She asked seriously. "He's not like Jackson Ward, who isn't clever enough to lie. But a man that rigid would find it hard to lie about this, wouldn't he?" Then, Sazan offered his own theory. "To be honest, I thought you were behind it. Once you reach the War God level, can't you perfectly mimic any aura skill?" Levener angrily shot back. "Even a War God swordmaster can't do everything. You only say that because you saw what Sihan can do. But that's because he is from Earth." Sazan gently disagreed. "I'm not so sure." His eyes narrowed. "What I do know is that War God swordmasters are unpredictable monsters." She was silent for a moment before replying. "Fine. I understand why you would suspect me. If the roles were reversed, I'd be suspicious too. But hear me out. I'll tell you exactly why it wasn't me. Anyone could have a motive to divide the 6 kingdoms. But the method is what truly matters." Levener continued. "Malice, Samit, and Lopeo. Of those who wield phantom lightning, only these 3 can also practice alchemy. Whoever bribed one of them is undoubtedly the mastermind. But Kayin and I have no means to bribe any of those 3. If you or Liu Tin were plotting, you'd frame me, not Theozan, who cannot lie." After listening, Sajian finally spoke. "You're quite well informed. If stealth or invisibility were used, then without a doubt, you are the culprit." Levener forced a laugh. "That sounds incredibly malicious. Based on the evidence, all signs point to Theozan as the mastermind. But it's so obvious, it's suspicious." Sajian asked, exasperated. Did you call me just for this? Go play detective on your own. Then, Lovener's tone grew serious. There is one other possibility. She gave a sly smile. What if it was Sihan? Wouldn't that solve everything? His eyes shot wide in shock. Sajian's voice turned grave. It makes sense, but it's impossible. He stated with conviction, Sihan can never return to Terrano. If he were summoned, Luton or I would have known. Sajian leaned in closer to the mirror. First of all, even the Emperor sacrificed his own bloodline and was nearly destroyed, opening a portal to Earth. A powerful Rashalan descendant cannot possibly exist today. Are you certain you didn't try, and are now attempting to misdirect us? She sighed, exasperated. Think what you will. You weren't going to believe me anyway, right? Goodbye. Sajian's demeanor instantly shifted. With a confident smirk, he said, Of course I don't believe you. I'm not a fool like Sihan, who blindly believed your every word. Sajian cut the connection immediately. Lovener exhaled as he disappeared. He might be trying to stress that Sihan's return is impossible, but it also implies that he or Liu Tin could hide all traces of a summoning from another world. She leaned close to the glass, lost in thought. Honestly, the chance of Sihan being behind this is incredibly low. He isn't the type to sacrifice innocent lives for his own personal gain, and neither Liu Tin nor Sajian has a reason to risk summoning him again. Still, something feels off. Deep within Borbo Canyon, inside a cave, Sihan observed his surroundings, impressed. This place is quite beautiful. You've decorated it well. It even looks comfortable. In this harsh terrain, you'd never be found. So, why move to the VKP a lot forest instead of staying here? Bizita answered awkwardly. We were based here originally, but it's too damp, with water leaking everywhere. It is a cave, after all. Utro added grimly. More importantly, it's far more dangerous than our forest hideout. No matter how secluded, there's no escape if we're surrounded. Sihan calmly disagreed. I still think this place is fine. See? Even Zenon has stopped complaining. He smiled in satisfaction. So peaceful. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Anyway, what happened these past 15 years? How did the Red Moon Knights become Sajian's lackeys? And can joy truly return to this world once evil is purged? A new order, a new system of rule was needed for the post-revolution nations. Someone had to manage and control the people. Manpower was scarce after the revolution, so accepting officials from the old empire was unavoidable. Among them were key figures from the emperor's cruel regime, the strongest swordsmen of the Rashalan Empire. But Utro's voice was grave. Those absolutely loyal to the tyrant were known as the 6 barbaric lords. 2 of those 6 families, like the Jotan, were annihilated by us. Sanchon Kiat and Canavan still remain. These 4 families survived the empire's fall, and despite their losses, they still hold significant influence. Meanwhile, the Gil-Tin kingdom ruthlessly purged the old empire's remnants, leaving the survivors of the 6 barbarian lords no room to maneuver. The Holy Kingdom of Inasius followed a similar, unforgiving path. The Jackson Ward Kingdom, I despise them. I never want them to set foot in my kingdom again. Using that simple reason to refuse them. For once, he actually made the right call. In the end, the remaining engineers from those families joined the Sihan, Falat, and Theozan kingdoms. They served the people to atone for their sins instead of being punished. Sihan listened to the whole story and realized, I see. How ridiculous. They only regret losing those men. I'd understand if Sazan and Levener did it, but I never expected a hardliner like Theozan to agree. Utro bristled at the mention of him. His personality became a liability when balancing factions and commercial interests. His stubbornness turned into pure arrogance after you vanished from this world. The Blue Sky Knights had no choice but to rely on him, a high-ranking swordsman like you. That inevitably led to a clash with the Empire's remnants, the White Wolf Knights, who also served Theozan. Theozan saw us as a thorn in his side and acted ruthlessly, using betrayal as his excuse. He ordered the annihilation of the Blue Sky Knights. Hearing this, Sihan thought to himself, the Blue Sky Knights must have been the biggest thorn in Theozan's side. Utro gritted his teeth, remembering that day. We lost nearly half our comrades avenging the fallen. We had no choice but to remain in this country. Sihan expressed his sympathy. That's a shame to hear. You all went through so much after I left. Suddenly, Beretta spoke up. I want to ask about the day you disappeared. What happened? Sihan was startled by the question. He narrowed his eyes, thinking for a long moment. Under the cave's flickering firelight, the group sat at a stone table to talk. Utro was furious after hearing his story. I know. I heard a similar rumor throughout Theozan, but I never thought it was true. Those bastards. He smiled confidently. But now that you're back, we can bring the hammer of justice down on them. Beretta smirked in agreement. Does that mean you orchestrated the fall of Jackson Ward? I knew it. Kelter John couldn't have done that alone. Sihan immediately corrected her assumption. You're wrong. Kelter John carried out that coup by himself. I only finished off Jackson Ward at the very end. They were both stunned by his words. Utrao spoke hastily in his shock. Wait, are we talking about the same person? The one with a monk's body but a wild beast's mind? Sihan quickly confirmed. Yes, that's him. Beretta was utterly shocked. What? The guy who runs at the first sign of danger, only saves his own skin, and always sucks up to the powerful? How could he? Sihan thought to himself. It's impressive they remember him so clearly after 15 years. Truly impressive, Count Kelter John. Sihan sighed and raised his voice. But by avoiding danger, he mapped out strategic routes, gathered intel, and kept the mercenaries well fed, all to boost their morale. If you think of it that way, he's actually a brilliant commander. Perhaps a person's true worth is only shown in the right position. Kelter John's cooperation is helping me immensely right now. So, cast aside your old biases and accept him as he is now. Utrao had to nod. If you say so, I have no choice but to accept it. Beretta was still skeptical. Even so, can we really trust him? Sihan quickly gave a thumbs up. Of course. I used my time bomb skill on him, and it worked perfectly. With Kelter John's help, we can re-establish contact with our comrades scattered across the 6 territories. Zetone's face lit up at the news. Beretta smiled, satisfied. Once they hear you've returned to town, Exciter, Condor, and Siufit, who returned to their hometowns, will definitely come back. Utrao said excitedly. This is the rebirth of the Blue Sky Knights. Sihan replied with a natural smile. He spoke gravely. Things are about to get much busier. You should rest today. We've prepared everything for your comfort here. You brought all this into the cave? Didn't you say it was damp? Why bring books in here? Zenon's eyes lit up as he saw the page. Isn't that Memories of a Hero? The story of Sihan Sung? This book feels like it was written by an eyewitness, making everything feel so real. I have a copy too. Sihan picked up the book and asked, Are you serious? You read this stuff because I disappeared? You went through everything with me. Suddenly, Utrao smiled and chimed in. Actually, I'm the author of that book. The 2 excited men were left speechless, their jaws hanging open. Zenon's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you're that mysterious author? Utrao chuckled sheepishly. I just wrote down my experiences with Sihan in my spare time. Zenon lit up, asking, Can I get your autograph? It would be an honor, Utrao replied. Sihan watched the madness unfold, thinking, What in the world am I watching right now? He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Of course, this is Zenon we're talking about. Alita, please do something about him. But to his surprise, she also approached Utrao. Could I get an autograph as well? Sihan was floored. You too, Alita? He asked in complete disbelief. Since when were you a fan of those books? Alita admitted shyly. I've already purchased all of his works. Sihan's voice jumped. When? With a flash of anger, she explained. Back when I lived in that tiny hut, before it was burned down by someone we both know. The memory of that moment silenced them both. Sihan finally understood. Oh, I'm sorry. So, Utrao published those books, filled with his cringy lines and movie quotes. Sihan grabbed him by the collar, enraged. It was you. As the tension in the cave finally subsided, everyone began to celebrate Sihan's long-awaited return. Sihan raised his voice. I want to thank every single one of you for believing in me and following me. It means everything that you all remembered me, staying by my side until now. You are no longer lost souls wandering a frozen wasteland. A true smile spread across Sihan's face as he roared. Now that I've returned, it's time to restore the Blue Sky Knights. The cave erupted in cheers. As his declaration echoed, Alita sat beside him, taking it all in. A small smile graced her lips, seeing everyone's joy. The knights crowded around Sihan, teasing him. You're always shouting those embarrassing lines from your books, you know. But that speech just now. That was well said, Sihan. Utrao's expression turned grave. Theozan and his White Wolf Knights owe the Blue Sky Knights a debt that can never be repaid. You may have taken down their captain, but we cannot rest until Theozan himself answers for his crimes. Sihan processed this. Who is the current successor to Theozan's throne? Utrao's reply was swift. Claude. But he's only 8 years old. The queen will almost certainly rule as regent. Sihan was stunned. Are you kidding me? A kid who's only 8? That's far too young. Even Jackson Watt's son was only a few years younger than me. Utrao gave a strained laugh. Indeed. Jackson Watt lived a life of pure self-indulgence. Theozan, in contrast, was a rigid man who walked only the warrior's path. He didn't marry until he became king, and never looked at another woman besides the queen. He had 5 children with Queen Sersin, 2 sons, 3 daughters. Sihan sighed wearily. So, he was a faithful husband and a good father, huh? Are you saying that even a monster can have some redeeming qualities? Silence, Utro snapped. That does not absolve him of his sins. Do not let such thoughts waver your resolve. If we follow that line of thinking, we might as well say the emperor was a good husband and father to someone. 2. He glanced at Alita. Is that right? She simply shook her head. Utro pressed on with his conviction. We will have to eliminate his entire line after we deal with Theozan. Sihan interrupted. Then who will rule the kingdom? Revenge is one thing. But I refuse to drag innocent civilians into this war. BJ spoke up to answer him. If that is your concern, there is always Grand Duke Izan. That's right, Utro added. I had almost forgotten him. Unlike Theozan, his younger brother is a genius in administration. He isn't as rigid as Theozan, and he even looked after us when we were outcasts in their kingdom. He shares Theozan's bloodline, which gives him a legitimate claim to rule. Huh? Sihan's interest was piqued. Where is he? Is he still in the kingdom? Utro's voice lowered. Well, they never saw eye to eye. But after how Theozan treated the White Wolf Knights, their bond shattered completely. The scene flashed back to that fateful day, with Izan shouting in fury. If we do not correct the mistakes of our past, the consequences for our future will be dire. But Theozan shot back, completely unyielding. We must secure a future before we can worry about its consequences. Great men don't just appear from thin air. How long will you cling to such naive ideals? Utro continued his story. After Theozan's ascension, Izan became prime minister to support him, but was dismissed for enraging the king. I heard he's now under house arrest in a small city estate. Sihan began connecting the dots from the story. He has the motive and the means to seize power. I won't harm his nephew, and I'll ensure Theozan's daughter is cared for. He shouted in disbelief. What? You're not going to eliminate them? Who knows what they'll become when they grow up? Sihan calmly replied. That doesn't give me the right to harm an 8-year-old child. Sihan's voice was firm. They haven't done anything wrong. I don't punish people for what hasn't happened, just as I have the right to avenge those who betrayed me. Those children also have the right to seek revenge on their father's killers. Utrao finally began to understand Captain Sihan. Bezetta smiled, satisfied. Well, that's who you've always been. It's why we've always followed you. Alita was stunned by Sihan's words. She saw his true intention. It all sounded so noble. But you're just saying that because you're going back to Earth, right? Right to revenge, my ass. Sihan thought sharply. Quiet, Alita. Bezetta kept chugging her beer, then spoke with a grin. Anyway, Bezetta said cheerfully, we can't ignore the fact that the captain brought a girl back with him. Alita blushed at the group's teasing words. That's right. What's your name, miss? How did you meet the captain? Alita stammered in response. My name is Alita Gelkon. I stumbled upon Sihan's true identity and ended up joining him on his journey. Bezetta thought with a smirk. How cute. Look how flustered she is. Is she getting embarrassed? Alita wondered. When will this kind and friendly woman suddenly try to kill me? She's letting her guard down, Sihan observed from the side. Alita's thoughts are so easy to read. He looked at his happy crew and smiled. This ale is delicious. It's been so long since I've had such a good drink. The scene shifts to a cell, where a burly man is bound tightly. There's no hope. I'll never betray my comrades, no matter what you do to me. A mysterious figure stood before him. Don't make me laugh, Ghost of Silver Snow. You don't realize you've already betrayed them. The bound man was shocked. What? A dark energy flooded his body. The figure stepped closer, his voice grave. Besides Vlog Forest, what other hideouts do the Ghosts of Silver Snow have? Tell me everything you know about where they're hiding, how to find them, and every single trap you have prepared. The captive was completely overwhelmed by the power. Their hideout is in Marion, he thought blankly. His earlier resistance was a complete lie. He began spilling everything he knew. This can't be simple confession magic. What on earth was that powder King Luton gave me? The floor masters are truly terrifying. The captive collapsed after revealing everything. The old man just watched as he fell unconscious. Maluk quickly received the intel and announced, I have a report from Marion Ogutin. After interrogating the prisoners with confession magic, he has obtained information on several new hideouts of the Snowfield spirits. His voice was grim. Impossible. I never believed they could actually wipe out the White Wolf Knights. How could they accomplish that with such small numbers? Theozan finally spoke. We will go and see for ourselves. He commanded sternly, summon the White Royal Knights. I will handle this matter personally. I will finally eradicate these ghosts of the past. The scene returns to the cave. where Kelter John appears in a basin of water. Hello, can you hear me? This is my first time using one-way communication magic, so I'm still not used to just talking to myself. Everyone listen carefully. This is my report, there's no doubt. The group of bandits called the Snowfield Spirits are actually members of the Blue Sky Knights. Witnesses claim Utrao is now their leader. Based on the damage Theozon's upper class has sustained, I estimate they have between 30 to 40 high-ranking swordsmen, along with 200 lower-level members. Utrao and Bzeta were shocked by the news. He continued his report, but here's the real problem. It seems the Theozon kingdom is preparing to subjugate the Blue Sky Knights. Their forces include Theozon himself, the master swordsman Malap, and the captain of the White Royal Knights. Theozon's forces included his disciple Samet, 60 White Royal Knights, and 10 mages. Judging by the small amount of supplies they carried, they must already know the Blue Sky Knights' hideout. It has to be within a 5-day march from the capital, Laser. Considering the terrain, the best hiding spots are Bobot Canyon, Pajama Forest, or Dafo Lake. But you're running out of time. I suggest you find them fast. Good luck, Sihan. He gave a wry smile. You say that, but I know you've already found them, even though I have no way to report back. Alita added. I never knew you could use communication magic without a magicon. Sihan, you seem quite proud of this convenient device, but I can only receive messages, not reply, he said with frustration. How does someone from the Tenber Kingdom know our situation better than we do? Utrao's face darkened. I have to admit, he's skilled. Without his warning, we'd still be trapped in that canyon. We need to move our hideout immediately. But Sihan interrupted. Wait, how strong are Theozan's high-ranking swordsmen? Utrao quickly answered. Senior swordsman Maluk just reached the master level, while Samet is at the expert level. Sihan calculated the enemy's strength. The rest are likely knight or fighter class. In terms of regular soldiers, we're outnumbered, but our high-ranking members are evenly matched. He fell deep in thought. Why would Theozon lead this campaign himself? Is it because we wiped out the White Wolf Knights? I never dreamed I'd get a chance for revenge like this. Suddenly, Utrao spoke in a low voice. We know the enemy's exact numbers, so we can prepare. The advantage is ours. There's no reason to give up and run. Rage burned as he thought of Theozon. But the tyrant has willingly left his own kingdom. We will never get a chance like this again, Captain Sihan. Meanwhile, with Theozon's army, filled with fighting spirit, they charged forward, clad in gleaming armor. They held sharp iron spears, ready for battle. Leading the mighty army was Theozon himself. His face was filled with a murderous aura, as if to destroy everything in his path. Theozon's voice boomed, ordering his men, all forces, prepare for battle. Watching from behind, Malap's face showed his awe at Theozon's power, witnessing the overwhelming killing intent pouring from him. It made Malap gasp. What is this terrifying presence? So, this is the true power of the conqueror of the North Sea, and a hero of the revolution, Theozon, the Lord of Thunder. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride being led by such a powerful man. I don't know what tricks the Blue Sky Knights pulled, but if they think we're like the White Wolf Empire's hunting dogs, the memory just made Malap more frustrated. Those bastards, I wish we'd never taken them in. But at the time, I had to accept it. He endlessly regretted his decision, blaming himself. If we had just accepted the Blue Sky Knights from the start, we could have been friendly rivals, leading the kingdom's 2 strongest armies. Malap fell silent, his mind flooded with thoughts of his former comrades. I still can't believe they were swayed by rumors that the revolution's heroes betrayed the savior from another world. How could they believe such a slanderous lie, after seeing the hero's friendship and trust for him with their own eyes? But those thoughts quickly vanished. Malap snapped back to his duty. Regardless of the past, the Blue Sky Knights are now the king's enemies, and a knight's duty is to eliminate the king's foes. Don't blame us, old comrades. Back at Utrao's camp, they were deep in strategic planning. Just as Kelter John suspected, we only have 30 high-ranking swordsmen left, with 180 soldiers in total. This huge disadvantage made him anxious. But right now, we don't have time to summon everyone, and even if we could, they wouldn't be useful in this fight. Hearing this, Sihan agreed with Afro's point. Of course not. Regular soldiers with no combat experience would be useless against Theozon's army. Alita suddenly broke the silence with a question. Why would he mobilize such a huge force against a small group like us? Bzeta stepped forward to explain. Because we annihilated the White Wolf Knights. Despite the Snowfield's numbers, we proved we could defeat 3 master swordsmen and 100 knights. He could only offer a bitter laugh. In other words, this is all my fault. Bzeta simply sighed. We have no other choice but to fight in the Bobot Canyon. We must use the terrain to offset their numbers. Still, the high risk made Utro anxious. If we engage outside the canyon, we won't match the speed or mobility of the Royal White Wolf Knights. Facing one disadvantage after another, Sihan spoke with frustration. How ironic. Our best chance to win is to let ourselves get cornered and trapped. Hearing this, Alita quickly offered her own idea. We can just take them down with the Halo Circle. But he immediately shut it down. I have to face Theozan. Seeing their intense discussion, Utro finally interjected. We'd be in deep trouble without this warning. He then added with a confident smirk. But we're not completely cornered. Thanks to Kelterjohn's warning, we now have time to prepare. Their plan is obvious. With superior numbers, they'll surround us with regulars, then fortify their front line. Utro read their entire strategy perfectly. The regulars will act as a wall to block our escape, right at the true entrance to the canyon. Sihan fell silent, formulating a battle plan. Facing such overwhelming odds, we have to divide and destroy them in small groups. The master-level swordsmen are the real, serious problem. A moment later, his laughter shattered the tension. I used to take them down one by one. Utro could only respond helplessly. But if you do that, Theozan will just eliminate us one by one. He showed no fear, declaring confidently, "Leave Theozan to me. Any objections?" Sihan's confidence calmed everyone. "Yes, Captain. Bizetta and I will handle the high-level swordsmen, Malut Zenon." Another duo spoke up excitedly. "Then let us fight the high-level swordsman Samit, Theozan's own disciple." Seeing them risk so much made Sihan voice his concerns. "We're taking a huge gamble. Even I can't guarantee a win against Theozan if he's truly at the war god level." But Utro quickly dismissed his captain's worry. "That doesn't matter," he declared with a fiery spirit. "If you fall, Captain, I'll have no regrets following you." Seeing Utro's over-the-top reaction, Sihan just gave a wry smile. "Thanks. I guess." Far away, rolling hills were buried under a blanket of white snow, creating a chilling and desolate scene. The thunder of hooves suddenly shattered the deafening silence. A ferocious army charged through the deep snow, with Theozan at the lead, constantly scanning the area. This terrain is treacherous. It's the perfect place for an ambush. Suddenly, a subordinate's report broke his train of thought. "Sir, we are ready," Samit announced, his face flush with excitement. "My scouts have confirmed their location. They are completely surrounded. Their only option is to break through our front line." Pleased, he praised his subordinate. "Well done, Samit." However, with Theozan's personal involvement, Samit couldn't help asking, "But Master, did you really need to come here yourself?" Judging by the tracks in the Qualo forest, the Blue Sky Knights appear to be exhausted. With his veteran experience, the man replied, "They could be false trails. It would be foolish if they weren't. The Revolutionary Army always fakes their combat trails to deceive the enemy." He analyzed the situation as they continued their march. From the way they obscured their tracks, they likely suffered very few losses. They probably still have considerable fighting strength. Theozan's words made Samit nervous. But is it possible they gained more troops in a single day? Reinforcements don't just fall from the sky. Model. Seeing his disciples' naivete, the man couldn't hold back a laugh. Theozan continued the tale for Samit. 15 years ago, monsters from another world ravaged the lands. Enemies ambushing from above isn't a new tactic, but Samit, I've ensured it won't be repeated. However, there were always variables beyond his control, keeping Theozan perpetually on guard. They could still receive aid from neighboring kingdoms. As things stand, only the Phalet kingdom has the power to intervene, but even this situation worked in his favor, adding to Theozan's sense of urgency. It's also possible Levener is backing the Blue Sky Knights to try and contain our forces. Levener's strength would be greatly diminished. With such a prize on the line, I had to come myself. The Legion continued its march, but the path ahead grew more treacherous with every step. The blizzard intensified, growing thicker by the minute. This forced the army to abandon their horses. A subordinate beside him sighed. "This perilous path. We can only cross it on foot, and it will take forever. They've surely sensed our presence by now." But Theozan paid it no mind, lost deep within his own thoughts. Suddenly, an unexpected presence shattered his focus, putting him on high alert. Directly over the Legion, a terrifying shriek tore through the air. A flash of light shot down, radiating an immense killing aura. It was an opening strike aimed at the heart of their formation. But before it could land, Malap shot forward like a bolt of lightning. With a single swing of his sword, he pulverized the massive falling boulders in an instant. The rocks crumbled into nothing but dust. Observing the attack, Malup instantly identified the perpetrator. This range and precision. Only Ultra could be behind this attack. Hearing this, Theozan asked, "What do you think his objective is?" Malup considered for a moment before offering his analysis. He's attacking without revealing himself. He's likely trying to bait us. He could be trying to pin us down while their main force escapes this canyon. Malop then presented the worst-case scenario, or he's luring us into a trap to divide and conquer our forces. Hearing this, Theozan's expression hardened. In a low voice, he said, "Then the solution is simple." A suffocating killing intent began to billow out from Theozan. That last attack had truly angered him. As Theozan drew his sword, he declared with overwhelming confidence, "Whatever their reason, our path is clear. We will simply crush them with overwhelming force." Seeing their leader's imposing presence, Samit's confidence surged, and he eagerly volunteered, "My lord, please allow me to deal with Ultra." However, Theozan swiftly crushed his excitement. "Malop, take 15 Knight class and 5 Warrior class swordsmen and eliminate Ultra. Then, once you've uncovered their true objective, rejoin the main force." Seeing this apparent injustice, Samit protested loudly, "But master, I am strong enough to defeat Ultra." Ignoring Samit's outburst, Theozan calmly issued his next order. "Samit, you will take 20 White Wolf Royal Knights and find who is backing our enemy." Samit was left completely baffled by the order. Who could that be? But in the midst of his confusion, dark figures appeared on the high mountain peaks, catching his eye. They were none other than Bezetta and Zenon. Samit squinted, struggling to identify the new arrivals, but he couldn't make out their identities. "I don't recognize them. It's suspicious how openly they're standing." "Don't you think it might be a trap, sir?" In sharp contrast to Samit's worry, Theozan calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. In fact, the sight of these new opponents only served to heighten his excitement. If they wish for a direct confrontation, rather than luring us into some cowardly trap, then there is no reason not to accept their challenge." Hearing his master, Samit's confidence returned. "Yes, master, I understand." The moment Theozan finished speaking, the entire legion fell into formation, ready to receive their foes. A wide grin spread across Samit's face, eagerly awaiting the chance to prove his strength. Watching the legion move below, Sihan was immensely pleased. "They're reacting exactly as I predicted. I knew their overconfidence would make them move just as I willed." He let out a triumphant smirk. "This wasn't my original plan," Sihan declared. "But now, it's time you paid the price." Back with Malop's detachment, every soldier tightened their grip on their weapons, their gazes turning to steel. They were wary of Ultra's squad, standing tall on the cliffs above. Malop slowly advanced to face them. Despite being enemies, he greeted his former comrade with a familiar smile. From his vantage point, he raised his sword high. "It's been a while, Ut-Ro," and his old friend answered the call. But his voice was laced with bitter sarcasm. "Yes, raise your sword high, Malop. I haven't seen you. Not since the day the Blue Sky Knights were purged." At the memory, Malop's face filled with deep regret. "I am sorry for what happened that day. It was His Majesty's decision. If only I had known of his plan, I would have tried to intervene." But his excuses only fueled Ut-Ro's simmering rage. He shot back with fury. "Theozan knew that, which is why he hid it from you. Yet you still follow his orders." As he spoke, he raised his great bow, preparing his attack. "You must pay for what happened that day." In a flash, Ut-Ro drew the bowstring to its limit. A terrifying killing intent exploded from his very being. Power surged into his strike as the arrow blazed with light, aimed right for them. "I will avenge my fallen comrades." Following his orders, Samit seized the opportunity to split his group off and pursue the others. He and his men surged forward, accelerating, determined not to lose their enemies. As he gave chase, Samit analyzed Zenon's strategy. "I thought they would stop and face us. Have they been trying to lure us from the main force? But they gain nothing if I stop and turn back." But when he finally got a clear look at their faces, he understood. "I see now." Zenon and Bere. Seeing Samit close in, they finally stopped running. They stood their ground, waiting for his arrival. After catching up, he spoke with utter contempt. "I don't recognize either of you, but you're far too young to be members of the Blue Sky Knights." Samit's eyes scanned over them. He silently assessed their power. "He appears to be master level, while she seems to be knight level. They're far too skilled to be simple recruits they found while on the run. That can only mean one thing." After a moment, he roared with excitement. "Just as I thought! My master was right! You're members of the Queen's Knights, aren't you?" Hearing this, Zenon looked completely bewildered. "Huh? What? The Knight Order from Pauloxia? What on earth are you talking about?" But no matter what he said, Samit was convinced by his own logic. He swung his sword, attacking. "Surprised that I guessed correctly? There is no use denying it. I'll know for sure once you kneel before me." But despite the surprise attack, Zenon calmly drew his sword, blocking the fiery explosion that rushed toward him. I have no idea what you are talking about. You will kneel. Seeing such swift reflexes only thrilled Samit more. I've never seen that aura skill. But can the Queen's Knights use such a technique? Well, it doesn't matter. Judging by his look, he prizes strength above all else. A fierce fighting spirit erupted from them both, and the flames engulfing their weapons burned ever brighter. The inferno swirled as if to burn everything. Samit thought with a smirk, I am most confident when facing opponents, who rely on nothing but brute strength. Meanwhile, with Theozan's group, he led them toward a massive, dark cavern deep within the colossal mountains. Theozan stood, silently observing the entrance. A question formed in his mind. I can't sense a single presence inside. It seems completely empty. I don't understand. I thought for sure this was a trap, even after entrusting everything to my subordinates. Theozan couldn't help but worry about their situation. But I still haven't received a signal from Malup or Samit. That must mean they're confident they can handle it alone. But as he was lost in his own thoughts, then, from the darkness of a cave, a figure emerged. The very ones who wiped out the White Wolf Knights. Where were they? The guards on watch spotted the intruder and shouted their report to Theozan. There's someone there, Your Majesty. Only then did Theozan notice the dark shadow lurking in the corner. He was stunned. Where has he been all this time? This is impossible. To think I couldn't sense his presence, even when he was close enough to see. He was witnessing Jihan's god-tier concealment skill. He couldn't help but be impressed. Is there truly someone in the Queen's Knights with this level of skill? However, after observing the enemy, Theozan couldn't help but wonder to himself, but why is he here completely alone? Does he think he can face me without any help? How foolish. But just as he got a clear look at the person's face, all of his earlier authority vanished, and Theozan's eyes filled with absolute terror. And to their astonishment, the surrounding guards were also stunned by this appearance. Gasps rippled through them. Huh? It's impossible. Revolutionary Captain Sihan? Sihan had finally appeared, his presence radiating power as he coldly scanned the army before him. His gaze then locked onto Theozan, and with a defiant smirk he said, Long time no see, Theozan. How long has it been? 15 years. Seeing Sihan in the flesh left the man utterly speechless. After a moment, Theozan finally stammered, Is it really you, Sihan? But that's impossible. Did someone summon you here again? In contrast to the man's total shock, Sihan calmly replied, What are you talking about? I returned on my own, all to make you pay the price for betraying me 15 years ago. At these words, the army behind them was stunned. Whispers began to spread. He was betrayed? By who? Could the rumors be true? That the heroes of the revolution conspired against him and then betrayed him? Faced with these murmurs, Theozan stood there, frozen and unable to speak. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke. This is rather awkward. Theozan began feigning an innocent look. Twisting the narrative, he said, I can understand why you would misunderstand our intentions. Sihan was floored that the blame was being shifted to him. What? What misunderstanding? But the man didn't explain further. Let's talk elsewhere, Sihan. I'll explain when we're alone. The instant he finished speaking, Theozan activated a teleportation spell and vanished completely. Still not understanding what happened, Sihan roared in fury. What? But the man did not return. It left him dumbfounded, unable to believe what just happened after a moment of silence. Sihan finally snapped out of it, thinking in a panic. What the hell was that? Is he insane? Did he really just abandon his own subordinates? Sihan glanced at the bewildered soldiers before him. What will he do if I don't follow? Does he not care about their fate? Suddenly, a soldier spoke up, cutting through his thoughts. Captain Sihan? The soldier asked timidly. Have you truly returned? So what should we do now? It was then that Sihan realized the gravity of the situation. He thought in a panic. That's right. Theozan is the only traitor. These men are not my enemies. He was immediately trapped in a difficult spot. Sihan gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. If I stay here, Theozan might escape. He's just trying to avoid revealing secrets in front of others. Finally, he made his decision. Sihan charged after Theozan, shouting, You've got some nerve, Theozan! And so the chase began, one fleeing and one pursuing, neither giving an inch. Sihan glared at the man's back with pure rage. As he followed Theozan, memories of that fateful day suddenly flooded his mind, back to the day he sat all alone, leaning against a tree and gazing at the star-filled sky. Suddenly, Theozan had approached him, asking, What are you doing out here all alone, Sihan? He had honestly shared the anxieties weighing on his heart. I can't shake the thoughts of the soldiers I killed today. They could have been a father or someone's son. Do I truly have the right to end their lives? Every time I start to think about it, I can't sleep. Theozan listened intently to Sihan's words, then sat beside him and offered gentle comfort. You are right to think that way, Sihan. Those who spill blood must bear its weight. Theozan continued to advise him, but it is foolish to let that weight crush you. There is nothing wrong with using a sword to survive. Hearing his words left Sihan completely stunned. Always remember the weight of the sword that you carry, and act according to its will. Only a human can judge the sins of another human. After Theozan's advice, Sihan's spirit finally lifted. In that moment, he saw him differently. He was like a true giant, making Sihan think, Theozan is stubborn, yes, but there's no denying he was the leader of the 7 revolutionary heroes. We only overcame those trials because he held our spirits together. It was something I couldn't understand. But looking at the figure before him, Sihan was utterly stunned. Not only did he spare the Empire's dogs, he tried to completely annihilate the Blue Sky Knights. The Theogian I knew never would, but he couldn't believe a person could change so drastically. How far have you fallen, Theogian? He scanned his surroundings, then spoke with satisfaction. That is enough. Hearing Theogian's words, he scowled and shot back. Is this where you've chosen to die, Theogian? Theogian. Though he kept calling his name, Theogian gave no response. He just stared intently at Sihan. After a tense silence, he finally opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of questions. What is happening, Sihan? Both Sajian and Luton said you could never come back. Did someone summon you? And what do you mean, we betrayed you? Was it the remnants of the Dukan clan? Are they manipulating you? Hearing this barrage from Theogian left him completely baffled. After a moment, Sihan erupted in absolute fury. He gritted his teeth and roared, You bastard! What kind of sick game are you playing now? Unable to contain his rage, he let loose a tirade of his own. Do you think I came back just to reminisce? How shameless. Even for the man who betrayed me. The man showed not a shred of remorse, instead firing the question right back at him. I betrayed you? Me? Is that so? Theogian's face twisted with annoyance as he rebuked Sihan. Are you still holding a grudge over what happened that day? Back in that era, all of Terrano had risen against the Rutland Empire. One of the strongest groups was the White Royal Knights, from western Terrano. Sihan first met Theogian in a small town out west back then. The man was incredibly harsh, constantly testing them. You're suggesting we cooperate? Why should I ally with you? I value you and your people as vital comrades in this war against the Empire, but you will have to prove your worth if you want me fighting alongside you. Theogian Lancelot, leader of the White Royal Knights, was a man who was brutally direct and honest. The moment he challenged Sihan, he didn't hesitate to prove himself to Theogian. The impact between them was a violent explosion, creating a blinding light that seemed to shatter the very air. After the thick dust began to settle, the one still standing on the battlefield was the powerful Sihan. He raised his sword high before his opponent, a clear declaration of his victory. To witness such overwhelming power from a mere boy left Theogian utterly speechless. He uttered, the skill of a sword grandmaster, paired with magic that rivals high-ranking sorcerers. That's impossible. Suddenly, he grew intensely excited, exclaiming with joy, I never imagined that someone like you was fighting the Emperor. It seems the heavens haven't forsaken Terrano. It appears I'm the one who must prove my own worth. Seeing Theogian's sudden change in attitude made Sihan smirk with satisfaction. The victory was so decisive it forced the man to offer a handshake. Very well, I will join your war. In Sihan's eyes, he was a sincere man, one who acknowledged his opponent's strength. Sihan had finally met someone he could truly respect, an experienced veteran he could trust and admire. But that same man betrayed him. Back in the tense present, Theogian spoke gravely. I never thought I would see you in Terrano again. Sihan was stunned by the words that came next. Theogian had completely turned the tables. He began to shift all of the blame onto him. I don't think you have any right to blame us, especially when we sent you back, to those who love you. Shocked that he could be so shameless, Sihan was forced to ask, So you're saying I should be grateful that you sent me back to my own world? Is that it? Theogian continued to admonish him. Considering how young you were then, I can understand why you would think that we betrayed you. But 15 years have passed. Haven't you matured enough to understand why we sent you away? The more Theogian spoke, the more Sihan's rage boiled over. Sihan growled, Oh, I know why. Kagan told me everything. Hearing this, something seemed to click in his opponent's mind. He questioned, Sihan, are you also responsible for Jackson's disappearance? At these words, Theozan's fury erupted, and he roared right in Sihan's face. That's even more unforgivable. You fool. How can you act this way after knowing the truth? He unleashed a furious lecture. Something terrible would have happened if you had stayed in Terrano. You have immense power, but you lack the maturity to handle your fame and position. It would have been a burden, and all of it would have become a knife in your back. It would destroy your future and push Terrano to the brink of despair. Sihan stood silently, enduring the tirade. Can you truly deny that we solved everything by sending you back to Earth? But finally, Sihan could take it no more. His anger flared, making his entire body tremble. In a low voice, he asked, "Are you implying that deceiving and manipulating me before sending me back to Earth was for my own good?" But Theozan's conviction didn't waver. He replied firmly, "That's right." Sihan gave him a chance to reconsider, but the man was resolute. He could only sigh in disappointment. "I can't believe you'd say that so shamelessly." At last, Sihan began to defend himself. "You all criticize me for not following Terrano's rules, but none of you ever tried to understand my side of the story. If you really did it for my sake, why didn't anyone tell me?" But in Theozan's eyes, his words were meaningless. He continued his self-righteous rant. "And what good would that have done? I'm older and far more experienced than you. I knew exactly how you would have reacted." Sihan saw no point in arguing further and changed the subject. "Why did you recruit the Blood Knights?" Theozan calmly gave his reason. "They are a necessary evil. They've committed terrible crimes, but they're also skilled warriors." Not stopping there, Sihan pressed him with another question. "Then how can you justify trying to destroy the Azure Sky Knights?" Theozan stubbornly denied all of his crimes. "What are you talking about? Why should I justify it? They spread false rumors and sowed discord throughout the kingdom. I simply made an example of them, showing what happens to those who dare challenge the king's authority." Hearing this, Sihan couldn't help but laugh. His sudden reaction left Theozan completely bewildered. "What's so funny?" Sihan let out a laugh as he replied, "The way you speak reminds me of someone, and I realize you're just like a man I used to know." With that, Sihan decided to end the conversation. He decisively raised his sword, pouring his inner power straight into the blade. In an instant, a blue aura swirled around the blade, emitting a mysterious light. "The way you see things only from your own perspective is just like my father, Theozan." Seeing this, Theozan immediately took a fighting stance. A brilliant red flame erupted, enveloping his own sword. He snarled at Sihan in frustration. "You really are a fool. Do you still not get it?" But the insult didn't seem to faze Sihan. In fact, he agreed. "You were right about one thing, Theozan. I truly was a fool." The moment the words left his lips, Sihan and Theozan rushed at each other. His blade, cloaked in a cold blue aura, clashed violently with Theozan's blazing sword. A piercing shriek of metal echoed through the air. The aftershock from the impact suffocated the very air around them. Sihan roared with hatred. "Forever believing you were worthy of my trust and admiration," Theozan roared back, refusing to lose. "You're as arrogant as ever, but I'm not the man you once knew," Sihan declared. Theozan immediately leaped back, creating some distance. The flames around Theozan blazed even fiercer as a thick killing intent radiated from him. The air grew heavy. He declared with absolute confidence, "I will show you that your title of Otherworlder means nothing now." On another part of the battlefield, amidst the chaos, a crimson bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the ground with terrifying speed. Lightning relentlessly hammered the earth below, each blast tearing the ground asunder. It shattered the land into pieces. But instead of dodging, Ultra used the flying debris to close in on his foe. He moved like a bolt of lightning, leaping across the rubble. Using the terrain as cover, Utro drew his bowstring, aiming straight down at his foe. Arrow raised, eyes locked on his target. Power began to gather at the tip. With his arrow aimed, he roared, "Phantom Thunderfall," as the divine lightning was unleashed. The moment the string was released, the arrow became a roaring thunderclap, hurtling down towards Malop. But the attack meant nothing to him. In a flash, Malop sliced the arrow clean in two. The impact created a massive explosion, sending shards of earth and rock flying everywhere. However, before he could recover, Malop sensed another powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Seizing the opening, Bezada dove from above to strike, but her attack was futile. With his perfectly honed reflexes, Malop swiftly turned, parrying the blow with his blade. Her plan foiled, she instantly fell back, creating a safe distance between them. Utro moved to Bezada's side, taunting him. "Aren't you letting your guard down a little too much?" Despite Malop's bravado, Utro remained cautious, whispering a warning to his comrade. "Even in this 2-versus-1 fight, we're still not strong enough to match him." Malop, his aura radiating killing intent, replied grimly, "I'm doing my best to take you alive." He arrogantly declared, "This fight is unnecessary. I have no desire to see any blood spilled. The outcome is already decided. It's not too late to surrender," Malop lectured them. The Azure Sky Knights were purged for disrupting the kingdom's order. You don't seem to understand. The one who betrayed you was the otherworldly savior, not the 6 heroes of the revolution. Hearing this, Utro couldn't help but laugh. Is that what you believe? I'm not surprised. Suddenly, his spirits lifted. Utro raised his bow defiantly. I don't think I can persuade you with words alone. Then I'll just have to make you understand with my actions. Now, bring it on. Malip was stunned to see his hesitation vanish in an instant. Where did this confidence come from? Utro's sudden optimism baffled him. It was as if he truly believed they could still win. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the relentless sound of clashing steel echoed. Zenon unleashed a powerful strike, sending Samit flying. Beaten so soundly, he was terrified by the boy's strength. How? How was he this powerful? But with his immense pride, Samit couldn't accept defeat. He roared, "You brainless brute! Anyone can swing a sword around. It's time I showed you what true swordsmanship looks like." With that, he charged forward like a lightning bolt. Samit unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. Even the 6 heroes of the revolution acknowledged my skills. But his threats had no effect on Zenon, who wasn't the least bit afraid. He stood his ground, ready for the attack. Is that so? Well then, I suppose I'll get serious too. In the blink of an eye, his blade flashed past Samit's face. The sudden attack left him completely stunned. His eyes widened in absolute terror. Though the blade didn't touch him, its suffocating proximity was enough. It was enough to shatter Samit's composure. He thought in horror. Did he just thrust a 2-handed sword at me? Witnessing Zenon's incredible technique left him in complete awe. I've never seen anyone wield a sword like that. The battle between Zenon and Samit was now stretched taut. Neither was willing to give an inch, as they exchanged a series of blindingly fast strikes. Flashes of light erupted all around them. Facing his opponent's immense skill, he gritted his teeth as a memory surfaced. This reminds me of featherweight, a fighting style from the western Terrano region. I'm sure I've seen this style before, but never imagined it could be used with a great sword. Golden streaks of incredibly powerful light erupted from Zenon's sword. They surrounded Samit from every direction. The sword he now held in his hands began to crackle with crimson lightning. A terrifying orb of red energy formed, radiating immense killing intent. A brilliant aura then enveloped Zenon. He now looked more confident than ever before. What's wrong? Weren't you taught by the greatest swordsman in all the 6 lands? Model. So why be ashamed of that aura? Hearing the taunt, Samit grew furious and challenged him. How dare you? Do you know who I am? But before he could finish, he froze. He realized something. This wasn't just a duel. Alita had joined the fray. Her blade struck from behind, a sudden ambush. This ghostly appearance made Samit break into a cold sweat. Did she leap from the shadows? Lovina's stealth skill. She walked to Zenon, expressing her regret. I missed. Samit, meanwhile, quickly confirmed his suspicion. I knew it. They're definitely members of the Queen's Knights. Even ambushed, Samit let out a thrilled smile. You're pretty good, but you're still reckless. Despite facing 2 opponents, he remained confident. But you have no chance of winning. I have His Majesty Theozan, a revolutionary hero, backing me. With him behind me, just stall for time, and you'll face him. Hearing this, Alita showed no emotion, and her cold reply instantly shut him down. I suppose you're right. Hit by Alita's ultimate boast-countering technique, Samit stood frozen solid. This isn't the reaction I expected. Isn't she worried? He began to question his entire existence. How could she be so calm after hearing that name? Is she hiding something? Something stronger than the heroes of the revolution? Suddenly, a soldier's cry pulled him back to reality. Captain Samit! The soldier's face instantly turned pale as a sheet. Could it be? Samit immediately looked forward, his eyes wide, widening in disbelief at the sight. Far in the distance, a pillar of dark purple light erupted violently into the sky. Malip and Vegeta also fixed their gaze on the event unfolding there. A sense of dread washed over him, seeing that familiar attack. No way. This energy feels so familiar. Could it be the revolutionary captain, Sihan Sung? And he wasn't wrong. At that moment, Sihan was marking his return with a world-shaking tremor. Theozan was known as the strongest swordsman. With a unique ability, he could master any sword style and grasp its core principles. However, he had no talent for aura techniques. It took him longer than Alita or even Jackson Ward to reach the rank of Grand Master. Of course, that was only possible due to the extraordinary talent they both possessed. But Theozan was still seen as a rare genius. It seemed he'd hold that special rank forever, until he was dethroned. Then a man from another world appeared, reaching God tier in 3 years by mastering aura. Theozan's talent was completely overshadowed by him. Theozan realized his position and skills were threatened. I can't keep up with them. There's only one thing I can do. He collected and learned countless sword arts. Then, he perfected them. Gaining absolute control over his body and mastering their techniques, he achieved a new power, rivaling the others. He believed he was on the right path, and trained even more relentlessly. When he took the throne, he summoned every skilled swordsman to learn from them. Theozan refused to fade away. He would be remembered as a legend, forever. After 15 years of brutal training, he finally gained the power he craved his entire life. And now, Theozan faced Sihan with that very terrifying power. Having obtained the pinnacle of strength, he no longer feared anyone. Bring it on, Sihan. A powerful crimson light tore through the air. It left two soldiers gaping in awe. To attack and defend with perfect flexibility, Theozan quickly equipped a shield. He slammed his sword down, unleashing red lightning. The overwhelming power surged toward Sihan. But with his sharp reflexes, Sihan dodged it with ease. With no hesitation, he shot forward to counter the attack. In that moment, Theozan's face remained utterly calm, and before Sihan could even touch a hair on his head, he was sent flying by a powerful shield bash. Sihan gripped his sword, his face contorted. This fight was tough. He quickly regained his composure and took a stance. This battle was nothing like the one against Jack Senward. You must have spent the last 15 years training. A confident smirk spread across his face. And yet, nothing's changed. You still have more aura, but the gap between us has closed. Sihan's blade began to glow, crackling with an immense electrical power. Is that so? In response, Theozan's sword radiated a menacing, crimson battle aura. Not to be outdone, the two warriors charged, clashing in a shower of sparks. Their swords met with unprecedented force, and in an instant, a massive energy explosion erupted. It unleashed a terrifying mix of power, threatening to blow everything away with its shockwave. Sihan struggled to hold his ground. At this point, he had to admit it. So you've broken your limits and reached the God of War level. Suddenly, Theozan paused their fierce battle to reminisce. Do you remember the first time we met? Sihan was not just a master swordsman, but a gifted magic user. He had lost their last encounter because Sihan's magic was simply overwhelming. Now, he vowed to avenge that shame. But this time will be different. Come on. Try using your magic on me like you did back then. Hearing this, Sihan just smirked and declared bluntly, I don't need magic. Unfazed, he pointed his blade forward with ice-cold eyes. This sword is more than enough to handle you. But Theozan found this ridiculous and burst into mocking laughter. Are you serious? You plan to fight me without your precious magic? He was still looking down on him. He belittled his fighting ability with a sneer. It seems that after returning to Earth, you've forgotten something important. You have never once beaten me without using your aura. Your greatest strength is that limitless aura, but it's useless against me now. It was a bafflingly ignorant statement. Theozan was supremely confident in his own swordsmanship. He swung his blade at Sihan. The outcome of this battle will be decided by our sword skills alone. Although his fluid, fruit-slicing strikes were impressive, they weren't enough to trouble Sihan. He thought he'd dodged it completely, but the blow still grazed him. Seeing this, Theozan grew even more smug and boastful. You thought you dodged that? It's too early to be surprised. Let's see how you handle this. Theozan then unleashed a barrage of slashes, forcing him onto the defensive. With all the techniques I've learned from this land's greatest swordsman, I must teach you a lesson. For your ingratitude, and for spurning the kindness I showed you, prepare yourself, Sihan. He fought like a frenzied beast, losing all control as he relentlessly attacked Sihan. But after unleashing his flurry of attacks, he paused, realizing something was wrong. Huh? Theozan suddenly froze in place. Thinking back, he finally understood. There was a change in Sihan's movements. No, he's starting to block more of my attacks. He's adapting to my rhythm. But how is that possible? While Theozan was still wondering, Sihan spoke up. I've thought a lot about what you might say to me. The energy sphere beside Theozan shattered into pieces, making his heart skip a beat. Sihan couldn't accept his pride being trampled on, and his expression darkened. Determined to reclaim his honor, he said, But I never imagined you would call me ungrateful. How dare you be so hypocritical when you're the one in the wrong? In Terrano, there are countless families who dedicate their lives to the sword, with deep knowledge and refined sword styles. All the techniques passed down through these clans have been absorbed by one man. Having mastered countless sword arts, the flow and tempo of his blade were constantly changing. If Theozan's opponent lacked equal skill, they could never keep up with these endless variations. That was how it was supposed to be, until Theozan clashed with a master like Sihan, a man who changed his entire perspective. Facing such masterful counterattacks, he couldn't help but wonder, how could Sihan adapt to his techniques so quickly? Seeing Theozan completely stunned, Sihan seized the chance to taunt him. Why the long face? You look surprised. I wasn't slacking off when I was on Earth. At its core, swordsmanship is simply defeating an opponent with a blade. The concept is similar, but not entirely the same. His words stopped Theozan cold. In terms of sword theory, Sihan was easily his equal. However, the pure principles and essence of these sword arts also exist on Earth. While he stood there stunned, Sihan unleashed a supreme, devastating strike. Theozan had always been arrogant, looking down on everything, so he refused to believe it. Are you claiming these techniques can be found on Earth? How is that possible? Your world doesn't even possess aura. Hearing this, Sihan seized the moment, launching into a lecture to open Theozan's eyes. Exactly. Since people on Earth can't rely on aura, their sword skills had to become far more refined. Of course, a battlefield duel and a sporting match are two very different things, so it took me a while to adapt to your style. But Theozan's narrow worldview couldn't possibly accept these words. Impossible. These are secret techniques, preserved for generations by Tiziano's greatest sword masters. Are you saying anyone on Earth can learn them, and that these techniques are spread across social media and books? On Earth, anyone has access to these techniques. Take that last move, for example. You rotate your shoulder and hip while advancing to distort the perception of distance. That kind of technique is common in modern boxing or kendo. The more Theozan rejected this unbelievable reality, the more Sihan pressed the point. In the past, single-handed sword techniques were treated like treasured family secrets, but now, you can find video tutorials just by searching online. Earth has countless masters willing to display their skills. No matter how much Sihan insisted, he vehemently denied it all. Don't be absurd. I can't believe a world exists that disrespects martial knowledge so profoundly. Their duel of swords had now become a duel of words. Sihan shot back. Why is that so unbelievable to you? If there are worlds that don't value human life, why can't there be a world like mine? To be fair, mastering martial arts isn't easy. Even I can't learn just from watching a video. My knowledge might be shallow compared to his, but seeing a technique once makes a world of difference. Fueled by their opposing views, they clashed in a fiery battle, neither side willing to back down. Before, Theozan stood no chance against the hero from another world when it came to using aura, but he closed that gap by relentlessly honing his skills. On the other hand, Sihan's skills were once far inferior, but he has now improved enough to fully leverage his aura mastery. After that brutal exchange, he was forced to change his initial assessment of Sihan. I thought Alita was my only true rival, but now you suddenly appear to block my path. His mind was in turmoil, and he began to spout nonsense. Does this mean Alita summoned you? Hearing this, Sihan went completely still. He couldn't imagine how Theozan came to that conclusion. What is he talking about? His silence was mistaken for confirmation. I knew it. That's the only way this makes any sense. Unbelievable. You've sided with her against me? You've fallen for her temptations again? You fool. Seeing him blame everyone but himself, Sihan let out a weary sigh. I can't believe you never considered that this is the result of your own actions. Seeing he couldn't win the argument, Theozan finally relented. Fine. I admit I did not foresee this. Suddenly, his face darkened, as if the sky itself was falling. But this doesn't mean I've lost. Theozan's pride was immense. He refused to fall before Sihan. But in that moment, Sihan stood motionless like a statue. He sensed something was wrong, and then rocks from above began to fall all at once. It was as if an invisible force was at work. Ever competitive, Theozan was determined to prove his superiority to Sihan. He was supreme. An explosion of light erupted around him. Sihan was stunned. He never imagined Theozan would go this far. His face twisted. This was bad. He could actually use the war god's aura. This was no longer a game. Theozan was serious now. The very space around him trembled from his power. He offered one last chance to avoid catastrophe. Lower your sword and surrender. Sihan, I am still willing to show you mercy. But Sihan wasn't one to back down. I think your years on the throne have made you completely delusional. You don't scare me in the slightest, Theozan. With that refusal, Theozan's patience finally snapped. Is that your answer, Sihan? Very well. Suddenly, Theozan's entire body erupted in a brilliant golden radiance. There was no turning back. No matter how impossible the odds, he would fight until the very end. A radiant aura now enveloped his opponent. He knew nothing of the war god's aura. He had to be prepared for anything. Sihan thought he was ready, but the sight before him now made his eyes widen in disbelief. Countless swords of pure light materialized in the air. Sihan, I didn't want this, but your time has come. Theozan was truly serious. forming a matrix of light blades, a meteor shower of death meant to end him. The sheer scale of this technique was breathtaking. So many swords. So this was his ultimate technique. The sword's holy aura detonated. The blades descended like falling stars, hurtling toward Sihan at light speed, like heaven's final, furious judgment. Sihan could only marvel at its unimaginable power. Unlike his own skills, Theojian had become the swords themselves. He had truly reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The next moment, a new flash tore through the darkness. War God's aura, 12 blades of light. The swords erupted, covering the sky and ground, shaking the very fabric of space around Sihan. In a flash, Sihan spun, unleashing a flurry of counterattacks on pure instinct. His blade moved with both grace and brutality, each strike precise and devastatingly clean. His counters tore through the matrix of light, shattering the deadly siege of 100 glowing blades. Sihan grinned as his strikes destroyed the swords. "You have numbers, but your blades are far too weak. Is that all you've got, Theojian?" But this was only the beginning. The next wave will be hell itself. I was merely testing a skill meant for Alita. It's ill-suited for you. If my blades can't face you directly, then they won't have to. Hundreds of swords converged like a constellation of stars, forming a deadly cage of light that sealed every escape route, trapping Sihan in a radiant prison, cold as the grave. Refusing to be trapped, Sihan unleashed a ferocious counter, his killing intent blazing. "I'll shatter them all." But his foe was like a phantom, completely untouchable. He dodged every single attack flawlessly, flowing like water and rendering each blow useless. Sihan was stunned by his opponent's masterful evasion. How was he dodging like that? I never knew he could move this way. The moment his rhythm faltered, a flash of light erupted from nowhere, shooting toward him like a divine spear of judgment. Another beam of light flashed from behind, a silent, deadly strike like an unseen dagger at his throat. The swords didn't stop. They constantly reformed their matrix, creating a labyrinth of blades where one wrong move meant death, as if each sword possessed a will of its own. I'm not overwhelmed, but I can't find a single opening to strike back. As Sihan grew desperate, his opponent mocked him. "Why are you only defending? I thought you had already seen through my technique." Blades blurred past him, faster than the eye could see, completely sealing off his movements. Sihan's expression grew tense. This is the true pinnacle of swordsmanship. If this keeps up, just defending myself will be impossible, let alone finding a chance to counter. An incredible technique. It felt like facing multiple masters at once. The blades shifted, aiming as one right for Sihan's face, poised to strike. For a moment, his focus wavered. He muttered, "Impossible. I can't win." But Sihan didn't retreat. He moved like wildfire, unleashing a full-force blow. It struck the formation's core, and an explosion thundered through the sky. Still, Theozan held his ground, commanding the light swords like a master of fate. Each blade fell like an undeniable verdict. It was over. But in that invincible light, a single crack appeared, spreading like a web before shattering. Sihan smirked victoriously. "If skill alone won't beat you, then I'll use absolute power." Sacred flames erupted from Sihan's body, engulfing the entire sword matrix. Having unleashed his attack, Sihan waited in tense silence for the outcome. In that single moment, the light vanished, swallowed by a sea of sacred fire, a testament to his will to resist. The once mighty light swords proved no match for Sihan's sacred power. He grew confident, having finally grasped Theozan's patterns. Does he mean to overwhelm my ultimate art with mere brute force? How dare he? In the next moment, Sihan had neutralized every single light sword. Theozan's body still radiated a brilliant light, but his assault had stopped. The arrogant confidence Theozan held moments ago was now completely shattered. "Is that all you have?" He blamed Sihan, despite his own inexperience. "You should be ashamed. I never expected you to resort to such cheap tricks. To reach the rank of war god is the highest honor for any warrior on this continent. As such, you should act with dignity." But Sihan refused to be manipulated, firing back. "Do you take me for a fool? I know I can't defeat you on skill alone. You're so obsessed with that idea, it's almost pitiful." He then let out a smirk. "But if that's what you want, I'll gladly oblige." Sihan's 3 sacred flame swords shot forward. It was time to show Theozan what true power really looked like. If you want to survive this, you'd better muster every last bit of your light aura. Then again, that's your problem. Sihan's words had clearly struck a nerve. Theozan's face darkened, but he remained silent. The world became a blur of fire, with Sihan standing at the center of his own inferno. "It's time to end this." Theozan. Solar flare burst. It was a skill that merged his 12 light swords, It formed a massive sphere of light with unparalleled destructive power. However, its long casting time and clear trajectory made it easy to dodge or interrupt. But Theozan had exhausted his light aura. He had no way to stop it. His face twisted with bitterness. "Are you looking down on me, Sihan? That flawed skill only works on beasts." Though his body was failing, Theozan's spirit remained stubbornly defiant. "This isn't over. I can still fight." A brilliant light suddenly erupted, engulfing him in a sea of flame. Sihan watched in awe. Is he forcibly drawing out his own light aura? A truly desperate gamble. With nothing left to lose, Theozan had decided to bet it all in an instant. He suddenly burst into laughter. War God's aura, sword incarnate. Light swords moved at terrifying speeds, swirling around him like a storm of light. Sihan couldn't help but respect his incredible endurance. Unbelievable. He can still use it. To repeat that move requires a stunning level of focus. Space warped around him again with countless swords of light, forming rotating, interwoven pillars. It created an inescapable matrix of death. Theozan grit his teeth in pure frustration. Under that immense pressure, a brilliant light suddenly descended, striking him like divine judgment. A thunderous explosion tore through space as the light sword matrix was re-established. Theozan smirked, believing his counterattack had completely annihilated Sihan. He had suddenly flipped the entire board at the 89th minute. He broke my technique. His arrogance swelled as he taunted Sihan. "You're an utter fool. Finish me with your 12 light swords? You can only blame your own pride for losing this fight. The tables have turned. I bet you spent all your light aura on that single move. Without your aura, you can't possibly defeat me." Though it wasn't decided, Theozan was cocky. Believing victory was his eyes blazed with killing intent as he prepared the final blow. "I overpowered the Savior's ultimate war god aura with my own signature technique. My life's greatest wish has been fulfilled. Die, Sihan." But it was far from over. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted before him, freezing him in an instant. The entire sky of light was engulfed by fire, a raging inferno that incinerated everything in a dazzling blaze. "Surprised, old man?" Theozan never saw this move coming from Sihan. "A magic spell? You told me earlier you wouldn't use magic." Sihan just stood there, completely calm. He didn't utter a single word. But in the next second, Sihan's calm broke into a wicked smile. Miscongeniality lied. Seeing the mockery, Theozan's blood began to boil. "You little brat." A divine flame, red as heaven's fire, exploded and instantly consumed him. In a flash, the sky became a sea of fire, where light itself was devoured, and Theozan was gravely wounded. The cataclysmic explosion seemed to rip space apart, causing the very ground to shatter. Theozan couldn't withstand the destructive force and was thrown back, sprawling across the chaotic rubble. His face, twisted and bloodied, he spat out each bitter word. "You were playing with me from the start. I take back what I said. You lack the honor a warrior needs." Sihan just walked calmly forward. "But unlike you, I have a conscience." Theozan couldn't swallow the shame and screamed back. "Argue? All I did was send you back to your world. How can you treat me like an enemy, after the kindness I've shown you?" Sihan saw it differently. "That wasn't your decision to make. You have no right to decide what defines success or failure in my life. I am not you, Theozan." Sihan aimed his sword directly at him with fierce resolve. Theozan knew that talking was pointless, so he sighed in defeat. "You haven't matured at all, Sihan. Fine then, do as you wish. Take your revenge." But Sihan's next words made him freeze. "I very much want to, but this is as far as I go. Someone else has unfinished business with you. Isn't that right?" A truly shocking comeback, and now a third party has entered the fight, right? "Ut Rao?" He then officially stepped out from the shadows. Theozan was stunned to see him standing there. "Ut Rao." He stared at him with a look that said, "I've been waiting for this day for a very long time." With his role now over, Sihan turned to leave. "I'll leave the rest to you, Ut Rao. I'm ashamed of myself. Not only did I fail to protect my precious comrades, surviving all alone, but I couldn't even defeat you myself. In the end, I had to rely on someone else. And now, this is the moment Theozan pays the price. The very least I can do, for those who have already fallen, is make you answer for your sins." But in that moment, Malip was gazing toward the distant, snow-covered mountains. With a pensive look, Bizeta stood beside him, gently brushing back her hair and showing her own surprise. "I never thought you'd surrender, Malip. I figured you were the type who would never back down, no matter the circumstances." Realizing her mistake, Malip was quick to clarify. "I haven't surrendered. This is a temporary truce until I meet Captain Sihan. That doesn't mean I've abandoned my loyalty to the king." Meanwhile, Theozon faced Ultra's unbridled wrath, completely powerless. I admire you both. When two men I trust and follow clash, I must see the outcome with my own eyes before I decide. Since he was given full authority, Sihan could only watch, not daring to interfere. A true stalemate. Theozon shot back, his voice low and threatening. You've tarnished my royal authority with these false rumors of yours. By spreading the lie that I betrayed the otherworld savior, you've caused chaos in my kingdom. Insulting my authority as a king is a grave crime. Do you not feel any resentment for having to pay the price? Theozon accused him angrily, but stood firm, his conscience clear as he retorted. They are not false rumors. How can you still say that in this situation? Sihan, standing nearby, knew this war of words. Between these two was far from over. He won't back down, even at death's door. His conviction is absolute. When he stood against the Empire's oppressive rule, he was a revolutionary loyal to his cause. But times have changed. Now he's just a dictator who listens to no one. His own ambition and wickedness pushed him down this twisted path. Every time he recalls the man's hollow justifications, Euro's anger boils over. I had no other choice, Euro. I did it for the people. Your words mean nothing to me. A blood debt must be paid with blood. So Euro himself will deliver the sentence. Save those excuses for the Azure Sky Knights you're about to meet. They will be the ones to judge you. The words barely left his lips before the moment of judgment came. Euro, without hesitation, drove his sword straight through him. A spray of crimson filled the air. Theozon could no longer resist, and was forced to accept his fate. Even as death claimed him, his final words were a curse. You fools! Who will rule this nation when I am gone? Euro, showing no remorse, pulled his sword free and ended it. Theozon's hands fell limp at his sides. This is the price for selling one's soul to a demon. Theozon now lay motionless in a pool of crimson. For old time's sake, Uro bid him farewell. Goodbye, Theozon. The hero I once put my faith in, the burning ideals that fueled his ambition, have now turned to ash, following his footsteps into the void. Soon after, shocking news reached the ears of Dena. The master swordsman, Samit, is dead. She knew exactly why he met his end. He was distracted by a massive pillar of light that shot into the sky. They thought Samit was only dueling Zenon, but Alita appeared from the shadows, turning the duel into an ambush he couldn't possibly counter. A stream of deadly ethereal blue light shot directly towards Samit. In a 2-against-1 fight, you don't walk away. And just like that, Alita sent him to his grave. The master had blasted him with a powerful spell that instantly obliterated his body, leaving nothing behind, except for a few scattered fragments, including a foot, a kidney, and other various organs. Hearing her recount this so precisely made him speechless. You don't need to be so graphic. Though the immediate danger was gone, Zenon couldn't shake his concern. Even with their captain Samit dead, the Royal White Knights refused to surrender. They just continued to fight. We tried to stop the battle, knowing some were old comrades, but there were still casualties. Sihan looked down with a heavy heart, but he understood. It's unfortunate, but I know these things can happen in the heat of battle. Since things had calmed down for now, Sihan wanted to know what Zenon was planning. So, what do you intend to do? But before he heard the answer, he was stunned by a sudden appearance. Malup? What? Sihan hadn't even had a chance to move, but Malup was already sweating, admitting his fault. I don't know. Although, it's hard to believe our king betrayed you. But if your words are true, we must believe them. We trust you, Captain. Malup's brow furrowed as he announced their next move. I believe it's time we cleaned up this mess. Hey, before we decide, we can't ignore the facts. Without hesitation, Sihan asked directly, are you planning to hide the truth behind Theozon's death? Malup answered with brutal honesty. That is not my decision. We must see Prince Izan first. You should accompany us to Garcia, our royal capital, Captain Sihan. He then flashed a brilliant smile, weighing the proposal. After a moment of thought, Sihan finally agreed to join them. A sound idea. Let's go, Malup. That evening, as darkness fell and snow blanketed the land, Alita was still wide awake. She gently pulled back the flap of the tent where he was staying. Sihan. At her sudden appearance, he froze for a brief moment. He then calmly sat on the bed and spoke. I'm not sure if this is appropriate, when I am only carrying out my revenge. What is it, Alita? She had come, worried for him. I thought you might be brooding alone again. You tend to do that after claiming your vengeance. Realizing he'd made Alita worry, Sihan felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, I'll confess, I don't feel relieved. But I don't feel bad about it either. There's no other way to describe it. All this time, I felt I truly belonged to this place, or to Earth. I sought revenge as a Terrano, but I also think like an earthling. I couldn't end Theozan myself, but it's not like anyone is judging how well I carried out my revenge. I've realized that my own feelings are what matter most. Hearing his heartfelt words, Alita could finally relax a bit. Sihan slowly stepped forward, saying he wouldn't push himself any longer. He would let go. So, I'm going to do what I want. According to the Royal White Knights report, their king had reached a new plateau in his training, but in the end, he self-destructed after losing control of his war god's aura technique. The force of the explosion ravaged the landscape, burying countless victims in its wake. Malap expressed his condolences for those who had fallen, leading to the deaths of high-rank knight, Samit, and many other royal white knights. The people couldn't accept this shocking reality, and chaos erupted. This can't be true. How could that happen to our king? That's most of our military might, and a very familiar face was present. It's been a while, Izan. The moment he saw Sihan, he broke out into a cold sweat. No way. Is that you? The people beside Sihan left Izan even more speechless, and the two wanted fugitives, Utro and Bezeta, are also here. He couldn't trust his own eyes and was lost in thought. Suddenly, Ezan realized something. For all of you to be here, there must mean the rumors are true. You sought me, not my brother. Sihan didn't deny it, simply confirming with a calm face, that is correct. Theozan is dead. At those words, his heart stopped, and Izan's throat felt tight. He slowly choked out a few words. I see. So it was him. I understand. Inside, his mind raced. I will head to the palace immediately. I appreciate high-rank Knight Malap's support. I will be Theozan's king. He felt no grief, only ambition for the throne. Everything proceeded smoothly thanks to Malap and Ezan. I suspect people may not believe Theozan's death was just an accident. It's unlikely anyone would think Malap would lie. Neither Malap nor Ezan had reason to betray Theozan, Utro added as they walked. Unlike Jackson, Theozan was not a despised man. As long as everyone keep high silent, no one will question Theozan's death. For Sihan, that was enough. That's good enough for me. No need to cause anxiety for those who are unaware. I'm glad we could handle Theozan's death without arousing any suspicion. By the way, what of Theozan's children? He recalled what he had managed to overhear. They are too young to take the throne, but it seems Theozan already named them his heirs. They appear to control everything here. We stayed longer than we planned, but our job is finally finished. It is time to return home. They had been away for far too long. It was the right time to go back. But who could have predicted it? The moment the words left his lips, everyone vanished into thin air, rushing as if his life depended on it. Sihan finally returned to his estate. Kelterzan, overjoyed, rushed out to greet him. Welcome back, my lord. I'm glad it went well. Sihan was struck by the man's peculiar appearance. Now that's quite an interesting look you've got there. Even for you, Kelterzan. Were you so happy to see me? You tossed aside your socks and shoes? I suppose that proves your unwavering loyalty, doesn't it? Am I wrong? You can't fool me. Caught. Kelterzan awkwardly pulled on his socks. It's an old habit I've been trying to break. Seeing Usro had returned with him, he greeted him with great enthusiasm. Isn't that the Swordmaster Usro? Long time no see. Has it really been 15 years? I remember him as a fool with a silly nickname, but now he's actually a prime minister. Seeing him in person leaves me speechless. He had already prepared what Sihan requested. Here is what you asked for, my lord. Sihan took the documents, a satisfied look on his face. Well done, Kelterzan. Zenon, standing nearby, eyed the papers curiously. What is that? Sihan held up the papers, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. A new role for the Azure Sky Knights. After Theozan nearly wiped them out, they scattered across the continent, starting new lives. Prime Minister Kelterzan was deeply saddened to find that the heroes of old were not given the respect they deserved. He secretly approached them, and moved by his sincerity, they chose to serve as knights under his command once more. Kelterzan calmly began to spin a fabricated tale, right? But before he could even finish, Usro cut him off, seething with rage. You want us to become your private knights? Everyone shot daggers at Kelterzan. I've heard all about your so-called knights. They're just a bunch of third-rate mercenaries obsessed with money. Their reputation is so foul. Rumors have even reached Theozan's kingdom. Are you looking down on us, Kelterzan? But he remained completely unfazed by the accusation. Is there a problem with that? Then you should take it up with my knight's captain. Sihan chimed in, raising his hand. That would be me, the captain. Despite the fierce backlash, Kelterzan suddenly played the victim. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to ensure you could serve me while keeping your former ranks? Sihan can wear a disguise, but too many people know your faces. I've even avoided expanding my forces just to prevent suspicion. Hearing this, both Usro and Vegeta couldn't stomach another word he said. I understand your reasoning, but the very thought of working for you makes my skin crawl. Kelterzon didn't stop, continuing his manipulation. I'd appreciate it if you showed a prime minister the respect his station deserves. That is, if you don't want to be a burden to Sihan. He then added, trying to reassure them. Of course, I have no reason to disrespect you. No one would find it strange for me to treat the Azure Sky Knights with respect. After Kelterzon's lengthy speech, they finally relented. Fine. Our personal feelings don't matter. Captain Sihan has spoken highly of you, so we have no choice but to accept. I look forward to working with you, Kelterzon. Seeing everything fall into place, Sihan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. But Sihan still had one problem he needed help with. By the way, there were too many witnesses to our battle with Thiozan. We won't be able to stop the rumors, even if we silence the Royal White Knights. Sensing his concern, Kelterzon quickly reassured him with a solution. We'll be fine for a while. It could take months to roll out a new policy nationwide. Once the official announcement is made, we can't stop the rumors, but they won't sweep the country overnight. It might spread fast, but for now, most will believe Thiozan's death was an accident. Rumors of your involvement will take months to cross the continent. Suddenly, Euro's question stunned Kelterzon. How did other nations react to Thiozan's death? After all, a revolutionary hero fell right after the incident with Jackson Ward. True, both events happened close together, but few believe they're connected. A coup in Jackson, Ward and Thiozan losing control. Both are plausible scenarios, but Sihan wasn't concerned about that at all. I guess the second incident doesn't seem that strange to people. We're lucky they don't know about Kagan, Carter Johnson added firmly. You also handled the situation perfectly. Leaving Thiozan's body intact was a stroke of genius. His cause of death was clear, making everyone believe it was unrelated to Jackson Ward's fall. Huh? Oh, that's right. Sihan suddenly realized something he'd overlooked. I have a few months before anyone knows I'm back, right? This means I have to take revenge on Levener before the rumors spread. Meanwhile, Levener stood calmly, gazing into the distance. The recent shocking events at the royal court were hard to believe. First Jackson Ward, and now Thiozan. As they feared, a seed of doubt began to sprout in her mind. This is starting to seem like too much of a coincidence. But it all makes sense if Sihan has returned. Levener immediately guessed his next target. The first case was an anomaly, the second a coincidence, but a third creates a pattern. Now it's just me, Luton Saran, and Kagan. If a fourth incident occurs, she could finally confirm her suspicions. If something happens to any one of us, I'll know for sure that Sihan is back. She stared ahead, waiting for the next move. Once everyone agreed to join Kelterzon, he led them to his private sanctuary. My dear Azure Sky Knights, I wish to personally welcome you on your first day as my knights. This will be your new base. Inside, a magnificent feast he had prepared awaited them. You will each have your own private quarters, and a skilled chef will attend to your meals. But Kelterzon didn't stop there, continuing to offer them even more perks. You can also use the mountains behind this estate as your exclusive training grounds. He provided them with the best, ensuring their full dedication. E.t. Just focus on giving your all to the training. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. He ended with a cunning smile, just as I planned. A schemer like Kelterzon had, of course, plotted all of this from the start. If Sihan returns to Earth after his revenge, the Azure Sky Knights might stay if I treat them well. Maintaining this bond is crucial. The very thought made him smirk with satisfaction. They will become my personal knights, and Jatenbus will form an alliance with Thiozan's kingdom. All thanks to Sihan. A fox that tricks a tiger to become king gets devoured once the ruse is exposed. It's safer to be the mediator for both sides. Once everyone had gathered, Dena spoke with excitement. Now it's time to introduce our commanding officers. Kicking things off, of course, was Sihan. First we have our captain, Sung Sihan. The next introduction was met with a stoic expression. Next up, Vice Captain Ultra. Next is Vice Captain Vegeta Zenon, and last but not least, Vice Captain Alita. She was startled to hear her name, shocked by the thunderous applause and support from everyone. 3 cheers for our beautiful Vice Captain. Whispers rippled through the crowd. I heard Captain Sihan brought her here himself. She's actually a kind person. I thought his taste in women was awful. He's the only one who doesn't know Levener's true nature. I bet he wouldn't believe anyone who told him the truth. I even tried telling him once before. It took a moment for him to regain his composure. He wouldn't fall for her tricks again, would he? But the whispers about Alita left him feeling unnerved. I expect great things from you, Alita. Unfazed, she shot back a confident reply. Don't pressure me. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the others in the distance. Meanwhile, Mark stood apart from the crowd, just observing. Then, his brow furrowed as he asked a direct question. Blue Sky Knights. How did it come to this? Before they pledged their loyalty to Kelterzon had about 10 knights, and among them was Mark, a young man with masterful sword skills. He held the title of knight, but in reality, he was just a third-rate thug who preyed on the weak. He exploited those weaker than himself, enjoying his carefree days as a local brute. But now he stood before legends from the history books. And Mark was now tasked with training the new Blue Sky Knights. And with that, the warm-up was over. A 10-minute break was called. After the brutal session, everyone was completely wiped out. How could that be considered a warm-up? Someone save me. But during the break, a question nagged at Mark. First, they had to deal with a coup. And now the Blue Sky Knights were apprentices of the mercenary king, Badass? What were these legendary figures doing here? Seeing their poor stamina, he stood tall and scolded them. All of you are far too weak. But, just then, Laudervert appeared. He offered a reassuring, picture-perfect smile. Don't worry, this training will forge you into stronger warriors, just like us. Without Captain Sihan, we would have never surpassed the level of third-rate swordsmen. Humans adapt. I am certain you will all grow stronger. Hearing this, Mark's face flushed with embarrassment. But Laudervert's words had truly ignited everyone's fighting spirit to a new level. Let's hear it for the Blue Sky Knights. Thank you, Laudervert. He's right. We can become legends too. Suddenly, I feel like anything is possible. But then, he whispered something incredibly dark. Because, if you fail to adapt, you'll just die. Mark caught the words and immediately spun around. What? What did you just say? Laudervert's demeanor instantly shifted. It was nothing. After their short break, the training resumed. All right, time to begin. This marked the start of their transformation into true swordmasters. And the training was nothing less than hell on earth. Even Mark couldn't endure the Blue Sky Knights regimen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. But he wasn't alone in his suffering. Everyone else was in the same wretched state. Kelterzon's knights were reduced to walking corpses, utterly drained by the grueling training. Sihan understood their exhaustion perfectly. There's no way they could have prepared for this. After all, the training of the Blue Sky Knights was the real deal. Alita, however, seemed somewhat pleased. At least they seemed to be keeping up. With their experience, they'll pick things up quickly. They've already grown stronger. But even as Dena said it, she seemed unsure of her own words. I'm not sure what that even means. Seeing Sihan's silence, Alita immediately jumped to Dena's defense. Are you looking down on Dena? She's incredibly strong for her age. He didn't argue, agreeing with Alita instantly. That's true, and she's a very hard worker. But in the next breath, Sihan made a fateful comparison. But Luvener reached knighthood at her age. By now, she had already achieved the master level. Compared to her, isn't Dena rather ordinary? Furious, Alita repeated his words back to him. Rather ordinary? Realizing he'd crossed a line, Sihan quickly apologized. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to compare them, he tried to explain. Sometimes, I just wonder if the gods made a mistake when they blessed Luvener with so much talent. I can't even imagine how powerful she is after 15 years of training. With that talent, she's surely stronger than Theozan. Hearing him praise her so highly, Alita had to ask, do you think she is stronger than you? He couldn't say for sure. I won't know until we meet. She's probably not far off from my own level. But his fighting spirit surged, filling him with confidence. However, I have reached the pinnacle of my art, an aura, and the power of a floor master. I won't lose to anyone in a one-on-one fight, but with no chance to face Luvener, I sighed in frustration. The challenge is getting that duel. It's better to betray than be betrayed. Just wait for the chance. Luvener's words struck Sihan's heart. It completely broke his spirit. Hearing him say it, Sihan's expression just fell. He couldn't believe she saw him that way. His sudden anger just made Alita laugh. All right, I guess I've been betrayed before. That's how I knew. Days later, Sihan discussed his duel with Luvener with Kelterzon. Recent events in the Phalet Kingdom were unusual. Queen Luvener had tightened palace security to its absolute maximum. Given the current situation, it wasn't the right time to pursue Luvener. Hearing this, Sihan sensed something was terribly wrong. What was going on? Why is she suddenly so guarded? Doesn't she know I've returned? Kelterzon shared his suspicion. Is she wary of other nations? If she found the deaths of Jackson Ward and Theozan suspicious, she'd naturally suspect the revolutionary heroes. though likely not Kagan. It's just not in Kadan's nature to do something like that. However greedy for power, Lovener understands the revolutionary heroes better than anyone. Suddenly, Sihan crossed his arms and chuckled. This is why your acting normally is so important. As a cautious man, Kelterzon prepared for anything. However, we can't rule out that Lovener knows of your return. But Sihan believed Lovener didn't grasp the full picture. Yes, she might have realized something. She's always sharp, but that's not enough. I don't think she's discovered it. She wouldn't be passive if she knew the truth. He wouldn't rush things, choosing to observe from the shadows. I think she has a bad feeling about recent events and is preparing for the worst. But let's see what happens now. Both Earth and Terrano share very similar environmental conditions. On Terrano, a year is 365 days with 4 seasons. Unlike Earth, however, each month has 20 days. This means there are 18 months a year. To complete the year, 5 extra days are added, known as the unlucky days. Conversely, the new year here nearly coincides with Earth's Gregorian calendar. The shortest days of the year mark the new year on Terrano. This calendar was established by the first emperor, Luton the Great. Used for generations, it survived the empire's fall and the rise of the 6 kingdoms. On a beautiful day, Sihan found himself in the mood to read. Hello, my name is Chalet. What's your name? He read with an incredibly serious expression on his face. This is an ancient Atinian book, isn't it? It reminds me of a foreign language textbook from Earth. Meanwhile, Alita stated the obvious. It's customary to introduce yourself when you first meet someone. Even Sihan didn't know what he was doing. Why am I studying the ancient language of another nation? I intentionally skipped classic literature back in school. With her vast knowledge of this world, Alita answered him. But you must learn ancient Atinian if you want to discover what happened to your magic, and why I possess so much of it. And to understand the mysteries surrounding your abilities, for your otherworldly summons, you'll need to decipher the book Dujian left behind. It contains the fundamentals of the Rutland bloodline's otherworldly summoning techniques. While Sihan was slumped over the desk, lifeless, Alita gazed out the window. A picturesque dawn unfolded before her. She called to him excitedly. Look, Sihan, it's the first sunrise of the year. Everyone must be gathered by now. Let's go, too. Everyone was already in the hall, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Everyone was thrilled for the coming new year. May your blade shine brightly again tonight. Let this be a year of no regrets. Sihan quickly joined the celebration. There you are, Captain Sihan. Why don't you tell us how you celebrate the new year on Earth? That's a good idea. He remembered this place was different from Earth, so he adjusted his greeting accordingly. Because the concept of luck doesn't exist here. Happy New Year, everyone. A magnificent feast, filled with steaming hot delicacies, was laid out before them. It was Utro's first time seeing a table overflowing with such incredible food. These dishes are so extravagant. Kelton's chefs must be very talented. But Alita knew exactly who had conjured up this incredible meal. It was probably all Zenon's doing. Despite his appearance as a powerful warrior, he was a master chef. Zenon even prepared a heartfelt meal for Sihan, saying, I attempted the rice noodle soup you spoke of. You did? It looks incredible. As Sihan savored the dish, Zenon eagerly shared the recipe. It was nothing, really. The ingredients are similar to those in traditional Ainasian religious kingdom dishes. I didn't know what sesame oil was, so I used sunflower oil instead. From that moment, Sihan was completely captivated by Zenon's cooking. Incredible. You have to make kimchi next. Soon, Vegeta and Alita, drawn by the aroma, wanted a taste too. Is that dish from your world, Captain Sihan? It looks fascinating. Is there enough for me to try? He thought he would be fine sharing it, but his next words betrayed his thoughts. Of course. Please, help yourselves. Where I'm from, they say each bowl of soup makes you a year older. In that case, we'll gladly partake. But just as Sihan was eating, Kelterzon appeared. Sir, his sudden arrival was a surprise. Kelterzon? What are you doing here? I thought you were at a meeting in the royal palace. Kelterzon's expression turned grave as he delivered the news. There's a matter I must discuss. You have a visitor from the Ainasia religious kingdom, and they've requested an audience. Sihan immediately grasped the situation. Me? Does that mean they want to see Sinte? But his assumption was wrong. No, the man replied. They specifically asked for Sihan Sung, and the mysterious person waiting for Sihan was none other than Sadia. The moment he entered the room and saw her, he froze in his tracks. Her face lit up the moment Sihan entered. Welcome. It has been a long time. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sihan. He was completely floored to find her in this place. Sadia? I wondered who else besides Kagan could know my true identity. So, it was you. Have you stopped being Kagan's body double? Sadia quickly confirmed. Yes, Her Majesty has returned to her rightful place as the Queen. You've changed, Sihan. You seem far more dependable now. Sihan shot back without hesitation. You've changed as well, Sadia. You look much more mature than when you impersonated Kagan. Who would have guessed she would reply so bluntly? And, you're as tactless as ever. This reunion was their chance to finally discuss things left unsaid from the past. By the way, I apologize for sneaking into your bedchamber. I even used soul-piercing strike on you. It's all right. I don't remember it at all. Sadia decided not to beat around the bush. Anyway, let me explain why I am here. Please help me, Sihan. Her Majesty needs your aid. The sudden plea caught him completely off guard. After Kagan lost her power, she is no longer a hero of the revolution or a holy servant of the moon. But that doesn't mean she can abdicate her position as queen, even if she desires to. The Six Kingdoms are all newly formed, having only existed for the last 15 years. Although they have taken shape, their stability still relies on the reputation of the revolutionary heroes. The heroes' mere presence is what has prevented war. Kelterzon quickly confirmed this fact. That is correct. I hear things are quite precarious for the Theozon Kingdom due to their situation. Although the Zottenberg Kingdom is faring better now, Sihan retorted. He is an exception. Sadia then continued to explain. It's not that she ever wanted the position, but Her Majesty has never once abandoned her responsibilities as queen. That is why she must prove her excellent health in the Silver Moon Radiance ceremony. If she can pass this ceremony without incident, she'll gain another year to put her affairs in order. She has not forgotten her promise to you. Sihan quickly reassured her. It's fine. You don't need to worry about explaining it all to me. I have already forgiven Kagan. If there's anything I can do to support her, I'll gladly help. After meeting Theozon, Kagan is a saint in my eyes. His entire perspective had clearly shifted. So, what must I do? I cannot use any divine techniques. To his question, Sadia replied, I could help with a show of force, but I am useless in a religious ceremony. I was not told all the details, but Her Majesty is certain that you can help her. Sadia earnestly pleaded with Sihan. Please, come with me to the Holy Kingdom of Inacio. Elsewhere, Kaizen stared into the ink-black night, awaiting the arrival of a hero. And so, Sihan traveled by carriage to the Inacio Kingdom. They left the very next day, though he remained withdrawn on the journey. But his companions wouldn't leave him alone. It wasn't long ago he told her they would never meet again. Yet, he was about to be reunited with her. With Dena and Alita also tagging along, the air grew tense. And of course, there was Zenon's endless chatter. He was just thinking about learning traditional recipes from the Holy Kingdom of Inacio itself. Now he could learn from the source. Sihan simply couldn't understand. Why did they follow him all the way here? Why are all of you with me? I can handle this myself. Alita shot back in surprise. What are you saying? Who else will mask the spatial vibrations? As for Dena, she was brimming with pure, energetic enthusiasm. She is my master. I'll follow wherever she goes. Hearing this, Zenon looked conflicted. I can head back if I'm not wanted. Sihan quickly stumbled over his words. No, that's not it, Zenon. You have to come. You've completely spoiled me. I can only eat your cooking now. After a 2-week journey, Sihan and his group finally reached Lysatesium, the capital of the Holy Inacio Kingdom. Upon setting foot in the kingdom, Sihan immediately went to find Kajin. As he met her again, he took a moment to see just how much Kajin had truly changed. She stood before him in a dark formal suit, her expression grim. The sight left him frozen for a full 5 seconds. So this was Kajin in her official royal attire. She resembled her body double, yet radiated an entirely different aura. Kajin broke the silence, her voice filled with gratitude. Sihan, thank you for coming so quickly. I apologize for this. I never intended to break my promise. Sihan didn't hold it against her, and quickly reassured her, don't worry about it. I've already forgiven you, so let's just talk like we did before. After meeting Theozon, my anger toward you vanished. I must admit, he has changed significantly. Sihan was grateful for what he'd learned, but his views had shifted. He always tried to teach me valuable lessons. The problem is, his lessons no longer hold any meaning for me. Even though Sihan was there, Kajin's worry was palpable. But I must ask, will you truly help me, Sihan? Since Sihan shared the blame, he wouldn't run from it. Yes, I bear some responsibility in this situation, especially now that the balance of power has collapsed after the deaths of Jackson Ward and Theozon. Without a doubt, Luton, Sihan, and Levener have their own ambitions. But it's not like you can just abandon the throne, right? I believe it is best that you continue to rule as queen. I cannot let the people of this kingdom suffer for my own vengeance. But no matter how I look at it, I can't find a way to help. I cannot heal you, and the priest would see through any attempt to mimic your divine power with my key. Hearing Sihan's support, Kagan was overjoyed. She didn't hesitate any longer and revealed her entire plan to him. To convince my people that I am still alive and well, I just need to show my original power once more during the Silver Moon Radiance Festival. This is my plan. The moment he heard this, Sihan froze solid. He couldn't utter a single word, just stood, rooted to the spot, his eyes wide, because what Sihan had just heard was utterly insane. His shocked cry echoed through the hall. Kagan, have you lost your mind? The Silver Moon Radiance, that's the largest tradition of the moon lineage. It's held for the followers of John Lee Sate on the day the full moon's light is strongest. By tradition, the religious leader personally blesses the people within the temple's walls during this ceremony. But Kagan has so much divine power, she can bathe the entire crowded town square in holy light. And this year was no exception. The silver moon rose high in all its glory. Under the bright moonlight, the people flooded the streets. A massive, bustling crowd gathered together, waiting to receive their blessing. When Kagan appeared before them, everyone stared in awe at her arrival. It is Her Holiness, Her Majesty, Queen Kagan Inacio. She was draped in a long, flowing white gown. To her people, she was the moon personified, a beacon of pure, ethereal light. They clasped their hands in prayer, eagerly awaiting the sacred blessing of Kagan. She didn't keep them waiting, raising her hand as a mystical green light began to glow. Beloved children of the Holy Spirit, my cherished brothers and sisters, may John Lee Sate fill you all with his grace. Instantly, a magical light erupted from her, spreading to every corner of the kingdom. In a flash, it turned the night sky into a brilliant tapestry of starlight. As the blessed light showered over them, their hearts filled with pure joy and wonder. This was Kagan's incredible divine power. Seeing it always left me speechless. Such immense power. I can't believe she can cover such a vast area with her energy. It's unbelievable. She's on a completely different level. To the people, Kagan was nothing less than a divine angel. From the depths of her soul, she wished for the kingdom's everlasting prosperity. May all my people be forever blessed by the moon. Everyone began to join their hands. They prayed for their loved ones to receive this divine and powerful grace. Please continue to watch over us, Your Majesty, Kagan. In their eyes, she was as noble and pure as the moon itself. The moment the ceremony ended, she rushed back toward the palace. Kagan struggled for breath as she moved, her face pale from complete exhaustion. Her vision suddenly plunged into darkness. She couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, losing consciousness. But luckily, Zenon was there to catch her just in time. Alita, seeing the dire situation, urged him on. Hurry, Zenon. You have to get her to Sihan as fast as possible. Kagan can't be gone for too long. Sadia will have to take her place for now. I'll leave the rest to you, Sadia. Kagan's divine power sustains her very heart. She will die the instant that power is gone. Zenon cradled her and teleported ahead, desperate for Sihan to save her in time. She can only use her full power once before she perishes. He arrived and quickly laid Kagan on the bed. Seeing her lifeless body, Sihan remembered her earlier instructions. After I use my divine power, my heart will vanish and I will die. When that happens, you must use soul-piercing strike to revive me. Before beginning, Sihan took a deep breath. It was a huge gamble. Even if this was like a game, one mistake meant permanent death, but Sihan had to try. This is too risky. It's the only way, but there's no guarantee this skill will even save her. I must be precise and carefully control my power, ensuring her own divinity isn't suppressed. Kagan had risked her own life to fulfill her duty as queen. Even with her power gone, I cannot afford to make a single mistake. Now, under Sihan's control, a dark purple shockwave immediately pulsed from her body. The entire space was instantly engulfed by that powerful, violet aura. Once it was done, Sihan grew incredibly tense. He didn't dare move, just waited for the result. Kagan's face regained some color. It seemed he'd succeeded. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes and whispered his name. Sihan, did it? Did it work? How long has it been? Kagan's questions were a blur. Sihan's heart was about to pound out of his chest. He couldn't believe he'd actually succeeded and collapsed backward, completely drained. Sihan then let out a sigh of relief. Not even a day. We're still in the basement. I'm exhausted. Kagan walked over and asked, Really? That's surprising. It used to take me days to wake up. He explained it was because they were both drained. It seemed Kagan's condition had improved. She smiled with amusement. I've fought for 15 years on the brink of death and never once died. And now I've died twice. Sihan was shocked she could joke at a time like this and stated bluntly, I'm never helping you with something like this again. She confirmed this would be the final time. Don't worry, I won't ask for your help again. I'll make sure everything is finished before next year's ceremony. Kagan was now completely at ease, having survived a near-death ordeal. Now that this is resolved, I'm going to take a vacation outside. Meanwhile, the people were still gazing at the brilliant moon above. Kazan wasn't risking her life for vanity, but for the very survival of her kingdom. With the kingdoms of Jottenburg and Theozen critically weakened, any sign of weakness from their ally, the Holy Kingdom of Venasius, could shatter the continent's balance of power. By proving her strength, the nations of Theozen would maintain the status quo, or so they believed. Suddenly, a voice called out from the shadows, "Your Majesty, Kazan." "Sadia?" She stumbled out from a wooden wardrobe, completely drained. "What is it? What are you doing here? You could have been seen." Whatever Sadia had endured, she was left breathless, unable to form words. Then, in the next second, she uttered a shocking truth. "The kingdom of Luton has declared war on us. The city of Kagol, known as the Land of Gold, was a major trade hub, and the traditional home of the Galenians. The Holy Kingdom of Venasius could never abandon it. This led to constant disputes with the neighboring kingdom of Luton over ownership. As tensions escalated and the threat of war loomed, the city of Kagol only maintained its neutrality through the intervention of Jackson Ward. This was famously called the Kagol War. And now, Luton was waiting to officially begin hostilities. "It's time to inform my old friend that I am breaking our agreement. She must declare that the city of Kagol belongs to me. It seems war is inevitable once more." Meanwhile, to prepare for the worst, Kazan assembled her retainers. "Now then, what are your opinions? What do you make of the current situation?" She wanted their perspectives first. One of them ground his teeth in frustration. He couldn't fathom the enemy's scheme. "I cannot comprehend what he is thinking." Another gave a cold assessment of their respective manpower and strength. "Considering their economy and military size, they have no chance of winning a war against us now. It isn't as if he's unaware of our army's overwhelming strength. If he dares to mobilize his forces, they'll be spread too thin, becoming a target for other nations. He should be well aware of that." Yet another scoffed at the enemy's bold decision. "No way the great mage of Jimson Tower would declare war so recklessly." "You are right. That is a move Jackson Ward would have considered, not Luton. Perhaps he's probing the strength of Jottenburg, Inacio? Jottenburg and Theozan are currently allied kingdoms. He could be trying to bait reinforcements from Jottenburg to assess their military might." Another countered that Theozan would fight with its full strength. But even if that's true, he would send more soldiers. Roughly 3,000 soldiers are marching on Kagol City. He'd send a much larger force if that was his goal. What if he's testing the loyalty between the allied kingdoms themselves? Even the kingdom of Luton cannot stand against the alliance of all three kingdoms. Is he trying to test the strength of our union? Ezran's strategy was being picked apart by Kazan's people. So, he sent a smaller army on purpose? After all, any soldiers deployed to Kagol City would create a void in his own kingdom's defenses. If that were his true motive, he would have dispatched even fewer soldiers. Then, does he actually intend to occupy Kagol City in this scenario? He wasn't concerned with the question, thinking instead that a larger force would be sent. "They cannot defeat our army." Listening to it all, Kaysen was still perplexed. Then what is it that he truly wants? The man flinched, then replied, "I am merely speaking the truth." Though she didn't want to interfere, she couldn't simply watch. So, his true objective remains unknown to us. However, Kagol is the traditional home of the Galenian people. We cannot abandon them to their fate. After a moment's consideration, Kazan made her decision. "Assemble our troops. We will not ask Jottenburg for reinforcements. I do not know what Luton is truly after, but there is no need for us to reveal our alliance yet." After accepting Kaizen's request, "How many troops do we have?" With her orders, our plans were deployed. Seeing Kaizen again, Sihan was shocked by her powerful new demeanor. She spoke so differently now as a queen. Her polite tone was replaced by one of command. Right after entering the meeting room, she seemed embarrassed, a side effect of becoming queen, that I didn't even notice. But I can't change back now. They would get suspicious. It isn't a bad thing. In that moment, Sihan saw her in a completely different light. When I first saw Sadia as queen, I wasn't impressed. But now, seeing her in action, I feel like I'm talking to a true queen. Kaizen then asked, "Is there a difference?" He denied it. "Not really, I just think it suits you. Anyway, I was wondering, what is Luton truly after? Based on his recent moves, he's definitely plotting something. This is the perfect time for him to strike, now that she's lost her power. But he doesn't know. Still, the fact he hasn't come himself makes me wonder if he's noticed something." Kaizen pondered, then suggested. "In other words, his army must have grown immensely powerful, enough to completely overwhelm my forces." Sihan fell silent. weighing her words carefully. The room fell into silence. After a moment, he decided that was impossible. It just can't be. Kaizen continued to explain. He knows the full strength of my army. There's just no way. His soldiers suddenly became stronger overnight, unless he found a way to mass-produce them. Magic users and sword masters. Sihan expressed his surprise. I'm amazed you used that term so accurately when you didn't know what it meant. She answered him softly. You used to say it all the time. I must have learned it just from hearing you so much. Worrying won't give us answers. But you don't need to worry. This is between me and Luton. You should focus on what you need to do. Sihan, worried for Kaizen, asked, Will you be okay? You just handled one crisis, but you still have to run the country, and now face Luton. Kaizen, confident in her ability to handle it, simply reassured him, I'll be fine. This is another power struggle. Here, authority is more important than my own strength. Suddenly, her expression darkened. Besides, Kaizen stared intently at him. I'm prepared to do anything for you now. Hearing her sincere words, Sihan froze solid. Kaizen had wronged him, and she wanted to atone. I will do whatever you ask. That is how I've chosen to atone for what I've done. In her heart, Kaizen was still worried about the sheer size of his forces. Perhaps he's just provoking me with this declaration of war. The real question is if this provocation leads to an all-out war. But I doubt Luton would send his entire army to invade my kingdom. He's not foolish enough to ignore the threat from Sajang and Lovener. They might have agreed to become his allies, but whether they actually trust each other is another matter. Sihan couldn't believe it had come to this. Unbelievable. 15 years ago, we trusted each other more than anyone in the world. I know power changes people, but not this much. Kaizen's next words shocked him. This didn't happen because we gained power. It's because we betrayed you. If we could betray one of our own friends, what would stop us from betraying each other? Betraying others is like betraying yourself. Sihan's eyes widened, staring at her. Suddenly, memories of the past, when they were all still united, flashed before his eyes. It replayed in his mind, a slow-motion memory. But in reality, those beautiful moments were gone. We just didn't realize it at the time. While Kaizen, preparing for Liu Tin's armed provocation, she closely monitored the neighboring nations. Assuming Liu Tin had allies among them, she focused on the Farlet kingdom. Winner is the ruler. He must have sought outside help, an outside kingdom attacking his neighbor. Especially given the distance between the Pilot and Luton kingdoms. They are the most likely ally for Luton, since they could launch a surprise attack. If the Pilot kingdom is involved, that could be useful for Sihan. Whatever move Winner makes could open a path for Sihan to infiltrate the palace. However, Winner's army remains stationed in the capital, showing no connection to Luton. Ka's mind raced, weighing every option. Even the Sajian kingdom remained silent. Does he truly intend to occupy Kagan City? Regardless, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Ka knew she had to act now. She moved decisively, ordering her subordinate Menta to lead the soldiers to victory. He obeyed without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty. The Lunar Knights, Queen Ka's personal guard. Their captain, Lumen, was a swordsman of the highest caliber. With 3 times the soldiers and Captain Lumen, she expected Luton to retreat, but he remained perfectly calm, without a hint of fear. Instead, Luton revealed a treacherous smirk, as if he held an unbeatable plan. But the situation was about to change. But with no ambush or surprise attack in sight, even Sihan grew restless. It has been 2 weeks, and nothing. If Winner had allied with Luton, I could have used it to my advantage. I secretly hoped she was behind this. It is disappointing she is just hiding in her palace. Meanwhile, Zenon had to listen to his complaints while cleaning the windows. Seeing Sihan's frustration, Zenon suggested a solution. Wouldn't it be easier to go after Sajian first? He is just a normal person if his magic does not work on you. And won't Luton keep the black gunpowder's existence a secret from Sajian's alabaster tower? Sihan tilted his head, considering Zenon's words. You might be right. The Marians are cautious by nature. But wouldn't they also have more magical defenses and items than any other nation? Even without black gunpowder, my magic nullification is not omnipotent. I can nullify any magic aimed directly at me. For instance, a magic sword crackling with lightning cannot shock me. But a sword empowered by that lightning can still cut me. I cannot stop an object that has already been enchanted. After hearing that, Zenon was stunned. Oh, really? I thought all magic was nullified on contact with you. Sihan explained further. If that were true, I could not even use Calamity. It is a magical item. During the revolution, Luton used magic triggers to create golems. To fight otherworldly beasts, Sajian crafted a magic cannon. He used it to fire rocks and metal chunks. The projectiles travel at subsonic speeds, fired from a 10-meter-long magic cannon. People called it the Sajian cannon, out of respect for its power. Suddenly, Zenon's expression darkened as if he realized something. Sajian cannon. That name is not very intimidating. Sihan just laughed and confirmed his thought. True, but do not be fooled. It is as strong as 7th or 8th tier magic, but both have complex activation sequences, so they are useless in a one-on-one fight. That is why you must fight a Marion when they are alone. It gets tougher if they team up with someone like Winner. Zenon finally understood the strategy Sihan was using. I see. So that is why you want to deal with her first. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Sadia, arriving with a message. Sihan, sorry to interrupt you, but Her Majesty wishes to see you now. Sihan was a bit surprised by Ka's sudden summons. A sudden sense of dread washed over him. Kaizen wants to talk? What is it? Sihan would hear the news eventually, so Kaizen revealed everything. Our father just received word that Luton has captured Kagan City. It all happened in a flash, catching Sihan completely off guard. He could not hesitate a moment longer. He burst into her room urgently. Kaizen was already inside, waiting to discuss the matter. As Sihan entered the room, he couldn't believe it. Luton had actually seized the advantage. What the hell happened? Does this mean Lumen is dead? Yes, Kaizen quickly confirmed. She then detailed their immense losses. But that's not all. Our army was almost completely annihilated, yet Liu Tin suffered almost no damage. Even Phoenix Zhe Lumen, captain of the Moonlight Knights, was killed in the battle. Hit by this thunderous news, Sihan couldn't grasp how the tables had turned. How is that possible? I thought we had the upper hand. Kaizen's face was pale as she hesitated. Recounting a survivor's testimony, she said, there were 5 powerful, high-level swordsmen. They wielded 5 brilliant swords of light. Their appearance likely decided the battle's outcome. The more Sihan heard, the more unbelievable it all sounded. But that can only be a refined aura. If they can use that, they must be at the transcendent level. You mean Liu Tin has 4 more master swordsmen besides the SQ captain? But what she revealed next sent him from one shock to another. No. Swordmaster Edwin did not join this battle. His vice-captain, High Swordsman John, also remained in this city. The color drained from Sihan's face. Not a drop of blood remained. He couldn't believe this bizarre situation. So, you're telling me that Liu Tin trained 5 high swordsmen to rival the Crimson Dragon Knights without anyone knowing? That's impossible. Even Kaizen was completely bewildered. I don't understand either. I agree. This situation is absurd. What did he do? Did he really discover how to mass-produce master swordsmen? Master swordsmen? That was the biggest question they needed to solve. Meanwhile, after his swift conquest, Lozin occupied Kagan. He stood grimly before a window. Gazing outside, Lozin was deep in thought. He mulled over the bloody battle. We won easily. No, that's not it. It wasn't because of a special strategy, or that our morale was exceptionally high that day. We had 5 master swordsmen. That was the hidden ace. A latent, mysterious power. An incredibly dangerous force that brought him victory. Each one was a living tactical weapon. Lozin slowly glanced toward them. Even Phoenix Zhe Lumen could not match their attack, their combined assault. These master swordsmen possessed a stunningly intimidating presence. With murderous intent in their eyes, even Lozin was wary of their overwhelming power. They looked like emotionless dolls. Who are they? Since they'd just fought a hard battle, he let them go and rest. Ah, right. Realizing he forgot something, he raised his staff. The brightly glowing stone helped Lozin transmit his thoughts to each of them. Go and rest. Though they were from all over the world, they instantly understood his meaning through the tool. Upon hearing him, they accepted the order. Yes, sir. But Lozin wasn't the one truly in command. It was the scepter itself. They obey only the bearer of the scepter of domination. This doesn't worry me. The officials in the kingdom of Inasius were in an uproar, and that's the dialect of some remote town? So what? One of them slammed the table in frustration. We must reclaim Kagan City. We cannot retreat. But another official expressed his grave concern about the enemy's strength. But Fuangze Lumen has fallen. What can we possibly do? However, another voice cut through the despair. Enough with the weakness. We still have the hero of the revolution, the immortal wizard. Her Majesty, Queen Kadan Inasius, is with us. She is their last glimmer of hope. Everyone quickly voiced their support. You're absolutely right. They are powerless if you handle this yourself. They may be the superior swordmasters, but they lacked the power to defy the immortal witch Sadia. This meeting is now over. Thank you all for sharing your opinions. Let's end the meeting here. Hearing this, everyone quickly stood up and filed out of the room. In that moment, Sadia's lips trembled as if she wanted to speak, her heart burning with anxiety. Because she was Sadia, not their queen. What am I supposed to do now? Kagan also felt a pang of regret. After I lost all my power, I actually felt relieved. It felt like punishment for my sins. But now, things have changed. I truly miss that strength. Sadia was now plagued with a headache, as neither of them could do anything at the moment. I know he didn't mean for this to happen, but I can't resent him. It'd be great if he offered to handle it. Unfortunately, Kagan wouldn't let that happen. I'm afraid that's impossible. Sadia. His identity will be revealed, and my own condition could be exposed. We need a valid reason to send him in my place. Realizing he was their topic of discussion, Sihan approached them and spoke up, startling Sadia with his presence. When did you get here? Since they were all in the same boat, Sihan had nothing to hide. He revealed the blunt truth. There was one other person who knew of this complex situation. His name is Kelterzon. Hearing this, her face fell as if her world was ending, and she shot him a death glare. Did you use magic to contact King Bharat ever? You used such a risky method, just to let him know my secret? Seeing Kadan's misunderstanding, he awkwardly tried to explain. No, he used communication magic, but he sent me a report that the Magonis intercepted. He contacted me immediately after hearing the news about the city of Kagan. Kelterzon had been deeply contemplating this urgent matter. Sihan didn't mention anything specific. But perhaps, did something happen during their battle? Regardless of the truth, the situation was a total mess. If the immortal witch can't use her powers, it could put us all in grave danger. We had all been relying on her for our protection. He closed his eyes, racking his brain, because one wrong move could lead to disaster. After a moment of internal struggle, Kelterzon immediately rushed out. Convene an emergency meeting. Greetings, Sihan. After discussing countermeasures with His Majesty, Onat the First, and many other officials, the Rattenberg Kingdom has decided on military action to support our ally, the Kingdom of Inasiot. However, due to the current situation in Rattenberg, we cannot send direct reinforcements. Therefore, we will send my personal guard. The Knights of Kelterzon will go instead. Hearing this, both women were stunned. Sihan would protect everyone on their behalf. And the captain of the Kelterzon Knights is me, sung Sihan. This gives me the perfect reason to join the Kagan battle. Faced with Sihan's righteous and unwavering spirit, Kadan felt a surge of admiration for him. Seeing a solution to their agonizing problem, she was overjoyed. That will definitely work. I have to admire how perceptive Kelterzon is. Though the Kelterzon Knights were an unknown group, it was a different story when it came to the Blue Sky Knights. This also justifies Kadan's absence from the battlefield. Finally, after all their harsh training, the Blue Sky Knights had a chance to shine. It was time for the mercenary King Sihan's students to show their true skills. The news that the Blue Sky Knights would join the battle quickly reached the court officials. The Blue Sky Knights joined the Kelterzon Knights? I thought they followed the otherworldly savior? Information about them quickly spread among the council. I heard. Their captain is the successor to Balag, the mercenary king. You mean that talented young man, who worked as a high-ranking swordsman? Sihan's glorious reputation was no secret to them. I heard he reached the superior level recently after training for just a few months. I bet he was always that strong. He was just hiding his true skills from everyone. Whatever the truth may be, this means we now have a superior grade swordsman, and the Blue Sky Knights on our side. Right? Sihan and his disciples were now ready to fight for the Inasius kingdom. Meanwhile, Sihan was struggling with his suit of armor. It's been so long. I forgot how difficult it is to wear armor in wartime. Even for master-level swordsmen, they even wore armor to guard against ambushes, needing to conserve their aura for the long haul. Vegeta couldn't help but sympathize with his struggle. He'd always had someone to do these things for him, so it's no surprise he forgot how. He's finally getting a taste of how tough it was for us. Just then, Sihan finally noticed her presence. You're here, Vegeta. Are only the Azure Sky Knights joining us? And what about the original members of Kelterjon's Knight Order? She stated the painful truth without hesitation. They didn't stand a chance, so we left them behind. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Utro. Thank you for coming here. As a high-ranking swordsman, Utro's vigilance was absolute. He instantly spun around to face the speaker. It was none other than Zenon. But his glowing appearance truly captured everyone's attention. Zenon, what in the world happened to your face? His explanation, however, sounded almost unbelievable. I'm ashamed to admit this, Zenon confessed, but I was once a soldier in Luton's army. I couldn't risk being recognized, so I quickly learned a disguise art. There was something strange about his face. It's so unsettling. Alita couldn't hide her envy that he'd learned it so quickly. Unbelievable. It took me a month to learn that skill. But Zenon mastered it in hours and maintains it effortlessly. But Sihan just had to compare him to Luvener. That's nothing special. Luvener mastered it in just 1 hour. Hearing him bring her up again, Alita snapped. And how is that supposed to make me feel better? It's always Luvener this, Luvener that. Utro, meanwhile, was stunned, wondering what sorcery was used to shorten the learning time so drastically. You mean, Alita learned this in a month? And Zenon learned it in just a few hours? Vegeta, beside him, could only manage a wry smile. And then there's us, still unable to use it after all these years. She looked toward Zenon and Alita. Her eyes filled with admiration. They must be incredibly talented. Wasting no more time, Sihan and his subordinates moved out. They quickly proceeded to the encampment. Greeting them, there was Hotson, an engineer from Inacio. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, high-ranking swordsman Utro. I have heard many great things about you. I am Hotson, a Light Moon engineer in service to John Lee Sate. Utro warmly returned the handshake. Expressing his own respect, he replied, "The honor is mine. I'm meeting the man called the goddess's own blade. My name is Utro, one of the Knights of Kelterzone." Hearing that name, a sense of recognition washed over him. These were the ones who followed the legendary otherworldly savior, the Azure Sky Knights. Though he had only just met them, Hotson's respect for them was already high. He may be successor to the mercenary king, but to accept such a young man as their new leader speaks volumes about what it means to be a true knight. They wasted no more time. Hotson immediately began the briefing. Allow me to update you on the current situation. Luton's army has not yet completely occupied the city of Kagan. As Kagan maintains neutrality, it possesses no standing army. Instead, it relies on mercenaries and independent militias for its defense. Consequently, they are not inclined to simply submit to the rule of another kingdom. Rather than confront the invaders head-on, they seem to have dispersed, waiting for the right moment to counterattack, since Kagan is ideal for covert activities. As a result, Luton's army must still contend with enemies within the city, even as they face our allied forces. In this chaotic scenario, the clean plains, north of Kagan, will likely become the main battlefield. His experience told him this was the most likely location. After hearing Hotson's report, Sihan quickly grasped the key intel. I see. The enemy has 5 superior swordmasters to overwhelm them. Defeating them in the open will shatter the morale of enemy forces still inside the city. Since nothing was set in stone, he couldn't be certain, but that is merely my own speculation. If any of you have a different plan in mind, I am open to hearing it. I may be the commander of the allied forces, but in this alliance, we are all equals. Sihan was pleased with Hotson's proposed strategy and had no objections. An excellent plan. I am glad you were chosen to lead our forces. We will follow your command. Faced with such fervent support, Hrothgar was genuinely moved. The high-ranking swordsman was stunned by the leadership aura Sihan radiated. He realized how such a young man could be so composed. I see now why the Blue Sky Knights willingly follow him. At that moment, a question surfaced in his mind. What was he so amazed about? Meanwhile, Dena tied Alita's tunic for battle, her words laced with worry. I can't believe we're actually going to war. Please be careful, master. Seeing Dena's unease, Alita calmly reassured her. Don't worry. We have a dependable ally, remember Dena? Hearing this, Dena nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, run to Sihan if you think you're in danger. Clearly, men are powerless when a strong woman reveals her vulnerable side. The words struck her like lightning, making no sense. What is she talking about? Dena's eyes were now shining like headlights. Dena's attitude had completely changed after learning who Sihan was. It seemed she was about to fall for him. Alita warned her first, don't get any strange ideas. Dena's hands suddenly clenched, trembling violently. A sad look flickered in Alita's eyes, knowing she would soon be gone. Before she left, she gave Dena one last worried warning. Be careful, Dena. The battlefield is full of surprises. Yes, master. The two armies now faced each other. Soldiers swarmed like an anthill, awaiting the order. The other side was already in formation, ready for the clash. The atmosphere crackled with tension. A fiery battle was about to erupt on this very ground. After a quick scan of the field, Sihan had to admit their numbers were overwhelming. It seemed Hrothgar was right. It won't be easy, but we have the advantage in numbers. Youngest Beard, despite facing a life-or-death battle, was more exhilarated than ever. I never thought I'd be fighting alongside you again. Captain, it's been 15 years since we last fought against the world. Isn't it longer since you led us into battle? He used to charge in all alone. The moment we looked away, just keeping up with him was a brutal challenge. I remember chasing him, as if my life depended on it. And before I realized it, I had become stronger. Zeta suddenly mentioned something that made Sihan cringe. He was always like that. It was never clear because… Senward, stop. That's embarrassing. This was a once-in-a-millennium war, so Sihan was determined to fight to the bitter end. My apologies, everyone, but I still intend to fight recklessly today. That's just our way of battle. In every conflict, he always sought to dominate. Now, he was more than prepared, ready to strike before they could even counter, so you all had better keep up with me, or die trying. Everyone, attack. At last, the moment that would make history had arrived. His command echoed through the mountains as everyone spurred their horses forward. With courageous hearts, they felt no fear, for they knew the gods above protected righteous souls. Oh, John Lee Sate, please protect and guide your faithful servant, your servant. The opposing side immediately recognized their adversaries. It's the Moonlight Knights. Both armies clashed, swords meeting in an utter frenzy of chaos. Blades flashed wildly amidst the raging battle as war cries thundered across the sky. The glint of steel blanketed the battlefield. Sihan, however, remained calm, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaos. Without a shred of hesitation, he unsheathed his silver sword, its blade glowing like winter moonlight. With a single move, as graceful as a dance, he glided forward and struck. An enemy fell. It was as if he'd been woken from an unfinished dream. On the Luton side, the soldiers were stunned. Is that a sword? Fall back, don't let him get close. But Sihan was determined to give them all a magnificent performance. Calamity cannot become any other weapon, but it's not a spear. It is something special. I just have to extend the handle, and it's basically the same. We are not the Moonlight Knights. Sihan mounted his horse, charging forward with a battle-hungry spirit. His arrival with his comrades sent shockwaves through the battlefield, forcing even Logan to be wary. We are the Knights of Kelterzon. All units, attack. He must be the heir to the mercenary king, and they even have Hotkin on their side, a platinum-class mage. They're going all out from the start. If they play all their cards now, they'll have nothing left. Logan was already growing arrogant. This is good for us. If I take down those two, the allied forces will completely crumble. It seems he's decided to go all in, using his scepter to unleash his trump card. All units, attack. Your targets are those two. My superior swords. Upon receiving the order, they began to move. Their crimson blades radiated an overwhelming, ferocious pressure. Sihan's allies could only stare in disbelief. Impossible. They actually have 5 superior swords. Even Hotkin tensed up at the sight. He could feel their immense killing intent. They're coming straight for us. The superior swords. They closed in like starving lions moving in for the kill. But in the very next instant, Sihan unleashed a single strike, sharp as the Reaper's scythe, as if to cleave darkness itself. His blade didn't just strike one point. Its murderous aura radiated outward like a tidal wave. The very space around them trembled, on the verge of shattering. And then, Sihan's gaze locked onto the 5 superior swords, elite warriors awaiting their chance in the swirling chaos. He pulled his warhorse to a majestic, statue-like halt, facing them with a look as sharp as ice. The so-called superior swords needed only the slightest opening to pounce like beasts with surging killing intent. But Sihan didn't flinch. He'd already seen through their ploy, the corner of his mouth curling up. A cold, scornful smile appeared. So, you want me to be reckless? Sihan raised his blade, its tip pointed forward. This wasn't defense. It was a brazen declaration of war. All right, bring it on. While a hellish battle raged outside, Hotkin was inside, strategizing with Ultra. It's no surprise that Liu Tin's superior swords would target me and Sihan, the captain of the Kelterzon Knights. They think we'll play defensively. We'll use that to our advantage. Only Sin Ten and the Blue Sky Knights will handle the superior swords. The rest of us will focus on quickly taking down their commander. He urged them on with conviction. I know it won't be easy to defeat so many superior swords, but the Blue Sky Knights are veterans. They are men who have faced God-ranked swordsmen before. If you can just hold the line until we defeat Liu Tin's army, victory will be ours. Usually, the Light Moon Knights would be assigned such dangerous missions, but I am ashamed to admit my swordsmen lack the required skills. Suddenly, in this dire moment, he broke into a grin. Most people would take the easier role for themselves, but he gladly accepted the harder part. No, his decision is a sound one. Leave those 5 superior swords to us. No one is more qualified for this role than the Kelterzon swordsman. The Blue Sky Knight's mission is to hold the enemy back until the otherworldly savior can eliminate their leader. You could say they are masters at stalling stronger foes. Ultra didn't object, but he still had concerns. Are you sure they will react this way? This plan fails if they also play defensively. Hotkin had already anticipated this and prepared a counter. Don't worry about that. If Luton appointed the high-ranking warrior Lojin as commander, I know exactly how he will move. We fought each other 15 years ago. There's no way he won't see our plan coming. He was completely confident he knew the man inside and out. Meanwhile, Lojin had also seen through Hotkin's plan. I see exactly what you're planning, Hotkin, but aren't you overestimating them? The abilities of the Blue Sky Knights? Heh. They're in for a rude awakening. He looked down on them with utter contempt. Their strength is nothing without the otherworldly savior. How long can they last? Against the superior swords? Even without them, we can still crush every one of you, he bellowed with absolute confidence, taunting them. Ignore the enemy's pathetic little plan model. We'll destroy the Azure Sky Knights, and their plan will surely backfire, leading to their final collapse. After settling the plan with Rachel, everything unfolded before him without a hitch. I knew it. They're reacting exactly as Rachel predicted. I'm glad I get to face the superior swordmasters. The sword in Sihan's hand began to glow with a brilliant blue light. A flash of blue energy then shot forward in a powerful attack. Now, let me show you what I can do. Instantly, Sihan unleashed an immense pressure towards his enemies. All alone, Sihan prepared to confront all of the superior swordmasters. I can't use any war god aura techniques because they are far too flashy. But looking closer, Sihan felt that something was missing. Wait, there are only 4 of them. Where's the 5th? Who would have thought? I expected them to swarm me, but one of them actually turned and ran? Hey, you! Get back here immediately. It turned out one fled, because Lazan ordered him with his scepter. But falling right into your trap annoys me, so I will command one of them to return. Facing Lozan, Sihan never expected him to be so much more cunning than they imagined. High Swordmaster Lozan was far more cautious than Hrajal predicted. But I'll deal with it as it comes. No matter the situation, Sihan's blood always boiled for a good fight. Besides, things rarely go as planned in battle. I'll let one of them leave. It won't change anything once I finish things here. Of course, Sihan's comrades would never abandon him on the front lines. Bezetta instantly rushed to his side. She charged into battle alongside him to challenge the superior swordmasters. Though she appeared soft and sweet, each of her slashes carried a force that made the enemy wary. They dared not get close as she rushed forward like a raging storm. From the rear, Ultra provided cover with his sharp arrows. His precise support felt as if it were guided by fate. They coordinated like a symphony of battle, their sword, bow, and killing intent intertwined, creating attacks so beautiful they were breathtaking. But no matter how powerful, it wasn't enough to shake their resolve, to shake the spirit of the superior swordmasters. Amidst the chaos, one had silently circled behind. Like a phantom, he lunged straight for Ultra, intending to strike from behind. But before he could land the finishing blow, he was stopped by a swift, decisive sword strike. Not just one, but many blades rained down from different directions, striking the reckless fool like lightning. They were warriors, all born on the fine line between life and death. So at all costs, they wouldn't give the swordmasters an opening. You're so predictable. From the shattered ground, dust and rock billowed. Yet the superior swordmasters continued their advance, swords ready. Witnessing the incredible endurance of the superior swordmasters, everyone grew anxious. But he's still a superior swordmaster. He's completely unfazed, even though we just hit a weak spot. He's ridiculously stubborn. Not wanting her comrades to die in vain, Bezetta shouted a warning. Don't get greedy. Just surviving on the battlefield is an achievement. You can float like a butterfly, but don't try to sting like a bee. It's all over if they hit you with their refined aura. We just need to slowly wear them down until Captain Sihan arrives. But Ultra, with his keen senses, realized something was terribly wrong. Something isn't right. Taking down a superior swordmaster shouldn't be this easy. His mind was a complete mess. Am I just imagining things? His sword skills are so. You switch between aura techniques skillfully, but your swordsmanship is disappointingly inept. As he saw the 2 superior swordmasters facing him, Sihan was suddenly reminded of someone. It's hard to believe, but I've met your kind before. A suspicion began to form. Are you connected to the one who tried to steal the calamity? Observing the superior swordsman, he noticed a critical point. Their auras and bodies. They didn't seem to be the same person, but there were glaring similarities. A connection had to exist. Sihan began to connect the dots. To learn more, I'd need to capture them. But there's no time for that now. I'm facing 2 enemies. Zenon is engaged with one, Ultra is fighting another, and Hotson is battling the last. Since everyone has a target, Sihan will end this as fast as possible. All right. Sihan tightened his grip on his sword. His gaze, sharp as twin daggers, flared with killing intent as a brilliant azure aura erupted from his body. Across from him, the superior sword refused to be outmatched. His body was cloaked in a crimson aura, its power surging as if to incinerate the very air. But the cyclone of blue from Sihan's blade instantly pierced right through that defense. It was like a whirlwind tearing through his opponent's pride, and in a single moment, the superior sword, once so arrogant on the battlefield, crumbled before Sihan like a shattered statue. I don't need to capture you all. With Sihan's current urgency, he defeated them in an instant. I need to be somewhere else. So I have no time for any of you. Suddenly, the scepter in Lozen's hand began to glow. At this abrupt change, he instantly knew something was wrong. This reaction is? Lozen's face twisted when he realized the tables were turning. One of his men had been killed. How could they be taken out so quickly? What in the world just happened? Meanwhile, Hotson was urging his horse onward. I can now sense 4 Grandmaster-level warriors. The only one who could possibly beat them would be Sinton. He is much stronger than I ever expected. What an incredible young man. A sudden feeling of nostalgia rose within him. The heroes of the revolution were all young at that time. It isn't impossible for another genius of their level to exist, but something about Sinten is different. He is a man with jet-black eyes who can use the Emperor's power and lead the Blue Sky Knights. It was almost as if he was one of them, but the battle's ferocity pulled Hotson back to reality. No, now is not the time for such wild daydreams. I must focus on the battle ahead. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes flashing with a deadly light, as if one glance could incinerate his foe. And Hotson's main target right now was none other than Lozen. No matter how powerful an army is, it will fall if its leader is slain. I just need to defeat Commander Lozen, but it seems his path is not easy, as the superior sword now stood in his way. Hotson had to finish him if he wanted to face Lozen. Oh no, one of them has returned. The man's temper flared, and he immediately swung his sword at him in that heart-stopping moment. At this moment, Hotson could only place his very soul in the hands of the gods. Please grant us your strength, John Lee Sate. Don't fall back. Keep pushing forward. Damn it, he's right there, but I can't even reach him. Their blades clashed repeatedly, each strike filled with merciless intent. Seeing him struggle, Lozen couldn't help but gloat. You are out of luck, Hotson. Do you think you can win by defeating me? In truth, that is your road to ruin. Your plan has already failed. The superior sword tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes glowing as he charged straight at him. But at that fateful moment, a sharp blade cut across Hotson, sending him flying. Seeing this, he was incredibly satisfied and announced with glee, Hotson has been defeated. Impossible. Lozen's eyes were now filled with sheer delight. This is the end. Victory belongs to us. But just as his arrogance peaked, the unthinkable occurred. Are you surprised, old man? The old man Hotson was not only unharmed but was preparing to counterattack. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. At this sight, Lozen's face darkened, his mouth agape in utter shock. No. Was that intentional? But before he could understand what was happening, he was hit with a slash as clean as cutting fruit, unable to resist. The glowing blue gem on Lozen's scepter shattered into pieces, putting a decisive end to their rampage. Zenon fights by wielding a broadsword with a single hand, which makes it difficult for his opponents to predict his next attack. His unique style lets him fight stronger opponents, but this technique has its limits. That's its greatest weakness. It only works on those who understand the blade. But against a high sword master, he's still completely outmatched. Luckily for Zenon, he wasn't fighting alone. He still had his comrade, Alita. Alita leaped into the air, unleashing a radiant crescent slash that tore through space, descending as if to cleave the world in two. Who knew Zenon's unique style would become his weakness? He's no match for me. His attacks are far too simple. Alita, on the other hand, I suppose that's why she's a worthy opponent. But just then, Zenon froze, his eyes locked on the high sword master. No one knew what was wrong, but he suddenly clutched his head in agony. Why is he acting so strangely? Witnessing his bizarre reaction, the two began to speculate. Perhaps my stealth skill is finally taking effect. What? No. I don't think that's it. Meanwhile, Afro panted and asked the same question. What in the world is going on? A moment ago, he was unstoppable. And now, he suddenly left himself wide open. The high sword master near Alita was suddenly taken down in an instant. No one understood why he had become so weak, so unexpectedly. It was as if he'd simply given up. The strength of the high sword masters plummeted drastically. He was suddenly defenseless. But regardless, they had survived the ordeal and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know what's happening, but we're saved. His swordsmanship was lacking, but fighting his powerful aura was incredibly difficult. If that battle had dragged on any longer, we would have suffered serious casualties. But Zeta, refusing to let them relax, snapped impatiently, "It's not over yet. Get up!" I. I can't move. He couldn't let this chance slip by. He had to counterattack now. I don't understand what just happened, but this is our chance. The High Sword Master is down. Now's the time to drive them back. Moonlight Nights. Alita began to understand. The High Sword Masters had definitely gotten weaker. Maybe that explains his strange behavior from before. Seeing the High Sword Masters fall, Zenon's eyes blazed with a brilliant light. He gripped his sword, charging forward to end it with a single strike. This is my chance. This is my revenge for everything. The High Sword Master was still clutching his head, offering no resistance. Then, in the next instant, the High Sword Master unleashed an immense power, shattering his weak facade. The shockwave slammed into Sihan, a wave of pure pressure. Zenon was stopped dead in his tracks by that ferocious aura. His charge halted mid-air. Then, he unexpectedly threw a sphere of blood-red energy, a death blow aimed directly at Zenon. Taking the full force of the blast, Zenon was grievously wounded, coughing up blood. Elsewhere, the others also misjudged his state, thinking he was weak and charging in. He's on his last legs. Get him while he's still distracted. The High Sword Master unleashed a thunderous blow that shattered the air, aimed directly at Sihan's group. Before they could even react, a storm of blows followed, one after another. Each strike was so powerful, it blew them out of formation. He had unleashed a ferocious power, completely overwhelming the entire group. But in a brief opening during his relentless assault, Alita moved like lightning, striking from behind. But the High Sword Master had already sensed her killing intent. By the time she realized, it was too late. A horrifying counterattack, like a firestorm, struck her down, forcing her to cough up blood. Impossible. No time to defend. She took the full blow, sent hurtling to the ground in a blazing arc of light. Alita collapsed, unable to get back up, sprawled motionless on the ground. That attack was so powerful, and it only grazed me. Instead of getting weaker, it's like he has no weaknesses at all. Is this the true power of a High Sword Master? The tables had completely turned. He advanced on her slowly. The High Sword Master had no intention of letting her go, approaching her like a god of destruction. Her body was too damaged to fight back. All Alita could do was glare, frozen like a statue. I can't move. But in that instant, a familiar silhouette flashed before her eyes, and the one who appeared was none other than Sihan. In that life-or-death moment, he moved like a flash, blocking the fatal blow meant for Alita with his blade. Without hesitation, Sihan unleashed a powerful slash, sending the elite swordsman flying backward. Sihan thought, that was too close. I should have jumped in without a second thought. But it was too late. His opponent was no longer weakened by the previous attack. His aura surged, even stronger than before, as he instantly took a combat stance. This won't be easy. He's even stronger now. Before engaging, Sihan needed to find his weakness. I'll find it, once I have you cornered. With burning conviction in his eyes, Sihan charged. His blade flashed with divine power, like lightning splitting the dark. The elite swordsman's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze following Sihan's every motion. He dodged, weaving through every attack with impossible grace, as if he could predict the blade's path. Even Sihan was in disbelief. What? He immediately countered with a single, decisive punch, its immense force sending Sihan reeling. He dodged everything, and even landed a hit with pure instinct. Incredible. Sihan realized this hybrid opponent, Ardor, would be an incredibly difficult fight. It's like fighting someone with Kagan's skill and Levener's raw instincts. And on top of that, his aura-based instincts were growing stronger. Not even Jackson is capable of this. It's impossible without an aura ring. What kind of moron has this much aura and only knows how to throw a punch? It's like fighting a younger version of myself. Sihan tried to maintain his distance. The elite swordsman's power was overwhelming. The only way to win was with strategy, not brute force. I have to stop holding back to win. I'll take him down the first chance I get. But just as the enemy's blade fell, Sihan twisted away, dodging the slash by a hair's breadth. But then, Sihan froze. A look of utter surprise crossed his face as he realized something. Watching the elite swordsman's stance, a strange feeling began to surface. Why do I feel like I know his next move? I've seen this somewhere. It's not from Lisa Tajan. Is it Azan's unarmed style? Sybil's? No. This is a close-quarters style from Earth. Who could have imagined? His opponent was using a fighting style from his home planet. If that's the case, this just got easier. He charged, his holy blade burning bright, carving the air with every unyielding strike. Meanwhile, Lozin was helped to his feet by other soldiers, still reeling from the devastating blow. A glorious victory was now in sight for the Inosius kingdom, as the enemy forces began to retreat. Seeing their victory and avenging their prior defeat, the soldiers erupted in celebration. They're retreating. Victory is ours. Glory to John Lee Sate. As the battle ended, a worried Euro immediately rushed over to Sihan's side. Captain, are you all right? Sihan, unhurt, pointed to the swordsman. I'm fine, but can you remove his helmet? What? Sihan had a growing suspicion and needed to see for himself to confirm it. If I'm right, he has a tattoo on his neck. Euro removed the helmet, asking, do you know him? Sihan wasn't certain, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. I guess you could say that. I recognize him from watching his videos so many times. And sure enough, Sihan was right. He knew this man's identity. Vincent Yonhill Phantom. He was a legendary middleweight boxing champion from America's Mixed Martial Arts Championship. After the Luton Kingdom was expelled from the treaty between the three city kingdoms, Kagan had a treaty with the Tenbos Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom of Inasius. They paid taxes for protection. The second battle for Kargan City ended in defeat for Luton and the Kelter Knights. John took shelter in Kargan City. In a cellar, Sihan gathered the superior swords for a closer look. After a moment, he understood their origins. Aside from Vincent, there was one Asian, two Europeans, and one who appeared South American. To get more information, Sihan touched their faces, then put his fingers in their mouths to check for something specific. His face contorted as he realized they were exactly like him. And, from the same planet as him, the proof was the dental work on their molars. They were definitely from Earth. Though Sihan was used to the sword, he couldn't bring himself to kill his own countrymen. No matter how used I am to killing, I find it hard to accept the deaths of people from Earth. Sihan clenched his jaw tightly. The muscles in his face tensed, showing the rage and torment he felt in that moment. And the one person Sihan needed to question was Luton. What the hell have you done, Luton? He then went to tell Zenon. For Zenon, the pieces suddenly fell into place. I see. So they're from Earth? Now, everything finally made sense. I thought the only way 5 superior swords could suddenly appear is if they fell from the sky, and I guess I was right, in that case. At those words, Alita also had a realization. Does that mean Luton has the Emperor's power to summon people from Earth? Sihan wasn't sure, but he couldn't deny the possibility. We have to assume he can. After all, he's summoned at least 6 people from Earth. But Zenon, horrified, posed another possibility. But the Emperor only barely succeeded in summoning you. And he had to sacrifice his own flesh and blood to do it. Could Luton know someone with skills greater than the Emperor's? Sihan shared the same suspicion. I doubt it. I know for a fact that none of Rutlan's other descendants are as powerful as the Emperor. Dujian was quite gifted, and he opened a spatial gate about 30 meters wide. However, the Emperor is a terrifying summoner, capable of opening gates over 450 meters wide. It's like he tears open the sky, unleashing a torrent of monsters. Hearing this, goosebumps crawled up Zenon's arms. He can summon gates over 450 meters wide? I thought Dujian was impressive, but this is on a completely different level. Sihan spoke with absolute certainty. I can tell you right now who the strongest summoner in all of Terrano is. Zenon leaned in, curious. Who? He thought the answer was far away, but it was right before his eyes. In the next instant, Sihan pointed right at Alita. It's Alita, of course. If someone stronger than Alita existed, I would have been summoned to them when I returned to this world. Sihan searched his memory, then revealed a theory. I'm guessing it's quantity over quality in this case. A long time ago, the Emperor sacrificed 19 members of his own family. Anyone can easily summon otherworldly creatures, as long as they possess the ashes of Rutlan's heart. He must have a large amount by now. If he's been collecting those ashes for the past 15 years, I doubt he'll stop at just 6 people. I wouldn't be surprised if he summoned 10. Sihan alone is enough to decide Tizono's fate. Imagine more like him. Zenon looked at Sihan with admiration. But you're better than them in every way. In skill, experience, by any measure. Sihan quickly confirmed it, adding what he'd found. You're right. They're lacking in many respects. I think they must have been summoned recently. I know at least one of them was summoned after I returned. I saw him competing in America before I left. But despite all that, Alita still highly valued their potential. Even so, their aura control is remarkably efficient. They must have trained for at least 1 or 2 years. Sihan let out a sigh, correcting her assessment. That was only when compared to people from Tizono. It would be different if they were from Earth. Take the Emperor's ability. Chaos Blade unleashes 9 aura waves in one swift motion. Typically, for those from Terrano, the theory is, you start with 1 aura wave, then 2, and so on. But Sihan's practice surpassed that. I could unleash all 9 waves from the start. The more Zenon heard, the deeper his admiration grew. It was unbelievable. My limit is now 5. Sensing a misunderstanding, he explained, I'm not saying this to boast. It's just, I can only unleash 9 waves. I can't regulate the number I create. As I've told you, I'm no genius like you or Levener. I'm just from Earth. I can copy techniques on sight, but I don't grasp how they function. Frankly, I still don't understand half the principles behind the Emperor's powers. Anyway, my point is, we can't determine how long they were trained, just from their aura mastery. We should judge their skills directly. With swordsmanship this clumsy, they must have been summoned very recently. After hearing everything, Alita voiced her concern. But Sihan, something else is worrying me. Her keen observation had revealed a critical problem. They're human. They should possess thought and reason, but they move like wild beasts. Could it be a side effect of traveling through time? He, however, disagreed. No, this is likely Luton's doing. Nothing about this is natural. Sihan suspected a sinister force had manipulated them, all by Luton's design, to avoid the Emperor's fate, who was killed by the very man he summoned. He likely turned them into puppets, shattering their minds from the very beginning. At this, both of them shuddered, their faces paling. They couldn't believe Luton's inhumanity. Zenon was utterly disgusted. How monstrous. How could he do that? I can't believe I ever called him my king. Sihan agreed that Luton was a cold-blooded monster. He's the type who won't hesitate to be cruel to anyone he considers irrelevant. But he, of all people, should understand the hell I went through when I was first summoned. How could he see people from Earth as nothing more than disposable tools? It's like all the time we spent together meant absolutely nothing to him. Thinking of such a treacherous man, he couldn't hide his fury. Suddenly, Alita clasped her hands. Her sudden gesture stunned him for 5 seconds. After all the trials she had endured, Alita was still so optimistic. We must have ruined his grand plan. He sent 5 people from Earth to ensure victory. But thanks to you, Sihan, nothing went according to his scheme. Without you, it would have been a catastrophic end for the Jia Tenbu's kingdom and the holy kingdom of Inasius. We are alive only because of you, she said, her voice full of gratitude. From the depths of his heart, Zenon understood her point. I see now, though it's tragic that the summoned people were killed, it truly worked in our favor. We eliminated them, before they could become stronger. As things calmed down, Sihan allowed a faint smile of relief. He quickly agreed with Alita. You're right. I bet Luton is reeling right now. Suddenly, out of the blue, Kelterzon eagerly appeared before him. My lord. His phantom-like arrival made Sihan jump. Kelterzon, what are you doing here? What about your post? Who would have guessed? Kelterzon's reason was completely absurd. I could not sit idly by knowing you were here, my lord. It has been too long. I mean, I thought I could be of some assistance to you. He was at a loss for words, so he came here just to remind me he exists. I'm glad you came. I need your opinion on a matter. The truth is, Kelterzon was also shocked after hearing the truth. Good heavens, I knew it was odd that so many swordmasters materialized out of thin air, but I never imagined this. Sihan leaned back and speculated. It's fortunate we dealt with them before they became an even greater threat. I'm sure Luton is in disarray now. Suddenly, the man said something that made his eyes fly open. I wonder. I'm sure Luton didn't expect your return, but I doubt he anticipated victory. Just because he sent 5 elite swordmasters with his army, you don't think he foresaw their defeat? What if the Rattenberg Kingdom and the Inasius Holy Kingdom formed an alliance? If Kelterzon said so, he couldn't just dismiss the idea. You think so? Now that you mention it, I don't think Luton would be so reckless, but he thought the complete opposite. I believe he was prepared to lose 1 or 2 of them from the start. Didn't you say they suddenly started acting strangely during the battle? It seems he didn't anticipate that. If I were him, I wouldn't have invested over 1/3 of my forces. Too many variables were at play. If that's true, Liu Tin likely summoned more people from Earth than you think. Indeed, this was beyond Sihan's imagination. Just 1/3 of his forces? You mean he might have summoned over 20 people? Hearing this, Sihan's expression darkened. I don't like the sound of that. Kelterzon then concluded with one final thought. This is just my speculation, and I have no proof. But we will find out soon enough. The war was over, but the threat Liu Tin left behind gave Sihan a splitting headache. The thought of him trying to invade again was unsettling. But is that the only way? That's not what I meant. Kelterjohn then gave a mysterious smile and revealed his true meaning. Someone will find us. Now even more confused, he asked again. What are you talking about? Explain it clearly. Kelterjohn's next words struck him like lightning. The Sazan kingdom has made its move. They crossed the northern border of the Luton kingdom over 10 days ago. I had a feeling this might happen when news of Luton's loss in the Kagan war spread, but I didn't expect him to act so predictably. Right now, none of them had time to worry about Kagan City, because another danger was waiting for them. Hearing of Luton's defeat, Sazan saw an opportunity and sent his army to seize the northern territories. In the face of Luton's failure, Sazan was incredibly smug. This is the price of greed, Luton. Sazan's move shocked Luton and his ministers. Belga Castle in the north has fallen. Sazan's 8,000 soldiers now march south, led by his main force, the 100 White Tiger Knights. One of them broke out in a cold sweat. So, Sazan has finally made his move. I knew this wasn't the right time to conquer Kagan City, but His Majesty wouldn't yield. We had high hopes for his elite swordmasters, but man proposes and God disposes. They failed so miserably. Whispering so Luton couldn't hear, they murmured, "So who do you think those elite swordmasters were? It no longer matters. We've lost them in vain." Luton remained silent on his throne, not uttering a word. He must be contemplating his next move, but his terrifying silence made them all tremble. He hasn't said anything for a while now. Doesn't he see our difficult situation? This tension is unbearable. One of them finally spoke up. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Suddenly, Luton, after a long silence, shot to his feet. Though one war had just ended, Luton was already starting the next. Deploy all Red Dragon Knights. Gather all knights and soldiers from every territory and send them north. Focus our entire force on the northern defensive belt and stop the Sazan army's advance. One of them voiced his opposition. That will leave the royal capital undefended. But he already had a plan for that. You need not worry about it. Once Luton had decided, he would not change his mind. I have decided. You have your orders. Luton's footsteps echoed through the hall. He stepped into the next room alone, his composure absolute. But beneath that calm facade, a wicked smile played on his lips. No one suspected this dark plot was entirely his own design. At last, he had taken the bait. The second defeat at Kagan City was something he truly hadn't predicted. Though I never expected to lose at Kagan, my next moves are already set. It was all Luton's plan to lure Sajian in. My attack on Kagan was merely bait to provoke a war. I can't blame him. If our roles were reversed, I would have done the same exact thing. No matter the outcome, every development only serves to feed Luton's ambition. I wanted to take Kagan, but my failure made Sajian drop his guard. Everything went perfectly. Standing alone in the silent room, unease rippled through him. Luton could handle the other rivals, but a single man made him feel insecure. The one who defeated my superior sword is what worries me. Jinten, I believe. The successor to the mercenary king, Ba Jiao. The new captain of the Blue Sky Knights. And that's all he knew. Reports claim he has black hair and eyes, the signature traits of a Galen. Since he resembles him in many ways, I've heard the rumors that he might be the savior from another world. At that, Luton's expression darkened, and he questioned everything. Their similarities are concerning, but rumors are just rumors. There is no way Sihan could return to Terrano. He lacks the power to travel dimensions alone. I confirmed this by summoning people from Earth myself. There were no signs of dimensional power in any of their blood. I even summoned some from his homeland as a precaution, but it all led to one conclusion. Opening portals is a unique power, exclusive to the descendants of Jilan. Luton tried to reassure himself, but it seemed to fail. So why can't I stop thinking about it? Luton's demeanor shifted in an instant. His features relaxed as a smile spread across his face. Luton sighed, admitting he'd let his imagination run wild. I'm overthinking this. I'm starting to doubt myself. There is no reason to worry, as I will find out myself. Especially since Sajian's Alabate Stone Tower will soon be mine. Luton's ambition didn't stop. It only grew larger by the day. Once things had settled, Sihan went to bid farewell to Qi Yin before departing. Worried for her, he urged, I should go now. Please, take care of yourself. Goodbye, Sihan. She gazed at him with affection and said, somehow, I have a feeling we'll meet again very soon. After a moment, Sihan realized that was entirely possible. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising at all. With the situation this complicated, a golden opportunity could arise while Luton and Sajian are at war. He gave her a bright smile. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. I underestimated those who nearly killed me last time. Sihan's words instantly brought a deep blush to her face. You don't have to bring that up. He turned to leave, adding one last farewell. See you later, Kayin. The Sajian Kingdom's army, marching south, was suddenly stopped dead by Luton's counterattack. Though the terrain favored Luton's forces, their heavy losses at Kagol City put them at a numerical disadvantage. However, Sajian's objective was not the complete conquest of Luton's kingdom. Instead, he aimed to exploit the chaos, seizing northern cities to expand his own sphere of influence. After capturing 4 castles, Sajian stood to gain an immense advantage, simply by prolonging the conflict. Based on what he'd gathered, Kelterzon immediately reported to Sihan. But then, Liu Tin did the unexpected. Instead of prioritizing defense, he launched a counteroffensive. We have reports his army used the western sea route to invade the port of Helkata, a port right next to Sajian's royal capital, Aulad. This news was completely beyond his imagination. What? He's striking while their guard is down? I'm impressed. He should be busy defending his own kingdom. That is an incredibly bold move. But does he have enough troops for that? The report continued. The Red Dragon Knights are engaging Sajian's army. For this assault, he mobilized 100 of his newly trained personal royal knights. Due to their brilliant crimson armor, they are known as the Blood Knights. Hearing this, Sihan realized they could have also been summoned from Earth. His new personal knights? They might be. Sihan wasn't alone. Kelterzon shared the exact same suspicion. Yes, I believe my assumption is correct. With a force that size, most of them must be ordinary soldiers. I estimate about 15 of them are superior swordsmen from Earth. Sihan crossed his arms, lost in thought. If Sazan is unaware of them, won't he be at a major disadvantage? At this rate, Liu Tin will seize control of the Alabaster Stone Tower. Then, amidst the tension, Kelterzon devised a plan. I have a plan. Unbelievably, his next move was to choose a side. I propose we send reinforcements to Sazan. Sihan was baffled by his intentions. What? Why would we do that? I want to see him suffer for his betrayal. He won't accept our help anyway. But after a moment's thought, Sihan's perspective shifted. Wait, that's actually a brilliant idea. By feigning support, we can get close to him, creating a chance to defeat Liu Tin together. But the best part is the chance to access the mages, without raising any suspicion. The Chastenwatch Kingdom and Sazan have always had good relations. The Treaty of Friendship still stands. In other words, we're merely offering military aid to gain his royal recognition. Kelterzon was thrilled with the bold strategy he had just proposed. Then Sazan would have no reason to suspect us. And by keeping King Ainit in the dark, our true objective can't be leaked. The two had now forged a plan to turn the tables completely. Are you truly willing to use your king like that? I serve only one master, and that is you. Done hesitating, Sihan pointed decisively. That is a magnificent idea. Let's begin immediately. Yes, my lord. He then began to rearrange his own priorities. This means I'll have to postpone my revenge on Levinner. I just wanted to deal with Levinner first. I worry she might ally with the mages. It would be less of a problem if I handle either Sazan or Liu Tin first. I have Zenon, Alita, the Azure Knights, and the entire Jotunbus Kingdom, including Kelterzon. The Theozon Kingdom and the Anasius Holy Nation are on my side. That should be more than enough to claim victory. Sihan clenched his fists with grim determination. If I can eliminate either Liu Tin or Sazan now, I can still handle Levinner if she teams up with the survivor. He reminded himself to be cautious. I must not rush. I need to focus. Later that day, Kelterzon received King Ainit I's permission and sent a formal proposal to Sazan's kingdom. The proposal aimed to build upon the existing friendship between the two nations, and to stand against the atrocities of Liu Tin's kingdom by fighting as one. Sazan had nothing to lose. It was only a matter of time before he signed. The Ronaldo Kingdom began preparing for mobilization, though they had yet to receive a response. Meanwhile, Zenon was training with his sword, more intensely than ever. His heart was filled with resolve. This time, I swear I will be of use to Sihan. Sihan approached, curious. What's going on with Zenon? Did something happen? Alita was just as confused by his feelings of uselessness. I'm not sure. I can't think of a time when Zenon wasn't helpful. His cooking is amazing, and he keeps our quarters spotless. He's an indispensable member of the team. He takes care of every little thing. Suddenly, Zenon's voice cut in. That's not it. I've never been able to support him on the battlefield. Thinking back, Alita realized he wasn't wrong. Oh, you're right. You're always somehow on the ground, aren't you? Just then, Kelterzon rushed toward them, looking frantic. My lord! His face was pale with panic. There's an emergency, a huge problem. Sihan's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Did Sazan reject our proposal? But Kelterzon, breathless, denied it. It's much worse than that. The war has ended, and Sazan is dead. The news struck Sihan like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe the harsh reality, his eyes glaring forward in shock. What? With the gut-wrenching news of Sazan's demise, old memories flooded back to Sihan. It is an honor to meet the 6 famed resistance leaders. I am the leader of the Wings of Freedom. My name is Sazan. His first impression had been a very good one. His neat appearance and courteous gestures. My first thought was that Sazan was quite the charmer. Even Jackson was impressed by his radiant appearance. Hey, Luton, are mages chosen for their looks? He immediately denied it. Of course not. At the same time, a seed of doubt had been planted regarding Sazan. I thought the House of Kagan was closely tied to the Rutlan Empire. Sazan then explained, his expression calm and collected. That alliance would only reduce my house to another fallen family. People can barely even call me a noble now. Thanks to Sazan's profound political knowledge, we were able to win over many resistance factions across Terrano. When he joined us, he was vital in shaping our image as revolutionary heroes, not as traitors. The reason a former noble like Sazan joined our ranks was because he judges people only by their talent. He sees only intellect, knowledge, and strength. He cherished anyone who showed those qualities, regardless of their status or background. Despite being a bit arrogant, he's the kind of person who is completely open with those he acknowledges. That is who Sazan is. Sihan once asked Sazan, "Why do you always bicker with Luton?" He replied with immense self-satisfaction, "Because he is my rival. I recognize his talent. He is an equal to both you and me." Sihan simply remarked, "You're too conceited." Sazan didn't even deny it. Everyone says that. It's what well-rounded people must face, as foolish as it sounds. But Sazan had a very sharp eye for people. But don't trust Luton too much, Sihan. He is obsessed with consolidating power. He knows he's weak, so he'll use any means to seize power. Sihan couldn't understand Sazan's judgment at the time. "How are you so sure? You two don't even know each other." Sazan calmly explained to him, "It is because I am just like him. We are two sides of the same coin." You'll find that all mages who seek knowledge think this way. But in Sihan's eyes, Sazan was a completely different person. "Luton, you are not like that. You both desire power, but you never abandoned your principles. You're not like those Rutland mages, always committing inhuman sins." Sazan neither refuted nor confirmed it. "You just don't know. Human greed knows no bounds. Those who pursue power will never be satisfied. There will come a time when I too cross the line." Sazan trusted that Sihan wouldn't let Luton run wild, but in the end, everything would be fine. "If Luton or I cross that line, I know I can count on all of you to stop us. We can pursue power with peace of mind, knowing you are there for us." 2 weeks ago, 2 men with powerful ambitions confronted each other on a field far from Aulat, the kingdom's capital. Luton of the Crimson Blood Tower and Sazan of the Snowstone Tower finally clashed. He was a bit surprised by Luton's godlike speed, taking only 1 week to march here from Port Heokata, just as expected of Luton, though he only brought 1,000 soldiers. Back then, Sazan was incredibly bold. As his military force vastly outnumbered his rivals, he must have ordered a small unit from his main wing to attack while my army was absent. "What a shame, Luton. My army is 10 times the size of yours." Initially, these soldiers were assigned to watch the neighboring kingdom, but that was no longer necessary, as both kingdoms had fallen into chaos. Thinking back, Sazan still believed he held the upper hand. However, it was hard to believe that Luton wouldn't see something so simple. "I currently hold the advantage in every aspect." Being a cautious man, he did not want to act rashly. If that coward was planning to do something reckless, it must mean he had another trick up his sleeve. He must still have a hidden card, like the superior swordsman he once flaunted in Kagan City. It didn't take long for Sazan to realize Luton's trump card. "I can guess who they are. They must be from Earth. He is too obsessed with Earth, and it seems he finally managed to connect to it. I am certain some people from Earth are mixed into that army. The only question is how many. 50, or maybe even more. But that changes nothing at all." Sazan immediately pulled out a glowing blue stone and gave a cunning smile. "People will faithfully follow a king who displays enough power to rule the kingdom. You are not the only one with a hidden card." Sazan's army was now eager for battle. "We have the advantage in numbers." Victory was inevitable. The White Tiger Knights attacked without hesitation upon receiving their orders. As they charged forward, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth. That stopped them cold. Brilliant orbs of raw power suddenly materialized. "Rise and ascend, great storm that blankets the sky, lord of thunder that dances in the light." Sazan couldn't afford to waste a single resource, unleashing his sacred feather meteor. Meanwhile, Luton refused to be outdone, channeling the awesome power of his scepter. "Awaken, child of the earth. Let life's essence flow into stone and rouse the sleeping soul." The ground instantly began to quake and tremble violently. Liu Tin's last trump card was the superior sword, but this time, it was golems with overwhelming might. Rise, my golems! Sazan's warriors panicked at the sudden appearance of the monstrous stone creatures. Golems! Yet Sazan remained perfectly composed as he summoned beams of light. He launched them directly at the golems. Everyone watching turned pale from the battle's sheer ferocity. It was a world-shaking battle, with devastating techniques exchanged without pause. Sazan, the master of offense, versus Liu Tin, the legend of defense. This was truly a battle between floor masters. During the clash, Sazan had to ask, "You're holding on, but aren't you getting impatient, Liu Tin? Our skills may be on par, but the size of our armies is another story. It looks like an even fight, but you're the one being pushed back. Isn't it time to play your trump card, Liu Tin?" But Liu Tin was still completely relaxed, tapping his fingers. "Come now, Sazan, let's see if you can handle this." It seemed he still had plenty of tricks left to use against Sazan. Sazan's soldiers could only stare in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The eyes of the superior swords began to glow, radiating pure killing intent. This was aura control. They knew they stood no chance. Survival instinct screamed at them to run. "Everyone, get back! Those are superior swords. And there's more than one of them." Even Sazan was shocked by their numbers. The superior swords Liu Tin summoned this time. 1, 2, a total of 6 of them? He controlled them with a delighted grin. "Go, my blood knights. Annihilate his entire army." Like frenzied monsters, the superior swords charged forward to attack. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted before them. In the next instant, the superior swords were struck by a cannonball. It streaked toward them like a falling star, obliterating them completely. The superior swords shattered into countless pieces right before his eyes. Liu Tin stared ahead, completely frozen. He couldn't believe its destructive power. Cannons. Sazan had summoned his cannons just in time. Their power was beyond imagination, utterly wiping out his elite forces. Sazan smirked, enjoying Liu Tin's shock at his overwhelming attack. These were Sazan's holy cannons. But it wasn't over. Another powerful blast of light erupted. It wasn't just a single cannon. Countless others joined in, firing upon the same target, creating an energy barrage never seen before. The very ground cracked under the immense destructive force. How is this happening? I predicted he'd use that spell against infantry. A huge question formed in Liu Tin's mind, but its accuracy is notoriously terrible. Despite its incredible firepower, how could he aim so precisely at my troops from that range? The color drained from his face. The firepower moments ago. It was on an entirely different level. "How did you do it, Sazan?" Standing before his cannons, Sazan couldn't hide his prideful smirk. "I perfected this spell 15 years ago. I couldn't possibly improve the magic any further. Of course, every successful weapon has a secret. However, instead of using just any kind of ammunition, I developed a shell designed specifically for these cannons. Its shape maximizes the spell's effectiveness. Through countless trials, Sazan had designed a projectile that functioned just like a missile from Earth, but that alone couldn't fix the accuracy. Some time ago, Sihan had shared a crucial piece of information with him. On Earth, there's something called rifling. Inside the barrel, this spiral force enhances a projectile's destructive power. Is that so? How interesting. It seems Sazan was incredibly lucky to have heard that from him. Why didn't that fool consider knowledge from his own world? This has nothing to do with magic, but thanks to that information, I was able to vastly increase the cannon's accuracy and maximum range. Liu Tin stood frozen, his expression grave. Sazan thought he was paralyzed with fear, but in reality, he was smirking. Liu Tin clearly had another ace up his sleeve. Such confidence. "I admit, this is unexpected, but I am disappointed if this is all you prepared in 15 years. The ground trembled once more. The elite swordsmen's power surged, their ferocity growing. A chill ran down the spines of Sazan's warriors. Impossible. It's not over? I can sense 10 new auras of power. Even more elite swordsmen appeared. I counted 15 knights who were poor horsemen. Watching Sihan taught me one thing. People from Earth are not skilled riders. Through Sihan, Sazan knew their weakness, ordering his cannons to fire ahead. You've scraped the bottom of Rutland's barrel, Liu Tin. He summoned 20 people from Earth, but even with fewer numbers, I am confident in my victory. I will wipe them all out. I'll finish them before they can adapt, but fate had other plans. Sazan's cannons fired, yet the cannonballs flew past the elite swordsmen, leaving them completely unharmed. Liu Tin, filled with confidence, ordered his elite swordsmen to charge. No matter how perfect the arrow is, a hunter can't hit his prey without good aim. Did you truly think it would be that easy to hit them? These constantly moving elite swordsmen? Adding your precious white tiger knights only makes it harder. Has your precision become a hindrance? What is your next move, Sazan? The situation looked grim for him, and yet, a cunning smile played on his lips. Then, suddenly, boulders appeared from thin air, raining down from the sky above. And of course, it was a meteor shower aimed at the elite swordsmen. Their skulls were instantly crushed. Faced with this scene, Luton's heart stopped. His eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined Sazan had so many tricks. Is that a dragon trap? More importantly, Sazan wore a smug grin, as if he had one more gift for Luton. Seeing his legion of elite swordsmen at a disadvantage, his anger flared. How can your magic affect those from another world? Luton gritted his teeth. He questioned everything. Was my research leaked? Impossible. I know nothing of other nations, especially with Sazan. I was so careful not to leak anything. And then, he froze. Wait, this type of magic. It's not the power of Rutland's heir. He's using the corpses of otherworlders. No matter what terrifying weapon Liu Tin developed, Sazan always found a way to counter it. Liu Tin, I knew you would summon entities from another world, just like the Emperor did, so I researched magic to use against them. This wasn't hard to predict. How could I sleep soundly, knowing beings existed that were unaffected by my magic, and not have a countermeasure? This offensive barrier is just an upgrade to the dragon trap. I call it the dragon's net. Even the revolutionary heroes combined could not have stopped it. The elite swordsmen lay scattered, their skulls pierced, seeing his precious pawns wiped out before him, and Liu Tin finally broke. My blood knights. Sazan had practically seized victory. Even with such a powerful skill, it requires extensive preparation from the Alabaster Tower in Aulat. The moment you entered my lands, you had already lost. Still, my barrier isn't strong enough to reach him directly, but eliminating the otherworlders is a major victory. I'll spare your life just for today. Withdraw your troops, Liu Tin. But the man looked as if his soul had left his body. He collapsed to the ground, his face desolate. I see now. It's impossible to predict human behavior. He suddenly began to philosophize. That is what makes the future so daunting. No matter how much I prepare, as long as I'm human, I'll be overwhelmed by unforeseen disasters and absolute power. That is why power is everything. To navigate through those unpredictable dangers, just when it seemed like the end, the superior swordsmen were reanimated, their souls ignited with a crimson battle lust. Facing this impossible sight, the mighty Sajian was frozen in place. His face paled as he cursed himself. Damn it. To fall for such a simple trap. I predicted he could summon at least 10 people from Earth. It takes a massive sacrifice of Rutland descendants to summon just one. I never thought so many were still alive, and the count matches his weak cavalry. It makes sense now. Their superior bodies make riding a simple task. But even so, I never imagined all 100 knights were summoned from Earth. Sajian couldn't fathom such a grand play. Seeing his rival trapped, Liu Xing erupted in laughter. I could have won without any losses. But then I couldn't have lured you out. You might have retreated and survived. I bet you thought you'd won, using your mana on my first ace. I admit it, Sajian. You truly are my greatest rival. Your immense knowledge, magic, and power are all a match for my own. But you chose a different path. A choice that has sealed your fate and made you a thorn in my side. Now, the real battle begins. Forward, my puppets. Bring me his head. Though overwhelmed, Sajian's defiance didn't waver. You think this is enough to kill me? I am Sajian of the Snowspire, a floormaster who has reached the zenith of magic. But before his words could fade, a blade pierced his chest, ending the war. News of the Sajian kingdom's fall sent shockwaves through Terrano, leaving many in disbelief. The greatest shock wasn't Sajian's death, or that his army surrendered to Liu Xing. It was the revelation that Liu Xing commanded an army of 100 superior swordsmen. The streets buzzed with panicked whispers. 100 superior swordsmen? That must be a joke, right? It's impossible. Gathering all of them in Terrano would only yield 30. Does this mean most of Terrano's superior swordsmen now serve Liu Xing? This earth-shattering report reached Levener, who found the story utterly unbelievable. What? 100 superior swordsmen? Are you trying to fool me? But as the impossible truth settled in, Levener began to calculate her future. But Sajian took down about 20 of them, right? I knew he wouldn't fall easily, but that still leaves 80. Her subordinate's face went white. I can hardly believe it. How could anyone possibly train that many superior swordsmen? As an outsider, Levener couldn't comprehend it. What divine magic did Liu Xing use? He must have summoned them from Earth. but they would have life forces like Shinhan's. Wait, was Liu Xing behind the Saint incident? So it had nothing to do with Shinhan? As the realization hit, Lovener's blood boiled with rage. That bastard. No wonder he was so sure it wasn't Shinhan. He was pulling the strings all along. She sat and thought, tapping her fingers. Even at a god level, I can't face 100 superior swordsmen. Not even Shinhan could fight such numbers. We would need to unite all the revolutionary heroes and the 3 sword gods of the past, just for a chance. Then, her subordinate suddenly stammered out a new report. I heard their auras aren't at a normal superior's level, so maybe it's not hopeless. But a tamed tiger is still a tiger. Lovener couldn't believe he could run so rampant. He couldn't have summoned so many with the old emperor's method. What did you do, Liu Xing? Her subordinate worried for their nation. The Fallows Kingdom cannot face Liu Xing's forces alone. The entire landscape of the 6 lands has shifted. Shouldn't we use this chance to form an alliance with the other kingdoms, especially the holy nation of Venatius? But hearing that name, suddenly, Levener's reaction was explosive. What? Are you being serious? Those fools? You want me to ally with the coward Azon and that snot-nosed brat Enser? Even in this desperate situation, she refused to back down. I can't ask Kagan for help now. Even if my kingdom is isolated, I will never be the first to beg for aid. Then, Levener froze. Wait a second. Incredibly, she thought of a very bold alternative. In this crisis, siding with Liu Tin is the better option. I hate the idea of serving Liu Tin after leaving Sihan, but it's better than dying and losing everything. After some thought, she saw Liu Tin's side offered a better chance for survival. One wrong move is all it takes, so Levener chose to observe first. There's no need to rush a decision. I'll watch the situation between Liu Tin and the other kingdoms. Meanwhile, the world outside was enduring 7,849 trials, with war on the horizon. But Sihan remained unfazed, in sync with nature, as he strolled calmly through the forest alone. Yet underneath, his heart was turbulent. A sudden wave of sorrow washed over him. Are you truly dead, Sihan? You never paid the price for your betrayal. You never even apologized for what you did to me back then. And now you'll never know that I returned to Terrano. But then Sihan stopped, sensing something in the distance. It turned out Alita had been following him. What do you need? Alita knew she could no longer hide, so she revealed herself. I should have known that you would find me. And once again, Sihan began to compare her to Levener. I only sensed your presence within a 32-meter radius. Your skills are on par with Levener's from the old days, I'll admit. Stop it. Alita was clearly annoyed at being compared for the 1,000th time. I know I'm still nowhere near Levener's level, but Sihan just sank into a heavy silence, which made her ask, Are you angry? Sihan's reply was immediate. Of course I am. The one man I wanted revenge on suddenly died somewhere. If he were just a simple traitor, I might be happy he's dead. But if it were that simple, I never would have come back to Terrano. I could have just abandoned the past and started a new life. But Sihan couldn't bring himself to do that. He then began talking about things from Earth. Honestly, life on Earth is much better than here. There was television, computers, the internet, hot water, heating, and Coca-Cola. With the powers I learned here, I could have lived a comfortable life, but I just couldn't do it. I had everything I wanted on Earth, but I missed the people who mattered to me, my precious comrades and companions, the people I considered my family. In truth, they were the reason Sihan returned to this place. He slowly stepped forward. Revenge is just my way of closing this unfinished chapter. I don't know how it will all end, and even if this costs me my life, I can't start a new life until the old one is settled. Yet the reason Sihan had turned his back on Sihan remained a complete mystery to him. But now I'll never know why Sihan betrayed me. Sihan gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anger and frustration. Why did he have to die before I found him? That fool. Alita stood silently, sympathizing with his suffering, but not wanting him to sink into misery. She said, This solves nothing, and I know this won't offer much comfort, but what's past is past. You just have to let it go and move on. At that, Sihan froze for a full 5 seconds, yet he focused on one unbelievable detail to criticize her for. You really don't mince your words, do you? Alita explained. I don't believe that sugarcoating things is helpful. The world doesn't revolve around you, no matter how powerful you are. My father used to say, life goes on. It waits for no one. So when you face a problem you can't solve, just leave it and keep moving forward. That way, you won't feel guilty for forgetting about it, and that's perfectly fine. Hearing this, Sihan looked stunned, as if he'd just received a profound revelation. He never expected to hear those words from Alita. Who could have guessed? In Sihan's eyes, they were both champions of optimism. Your father must have been an extreme optimist. Now I see why you're like that. Many people say that I am just like my father. It's true that Alita always seems cheerful, no matter the hardship. And Sihan was genuinely happy for her. He then bent down and picked up a stone. But your way of thinking, it helped me. I was getting so frustrated, worrying about everything. I was so fixated on revenge that I wasted a whole day on Cezanne. Meanwhile, Luton's condition is putting all of Terrano in danger. Sihan powerfully threw the stone into the water, as if releasing his burdens. Sihan unleashed the negative energy simmering within him. His entire mindset had shifted. A savior? What a joke. Who would have thought Alita would actually agree, leaving him slightly unsettled? That's right, you're not some perfect hero. You may have done heroic things in the past, but now you're just a normal person, and that's what I like about you. If you were some cold-blooded hero from a story, I never would have fallen for you. The air between them suddenly grew a little awkward. Really? I see. But in the next instant, as Alita's words finally registered in his mind, he completely froze. Wait a second. He spun around, stunned, realizing she actually had feelings for him. What did you just say? Faced with Sihan's disbelief, Alita simply gave a gentle smile in the cool breeze. As her confession sank in, Sihan's face flushed a deep red. Flustered, he stammered. I can't believe it. Alita, what did you just say? Alita didn't repeat herself, only gazing at him with affection. Then, she linked her arm through Sihan's. She laughed as if nothing had happened. Did I say something strange? You're good-looking and kind, and you've always treated me well. Don't overthink it. All I mean is, you're perfect just as you are now. Even after her explanation, he was still in shock. Is that what you really mean? She had always supported Sihan, and she truly wanted him to be more confident. Just believe in the path you've chosen. Though the dire situation outside weighed on him, her radiant smile and sweet words of comfort made Sihan feel a little better. So what if he's obsessed with revenge? His target is already trying to destroy Terrano. Now he could get his revenge and save the world, killing two birds with one stone. After speaking right from her heart, Alita said her goodbyes. It's getting late here. I should get back to the training grounds. He stood alone, scratching his head, still replaying her words in his mind. That was definitely a surprise. She couldn't have really meant that, could she? Meanwhile, the others were waiting at the training grounds, and Dena grew curious about Alita's long absence. You're back? What took so long? We just finished and were about to leave. But Alita didn't even bother to reply. Instead, she blew past Dena at blinding speed. She then launched herself at the training dummies with a furious barrage. Even Zenon was impressed. He was amazed by Alita's incredible energy. She's really on fire today. Maybe I should train a bit more. But Dena's eyes sparkled. Did something happen? At that very moment, Luton was preparing his next sweeping campaign. After Terrano had fractured into 6 separate kingdoms, endless conflict and tragedy plagued the 6 lands. But I will put an end to that suffering. By my command, the 4 kingdoms of Inacio, Falot, Zottenberg, and Theozan, you will bow before the true king of this world. However, Theozan fiercely rejected his tyrannical rule. How dare you claim such a right, you arrogant fool? No kingdom will ever bow to you. Meanwhile, Edison remained neutral, while Dan also refused to accept Luton's rampage. We will never again accept the rise of a new emperor. If you do not abandon that foolish ambition, you will be forced to face the combined might of our 3 kingdoms. But now, holding 100 superior swords in his hands, Luton no longer feared anyone. Then all of you shall die. Luton ruthlessly moved against the 3 kingdoms that defied him. He sent 5,000 soldiers and 10 blood knights to each kingdom. Although the city of Kagan had survived many crises by remaining neutral, it finally collapsed under Luton's kingdom, becoming his territory despite receiving aid from the Holy Kingdom of Inacius. As for the kingdom of Theozan and its white imperial knights, the superior sword Malice succeeded on his own in defeating 2 blood knights, but it cost him his left arm and half of the white imperial knights. Both the kingdoms of Inacius and Theozan were crushed by sheer numbers, forced to retreat after losing their lands. However, the army of the Zottenberg kingdom was different. They had Marquis Kelter John, the sworn protector of their kingdom, and those are Kelter John's knights. Euro could only stare in disbelief. I can't believe it. Kelter John, guardian of the kingdom. But Beta remained calm. There's nothing we can do. We can't expose Captain Sihan's identity. Meanwhile, elite swordsmen were closing in on them. 3 of them are heading this way. We're counting on you, Captain Sihan. His men had lured them here for Sihan's final strike, though he despised killing his fellow countrymen. But destiny had forced his hand. Forgive me, strangers from Earth. I will do everything in my power to help you, but it seems my options are dwindling. Divine Spirit Art, 12 Swords of Light. Luminous swords materialized from thin air, their gleaming points aimed directly at the enemy. The gem on the scepter flared again, signaling another elite knight had fallen. Gen 10 watched in horror. Are you saying 3 Blood Knights were just eliminated? Only 3 remain. The title, Azure Knight, is no mere boast. He was seething with fury. How could I lose when I had 10 elite knights under my command? This is utterly humiliating. At this rate, my reputation will be destroyed. If I lose the next battle, I would rather die. This loss was a disaster, and Gen 10 steeled his resolve for their next clash. I must win the next battle at any cost. Our only choices are victory or death. After dispatching the elite knights for good, Sihan returned to make his report. I have returned victorious, sir. Kelterzon was deeply satisfied with this achievement. Excellent work, Captain 10. Thank you for your tireless efforts. To keep their conversation private, he requested, you can give a detailed report inside. Follow me. The moment they were alone in the room, the roles were instantly reversed. Noticing Sihan's dark mood, Kelterzon asked, Welcome back, my lord. You seem troubled? Sihan collapsed into a chair, his frustration clear. Today, I failed to save a single one. Sihan gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. I can't capture them when they charge so recklessly, and controlling their power is impossible when they each possess elite-level energy. I can't see a way to stop these mindless puppets from Earth. Forgive me, I was distracted. What did you wish to discuss? Sihan pushed the matter aside to listen. Yes, forgive my bluntness, my lord. But how many Blood Knights can you defeat? This unexpected question made Sihan pause as he carefully evaluated his own abilities. If I didn't have to hide my divine artifact, I could probably defeat 15 at once. If I could use my magic, I could eliminate 30. Hearing this, Kelterzon was astonished. Incredible. Then Sihan confirmed a crucial limit, but I cannot fight any more than that. If I'm lucky, I might escape from 40 of them. At that moment, Kelterzon revealed his true intentions. That is precisely what I wish to report. Everyone is stretched far too thin. Why did Luton attack all 3 kingdoms at once? And why send only 10 elite knights to each kingdom? I know that's still a formidable force, but I would have sent 30. Launching an attack without a guaranteed victory only increases casualties. It feels as if there's no real strategy behind his actions, like he's blinded by power, sending his army across the continent. This is not how a master of a magic tower floor should behave. After hearing Kelterzon's sharp analysis, Sihan considered it for a long moment, but then he chose to focus on one thing only. For now, we must focus on winning this war. If we get too obsessed with his master plan, we'll fall right into his trap. There's no need to worry. We can always de-escalate the situation by praising him later. Seeing that Sihan understood him perfectly, he couldn't help but laugh. It's a true pleasure serving someone who understands me. Outside the castle walls, the next unit began to move out. Zenon and his team mounted their horses, riding toward the forest ahead. Today, it's our turn to be the bait, so Lord Sihan can unleash his god-level power. Our critical mission is to lure the elite knights deep into the forest, away from the enemy's sight. This is a dangerous task. Be careful, Alita. You too, Zenon. At that moment, everyone was in position, ready to support Sihan. Everyone, prepare for combat. After being overwhelmed before, Gen 10 was now determined to get his revenge. You finally come, Azure Knights. I am finished if I lose the last 3 elite knights here. So I've given my strategist control of the army, and will focus on the scepter of domination. He then roared his command. Follow me, Blood Knights. Kill every last one of them. However, the enemy's sudden change in strategy made Zenon extremely anxious. Why aren't they charging forward like before? This makes luring them away much more difficult. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he froze, whipping his head around to look back. The figure appearing before them was none other than Zenon. But he could no longer command the high-rank swords. Why have you stopped? Blood Knights, attack now. But in the next second, a heavy pressure crushed down on Zenon, forcing him to turn. An enemy was approaching. Reinforcements? The instant the mysterious figure appeared, a brilliant blue aura flooded the entire area. Even Zenon had never felt such an overwhelming presence. What is this strange energy? Though their face was hidden, it was clear this was a formidable knight, radiating a potent blue aura. It enveloped the entire battlefield. Zenon couldn't understand how someone could be so audacious. Who just charges straight into the middle of a war zone? Though he didn't know who it was, Zenon could feel their hostility. He knew he was deep inside enemy territory. This person is definitely not an ally. I just need to eliminate this threat. Blood Knights, kill him. At his command, the high-rank swords attacked as one. But the stranger met them, not with fear, but with a defiant smirk. In the blink of an eye, the figure swept past the high-rank swords. Zenon watched, utterly stunned. Did he just dodge every single attack? Faced with such supreme skill, Zenon grew intensely curious about the stranger's identity. No. He slipped right past them. All three of them. Such terrifying skill. Who is he? After a moment, the mysterious figure finally spoke. You claim to be my disciple, yet you don't even recognize me? But Zenon was completely lost, asking, Are you talking to me? The one who taught me Aura Burst is dead. But then, a sudden possibility made him freeze in place. Could the man before him truly be the mercenary king, Bajyak? Wait, is it possible? The man spoke in a calm voice. It's been a while. Now, what was your name again? And Zenon's suspicion was confirmed. The one with that terrifying power was the mercenary king, Bajyak. But the one most floored by this reveal was Zenon. What? The mercenary king? He's still alive? Who could imagine a legend, long since vanished, would suddenly reappear? He's one of the 3 legendary sword gods. He vanished after the revolution. Why is he here now? Even seeing the man in the flesh, he couldn't believe it. This is impossible. Drawing on his knowledge, Zenon shot back. The mercenary king should be 90 years old, but you clearly look like you're only 60. Hearing this, Bajyak couldn't help but give a pleased smirk. Do I really look that young? But he wasn't here to chat, and his expression hardened as he made his demand. I have matters to discuss with my student. Leave us be for a moment. Despite his age, Bajyak stood ready with his sword, fearing no one. Feel free to give the order to retreat. Meanwhile, the one silently praying for this to end was none other than Zenon. Why does he want to talk to me? Is it because I pretended to be his disciple? Zenon stared at Bajyak, his entire world shaken. He's so calm. Is this truly the mercenary king? But it didn't matter. Deep down, he saw nothing more than a senile old man before him. No 90-year-old man could possibly use such a divine technique. Advance. Blood Knights. Attack him. But Bajyak simply stood his ground, perfectly at ease. Just look at them, charging straight ahead. Their auras surged like a brilliant, blinding waterfall. This scene, it reminds me of someone I knew a very long time ago. He suddenly turned to Zenon, startling the boy. Do you want to see something interesting? Instantly, Bajiak's sword blazed with light. His blue aura erupted like divine lightning, forming 8 blades. Light exploded in midair. Each blade, forged from cosmic essence, radiated a light that awakened the very sky. They could only watch, dumbfounded. It was the exact same technique Sihan had used against the high-rank swords. They rained down like bolts of divine thunder, forming a cage of light around the high-rank swords. Space itself seemed to freeze from their divine speed. In a flash, each blade of light pierced through its target. It was swift and utterly devastating. Before anyone could react or utter a word, figures collapsed one after another, leaving only a chilling silence behind. Zenon stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. His face went pale, a soulless mask, watching his comrades fall in a single breath. Zenon knew he was next if he stayed. He immediately ordered a full retreat. We're leaving. But Zenon had a question that needed an answer. That skill you just used? Isn't it the 12 light swords? Bajyak understood his confusion. He explained, They look similar, don't they? He developed that skill himself. After watching me use it, I just wish he'd copy my techniques properly. My art summons multiple swords for precision strikes. But that kid, he just copies one sword because he lacks skill, then adds a few more. It's just a flashy display of his aura. The kid has no original moves. He clumsily altered my Emperor skill to create Heavenbreaker and Dragon Sword Key. He made Soulbreaker from Kang Po Jae, and even stole Sunflower Burst from Sword God Long Dat, and then pretends they're his own. Burst is likely his only original skill, but I'll admit, Burst is an incredible skill. I still don't fully understand it. I can't grasp how he keeps an aura on a target and detonates it at will. How is that possible? No, that skill has to be a trick. But after hearing Bajak's side of the story, Zenon's expression soured with displeasure. He couldn't stand Sihan being slandered and shot back, even if that's true. Don't you think you're disrespecting our world's savior? Based on what you've said, what is truly original? I bet you created your Emperor skill from another's techniques too. To his shock, Bajak immediately confirmed it. Zenon was stunned. You're right. Frankly, very few things are truly original. I was just sharing my thoughts. But from that exchange, Bajak realized something. But based on your reaction, I'm right. His next words froze them in their tracks. Completely stunned. He's returned. Hasn't he? If so, Bajak wanted to see Sihan himself. Lead the way. I deserve a reward for saving you, right? Unable to refuse, they led him back to the city. It's been a while. This will be fun. The moment Bajak entered the city, all eyes were immediately drawn to him. Everyone was stunned by the legend's return. Is that the legendary mercenary king, Bajak? Whispers erupted at the sight of him. It's really him, isn't it? I never thought I'd see a sword god myself. They say he killed 3 blood knights in one swing. But isn't he 90 years old? Guess sword gods stop aging when they reach that level. Is that old man really him? I can't believe he's alive. He hasn't aged a day. Still has that arrogant look. Walking along, Bajak wondered, is it just me? Or do those knights seem unhappy to see me? Bezetta and Utro were waiting. Hey Bezetta, long time no see. You're as lovely as ever. Not funny. She looked ready to kill him. Shut up, you perverted old geezer. It seems you're as shameless as ever. But Bajak just turned to Zenon, unfazed. Don't worry, we're just being blunt with each other. Zenon disagreed. This is way beyond blunt. Alita and Bezetta were wary of Bajak. He used to flirt with any pretty woman he saw, even if they were young enough to be his granddaughter. Don't worry, anyone under 20 is safe. No wonder they're so tense. Naturally, the first person Bajak sought was Sihan. Now then, where's Sihan? Hearing this, she turned her head. Zenon looked like a condemned man. Utro sighed, realizing he couldn't hide it any longer. He then led Bajak directly to the location. Captain Sihan was already inside. The moment he recognized Bajak, he was stunned. He quickly rushed to his side and greeted him warmly. Bajak, it's been too long. Are you well? Seeing Sihan's dignified presence now, the man praised him. You've grown up, finally, looking the part. He asked the old man directly, but it changed nothing. Does reaching the divine realm slow your aging? Who knew Bajak's only secret was skincare? Of course not. It's from avoiding greasy foods, eating greens, strict discipline, and constant training. Daily skincare and drinking plenty of water are also crucial. And most importantly, you need amazing skin. Sihan finally understood. The old man was just an exception. Once they were seated, Sihan had to ask, So, Bajak, what brings you here? He glanced at everyone with a soft smile before revealing the reason for his visit. I just came to see my student. Bajak then held his teacup, expressing his wounded feelings. Don't they remember how many times I saved the Azure Knights? And yet, they treat me so poorly. Just because I was a womanizer, they're this cold? Hearing that, Sihan practically froze solid. He couldn't believe the old man forgot so quickly. He then reminded Bajak of his past deeds. Are you asking because you really don't know? Think of all the money you took. He even asked back, Really? Bajak immediately justified his money grubbing, as if it were only natural. A mercenary is someone you pay to fight for you. It'd be strange to pretend I fought for honor. Sihan didn't stop there, reminding him they'd have been friendlier if he'd at least halved his fee. Suddenly, hearing this part sparked Sihan's curiosity. But seriously, what did you do with the money? Because Bajak had hundreds of families to support, of course. He spent it all on them. I spent it on women. I always take care of the fairer sex. I can't really judge if that counts as responsibility. Bajak then revealed something special to him. After the emperor died, I stopped my wandering days with the money I had saved. And I enjoyed my retirement, watching my cute kids, and wives young enough to be my granddaughters. Sihan's face darkened as he wondered. Just how young were his wives? And how old are his kids? Bajak continued. Then I heard a strange rumor, that the mercenary king Bajak has a successor. The moment he heard it, he knew it was complete nonsense. I knew it was a lie. Because even I don't know who my successor is. But you see, I couldn't find anyone suitable to take my place, even after traveling all of Terrano. So I had to come see for myself. Not everyone can learn the emperor's skills. Talent and intuition are what's important, not just strength. Senwat and Theozan both lack the talent for it. Sihan can perform the techniques, but he only copies them, not understanding their core principles. He's nowhere near the level to carry on the skill's legacy. As for Lurwinner, she's more talented than anyone, but she gave me such a bad feeling I didn't even bother teaching her. After considering a series of candidates, Bajak chose no one. That's when Sihan noticed the old man's particular talent. It seems his intuition is spot on when it comes to women. He continued without missing a beat. I understand why you'd use that story. There was a rumor that you could be my successor and captain of the Kelterzon Knights. On my way here, I carefully observed the other students using the Emperor's skill. That boy is truly different. Like a diamond in the rough. He's talented enough to become my true successor. Zenon's powerful attacks and unique fighting style really caught his eye. When Sihan saw that Zenon was the one he'd chosen, he couldn't help but be happy for him. "You seem pretty impressed with him, huh?" Bajak confirmed, not missing a chance to tease Sihan. "Why wouldn't I be? He managed to hone his skills that much with a teacher who only knows how to copy." Hearing that, Sihan felt a bit stung. "Is that how you really see me? That's just sad." After revealing his chosen candidate to Sihan, Bajak made a proposition. "But I think there are things to handle before I take him as my student, so I want to stay and teach the boy. What do you say, Captain of the Kelter Knights? Model, is there still a place for me, John?" This direct approach was unmistakably Bajak's style. I can't believe a master would follow his student just to help him. That flexible mindset hasn't changed at all. When Kelterdu realized the savior and the mercenary king would be on his team, he was eager to recruit him. People would bet anyone would want him on their side. "I'm sure Marquis Kelter John will welcome you with open arms." "Really? That's great." Suddenly, Bajak's demeanor turned serious. "Enough small talk. Let's get straight to business." This sudden 180-degree shift in tone caught Sihan off guard. Who knew the first thing Bajak would ask was, "What is your brother doing here? You're only asking that now?" Gen 10 relayed everything he had witnessed. He reported back to Luton. "The mercenary king, Bajak?" The ruler quickly sought confirmation. "Yes, your highness. All 10 elite swordsmen were killed in the battle. I have failed the Western court, your highness." Liu Tin didn't blame Gen 10, knowing Bajak was no easy opponent. "You can't be blamed. Returning alive is a miracle. I'm glad we only lost 10 elite swordsmen and nothing more. However, returning in failure is not commendable. Gen 10, you are suspended for 1 month. Get out of my sight." Despite the suspension, the man was relieved. At least he wasn't being executed. "Thank goodness. I thought he'd kill me on the spot." Compared to that, a 1-month suspension is nothing. Liu Tin could now confirm his own suspicions. I wondered why the Rottenbus kingdom was resisting so well. Now it all makes sense. It's logical, with the sword god backing them. His retainers were racking their brains for a new strategy. "We will devise a new tactic, one that accounts for facing Bajak. This time, we swear to lead you to victory, your highness." But Liu Tin directly refused them. With a smile on his face, "There's no need." What plan did he have to be smiling with such confidence? "This is a golden opportunity for us." Not long after, Kelterzon received a letter. He sat silently in his room, holding the message in his hand. He couldn't believe it. Kelterzon was in absolute shock. He had received news that Liu Tin's army had withdrawn from the Rottenbus kingdom. It had been redeployed to attack the Anasius holy nation. No one could understand what he was plotting. It's clear he's targeting the kingdoms ruled by the revolutionary heroes. But why now? Why not send his full army there from the start? His intentions are becoming harder to decipher. Kelterzon put the letter down, thinking to himself, they had to move carefully to avoid Sazan's fate. Regardless, we can't just watch the Anasius holy nation fall. As allies, we must send aid. However, we cannot act rashly. It's likely Liu Tin will still try to invade us again. He's definitely scheming something, but until we know his true intentions, we must rely on the Black Lion Knights to protect the border. The ones sent to aid the Anasius holy nation were Sung Sihan, the savior from another world, Bajak, the mercenary king, and all the Kelterzon knights, including the Azure Knights, along with 3,000 soldiers. They had been prepared in advance by the Anasius holy nation. Everyone mounted their horses, ready for war. They would defend the kingdom from the invader Liu Tin, confronting his army on the northwestern plains of Anasius. Honestly, Sihan didn't want to participate in any war. It only spreads suffering everywhere. It seems we're back on the battlefield, where countless lives will be lost for nothing. In a large-scale battle like this, the more we fight, the more the people of all nations will suffer. They once united against the Emperor to save the world, for the sake of those same suffering people. I don't know if they hid their true nature, or if time simply changed them, corrupted by materialism and pleasure. Senwat became a second emperor, while Theozan, believing himself absolute, turned into a tyrant. It said Sazan and Levener grew addicted to a lavish lifestyle they never imagined. And Liu Tin, who I thought was the most normal, revealed his true, emperor-like nature. Those around Sihan were slowly corrupted by their own ambitions over time. That darkness blinded his partners, leading them down a path of no return. All 6 of my comrades. Why won't anyone just try to be decent? I truly don't get why they all became the same kind of monster. But B.A., Jack, beside him, had the opposite thought. What's so hard to believe about that? I had a feeling it would come to this. They used force to seize power, didn't they? Just look at history, and you will see. It was inevitable. Since they don't care what others think, They only have absolute faith in themselves. In the end, what truly matters is their character. For example, Dan, I hear you returned after being betrayed. What else can you expect from men who no longer respect the most basic rules of honor? However, from what I've heard, it seems they all had their own reasons. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Jack's words forced Sihan to re-examine himself. I know it. I never did anything wrong. But that doesn't mean I did anything right. The next second, Jack rapped him on the head. You've misunderstood. He then turned towards his horse and explained his point more clearly. It doesn't matter what your reasons were. You should never point your sword or raise your voice at a comrade. Isn't that perfectly clear? Yet Sihan couldn't absorb the words. So, I should just let innocent people die? Jack continued to challenge his perspective. No, you did the right thing. We should protect the innocent. He left him with one final sentence to ponder. I'm not trying to say you're right or wrong. You did both a good and a bad thing. Don't try to hide a mistake with a good deed. Just accept it, because they have nothing to do with each other. Sihan started to understand Jack's implication. Are you saying I have no right to revenge, even after everything I've endured? Jack was blunt. No, of course not. Stop looking for reasons to get revenge. You want vengeance because you were betrayed. What more is there? Sihan immediately found another reason. Well, I don't want to have regrets later. But the old man still wasn't convinced. Life is filled with regrets. You'll definitely regret something no matter what you do. It's better to make a mistake and regret it than to regret doing nothing. If mistakes and good deeds are unrelated, then let them justify their betrayal however they wish. It can't erase the sins we commit. Hearing this, Sihan greatly appreciated his way of thinking. Those are some rather noble words from the mouth of a known flirt. With all the women in Terrano, Jack mounted his horse and continued. So they betrayed you? And they had a reason for it. Be honest, Sihan. Do you truly understand why they turned on you? Hearing this, Sihan froze for a moment as if the words had struck a raw nerve. Jack's last words made Sihan reflect on himself. Honestly, if I think about it logically, I can understand. But deep down, I still can't forgive them. So I try to come up with reasons to justify their actions. If I can't forgive them after understanding their reasons, I won't be able to explain my own mixed feelings. It's not hard to find excuses for them. Jack also explained to Sihan why he was struggling with two different lines of thought. Didn't they betray you to stop another emperor from appearing? But in the end, they became emperors themselves, so your revenge is justified. However, he believed Sihan being harmed wasn't the source of his anger. But that's not the reason you're mad, is it? The crucial point is that Sihan was stabbed in the back by people he considered comrades. You were betrayed by those you trusted most. It doesn't matter how just their reasons are. You're doing this because you think the price you had to pay was too high, compared to the mistakes you made, right? If you feel you deserve retribution from them, then Jack wouldn't stop you. Then take an eye for an eye. Whether you kill them or banish them from Terrano, it doesn't matter. The only one who can determine the value of the friendship and trust you placed in them is you, Sihan. In other words, if you don't cross the line, then you wouldn't be seeking revenge. In this world, that is called forgiveness. If some people deserve to be avenged, then some deserve to be forgiven. Jack only gave Sihan some advice. The decision was still his to make. Choose wisely, Sihan. Each choice will lead to different consequences, so you must choose very carefully. You will have regrets, regardless of which choice you make. I'm not saying all choices are the same, whether it leaves a small or a big regret is all up to you. Back in the present, Sihan is swinging his sword with cold precision. The blade tore through the wind, slashing straight at the superior sword before him in a brief, blinding flash. He flashed past his opponent, the body collapsing, felled by a single, clean strike. Time and space seemed to freeze as Sihan hesitated, uncertain of which path to choose. It was surprising. Despite his resolve, Sihan still paused his decision, needing to think. Regret is a common thing, isn't it? I suppose I need enlightenment to truly cast it aside. I feel my mind is clearer now. Meanwhile, Afro repeated their objective: stall them as long as possible. Our goal is to stop the Blood Knights from focusing their attack on the captain and the mercenary king. They might have many superior swordsmen, but we will win if we take them down individually. Though outnumbered, the Holy Army of Anasius crushed Luton's invading forces. After losing 7 Blood Knights and most of their superior swordsmen and mages, Luton's army suffered a devastating blow. It was a complete victory for the Knights of Kelter, John, and the Anasius kingdom. Everyone was ecstatic, lost in the joy of their victory. We actually did it. We won. Turns out they weren't so tough. To Utro, who was sick of fighting superior swordsmen. This was just a physical exercise. I'm starting to get used to this. This time, we fought the Blood Knights with 0 casualties. Through their unity, they managed to defeat Liu Tin's ultimate trump card. Perhaps they lacked basic skills, but this was still far easier than what we faced 15 years ago. We've also grown much stronger, and I know Bajak is a scoundrel, but he's a reliable ally on the battlefield. But in the next second, Bezetta spoke up, stopping them from saying more. That's enough. The captain doesn't look very happy. She looked at the hut, unable to hide her concern for him. Bajak knew Sihan wanted to save those people from Earth, but there was nothing he could do. My apologies, Sihan. I tried to hold back, but I never imagined capturing them alive would be so difficult. Zenon quickly comforted him. It is not your fault. They continued to fight even with their lives on the line. In the end, they took their own lives from exhaustion. We can't blame them, but at least I'm glad our people are safe. It cannot be helped. We should be glad we kept the damage to a minimum. Then, a question suddenly struck Bajak. By the way, this was too easy for an opponent like Luton. Don't you think it's strange? He had a feeling his opponent hadn't used his full strength. Bajak began to feel that something wasn't adding up. Didn't you say you fought 10 Blood Knights before I arrived? So why send only 10? He must have known 10 weren't enough to defeat Knight Kelter John. Thinking back, Sihan also felt something was off, but couldn't quite explain it. You're right. I don't get it. Blood Knights are artificial swordsmen, created by summoning people from Earth. What makes them fearsome is their superior level power and complete anonymity. If they were from Terrano, their fame would spread while training to the superior level, but without their armor, no one would know they were from Earth. They're like skyscrapers appearing from thin air. Since no one knows what they look like, they would be harder to deal with if they took off their armor and blended in with other soldiers. But Liu Tin didn't do that. Alita then chimed in, agreeing with Sihan's point. You're right, the red armor makes them easy targets. Sihan began to analyze Liu Tin's every move. And not only that, if 5 more Blood Knights joined this fight, I might have been forced to reveal my identity. Did he have no choice but to send the exact same force, despite knowing he would lose? Bajak also noticed the unusual carelessness in Gen 10's fighting style. Something's wrong. The enemy commander was Gen 10, right? For a defeated general, given a second chance, Gen 10 didn't seem to be trying. Zenon, based on his own knowledge of the man, shared his intelligence with everyone. I know of the superior swordsman Gen 10 because I was once a member of the Red Dragon Knights. He is a brilliant knight, fully capable of leading an army. He isn't so incompetent that he would misread the entire battle situation. Seeing that events weren't unfolding as he'd imagined, Sihan wondered, then what in the world is going on? All these details were only leading to one stranger conclusion. Meanwhile, Liu Tin's army was slowly returning to its kingdom. They moved with a relaxed pace, entirely unfazed, as if they already knew the outcome. Were they aiming to lose from the very start? The next morning, just when things were quiet, something happened. A knight rushed into the tent from outside, his expression filled with panic. Captain Sung, the defensive line has been breached. They never suspected Liu Tin's army was behind this. Leading the forces against Liu Tin's invaders was Ferdi Hatren. He commanded 10,000 soldiers from the Inacio army. They held the line when Kelter John's knights crossed the border. A sudden raid caught them off guard, causing significant losses. 3 days ago, they broke our defenses, and we lost 3,000 soldiers. Liu Tin's army is already near Lishatezion. Utro never expected Liu Tin's forces to be this powerful. It only took them 3 days to reach the capital. How are their troops so strong? The surviving knight reported grimly. There were 10 more hidden Blood Knights in Liu Tin's army. Against 18 Blood Knights and 5,000 troops, our forces were utterly helpless. After finishing his report, he could no longer stand and collapsed. You are all our last hope. With those final words, the Sky Blue Knight fell to the ground before them. Utro caught him, expressing his sympathy. He's unconscious. He must have rushed here without rest to deliver the news. Realizing they couldn't wait, Sihan gave the order. Everyone, prepare for battle. We're returning to the capital immediately. If we move with only the Sky Blue Knights, we can get there in 3 days. He felt guilty making them fight now, but the situation was too urgent for any other choice. I'm sorry, everyone. I know you're exhausted from the last battle, but we're in a critical situation. Everyone understood Sihan's plight and showed enthusiasm. It's fine. We're used to it. We can just rest on the way back. Unlike with the barbarians, he's hiding Blood Knights for a surprise attack. He wants to ensure he can eliminate Kazan, just like he did with Sazan. Just then, Vegeta ran up from behind Sihan with a question. So, there are over 10 elite swordsmen in Lishatezion, meaning Luton has only about 20 left in his army? 20 elite swordsmen. and the overlord Liu Tin. That's still enough to wipe out all remaining warriors if they all attack together. Her face was now filled with worry. He isn't hiding any more elite swordsmen near him, is he? But Liu Tin is a cunning man. He will surely stop at nothing. Who knows? If Liu Tin wants an absolute victory, he's likely prepared a trap with 26 Blood Knights. Zenon, with his sharp reasoning, began to grasp Liu Tin's thinking. If the messenger's report is true, then I understand his plan. If his real target is the capital, he just needs to slow us down, right? However, Alita pointed out another suspicious detail. Something is still off. If he really wanted to stop us, he wouldn't have sacrificed 10 elite swordsmen, and there are more effective ways to buy time. As things grew more confusing, Zenon couldn't help but feel frustrated. Liu Tin, what kind of game are you playing? As for Barak, he didn't care what he was thinking. It has always been impossible to understand his tactics before they're deployed. You'll only confuse yourself trying to guess his next move. Sihan completely agreed with that sentiment. You're right. All we can do now is move as fast as possible to Lishatezion, the Holy Kingdom's capital. They wasted no more time and set off immediately. By now, Liu Tin's army had already arrived before Kazan's castle. The elite swordsmen stood in groups, forming a tight encirclement. Their eyes were filled with a murderous intent, as if ready to tear the place apart. Sihan was determined to destroy Liu Tin. He wouldn't let him take another life. I won't let you have your way. Kazan now also sensed Liu Tin's presence. She stepped outside to look down. Her greatest fear had now officially arrived. She was forced to confront her former comrade, Liu Tin. That's all for this video. The content above was a summary of the series. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye, and see you again. Bye-bye.